backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Brierley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh, Manley
comes in. Looks at the first gate, very fast in. Comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutens gone with him. Ruben Boutens all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutens in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutens, and Ruben Boutens clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pit. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutens so far. Ruben Boutens the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Brierley. The checker flag is out. Sean Brierley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Brierley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Formula Fast for day 2 of the British Rental Kart Championship of 2023. We've had an exciting day of racing yesterday, and Anthony Jordan and myself, James Auld, we're going to be bringing you the day 2 action. Anthony, there's been some up and down results and some pretty close racing going on.
There has. It's been a real roller coaster of emotions, I think, for the entirety of the paddock or the grid that we've got here this weekend. I've got to say, the racing that we saw yesterday, pretty spectacular. We saw some really close finishes. We saw some fantastic pit stops. We also saw quite terrible pit stops yesterday as well. Penalties, that was the main focus of yesterday, wasn't it?
And that's been a huge thing, the penalties in the pit stop. We've seen an epic amount. We've seen probably more penalties in one day than we've seen in the entire BRKC in the 10 years it's been going. So it really has been insane. Not least of which we're going to have to get an update on Ruben Boutens from the very first race yesterday. That could make a big difference to the championship points. We have Vika Schlets leading the way, so it's very much youth to the fore. And he has a perfect score, and also Matt Barsh. So some of the main contenders that we'd expect to be in it are up at the top, but also one or two surprises. There's still a lot of racing to go today, though, mate.
Oh, 100%. And like you say, those two drivers with those maximum points, I would very much like to see them in a heat race together before we go to any semi-finals or finals later on today. If that's happening today, I've not actually checked my list, so I do hope it is happening. But yeah, I suspect we've got some fantastic racing coming up. I think, like you're saying, Ruben Boutens, question mark over him over his first race yesterday. Like you say, I think he did get a penalty in his pit stop, but he didn't come in and serve that penalty, and then there was a bit of controversy behind that one. So yeah, I don't know the full ins and outs.
We'll get the full detail on that. We have got Ruben Boutens in the first race today, and they're going to be going out and qualifying very soon. So we'll see. Obviously, Ruben's got to make amends. He did whatever happened. He won his second race, so maximum points for that. He'll need to win this one if he's going to push himself into the final. And we are talking about 6 times British Rental Kart Championship winner Ruben Boutens here, and double world champion. But we'll see him in action straight away. It looks like they're getting into the karts now, so we'll be due to go anytime soon. Obviously, it's very early here in the UK. We've got 5 races remaining in round 3. We've then got the entire round 4 of heats for the driver to score points. The top 30 then go through to the semi-finals, where they continue to score, and then we'll be in for the final today. It's £1,000 on the table for the winner of the final this afternoon. Somebody's going home with that. Kart World Championship entries, free entries, that's worth hundreds of pounds in its own right. There's an awful lot of a giveaway here, and I keep coming back to it. It's probably the most profitable racing you can do in the UK. People always say, yeah, but British Touring Car, if you won that, you'll win more. You probably will, but you'll spend a heck of a lot more than you're ever going to win it.
Oh, 100%. I know drivers who have had to spend millions of pounds to race in British touring cars, let alone anything else. So, yeah, definitely, you know, price to prize that you would win in this one. Yeah, 100%. This is probably the most cost-effective championship to race in. Unfortunately, it is only a one-off event each year, so it's not going to be sustainable enough for you to quit your daytime job and do this every other week. But
the only way you will be able to do that would be to do all the other national championships with similar prize funds, and that's exactly what happens with the top races here. We have a strong European contingent. Indoor karting is very, very strong, particularly in Europe. And a lot of these guys, they've got no interest in Formula One. They do not have the means to get there at all. You know, even the outdoor karting at the World Championship level is out of their reach price-wise. However, literally anybody with talent can turn up and do this. If you can afford to go to the pub, you can afford to do rental karting, can't you? They're heading out to qualify now, Anthony. So we'll be having a look and see what happens. We can expect the track to be cold. Times will probably be down. There may be a bit of slipping and sliding. Could be some surprises on the grid.
There might be indeed. Well, I'll head down to the pit lane, and you stay up here nice and warm next to your heater with your coffees and biscuits and all of that, and I'm going to go freeze downstairs. So you enjoy.
Absolutely,
James.
Andy. I'll keep the heater warm for you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Superb. Right then. So. We've actually got some drivers retiring from the event. We have Johnny Elliott. Three of the races we've been seeing pretty strong showings from. Johnny Elliott was one of the favourites going in. Rib injury, unfortunately, for Johnny Elliott. Murtaza Hassan, the Iraqi driver, same sort of thing, I'm assuming. Injuries for him. Just the sheer physics of driving these karts at the speed they've got to. Mackenzie Jones, possibly the same thing as well. So the 2 champions of the British Indoor Kart Championship are actually out of the event. Now, we're getting the times coming in for this opening race of today. It's round 6 of the 3rd round. Ruben Boutens is currently fastest. Luke Evans has pushed himself up to 2nd place. Charlie Ratford's come through. We saw some great showings from Ratford yesterday, and we've still got a couple of qualifiers. Here comes Johan Medart. Now, this could be a challenge for pole position here with Johan Medart. he's up to third place, for the Belgian driver there, Johan Medart. Now, that concludes the qualifying. This is going to be quite an interesting grid here, Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, who we saw win races yesterday, strategically very strong as well. Talking of strategy, Lewis, there's going to be some people with some big strategic ideas here in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Rubenstein pole straight away, so he's straight down to business. Charlie Ratford, very good effort to BP2. A very special day for him yesterday, 16th birthday, and winning round 2 heat 1 from his teammate Harrison Kirkham, 1-2 for the team. Couldn't have been any more special for him.
Absolutely, and we're looking down on the screen there. We can see Ruben Boutens. He's the one at the front. He's a double world champion of indoor karting, and he really is the benchmark across the world at the moment. 6 times British champion, and he has got behind him an incredible Charlie Ratford. Why is it incredible? Because he's starting in between those 2 Blue Star team drivers. This Blue Star Racing is the top European team at the moment. Top British team, BSR, have been very strong as well, and they are actually first and second in the team standings. This is BRKC. Anyway, here we are for the first race of the day. It's Ruben Boutens leading them round. He's on the throttle already, and Charlie Ratford's gone with him. Johan Medart, a good start. Everyone's gone well off the start there. It's easy to get left behind. They're entering the first part of the revised layout. The Formula Fast bringing here at Milton Keynes for 2 rounds of heat. We'll be going after these 5 races. We're going back to the regular layout, and that will be for the rest of the event. Meantime, though, here comes Ruben Boutens down the back stretch. He has the lead. He needs to make a point, and as he turns in, he's got Charlie Ratford going with him. There's a little bit of a gap maybe to Johan Medart, but I don't think Johan will be too worried about that gap at the moment. He's reaching back for something, he's checking something, Johan Medart, as Ruben Boutens continues to pull away in the lead. Lewis Manley, I can only assume that Ruben Boutens is interested in one thing in this race. He needs points from this win. He needs to get into that final. He needs to get into the semi-finals in a strong position at the very least.
Absolutely, yeah. It's good to see that Charlie's keeping with Ruben. So down the straight, he's right on his tail, but I don't think he's going to go for it just yet. Ruben went slight defensive mode. Really good to see that Charlie's still sticking with Ruben Boutens. He's really closing. He's pulled away from Medart a little bit. So hopefully in this race he can keep up with him and try and put him under pressure.
Absolutely, we've got an attempted breakaway by the lead 2, but anyone attempting a breakaway from Johan Medart is seriously fancying their chances. But that breakaway is double world champion, 6 times British champion, the Dutchman Ruben Boutens. He's got really an outstanding, almost a British find this weekend in Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford able to stay with the double world champion on merit on the track. This is an amazing showing from the 16-year-old British driver, Charlie Ratford. The only question really is going to be whether or not he's got the racing brain yet to do the strategy. And we've got some in the pits.
Yeah, we do indeed. Adam Wyckoff is in the pit lane. It was a good first gate, good second gate. He's back out. Early pit stop. Is that a good strategy this early on in the day? Tyres are cold, track's cold. He might not have the pace he needs.
Well, it is an interesting point you've literally just made. The tyres are cold, the track's cold. He's made his pit stop under, shall we say, colder conditions than what the end of the race will be. So that could be very interesting from the American driver. We'll need to keep an eye on that. We saw it work well for Lewis Manley yesterday. Lewis, is this time for an early stop, do you think?
Probably a wise choice, like me last night. So he's going to he's in the clear air now, so he's, as I say, he's going to try and do the undercut like I did. So let's see what he can do.
Yeah, you're listening to the voice of Lewis Manley there. Lewis Manley, one of the main British hopes for the title, twice being second, but never actually won the overall championship. What happened last night was Lewis had qualified relatively low down, made the early pit stop, resumed last, was out of the picture as far as everyone was concerned, but came through to a fighting third, and that was literally within a second of the winner. So that could be Wyckoff's strategy. Now, talking of strategies, we've got Ruben Boutens in the lead, Charlie Ratford staying with it, but Johan Medart starting to close in on Charlie Ratford. So Charlie Ratford's in the middle of that Blue Star team sandwich. He's got 2 of the finest drivers in the world, one in front, one behind. So Charlie Ratford seriously has a handful there. Coming down the backstretch, now we can see Ruben Boutens in the lead. There's Ratford, and there is Johan Medart. So Charlie Ratford is just starting to drop away from Ruben Boutens a little bit, and Johan Medart is going to start giving him trouble. And Johan Medart is exactly the sort of driver to give a lot of trouble. Lewis Manley, it's always a hard task trying to defend from a driver like Johan Medart, and probably particularly Johan Medart.
Yeah, exactly. He's just dropped away from Ruben a little bit, so that's a little bit of a shame. Medart's closing in slightly. I think Ruben may have just got comfortable a little bit more now as he's pulled away. As Charlie Rafford's last couple of laps have been a bit of a struggle, but as long as he can stay with Ruben and keep Medard behind him, then if he can get a good pit stop, then fingers crossed he can undercut.
Absolutely. Ruben Bouton's long now been the benchmark of indoor karting at international level. He is a twice world champion of the indoor and 6 times British champion, multiple champion in his home country of the Netherlands, and all of the European championships have fallen to this Dutch expert. You know, he really is the one everyone looks to. So Ruben Bouton is looking to check out in this one. He's controlling the race from the front. He's kind of muted the challenge to Charlie Rafford. Charlie Rafford not in a position to challenge him. It's all going to come down really to whether Charlie has sort of got the measure of the strategies, because obviously he's got a strategic expert in front of him, he's got a strategic expert behind him, and Charlie Rafford, from driving, he's an A-grade driver. That's how it's worked out, but he's very much the rookie when it comes to learning the strategies of racing at this sort of international style of indoor karting.
Indeed, yes, he's the fastest one on the track so far. He's just got the fastest lap by, not by much, just by 0.024 of a second. It depends if Ruben gets the fastest lap on this lap. Yes, he does, 33.4, so he's 2/10 clear on that lap, so he's over a second ahead. So as long as Charlie can keep pace with him and not let Ruben pull away too much, of course, a long way to go, yes, there's only a quarter of a race done.
Absolutely, and so just looking beyond those three, we've got Luke Evans in 4th place, Matt Clark, we've seen some good performances from him in 5th place, Slavik Piskors, the Polish driver, he's in 6th, Darren Stable 7th, Phil Pryor down a little bit there. We're normally used to seeing Phil Pryor run a little bit higher than that, and then Adam Wyckoff, the American driver, is running 10th, but he's the only one who's made a pit stop. Ruben Boutons has now set the fastest lap. He's trading times. Ruben Boutons is trading time to Charlie Rafford in 2nd. This is an incredible showing by Charlie Rafford. Anthony down in the pit lane there, Anthony Jordan, just want to bring you in on this. We've gone a long way into this race with only one pit stop.
We have, and I was just keeping an eye on the times on that one. Adam Wyckoff, you know, he's done okay. He pitted early. He is 16 seconds off from the overall race leader. But if you look at the main times, he would come out in around P3, P4 if everyone pitted now.
Indeed, and he is also, with the track getting ever warmer, it's been very cold here at Formula Fast overnight, with the track getting ever warmer, maybe the time, you know, is going to work in his favour. It may be a tiny fraction, it may be nothing at all, but certainly it's a factor, and it's something worth keeping an eye on. We'll keep a bit of a watching eye. We're looking at Ruben Boutons on screen. There's Charlie Rafford, there's Johan Medard. Now the gaps are being maintained there, so Ruben Boutons, a known quantity. Johan Medard, a known quantity. Charlie Rafford, barely known at all, let alone as any kind of quantity. But he's showing the form that could take him.
Action in the pit lane, James. Yeah, the number 20 is in. Luke Evans now pits, and there's another one right behind him. They're double stacking. The number 9 also in. Darren Stables. I don't know if he was stable enough to come in behind Luke Evans, but we'll see. He might be stable enough to get out there with no issues. It's green lights all around, no drama.
Stable enough to get a green light, and that's the bit that counts. We've seen a lot of people making a bit of a mess of the pit stops and getting penalties, including, it has to be said, double world champion and current race leader Ruben Boutons. Lewis Manley, there was something, there was a kind of a problem yesterday with Ruben Boutons' first stop. Do we know what the outcome was?
Yeah, he got from 2nd place where he finished, and then his points wise he got down to 5th with the penalty with the invalid stop on the 2nd box, which is so unexpected for his calibre. No one expected that at all, but you want to put that out of his mind. He won his 2nd race comfortably, so yeah, as I say, first race, put that out of his mind, and you want to focus on today and get the maximum points he can. So, and I think at the moment Charlie's closing in again. I don't know, yeah, it's about a second in it as Ruben's taking the fastest lap back again, so that's no surprise.
Yeah, indeed, the times are coming down, the track's getting warmer, they're getting into the race. What you're looking at is, on screen there, is some of the finest drivers in the world for indoor karting. This is one of the main events. This is the top British or top event you'll ever see for indoor karting in the UK. Glittering international field, including world champions, national champions from across Europe, and also from the USA, as far east as India and Pakistan, drive from Iraq as well. You know, it really is an international field. Currently, we're looking at Matthew Cart running 4th, and Slavik Piskors is closing in on him in 5th place. Now, these have yet to pit. the original fourth place, Luke Evans, the former Welsh champion, he's actually been in, and I think he's going to be worth keeping an eye on. He's only one of 3 drivers who've made that early pit stop. It's an interesting strategy. We know that the guys at the front know exactly what they're doing in the pits, which I'm thinking particularly of Ruben Boutins and Johan Medart, neither were in. It would have been an interesting team strategy for one of them to come in early and one of them to come in later, Lewis, but obviously that's not how it's worked out.
No, not at the moment. So I think whoever pits out the top 3, like Medart pits first, and then I'd expect Charlie Ratford to just do the same the very next lap. So that's normally the obvious strategy to do, to make sure they keep them covered and keep them behind. As long as they keep the overcut sorted, and Ruben is pulling away a bit more now, so it looks like Ruben's got it pretty confident. Unless Charlie can make a really good pit stop, then who knows, but rather they pit this lap, I don't think they will. No, they carry on for now.
Yeah, and Charlie Ratford now is falling into the clutches of Johan Medart a bit more. The gap between Boutins and Medart stayed the same, but Ratford is falling back into the clutches of Johan Medart. It's clear that the two Blue Star drivers running first and third are driving very much individually. Or not, if they were really that team concerned, they would come to the pits. So they're trying to get the best result they can, rather than any sort of experimental strategies at this stage. As I say, the real question mark is going to be over Charlie Ratford. We can see he's got the talent, we can see he's got the speed, and it's just a question of experience from a strategic level. Nowhere else in the UK will he be running with this kind of format. So it is very new to Charlie, and he's got to kind of wing it really and learn the strategy on the fly. The trouble is, he's having to learn the strategy while defending against World Championship level drivers. These are the best in the world. Sorry, Anthony, there's a pit stop.
Yeah, Phil Pryor in the pit lane, so I didn't want to cut over you there. Yeah, all good from him. 2 green lights.
Yeah, Phil Pryor, he resumes now down in 8th place. Medart in.
Yes, he is indeed. I was writing notes down on my piece of paper. Yeah, green on the first gate. Gate 2, also good. He goes back out again. It's the Blue Star team that have that, I don't know, hug the fuel tank with their legs motion as they pull away.
Clearly a team strategy, Anthony.
Clearly. I need to ask him.
Yeah, it's the way of doing it with them, I think, maybe. And yeah, it's an interesting thing. You do have to wonder what advantage that's giving. There's probably something in it. Quite what we don't know. You'd think actually you'd want to be fully back. In fact, I think Charlie Ratford's been called in.
I think he was as well, yes.
Yeah, his sort of crew, if you like, over at the side there by race control, they were giving him the big wave. So Johan Medart has been in. They've obviously called Charlie Ratford in. That will be to cover Medart, because I think Johan Medart has come in at this point in order to leapfrog Charlie Ratford. That's what he's hoping. He's hoping for some inexperienced young British driver. Are we going to see Charlie Ratford come in? I think we are. There's Ruben Boutins. He's not coming in. Ratford surely is coming in. He needs the hand. No, he's not come in. He's not come in. He's not responded to the crew their request for him to come in. I'm sure it wasn't just any kind of waving on of, yeah, you're doing great. I think that was definitely a big call from his crew to come in. Now, Charlie Ratford, he was falling back into the clutches of Johan Medart. Johan Medart, making the pit stop, is looking at overtaking him when Charlie Ratford is in the pits. However, Johan Medart has caught someone at the back there. I'm not quite sure who it is. Slavik Piskors. Slavik Piskors, running 4th place, has been caught by Johan Medart. Now this could be what Charlie Ratford needs. Ratford's in.
Yep, Ratford is in. He comes in. Gate number 1. It is a fairly decent getaway. Green light on the first gate. Comes into gate 2. Another green light. It's a good getaway, and he's going to come out in front of the number 11.
Perfect. And another one in.
Yeah, we have, the 14 also in now as well. That was Matthew Clark, who 2 green lights. He's back out also.
And Charlie Ratford has done it. Charlie Ratford did exactly what he needed to. It was crucial. It was next to the Ruben Boutins, the race leader, is in.
Yes, he is. Let's watch this one. This one's going to be crucial now to see where the other 2 are. Green light on the first. I think he's got this sign sealed and done. Ratford's nowhere near. It's a green light on the second one. No dramas like he had in his first heat yesterday. Comes out clear in front of second and third.
Yeah, it's Slavik Piskors there is now on the tail of Johan Medart, who's on the tail of Charlie Ratford, who has Ruben Boutins in his side. It's actually very close, 1st to 4th. Piskors yet to come in. In fact, he's the only one yet to come in now. So the Polish driver Slavik Piskors is in 4th on the road. And if he comes in now, it's just a question of how far back he'll fall. He could drop to 6th. but we'll keep a watching brief on that. Here is Ruben Boutons. There's Slavik Piskorski we're looking at on screen now. That is Slavik Piskorski. He does not come in the pits. You can see Johan Medart in front. I think Slavik Piskorski is going to stay out about as late as he can. He'll be enjoying the fact of running within sight of the leader, which is Ruben Boutons, although obviously it's a little bit deceptive in that he has to make that pit stop. But just keeping the likes of Johan Medart, Charlie Ratford and Ruben Boutons in his sight is probably going to be something that pulls him forward. Now, early pit stopper was Adam Wyckoff, and it seems to have played into his hands because he has jumped right up to 5th place. If I remember, he started something like 9th. When Piskorski comes in the pits, surely the American Wyckoff is going to jump through into 4th place. Meantime, talking to Slavik Piskorski, he's closed in on Johan Medart. He's going to make a 3-way fight for this. They're coming through the snail area, the revised area, and there they are on screen. So Slavik Piskorski is right up behind Johan Medart now as they go into the long, fast corner in the back straight. So they'll be coming down the back straight now. Will Piskorski be able to make a move? No, he can't. Ratford's getting defensive. Medart's gone with him. That seriously blocks Piskorski out. And so Johan Medart trying to match Ratford and keep that. Here comes Piskorski.
Yeah, he's coming into the pit lane now, the last pit stop of this group, and it is a fairly good getaway from gate 1, gets that green light, comes into gate 2, a little late on the brakes, gets the green light on the second one, comes out though in clean air.
Indeed, and Adam Wyckoff, the early pit stop, has paid huge dividends. He's gone right up to 4th place. The American driver, Adam Wyckoff, started well at the back and he shot through to 4th place, thanks mostly to that inspired early pit stop. And side by side, Charlie Ratford versus Johan Medart. Johan Medart on the outside, Charlie Frenny on the inside. Here they are through the final corner now. Medart is starting to really pile that pressure on. Charlie has to absorb this for 4 minutes plus 1 lap, nearly 5 minutes. This is a big ask for the 16-year-old, Lewis.
It is, absolutely. Ruben's got this one in the bag now. It's all about 2 and 3. Charlie's got to keep his cool with 4.5 to go. He's got to keep defending for Medart. He's really going defensive down the straight. So I think Medart's close enough again. So I think Charlie will go defensive down the straight again. Yep, quite a little bit of a later move than normal, but it's fine. But if he can keep Medart behind and keep the P2 at the finish, that would be a real good result for him. Rather Medart will go for here or at the first set of corners. But who knows? As long as Charlie can keep Medart behind, he'll definitely take this result.
Charlie Ratford is getting rattled now. I mean, this is just literally down to experience. He's shown he's got the speed, talent. He's up against world-class drivers. These literally are the best in the world at indoor karting. Charlie Ratford's been thrown in the mix. He's thrown himself right in the mix. But when you do that, you're tackling the heavyweights. One of the heavyweights is Johan Medart. He's one of the best in the world, and he's going to be challenged. He's going to challenge down the outside. It's side by side, but Ratford holds him off. Ratford just sort of waves. He'd say sorry, but there's an awful lot of looking over the shoulder by Ratford. He's looking back as much as he is forward, and he's going to have to absorb 3-4 minutes of this, and that is a huge ask. 4 minutes is a long time in this situation. Johan Medart has, through his experience and being one of the best in the world, has got Ratford exactly where he wants him. It's costing him time, and Adam Wyckoff is with them. Adam Wyckoff, that early pit stopper, has gone right from the back, and he's going to take Medart. Is he going to take Medart? Now, Adam Wyckoff is going to have to pick which driver he's going to follow, whether it's going to be Ratford or Medart. Wyckoff turning in behind them. It's an incredible performance there. And Matthew Clark is coming to this. The battle for second is costing time because Charlie Ratford is defending so hard against Johan Medart. The others behind are catching up. Lewis, this is going to get tasty at the end. Absolutely,
it's going to get tasty, as Adam was the first pitter and it's really worked out. So his strategy has been a smart call like mine last night. Charlie's really under pressure from Medart, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are going to be literally together because, of course, Matthew Clark is now into this train of 3 karts ahead of him, and Charlie's going to go defensive again. But rather Adam can pull a move on Medart, who knows? But this 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, anyone can get the 2nd place at the moment.
Yes, they can. Charlie Ratford hanging on as best he can. He's really up against it. This is an amazing showing, but he is up against the best in the world. He's got Johan Medart, the Belgian, behind him. Behind that is Adam Wyckoff, the American driver, and Matthew Clark is now in this mix. Matthew Clark could do something. Another British favourite, Adam Clark. He's always a little bit off the radar, but he does get the results. He's a very cagey driver. You give him the opportunity, he will have you. And on the back stretch, it's going to surely this time Medart's going to make a decisive move. He's got to do something now. He's under pressure from Wyckoff, the American. Tries to work on Medart. Now Medart, he himself is running out of time. If he wants to do well in this race, he's actually under pressure to pass Charlie Ratford. Yes, he'd like second, but he doesn't want to lose third to Adam Wyckoff, or even worse, lose to Matthew Clark.
Absolutely, because if you go for the move and it doesn't work, you could lose 2 places, so that extra points can count towards later on in the tournament. And Slavik Piskorz isn't too far behind the 4
Slavik
karts.
Piskorz is joining in to make it a two-way fight. This is the kind of time we lose when you are fighting for position. And Johan Medart to the outside, back to the inside. Johan Medart trying to put pressure on Radford, but also defending against Wyckoff now. Johan Medart is under pressure from behind, and that can only help Charlie Radford. What Charlie Radford needs to do, though, is realise that. He's got a really 3D think. He's got a big picture think with Charlie Radford. It may be a bit of an ask for the 16-year-old, experience in racing, experience in life. It's just not what you've got at that age. So Charlie Radford, an amazing performance though by the young Brit, has really stamped his name down as a man to watch in the future. As they come down the backstretch, he's completely defensive to the inside. Wyckoff to the outside of Medart. Medart's trying. Oh, Medart's been caught by Wyckoff. They got back into position there, but it looked like Medart may have lost the position. Luckily, he held on. Anthony, that must be incredible down there, is it?
It's a pretty good sight to see, I have to say, when they come around the sort of snail section and down through the back hairpin. Yes, it is brilliant to see how close they concertina up under braking, and as well as how close they can race each other without actually making contact, despite the fact...
Sorry, can I cut in there? They're coming onto the back stretch now. This is where it can happen. Charlie Radford's only got 2 laps really to absorb this. He's done so well, but it's really getting pressured down there. Wyckoff is working all over the back of Medart. He's trying this way, he's trying that. Wyckoff seriously means business. So does Matt Clark, so does Slavik Piskorz, and it's Charlie Radford at the front who's having to absorb everybody. Johan Medart will not want to be sitting here. We know he's going to want to make the pass for the second place. He has to. Wyckoff's got a contact warning, and that pretty much is just because of there's no space. Everyone is so no-sell. And Wyckoff to the inside of Medart, coming onto that back corner. That's helped Charlie Radford. It's the last lap. Ruben Boutsen surely is going to win. Surely Ruben Boutsen's got this in the bag. We can't even see him. We haven't even looked for him. It's the penultimate lap for Radford. Ruben Boutsen's on his final lap. Now, here comes Radford. He's got one more lap to absorb this. If he loses it now, it really will be a shame. But he's been helped a bit by Adam Wyckoff, and now it's Medart all over the back of Radford. He's going to push him down the backstretch. It's going to kick off down the back. Here comes Ruben Boutsen. Ruben Boutsen wins. Ruben Boutsen has won the opening heat race of the day. The double world champion takes it, and now they're on the backstretch. Here we go. This is it. This is it for Charlie Radford. He just needs to use one major defence. Medart this way, that way. Wyckoff changes direction as well. And it is going to be Charlie Radford, surely. If he loses it on this final corner, it will be such a shame. No, he can do it. He can do it. He's going to be second. Charlie Radford, an incredible result. Johan Medart third, Adam Wyckoff fourth, Matthew Clark fifth, and Slavik Piskorz sixth. And there was Luke, looks like Luke Evans joined them, the former Welsh champion. Lewis, incredible amount of pressure absorbed by Charlie Radford.
Indeed, absolutely. He would be very over the moon with second place. That's all he had to do, is keep Medart behind him, and the others really under pressure, and yet kept his cool, that's for sure.
That was a heck of an all.
Absolutely, yeah.
All he had to do was a very big job indeed, Lewis, but he really has thrown his hat in the ring as a potential for the future. Very young guy, just turned 16 yesterday, and this is incredible. He's having to learn the strategy on the fly. Adam, we're going to go over to you in the pit. Anthony, we're going to go over to you in the pit lane, and we'll see what you can come up with. But Radford's going to be beaming, surely.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. Cheers, Barry. I'll see what I can find out.
No worries, Dave.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. Right, so, Charlie Radford getting himself sorted there. I've just had Johan Medart just walk past, so I do want to see if I can have a chat with him. Obviously, the Belgian really trying his word. Charlie, again, yesterday, a fantastic day. This morning, a defensive masterclass there. How did that feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. Oh, wait, let me quickly get this off.
Yeah, go on, you get that off. There's surgical gloves underneath your thing. I think the camera that we're looking at is over there. Defensive masterclass there, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really hard second place. Really good race. Happy with that. I think that puts me on 22 points, put me around 20th on the leaderboard, so it gives me a really good chance for a semi-final.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, mate. We'll let you warm up. Ruben Boutsen's race winner on that one. Ruben's, the camera's behind you. See that green blinking light? Give that a wave for us. That's where everyone's watching from. Much better result this morning. Pit stop perfect. Obviously, pit stop drama yesterday in your first heat. I think that's been resolved now. Can you tell us a little bit more about that as well?
Yeah, I was just informed a couple of minutes before the race that my post-race penalty of yesterday was increased from 11 to 12.9 seconds. So yeah, I'm just really disappointed. I know that the race direction made the decision in all fairness. I've come here already for 10 years, so I also accept the decision. But yeah, obviously a regular pit stop costs like 10.5 seconds for the front runners who do it on the limit. So I knew that if I would know that I had to make another pit stop yesterday, that I would have a good shot at second place if I would have done it at the last possible moment. And now it dropped me to 5th. So yeah, that's of course really reducing my title chances. But yeah, I will just looking forward to the next races and try to make the best out of it. And
yeah, well, you got the race win on that one. You got some more points there. You can add to it. Is it still doable, do you reckon?
I think the final should still be doable, but the win I think will be really difficult because yeah, if you're not in the top 5 places in the final, then of course you don't have a good kart pick. But of course we also know that the kart differences are really small, so you never know. With a good qualification, I will definitely not give up, and yeah, let's see.
Well, we'll let you warm up. Congratulations on the race win today.
Thank you.
Well, brilliant stuff there, James. Like you say, some good intel there behind the scenes of what really happened yesterday after that controversial failed pit stop penalty drama. So, yeah, interesting stuff. But Rubens looks like he's still in with that chance of coming away with potentially a final entry. James, next heat is coming up in a moment.
Okay, so the heat race there won by Ruben Boutens. He's very much a hot topic at the moment. Just been talking with Phil Stanley, who runs Formula Fast. He's in charge here, and they did review that race last night and imposed a penalty on Ruben Boutens. Obviously, you know, we're looking at drivers of the calibre of Ruben Boutens making errors in the pit stop with the lights there. It's been a feature, Anthony. We were talking about it a lot yesterday, mostly because it happened a lot yesterday, and so that was something we were forced to talk about, if you like. But you know, hopefully it hasn't hampered his chances. He's going to be looking to maximise every race remaining. He's got one more. That's double world champion Ruben Boutens there, who we've just seen win. Now, the next heat race is going to be quite an interesting one. We've got Brad Shepherd in this one. Now, Brad Shepherd, of course, boss of BSR, Bradley Shepherd Racing, and he, of course, is running as an independent because he was so busy organising his own teams, he didn't have an entry himself, and Adam Davies pulled out. Unfortunately, he's ill in bed back in Blackpool, and Brad Shepherd jumped in. So it's Shepherd leading the way here, from Philip Randall, Robin Kassan, Hassan Ali, Dane Christensen, Finley Brunton, Matthias Matus, James Bosch, Steve Gray is out in this one, and Sam Cox. Now, ordinarily, I would say I'm looking at Brad Shepherd for the win in this one, possibly Matus as well, and Steve Gray could be up at the sharp end for this one. However, yesterday showed us that a lot of our predictions have been out of the window. There are some new names throwing themselves forward, not least of which from that previous race, Charlie Redford. So, Anthony, who's your 50 pence on?
Oh, my 50 pence. Do you know what? I'm going to go for... you know what? I'm going to go out on a whim. I'm going to say Steve Gray.
The world would erupt if Steve Gray won this race.
I feel like he's got it in him.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Davies is sick in bed back in Blackpool, but I'm sure he'd leap straight out of that bed if Steve Gray could pull this win off. Now, let's have a look at the times. They've all finished the qualifying lap now. Steve Gray is in 5th place. The one we're talking about is just half a second behind in 5th place. It is Matthias Matus, though, who is going to start from that pole position. A good opportunity for a lot of points for him, and he needs them for the semi-final. Bradley Shepherd has come into 2nd place. James Bosch is in 3rd. Robin Kassan 4th. Of course, Steve Gray 5th. Philip Randall 6th. Finley Brunton, the Scotsman, is in 7th. Hassan Ali is in 8th. Sam Cox 9th. And Dane Christensen is in 10th place. So it's going to be quite an interesting race start. So Matus from Poland and from the Śląsk-Gorzyce area of Poland, and he's up against Bradley Shepherd, who will start right behind him. The American James Bosch will be starting on Shepherd. We're looking down on the screen there. There's Matus in the white helmet, and there is Bradley Shepherd the boss of BSR Racing, team there, who have got their teams first and second in the teams points. But of course, Bradley Shepherd racing for neither of those teams. He's just racing as an independent. So the 21, of course, is James Bosch, the American. And it is Matus who's going to lead him round to take the start. When's he going to go? Is he going to be early on the throttle? Yes, it is very early. He's picking up the pace. And it's a false start given. Yeah, Matus quite early on the pace, and I think that caught some of those at the back a little bit out. There was just too much of a gap between the karts nearer the tail, it has to be said, and the organisers are going to send them round once more to make the start. They'll bring him to a stop on the back stretch, and they'll make that start again. Matus was on the. He sort of built up to, shall we say, half speed pretty early, and then gunned it off the final corner. Those at the front went with him, Andy, but it seemed we had a few at the back, sort of Hassan Ali, Sam Cox. They just had some gaps between them that the organisers weren't keen on.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like a relatively clean start, but from my angle, I couldn't really see it because I'm kind of squatting at the moment. I've decided to hug one of the kart engines that's currently sitting on idle in the pit lane. It's warm.
Yes, and it is nice and warm up here in the commentary as well. So just going to give an update on Ruben Boutons while the organisers get this one underway. He'd already had a penalty applied, and it didn't affect the position, and they didn't want to change that decision to impose the penalty. I'll explain this later on because we are getting underway again. So here comes Matus. Now, what's he going to do? He's going to leave it a bit later. They're a bit more bunched up. Yeah, they'll go on this one. And Matus has got the jump, but Shepherd is right on his bumper. He's almost pushing the Polish driver through the corners there. Bradley Shepherd has James Bosch behind him, and then there's an element of a gap to Kassam, and then Steve Gray. So there is Matus. He's leading the way around the revised layout there. He's coming onto the big fast corner, onto the backstretch. There he is, Mateusz Matus, the Polish driver. There's a warning already for Hassan Ali. That'll undoubtedly be for a little bit of pushing and shoving. To be fair, whoa, down the inside, a big slide there, and that, I think, was Sam Cox. Sam Cox trying to make a move on Hassan Ali as they came through the corner there. And so Ali in the 9 has been passed by Sam Cox, the number 10. A gutsy move at the end of the back straight there. Ali was on a warning, so you know, is sometimes in these early stages, nothing done, just a little gentle reminder, I think, to Ali. Light contact in karting, fairly normal, just a karting nudge. Okay, so here we are, Mateusz Matus and Bradley Shepherd, and they are edging away a little bit from James Bosch. So James Bosch in third really doesn't want to let those two pull away too much at this early stage. He is in clean air. He's not really defending from Robin Kassam. So I think we'll see James Bosch do everything he can to close that gap. He's not in a defensive battle. He's just got to not let those two leaders get away. If he wants to feature well higher than third place in this race, he will need to keep them in contact now. At this point in the event, it's very, very vital, really, for the drivers to make sure they're scoring well. There's a lot of people who are already feeling that they may be out of the semi-finals. They're right on the cusp of being one side or the other. They don't want to be the wrong side of the cut, and it's this part of the day when people are starting to see really, you know, how they are in the standings, how they are in the competition. Some people will be feeling it's fallen away from them already. Anthony, this is, you know, whenever you're in some major competition like this sort of time, you've still got time to do things, but it's starting to deteriorate if you're having a bit of a mare.
Yes, yeah. If you're in sort of that mid sort of pack section and you feel like you're losing out definitely to the guys in front, you need to pit sooner rather than later. If you can get that clean air, then you won't lose as much time. And straight away, someone is coming in. It is the number 20. It is Dane Christensen, who is in the pit lane. It's a green light on the first box going into gate number 2. Nicely late on the brakes. Green light again. He heads back out. All fine and dandy. Now he's got the clean air.
Just like yesterday, Dane Christensen, one of the early stoppers, his general strategy does seem to come in, you know, we've seen in the other race, he does seem to come in fairly early, and holds a black flag on the number 10, which is Sam Cox. We'll look back to see where he is. He's in, yeah, he's battling away with Hassan Ali, and Sam Cox has received the black flag, so maybe he's been getting a little bit too punchy with him Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's Hassan Ali who has dived into the pit lane, so probably a little bit well timed as he's just going to come out side by side with Dane Christensen.
Yeah, Dane Christensen, the early stopper there, has made up one place, so his strategy to try and leapfrog maybe Sam Cox and Hassan Ali, because he's seen them battling away and thinks, I want no part of that. In the pits, though, is the number 10 now, Sam Cox.
Yeah, obviously this is not his pit stop, this is a penalty, so he will have to come in again. So despite this one, it's all good. He doesn't get a penalty on his penalty, so yeah, I think he's all good there.
Yeah, he was looking for confirmation from the marshal there, who told him, yeah, just treat it as normal. So Sam Cox, we are expecting back in. He received the black flag. We can only assume that's a bit of push and shove with Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali came in the pits pretty much straight away after that black flag. Jimmy, you've got another one in.
Yeah, we do. We've got Robin Kassam in the pit lane, and it's a good first gate. Gate number 2 gets the green light, and he's back out on circuit in a nice bit of clean air.
Yeah, that's now Robin Kassam has been a semi-finalist here at the BRKC as recently as 2020, so he has the skill, he certainly has the strategy, and I think he's pitted away from the American James Bosch. We saw Bosch was running third, he started to fall away from the two leaders, and maybe Kassam felt that he didn't want to have to fight his way past James Bosch. He's going to try and lead Rodney in the pits. Another one in.
Yeah, it's the number 17 that's dived into the pit lane now. This is Finley Brunton. Green light on the first gate. Looks quite chilly under there. He's all tucked into himself with his hoodie on as well. But he's got those 2 green lights. He's back out in clean air.
Indeed he is. Finley Brunton, of course, has been champion in Scotland in cars with the Citroen C1 Championship. So I can only assume from that he seriously knows his way around Knock Hill circuit, but here he is mastering Formula Fast down in England. Milkheat, another pit stop.
Yes, indeed, it's the number 21 in. This is James Bosch, and again, good stops. Yeah, no, Kassam's not in the pit lane.
Here he is battling with Bosch.
Oh.
Kassam's made the pit stop where they're side by side. Can Kassam get the inside? Yes, he can. So Kassam, a golden example there of pit stop strategy. Sorry to cut over you there, Andy, but
no.
Grand example there we saw with Robin Kassam. He felt like he was being held up by James Bosch. He decided to come in the pits to get himself ahead of Bosch. He felt he would be quicker running in with a clear track in front. So Kassam came in the pits, came out, set some faster laps. Bosch came in, came out, and Kassam was able to leapfrog it. I have to say though, and he was very close. You probably had a good view of it. They were side by side going into turn 1, but Kassam, one of the few drivers who's actually made it work on the outside of that first corner hairpin. He was able to hang on the outside of James Bosch with enough momentum to have the inside to the following left. Very often, when that's happened, someone's ended up in the wall.
Yes, indeed, yeah. It came out okay for him, didn't it? So it was very, very close. I thought when you said his name, I thought he was pitting. I'd be like, oh, no, hold on, he's already pitting. What are you talking about? Oh, no, he's side by side. So, yeah, no, it worked out quite well for him.
Yeah, it's you get kind of a sort of feel for where a kart's going to be. When someone comes out, whether they're going to be side by side or where their position is in these final corners. And Kassam had it right on the button. It was clear he was going to be absolutely side by side with James Bosch. Meantime, the leaders come through. They put a lap down both Hassan Ali and Dane Christensen. Dane Christensen waving them through there. Now, Dane Christensen used his very early pit stop to get ahead of Hassan Ali. He's going to be ahead, I believe, of Sam Cox when Sam Cox takes his real pit stop. We've seen him take a penalty pit stop, but when he takes his real pit stop, I think Christensen will move ahead. So Christensen will have pushed himself up a couple of places. He started dead last, but he is actually moving through the field. Finley Brunton is going to be the one ahead of him when that cycled through in 7th place, and Finley Brunton is still on the lead lap. So they're the leaders crossing the line. It is Bradley Shepherd with the leader, Matheus. Bradley Shepherd it's hard to figure out whether he's doing a watch and breathe or whether he's having his work cut out to stay with Matheus. Bradley Shepherd, clearly one of the best drivers in the UK at the moment of any sort of karting, whether it's indoor or outdoor. Very well known, one of the most popular drivers in the country, and he is working on the Polish driver, Matheus. Now, Matheus is another of these international players who you'll see him at a variety of given national championships. He knows his way around this European format, the more international flavour of karting we have here in the British Rental Kart Championship. So it's You would think on paper that would favour Matus, but Bradley Shepherd's been at this game a long time. He knows the various options he has. He knows how to play those options to the highest level, and Matus will have his work cut out to win this race. It's a question really of whether Shepherd is playing a waiting game. He's not forced to show his hand yet. He's got 10 minutes still to do something. He's got the pit stop in hand. And we really will see probably a much tougher Bradley Shepherd at the end. Oh, there's someone in the pits there for you, aren't there?
Yes, indeed. The number 16 is in the pit lane. It's Steve Gray, my prediction to win this race. So hopefully he has a good pit stop as well. And it is a good pit stop. He heads back out on circuit.
Yeah, looking good there, Steve Gray. He pitted out of third place. He got up to third place. And Steve Gray's been running on his own pretty much in this race. He was up to third. That pit stop pushes him down to sixth. However, John Bosch has made his pit stop. Sorry, I must have been talking while that took place. The three drivers yet to make a pit stop are Philip Randall from third place currently, and the two leaders, Matus and Shepherd. So Philip Randall, where's he going to come out, do we think? It's probably going to be behind Steve Gray. It may even be alongside Finlay Brunton. So when Phil Randall makes his pit stop, it could be a little bit of side-by-side action into the first corner with Finlay Brunton, the Scotsman. Anthony, that could be something worth watching, because neither of the drivers are the sort that are going to give way.
No, exactly that. That's going to be a tooth and nail fight all the way to the end. Very much looking forward to seeing how this one ends. But you have to remember as well, in terms of pit stops, Sam Cox hasn't been in for his yet, as I've got the number 11 now in the pit lane. This is Philip Randall from P3. He's in. Gate 1 was good. Going in towards Gate 2, that's also good. He's going to come out behind Steve Gray.
Yeah, he slots in that gap between Steve Gray and Finlay Brunton. So Finlay Brunton couldn't quite get on terms with Philip Randall there in the pit stop.
Sam Cox, sorry James, is in the pit lane now for his actual pit stop, and it is all good, and he goes back out.
Right, so out he goes. Sam Cox is just ahead there of Dane Christensen. Now, Sam Cox was in a battle with Dane Christensen and Hassan Ali when he got the black flag for that earlier penalty. So although he has received the penalty, that's really stopped him tackling the Steve Gray, Philip Randall, Finlay Brunton group. And it has to be said that given the penalty, he's come out as best he could. He's ahead of the guys he was battling with, and crucially, the one he got the penalty for contact with. So, yeah, Sam Cox has made the best of a difficult situation. So, there are three battles on track, really. We've got the Matus versus Bradley Shepherd battle for first place. And then further back, we've got Robin Kassam and James Bosch. And they are really close. And then we've got Steve Gray, Randall, Brunton, and then, of course, Cox, Christensen, and Hassan Ali at the tail. That would make four, actually, by my count. But maths has not been our strong point this weekend, Anthony, so, yeah.
Oh, don't worry about it. Mine's not that good either.
At the moment, though, crossing the line there, comfortably ahead of Dave Christensen.
Oh, yellows have come out.
Oh, yeah.
We've got...
Oh, yeah, there's a card in the wall, and... Hang on, it looks like, is it Bradley Shepherd?
I think that is Bradley Shepherd.
Second place driver Bradley Shepherd's ended up in the wall. I'm not sure what's happened there. He's obviously tried to make a move on Matus, and it's not come off.
Red flags come out now, so yeah, I think it could be a cut. I think it's a cut issue.
Yeah, it's not really in Bradley Shepherd's remit to be making fundamental errors. Not at that part of the track. So some problem with Bradley Shepherd. Anytime there's any kind of kart issue, the fellas here at Formula Fast will be right on it. Now, during this gap here, I've been given the information on Ruben Boutons. If you remember, those watching on the live stream who were up this early yesterday will remember that Ruben Boutons, the double world champion and 6 times British champion, was second place in the first race of the event. But he did receive a penalty. He had a bad pit stop and received a penalty. Now, the update from the organisers, they're saying this, that basically Ruben Boutons, he'd already had the penalty applied yesterday, and it did not affect the position. It was a 12-second penalty. They've not changed the decision to penalise and the type of penalty applied, but the penalty time, 12 seconds, has been reviewed for fairness, and it actually got updated to 12.9 seconds based on the average of the pit stops in that race. So obviously what I will do is find out further as to where the exact position that does put Ruben Boutens from yesterday's race. We believe it may have cost him that second place. We'll double check on that one though. So meantime, Bradley Shepherd there, he's not got out the kart, so if there was a kart issue, Bradley Shepherd has stayed in it. The marshals are down there, a couple of mechanics are down there as well from Formula Fast. It has to be said, Anthony, it's a good opportunity to really say how good the karts here at Formula Fast are. They've been running very equally. There's clearly nothing's that much faster or that much slower visibly from what we're seeing. Obviously all the drivers will feel that, okay, I got a better kart this time, worse kart that time, but it's not really showing from our point of view watching the racing, I have to say. When you consider the karts have been in action for 14.5 hours yesterday, and they're still running good this morning, it says an awful lot about the organisation here in Milton Keynes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And I've just done some investigative journalism, and I've just found out that it's a possible belt slippage that we've got out there. So I thought these were chain driven. Apparently not. They are belt driven, and that is what the current complaint is about. So the team at Formula Fast working hard to actually resolve the issue on track, but I think there is movement in the pit lane to potentially get a new kart out for Shepherd.
Yeah, they'll probably give that kart a little bit of a warm-up as well, and we'll be getting the racing resumed. I've just heard from the organisers, though, that the penalty applied yesterday to Ruben Boutens has cost him that second place. The actual finalised penalty, if you like, when it was reviewed, obviously they've been looking at the pit stops there. Of course, a penalty in the first race when somebody doesn't come in and they have to kind of work out what sort of time they've lost. It's a bit hard in that very first race of the meeting to work out what the real average of pit stop times would be. Obviously, if you can imagine, if that was the evening yesterday, they've got loads of races to consider what a sensible average pit stop time would be, and therefore to apply that to Ruben Boutens, which of course information they didn't have first thing in the morning. So the Ruben Boutens has actually been demoted from his second place in the opening race of the contest yesterday. He's been pushed down to fifth place. The main beneficiary of that, of course, upped to second place, has been Bradley Shepherd. So Bradley Shepherd scoring very well in this competition. We've seen he is going to be looking at having a new kart, possibly. We'll see what's happening there. Something's been revved up for him. But that will add to his point score. So Bradley Shepherd is now potentially back in the running for a semi-final place. We'll keep an eye on all of the scored situations. Obviously there are still drivers yet to score in round 3. This is heat race 7 we're looking at. We've got 3 more heat races after this, and it's going to be a tasty one looking at the entries there. We'll go through that later on. Vika Schlitz currently leads the way from Matt Barsh on the points, with Kuba Pachulski and Dennis Holler and Van Shana rounding out the top 5. Lewis Manley is 3 points off first place in 6th. So those are the top 6 point scorers at the moment. Though it has to be said, some people have yet to score in round 3, so that will change as we go through these remaining heats. Now, Anthony, the situation for Bradley Shepherd, obviously it's going to be important that he kind of keeps things strong mentally here. He's had some kind of issue. It looks like they have swapped the karts over there. The 14 that he was originally in is being run back to the pits. We can see there's the marshal there just pushing that one back. So Bradley Shepherd is obviously in a new machine. They've warmed it up for him, and he's in the pit lane there. And we can see he's in, is that the 19?
Yes, he's in the 19. So, yeah, the engines are warm. I can confirm that because my hand has been sitting on one for quite some time. But the main question is the tyres. They're going to be cold. But I suppose it's going to be the same for everyone who's out on track now, because those tyres will have cooled down pretty quickly with the air temperature in here being so cold.
Yeah, that's absolutely right there. And of course, the tyres touching the road is cold, you know. So although Bradley Shepherd is going to be on cold tyres, as you rightly point out, everyone else's tyres have cooled off now. Now that's going to be quite interesting, because if anybody can, you know, if anybody's got the experience to drive around such an issue and not sort of flunk it mentally, you'd have to say Bradley Shepherd would be one of those people. He's got so much experience, he's got so much talent, and you know, and he's so used to this sort of situation. He's had the good luck, he's had the bad luck, years of karting there, and so Bradley Shepherd is working his way round. Is he going to basically put into the position he should be in, which is absolutely on the tail of the Polish driver Mateusz Matus, or is he yeah, it looks like they're just going to bring him round and park him up behind Matus where he would have been. No, it looks like Shepherd is continuing on, so he's going to have a lap perhaps to warm the thing up. He's on the backstretch now. He's literally the only one moving. We can see there on screen. He's coming down the backstretch. So there's Bradley Shepherd. He's turning in. He's the second place driver. They're going to park him up behind Matus. They're parking up behind Matus. Now we can see. So that's where he would have been. Now in a second, it's going to go green and everybody's going to be on the throttle. It's going to be very important for Bradley Shepherd that he does stay with Matus. He can't afford Matus to get any sort of jump on him here. He's been playing that sort of watching brief behind, Anthony. The question is has Bradley Shepherd been holding back, or is this, you know, is he just exactly the same speed as Matus? What's your view?
Well, you got to look at their pace, really. I mean, while they were going around on the laps, every single time we were going into the hairpin, Shepherd was always trying to go for that move. So I reckon in those last sessions, he was slightly faster, and that's nothing against Matus in that one at all. I just think he just had a little bit quicker pace. But now this time around, he's in a new car. Will it have the same characteristics as the last? We'll have to see. We know the cuts are close, but let's find out.
And indeed, he's in the pits.
Yeah, he is.
What a blinder.
Straight into the pit lane. Let's see the pit stop. It's a green light on. The first light comes into gate number 2 straight away. Good pit stop. 2 green lights. He's going to come out in front of traffic.
And that's some of the most outstanding strategy you'll ever see. The sheer brains and experience of Bradley Shepherd there showing through. Shepherd, he realised, yes, he's got some cold tyres. He knows the mental factor as well and the real factor. And so he's just thrown it straight in the pits, taken that pit stop when he feels his tyres will be at their coldest. Now he's going to run through to the end. Those tyres are just going to keep getting warmer and warmer and warmer. Now, Mateusz Matus was aware of the situation. Will we see him come into pits? He does not want to be leapfrogged by Bradley Shepherd. I think we could well see a short, sharp stop now from Matus. The question is, how confident is he feeling? We'll see that answered, because if Matus is genuinely worried about the pace of Bradley Shepherd, he'll be in straight away. If he's pretty confident, he's going to leave it a few laps. Now, round the final couple of corners here comes Mateusz Matus. Is he coming in? No, he's not. He obviously feels he's got the measure of Bradley Shepherd. He knows Shepherd is no longer behind him, because when they made the restart, Anthony, he spent as much time looking over his shoulder at Shepherd than he did actually looking where he was going.
Yeah, no, that's very true. So, yeah, he's not pitted, but the gap at the moment between them, Shepherd's going to cross the line now. The gap is 12.8 seconds? No, 12.0 seconds. Yeah, so he's got enough time to do a pit stop.
Yeah, so relatively speaking, Shepherd is exactly where he was. When Matus pits, he will be coming out, and he'll probably be coming out fractionally in front of Bradley Shepherd at the moment. Now, Shepherd, what he needs to do, and he knows this, he needs to put in some fast laps. This is Bradley Shepherd at his formidable best. He's going to be laying down those lap times in an attempt to leapfrog Mateusz Matus. So when Matus comes into the pits, Shepherd will be driving past him while Matus is stationed in the pit lane as far as he's concerned. At the second best situation would be if he actually pits outside of it. They come out the pit side by side, but that would put Bradley Shepherd at a disadvantage going into the first corner. So Shepherd now will realise the importance of some fast laps. We're going to see some serious driving here. Currently, though, best lap is to Matus, but Shepherd is not slacking. He's also quick as well. So they're only they're on the same speed in terms of personal best. Let's see what Bradley Shepherd's up his personal pace, and he's a little bit slower on that lap than Matus. So Matus is doing what he needs to do to maintain that lead in and out of the pits when he finally does so. So Matus, is he in this time? No, he's not. He's there on screen there with the white helmet. The Polish driver, Mateusz Matus, is leading the way. There's Bradley Shepherd down the backstretch. This is the real second place, if you like, and also on track. But you know what? It's gone up to 13 seconds, that gap, Anthony. So Bradley Shepherd does need to find some pace. He has found some pace. He's getting that little bit quicker, but it's just not quite enough at the moment.
Yeah, it's just slowly increasing each lap, and maybe it was due to tyres. You know, maybe the tyres on the karts out on track didn't cool down as quickly as we first imagined. But you know, right now he's just doing what he can, despite the fact that he has completely swapped kart, and you know that's a tricky thing to get hold of. You know, mid-race.
Yeah, it's one of those plus and minus situations, isn't it? Because obviously it speaks volumes for Formula Fast here at Milton Keynes that the kart quality is such that Bradley Shepherd can just jump in a kart and immediately be within tenths of full pace, you know. But it's also disappointing that you know, he knows
race leader in.
Oh,
race
yeah,
leader in. Matus is in the pit lane. Gate 1 is good. No drama there. Comes into gate 2. Drivers have been struggling on this one, accelerating a little too early, but he is fine. Bradley Shepherd coming around the final corner, but not close enough.
Yeah, Shepherd getting faster by the lap, but not, as you say, not quite enough. This is the biggest gap between we've seen, and we'll probably see that to the end. Now, this is going to be the measure of Bradley Shepherd. Can he actually close in on the track? There's a lot of people who would say yes, and there's a whole bunch of people who would say no. It all depends on which camp you're in. We have faster. Yeah, Bradley Shepherd just seems to be getting quicker in this kart on every lap. Clearly, that's to do with heating tyres. It's incredible that the kart can be that quick straight away, but equally, you know, it is a case that tyres are cold. So Shepherd will have those tyres fully warmed up now. He'll know the kart by now, and he's trying to close in. The question is, can he start trading best lap times with Matus? Matus on that last lap was 0.2 of a second faster. Well, actually, when you narrow it down, looking at further down the digits, it's 1.5 tenths. So Bradley Shepherd, he's not out of this picture yet, although there are just 2 minutes to go. Oh, they're going to be catching a back marker in a moment. It looks like Hassan Ali there. Ali, it has to be said, has been good at getting out of the way of the leaders, but Bradley Shepherd will hope that Ali is still half asleep, I'm sure. But Matus will be catching Hassan Ali. Ali is currently in 10th place, and he's about to go a lap down to the race leader, Mateus Matus. Everybody has been in the pits, and of course Sam Cox has made that second stop, the penalty stop. Sam Cox is in 8th place. Now, there's Bradley Shepherd on screen. Really strong driver here, one of the best in the country, irrespective of the type of car. So many people are sort of specialists of maybe indoor, specialists of outdoor, specialists of certain types of kart, you know, whether it's Formula TKM or indoor rental karting like this, or the twin engine pro karts. But Bradley Shepherd, Anthony, he really is the driver who can do it all in any kart.
Yeah, definitely so, and we've seen that throughout the entire weekend so far. It was a very long day yesterday. Today also another very long day, but straight away showing a strong performance with as well as switching kart as well. So, you know, really a driver to keep an eye out of. Luckily, your race leader Matus has managed to get past backmarker Hassan Ali. Shepherd still yet to do that, but the gap once again is increasing, now 4.1 seconds.
Yeah, that gap is coming out, and interestingly, for the first time this weekend, Bradley Shepherd is truly driving for himself, because although he is running as an independent, he does have 3 teams he's managing in this event. But for the first time, he's not bothered about anyone else in the race. He's got no real vested interest in this, which is about the first time I've said that this weekend.
That's all right, first for everything.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a strong second place, though, for Bradley Shepherd. So, OK, if he can't win the race, he's still going to get all but 1 point for this second place. So this is a very strong showing and a great points haul for Bradley Shepherd then in second. James Bosch, the American, continues in third with 2 laps to go. They're on the penultimate lap. Robin Kassam is in fourth. Now he's in a tight battle with James Bosch. Steve Gray is in fifth. So Steve Gray there in fifth with Philip Randall behind him, Finlay Brunton, and then Sam Cox, Dane Christensen and Hassan Ali. So James Bosch looks like he is going to secure that. But now we're looking at them on screen there. So there's James Bosch, there's Robin Kassam, and who's behind that? I think that would actually be Sam Cox, who's a lap down to them. But James Bosch has his hands full of Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam is getting back to being pretty racy with Bosch. We saw him leapfrog him in the pit lane earlier, Anthony, but now those positions are switched back.
Checker flag comes out to Matus. He wins this race, which is great to see. Bradley Shepherd crosses the line, shakes the head, but I think he couldn't have done any better.
Yeah, a top performance there. That's he took the best result he could, but it's going to be Bosch. It's going to be Bosch in third ahead of Robin Kassam. Yes, it is. So Kassam fourth, and they all filter through now. What about Steve Gray? Yes, he's going to be fifth. Steve Gray has grabbed fifth. Philip Randall in sixth, and then Brunton, Cox, Christensen, and Ali. So, yeah, Anthony, really the story of the race was to do with Bradley Shepherd. Matus, though, he'll be delighted with that win. He's not always quite on terms with people like Ruben Boutens and Johan Medart. So to take a clear victory in this is, on the one hand, not really a surprise, but on another hand, he will be happy with that top score. And, of course, Bradley Shepherd will have an awful lot to say to you, I'm sure.
I suspect you could be right there. Well, let's go find out, shall we? It's cold. I have to say, I've been gifted some hand warmers, and they're in every single pocket I could imagine down here. I'm getting nice and toasty. Matus, we'll have a quick chat in a moment. We'll let you get weighed up. Got Bradley Shepherd having a quick chat with Elio de Vos. Brad, let's have a quick chat. The camera's just over in the back there, the little red dot, if you wanted to wave to anyone. Interesting race that you had there. What can you tell us? What happened?
You know, the car just died. There's not really a lot more to say. It sounded like something wrong with the clutch, and yeah, it prevented me from fighting for the win, but I'm happy with second still.
Yeah, so you still came away with a good result there. And like you say, you jumped into the new kart and it seemed to be on pace pretty much straight away. Just unfortunately, just couldn't clinch those last moments. But a great strategy, though, for you. The pit stop was good as you came straight in after the swap and after the green lights came on. So it still was a good result for you.
Yeah, I'm happy with second. I wanted first then, and I feel in the kart that I had before it died, I could have done it. But, you know, this stuff happens. It's rental karting, and we'll move on to the next heat.
The penalty that was applied to Ruben Boutens in the first heat yesterday, obviously that's bumped you up now into P2 in that race, so that's another bonus points for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I still had the 0 pointer yesterday after my black flag, which I don't agree with at all, to be honest, but, you know, I hope I can still try and make the semi-final.
Well, let's hope for the best, but congratulations P2 in this one. So Bradley Shepherd there, obviously a man with lots of emotions of this one. He's had ups and downs all the way through this, but yeah, very interesting one. I was going to speak to Matus, but he has disappeared, so they like to do that to me. James, back up to you. Next one is getting started very soon.
Yes, and so interesting there for Bradley Shepherd. It could be argued that in the same race, he's lost a point and gained one. If he feels he could have overtaken Matus and won that race, then yes, he would have lost a point by being in that second place instead of in first. However, while the race was going on, literally, I was explaining how he has been promoted from third to second yesterday and thereby gaining that point back. So a sort of slight win and loss for a single point there for Bradley Shepherd. Right, let's move on to heat race 8 of round 3. And in this race, we've got Nikolai Marsengo, we've got Nicky Dolan, Aidan Kennedy, Dalton Duke, Nadia Balnega, Gabriel Kinter, Anton Schoppler, Tom Seabrook, Jeff London, Eliana de Vos. Now, Anthony, this is going to be quite a tight one. We've got obviously quite there's only, 3 British drivers in this particular race. We've got Marsengo, who we've seen win, Nicky Dolan we've seen run at the front, Aidan Kennedy, who can win, Dalton Duke, who can run at the front, Nadia Balnega, who runs at the front, Gabriel Kintu, who definitely runs at the front, and Anton Schoppler, who can win, Tom Seabrook, you know, who can run at the front, Jeff Lund, who can run at the front, Eliana Vos, who can definitely win. Front runners, everyone, mate.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be a pretty fantastic race. I am looking forward to this one. We saw great things from Eliana de Vos, obviously, yesterday. You know, very, very quick out there. Jeff Lund, also a driver who's been pretty quick. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty good race.
Indeed. So they're going out to qualify now. They're on their warm-up lap. It's the final race for them on the revised layout. It's going to be back to the regular layout for the next heat race for them.
for everyone in this. So we'll see what happens their final time through here. So the pace setter, it could come from anywhere really. It's somebody who's going to get a clean lap in these slightly cold conditions, and obviously the kart's going to move around a lot more in the cold conditions, and managing slides is important. Those watching on TV, if you're used to driving rental karts yourself, you know how they tend to move around a lot underneath you on the slippery surfaces of most indoor tracks. However, the speed is when there's not sliding around. You've got to literally maximise everything in the kart, not give any time away moving sideways instead of moving forward. They're all on their qualifying laps now, and this is basically wide open, Anthony. We're almost going to have to just get what we're given rather than try and second guess it. Jeff Lund's going to be the first through to qualify, I think. In the top, no, it's Aidan Kennedy, sorry. So Aidan Kennedy's topped it, but Jeff Lund's taking it back. Jeff Lund's currently fastest. Kinter into second. Dalton Norris into second. Still Jeff Lund. Anton Schoppler, the American, in second. Eliana de Vos into third. It's still Jeff Lund up front. It's an American 1-2 at the moment. Marcengo down in seventh. Who would have expected that? We saw him win yesterday, but he's going to start this one in seventh. That's Nikolai Marcengo, the Danish and Swedish champion of last year. So that basically this event, but in the Denmark and Holland, have been won by Nikolai Marcengo last year overall. We saw him win yesterday heat races, and but now he's only in seventh place, Anthony. Will he be moving forward against this opposition? That could be a big question.
That is a very big question indeed. But I've got to say, a very, very close qualifying that we had there. The entire field separated by 0.6 of a second. So yeah, this is going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, I've just heard, would you believe, Anthony, that Jeff Lund is racing with an injured finger. We think he's broken his finger yesterday in an incident. He's strapped up under those gloves and he's whacked up on painkillers. I don't know what painkiller, well, what he considers a painkiller, but it obviously works for him because he's on pole position.
Hopefully they're non-drowsy ones.
Absolutely. Clearly non-drowsy. Maybe he's on something that gets his eyes out and stuff, because he's leading the way. Jeff Lund, the American. It's an American 1-2 at the moment. Jeff Lund with Anton Schoppler in tow. Will they be playing any kind of team game? Eliana de Vos behind that. He does need points if he's going to get into the final of this. Eliana de Vos is always a front runner, but he's been up against some tough opposition this weekend, and Eliana de Vos could definitely do with the extra points. So Eliana de Vos in third place will be on a bit of a mission. The other American in this race, Aidan Kennedy, is currently running sixth, so he's not able to support his teammates up front, but it is Jeff Lund completing that opening lap. He cracks that opening lap off 33.8. That's a pretty quick opener there. Schoppler running shotgun in second place from Eliana de Vos in third. Dalton Norris is hanging in there with those three leaders, although there's a slight gap opening up to maybe to third place. Dalton Norris, of course, has Gabriel Kinter, who really is one of the epic drivers in the multi-round British Indoor Kart Championship. Gabriel Kinter, into the pits.
Yeah, early pit stop here. The number 12 dives in. This is Aidan Kennedy, the American who didn't stick with his other two mates out on circuit. So he's back out, and it was a good pit stop. So now the clean air, that could have been a good move there.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. We've got three Americans in this race, and they're all teamed up. So the two Americans leading the way. London Schoppler leading the way from de Vos, and Norris has caught back up to de Vos, so he's still in the picture. And he's got Gabriel Kinter coming with him. But crucially, Aidan Kennedy, the third American, he was a little bit further down the order. He's pitted away from that. Now he's running in clean air on his own. He's looking to make up time, and when the pit stops cycle through, join his two compatriots up at the front there. With Aidan Kennedy in question here, you can't rule anything out. This could yet be a USA 1-2-3, but it's definitely a USA 1-2 at the moment. Having something to say about that will be Eliana de Vos. He cannot afford the Americans to get away with 1-2-3 in this if he's to stay in this competition. Nikolai Marcengo we need to go back down to. He's moved up to sixth place as a result of Kennedy's pit stop, but surely he will have his eyes on being a bit further up. There is a gap between himself and Gabriel Kinter, the Portuguese driver, where Kennedy was. Marcengo obviously will be looking to close that in, and that will put him in the lead fight. It is a five-way lead fight at the moment. Kennedy continues on his own, but he's making up ground. What are his lap times like? He's fast. Kennedy is fast. He's not the fastest in the race, but he's darn close to it. He's second fastest, and so Kennedy's pit stop is paying dividends. We'll have to keep an eye on the American, see how he performs, because Kennedy's pit stop, he's given him clear air, and he is currently second fastest out there. But the new personal best has gone to the leader, Jeff Lund. The times are coming down as we speak. But Kennedy, as I say, is running very quickly indeed. He could well make inroads on everybody in this race. Anthony, that early pit stop could pay off once again.
Very much so. Let's have a look at the times from my perspective. Yeah, only 12 seconds behind the main pack, so he would come out probably somewhere in about 4th, 5th place.
And that will be a huge jump up. He pitted out of 6th place. He feels, obviously, the qualified out position, maybe feels he was getting held up, certainly wasn't going to make progress, just sat in the battle there. From an American point of view, their drivers were first, second, and then down in about 6th or 7th. So pulling out there of 6th place and into the pits, Aidan Kennedy, was exactly the right move strategically as it stands at the moment. Anyhow, up at the front as it stands, it's still Jeff Lund from Anton Schopler, USA 1-2, and then following is the where is he from? Yeah, Dutch driver Eliane de Vos, and then the first Brit is Dalton Norris in 4th place. He's got full attention from Portugal's Gabriel Quinta, and then Nicolai Marsengo, the Danish driver, is in 6th place behind that. Now Tom Seabrook's in 7th. We saw some strong runs by Tom Seabrook yesterday. If he's going to get in the semi-final, though, he's going to have to make inroads on Marsengo, because this is where it gets tight, Anthony. These people do need to score points. Everyone's got eyes on whether they're going to be in the top 30 and in the semi-finals already.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get tense and really quite involved. Points and strategy come into play. Teamwork comes into play as well. If you've got a teammate out there that can potentially help you earn points, then, you know, strategy comes into play as well. So it's still a very long day ahead of us and a long way in this race. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting one.
Absolutely, and we've got Aidan Kennedy, talking of teamwork. Aidan Kennedy is making steaming progress down the back there. He's yet to set the fastest lap, but he's always among the fastest every lap he does. So
and into the pit, sorry James,
yep.
We've got the number 9. This is Gabriel Quinta, who has come into the pit lane, so it's a good first gate. Gate 2 also good. He's going to come out just side by side with Kennedy.
Yeah, Kennedy's leapfrogged him in the pits. Now that is very interesting, because this is exactly why Kennedy came in the pits early, so he could leapfrog the drivers as they were making their stops. He's done that to Quinta. Okay, it was only just, but it counts because he's now ahead. So Kennedy, he made the early pit stop, he's leapfrogged Gabriel Quinta, and now he's closing in on Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan down the backstretch, Aidan Kennedy is closing in on. We're looking out the pit lane now, because there's Gabriel Quinta running at the back. Aidan Kennedy's one in front. Nicky Dolan's in.
Yeah, Nicky Dolan in the pit lane now. He gets a green light on the first gate, goes to gate number 2, and again, very late on the brakes. Nearly parks it sideways in between the barriers, but he's all good and back out on track.
And that promotes Aidan Kennedy up to 8th place. Nicky Dolan drops down to 10th as a result of that pit stop. Aidan Kennedy up to 8th place, and his next target is Nadia Balnega, the Dutch lady who's always in the World Championship, always in the Ladies World Championship. She's every time she's on the podium. It has to be said, she ends up normally behind her sister, Selena Balnega, who's obviously staying back in and sitting this one out back in Holland. No doubt she'll be watching the live stream and seeing how sister's getting on. Nadia, her sister, is in 7th place at the moment and being closed in on by the American Aidan Kennedy. That early pit stop playing in his hands. Now, we have a bit of a breakaway. The top 3 are pulling away. Jeff Lund has upped the pace. The fastest is Aidan Kennedy. Aidan Kennedy sets the fastest lap of the race in his pursuit of Nadia Balnega and his pursuit of the front of the field. But Jeff Lund is still running up front there with Anton Schopler, Eliane de Vos, and they are now starting to pull away from local driver Dalton Norris, as Dalton Norris is just falling away from that group. He's comfortably ahead, though, of the Danish and Swedish champion Nicolai Marsengo. So Dalton Norris running as great as he can. He can see the 3 leaders, but he's just dropping away from the back of him. He's in that gap, even distance between De Vos 3rd ahead of him and Marsengo 5th behind him. Nicolai Marsengo we saw running at the front and winning yesterday, Anthony. So it's a measure of the quality of in this particular race that he outwardly appears to be struggling just to hang on to 5th.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, every driver has an up and down, and everyone has the pick of the draw of karts as well. I mean, these karts are very equal, but for some, maybe it doesn't match their style. That every car is different, of course, but they Formula Fast do their best to make sure that they are as equal as possible. But every car does have their different characteristics. So maybe this one just not working out for Marsengo as well as he'd like to. But so far he is holding strong. But he's just in a bit of a no man's land at the moment.
Yeah, there's also the factor of track temperatures. Handling change when you're dealing with these people here, because we look there at Jeff Lund on screen. Jeff Lund, Anton Schopler, Eliana de Vos, very good close up there. You can see how this is literal driving perfection. What you're looking at here is the British Championship, but you're looking at the best drivers in the world in indoor karting. The least little thing is going to show up. Everything you're seeing is literal driving perfection when it comes to a rental kart in an indoor track. So there is Jeff Lund, there is Anton Schopler. They're just running 1-2. Schopler's making no attempt to tackle his teammate and fellow American up ahead. Eliana de Vos he's staying with them, but he's not made any visible attempts to pass on track. Maybe he feels he's saving something up for a pit stop. Of course, if that is the case, he would, by definition, want to be the first of these three in, Anthony. I don't think he would be looking for the late stop. However, he is a part of that Blue Star team. You can bet your life that out of view around the behind race control, those guys will be down there, and Eliana de Vos will be getting some of the world's best advice on when to come in. They will have answers for him. What he can do with those answers will be the only thing up for debate.
Yeah, of course. And as well, another thing that could come up into this one. Now, I'm not saying they will do this because obviously it probably wouldn't be sporting. But, Aidan Kennedy, he is marching his way through the field now. He's got the fastest lap of the race and he's got some pretty decent pace, but he is struggling to keep up with that top three. If the USA team want a 1-2-3 for USA in this one, they've got the option to back Eliana de Vos into the pack. If they do that, just ease it back and they could potentially help out their American colleague.
Yeah, and the driver we're talking about, Eliana de Vos, he's the third one in your picture there in the blue suit. He's got the Americans in back ahead of him.
17 in the pit lane. Yeah, indeed. It's Tom Seabrook. He has a good gate 1. Gate 2, also very good. Comes out in no traffic whatsoever.
Yeah, Tom Seabrook now has been passed by Nadia Balnega, Kennedy and Gabriel Quinta. As a result of that pit stop, there are still plenty in front. There's only 4 stoppers so far. But going back to what we're talking about, on screen there, we can see the leader, Jeff Lund. Anton Schopler in the other black suit behind him is his fellow American. But third place there, Eliana de Vos. He's actually fighting a bit of a 3-way battle here.
And sorry, James, Nadia Balnega in the pit lane now as well. Green light on gate 1, gate 2 also is good. So no dramas there. It's just going to come out behind Seabrook now into 10th place.
Yeah, so Seabrook's managed to get that place back ahead of Nadia Balnega. Obviously, Gabriel Quinta has been in, so he's not going to be able to do anything there. And of course, Kennedy. It's all about Nicola Marsengo for him now, Tom Seabrook, I think. What will happen after that pit stop? I think he won't quite be able to jump in. This is Seabrook jumping Marsengo, but we'll see. But going back to the De Vos situation, De Vos in third on screen in the blue suit. He's actually battling, yes, with the 2 Americans in front, but equally he's got to be worried about Aidan Kennedy coming through the field, because Aidan Kennedy is setting faster and faster laps. He's still the fastest on the track in terms of best lap time, and so Aidan Kennedy coming through the field and could challenge De Vos for that 3rd place at the rate he's going. There's still 8 minutes to go plus a lap, so Anthony, poor old Eliana de Vos must feel he's got the world against him here.
Well, quite literally, half of it is behind him. Well, according to the Americans, the entire world is against him. But it's going to be a challenge for him. He's got 2 drivers to get past there and 2 very quick drivers to get past. But again, it's still a long way to go. All 3 of these drivers need to do a pit stop. You know what? Eliana de Vos might come out with a stroke of genius with how he uses that pit stop strategy.
Absolutely, and of course, the Americans, they have a lot of support over there. These guys, especially in the North Carolina, Charlotte area, they'll all be watching on the live stream. Of course, it'll be a shockingly early start for them, won't it?
Oh, yes, it will be.
I remember when I used to have to fly over to Atlanta every couple of weeks to race. it used to be about 5 or 6 hours behind. So yeah, there's going to be some bleary-eyed people there. The question of whether you stay up late or get up early, but whatever happens, it's going to be worth it for them watching over there in the North Carolina area, because Jeff Lund leads the way. Second place is Anton Schoppler. Aidan Kennedy coming through the field. There's a new fastest lap though, and that is Anton Schoppler. He's the first one to dip into 32 seconds in this race. 32.9. So Schoppler, he did drop back a little bit from his compatriot ahead, but we can see on the screen here down the backstretch visibly he closed in, and he's right on the tail of Lund in the lead. So Schoppler has upped the pace. Of course, it's brought Eliana de Vos right with him. Eliana de Vos, does that suggest that de Vos could be faster if he was clear, and he's playing a bit of a watching brief at the moment? So on screen there, it's still Jeff Lund from Anton Schoppler. Eliana de Vos in third. What about Aidan Kennedy? He's closing in on Nikolai Marsengo. Marsengo has not been in, Aidan Kennedy has. We'll have a look at the gap there, and yes, Aidan Kennedy would leapfrog. In fact, Aidan Kennedy at this rate could be amongst the leaders. This is an amazing show and a brilliant example of the strategy involved in international karting these days. So yeah, the 11 kart moves out. That's Nicky Dolan. He's just waved Nikolai Marsengo through. Marsengo, of course, has not yet made a pit stop. Things will change when he does. So Anthony, we've got the three leaders, 5 minutes to go. We are getting to the sort of area now where they're going to have to come in without, they're going to have to make it sooner rather than later if they're not going to trip over each other. Maybe nobody wants to come in yet. Maybe they all want to be the last one in.
I've just been handed, I don't know what it is. It's a burger of some sort by Lee Marshall. It's just come down. Thank you very much, Lou. What have we got? Is it a bacon sandwich?
Lee, sorry, what?
Yeah, is it a bacon sandwich?
It's bacon and cheese.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hang on, Anthony. Lee Marshall has given you a burger.
He's given me a bacon sandwich, yeah.
All right, frame it. Don't eat it, frame it.
Frame it. Oh, I've got to frame it, not eat it.
Yeah,
I've got to frame it, not eat it.
Yes, tell him I'll be looking forward to my burger as soon as he's ready.
Action in the pit lane. Number 10 is in. This is Anton Schoppler from second place. It's a good pit stop. Gets two green lights. He comes back out behind Nolan, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. He's got through, though. He's got through on Nicky Dolan, exiting the pits. He was behind, but Dolan has moved out of the way and given the spot to Schoppler there. He realised the situation. So that's very important because Anton Schoppler, the first one in of the leaders, so he was the one in second place. Now, can Eliana de Vos bridge the gap? He's stayed out, so has Jeff Lund. Can Eliana de Vos bridge the gap to Lund? Because that will be the gap that Anton Schoppler wants to reoccupy when all these pit stops cycle through. So from Anton Schoppler's point of view, he wants to see himself right back in that gap. If Eliana de Vos can close in, that will shut the gap off, and that will be what could push Eliana de Vos at least to second place and maybe even the race win. If he's going to win this race, that is how he's going to do it. And obviously the pit stop as well. It will require an excellent pit stop, by the way. Just going back to the Schoppler pit stop, Anthony, did it look good?
Yeah, it looked good. Two green lights, no real drama there or anything like that, but yeah, all fine.
Yeah, green light at all will take all day long. Now, where is Kennedy versus Schoppler? Yeah, there's only a second in it, so Aidan Kennedy's fight from the back is, top gear from the rear kind of thing is paying dividends, because now he is in contact with his teammate. If you remember, when Aidan Kennedy made the initial pit stop, he was mired down there in the lower order. Into the pits comes de Vos. De Vos has been called in.
Yep, let's have a look then. Comes into it very slow on the entry of gate 1. Double stacking, 21 also in. Gate 2 for de Vos is good. Green light for the 21 on gate 1 also. Into gate 2, another green light. Good pit stops.
And de Vos comes out right between the Americans. He's right behind Schoppler, which is where he was. But Aidan Kennedy is on his tail. Now, this time we've got another de Vos versus two Americans, but it's a different American in Kennedy who's behind him. And this time de Vos is between them. So de Vos sandwiched between the two USA drivers. We'll be waiting for Jeff Lund to make a stop. He's going to be the last one of the leaders to come in, the race leader. Nikolai Marsengo has been elevated to second place, but if Jeff Lund made a pit stop now, he would lose that lead momentarily to Marsengo. The question is, does he want to do that? Schoppler and de Vos and Kennedy have been running at such a pace that they have actually caught up with Nikolai Marsengo, the Danish and Swedish champion of last year. and such is their speed as a threesome as they come onto the backstretch now. That is the third place, but in reality...
Jeff London, sorry, let's see how this is. Green light on the first box. Box number 2, green light. Here they come, it's going to be close.
It is very close. Marsengo slots in behind him, but Jeff Lund resumes the lead. Jeff Lund has done enough. In fact, he's got a bit of a gap over the guys behind him. So it's America 1, 2 and 4. Aidan Kennedy's pit stop has worked as close to perfection. The only fly in the ointment from his point of view is Eliade Navas in third place. That's the only thing preventing a complete American whitewash of this race. We've got Jeff Lund. There's Nikolai Marsengo. We're expecting him at any moment. Is Marsengo in this time? Yes, he is.
So Marsengo, gate 1, green light, looked good there, no drama. Gate 2, another green light, he's back out, but in a much quieter part of the track than he originally was.
And at the front there they are on screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are the top 4 in this race, and it is Eliana de Vos in the blue suit there. He's the only one preventing an American whitewash, but he's coming under attack by Aidan Kennedy. Kennedy to the outside. He can't make anything work there, but he's really working on de Vos. De Vos is dropped back, and de Vos is very defensive on the final hairpin there. I think de Vos is just desperately trying to hang on to his third place now, but Aidan Kennedy's got other ideas on that. So de Vos has gone from attacking for second place Anton Schopler and is now a 100% rearguard action to Aidan Kennedy. Aidan Kennedy sees de Vos as the only thing preventing a complete American whitewash of this, of 1, 2, 3 in the results of this heat race. Jeff Lund continues to lead the way. Oh, and de Vos to the inside all the way down the backstretch, trying to shut Aidan Kennedy off into the hairpin at the end. Kennedy taking the normal line, trying to make somebody work the outside. So to the inside on the start line, can't quite make it work there. Closing in on the pair of them there is Gabriel Quinta. Gabriel Quinta has taken advantage of the battle ahead, and he's now made it a three-way fight for third. So de Vos, with 14 seconds before the final lap board, has a rearguard action against Kennedy and Gabriel Quinta as they come onto the backstretch now. We've seen de Vos very defensive all the way down the inside there, blocking them off. Kennedy stays inside as well. Kennedy taking a bit of a mid-route, if anything. So there's de Vos, he's in the blue suit. There's Kennedy in the black. And there's the Portuguese Gabriel Quinta behind. So de Vos crossing the line for what he hopes will be the final time. They're on the last lap. They're on the last lap. Jeff Lund is going to a spectacular victory. It's going to be USA 1-2 in this race. Jeff Lund from Anton Schopler. But is it going to be 1, 2, 3? It is if Aidan Kennedy's got anything to say about it. Aidan Kennedy working all over the back. We're looking at that. He's alongside, but he's had to drop back in behind de Vos down the backstretch for the final time for this pair. But it is going to be Jeff Lund. It's 1-2 for the USA. Jeff Lund takes it. Anton Schopler second. What about de Vos? To the inside. de Vos, is he going to make it to the inside?
Oh, Kennedy!
Kennedy! Into the wall, but he's made it. He's held on. Eliana de Vos holds on by half a kart length, only just to deny a USA 1, 2, 3. The Dutchman de Vos, the spoiler in that, but it is first and second for the USA, fourth place for Aidan Kennedy. Strategic brilliance brings him from the lower order right the way through to fourth place. So near a top 3 for Aidan Kennedy. He did everything right. The only thing stopping him was the brilliance of the young Eliana de Vos. So what a spectacular victory, pretty historic. The USA have been sort of out in the cold a little bit in recent, for the time that rental karting in the 21st century has been coming on strong. But this is probably the best international showing we've ever seen from the USA in any championship outside America. And this heat race, spectacular and historic really, because it's a 1-2 for Team USA with Jeff Lund and Anton Schopler, and Aidan Kennedy brings it in fourth place. So close to a lockout there for the Americans. De Vos, the only spoiler in that. There's going to be some spectacular interviews here, Anthony.
I suspect there will be indeed. Yeah, we're down in the pit lane, and Eliana de Vos just going in front of me there. Yeah, not the result probably that he wanted in that one, because of course challenging conditions. He had the Americans in front and an American behind as well. He was completely surrounded by all sides. A classic pincer movement that we saw there. But we'll have a word with some of our drivers there. We'll get Jeff Lund in. Jeff, if I could get you to drop the weights there. Yeah, I'll give you a second. They're quite pushy around here, aren't they? I'm going to have to throw my weight around a bit more. I haven't got much of it to throw around, but I'll do my best. There's Aidan Kennedy. We'll see if I can have a word with Aidan Kennedy as well. Well, let's have a word with Schopler. Chocolate, that was a tough race. It was almost a USA 1-2-3, which would have been nice in that race. But a 1-2, you can still be pleased with that.
Oh yeah, it's really great. It's great because we're both on the same team, so it'll be really good for both the team championship and the individual championship. So I'm really happy with the results.
Definitely so. And I mean, points so far. How are you doing? Is it looking like you could potentially make it into the semi-finals or even the final?
Yeah, all I need is a fairly decent result in the next race, and I should be locked in for the semis. But all hopes are go to win the race, win the semis, win the final, win everything. So hopefully everything goes well.
I wish you the best. Thank you very much there to Anton. Let's have a word with Jeff Lund. Jeff, again, another fantastic performance from you there, coming away with the race win. Did you expect that one at the early stages?
No, not at all. I've struggled for pace a lot this weekend. And yeah, I was not happy when I got kart 19. That's what Brad got pulled after his kart broke down in the last race. But yeah, it's good. So thanks to Formula Fast for giving me a good kart.
A nice result there for you. Like you say, USA 1, 2, and 4 as well. You had Aiden Kennedy just behind as well. So, you know, a nice result for you guys.
Yeah, Team VOK USA 1, 2, 4. We could have used the 1, 2, 3, but yeah, it's good for team points, and you know, we'll see where we go from here in round 4.
Exactly that. But yeah, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Like you say, USA and Belgium getting very close again. When did that last happen? Well, there we go. We won't brush past that one again. Anyway, another race coming up in just a moment. James, back up to you.
Yeah, a spectacular and has to be said in terms of rental karting, historic victory for the Americans there. We're 1, 2 and 4, so close to 1, 2, 3. The only spoiler, as we said, was Eliana De Vos, and if anyone's going to spoil it in that race, De Vos is your man to do it. So yeah, incredible result. Anyone in the USA who either stayed up or got up early for that one will be appreciating it, I'm sure. We're going to be moving on to the second to last, the penultimate heat race of round 3. This is heat race 9 of round 3, and it's going to be another very exciting one because the reigning champion, the reigning BRKC champion, Sean Briley, is out in this race. He's going to be qualifying sort of lower mid-pack, a little bit further back. So we'll have to wait to see whether he can stick it on pole. There'll be a lot of people going in front of him. Formula Fast are swapping a kart out. They've been warming one up. Obviously, they'll always keep sort of warm karts in rotation should the need arise. Reference Bradley Shepherd earlier on. But just going through the entry here, Sean Briley, the reigning champion, the reigning BRKC champion, is in this race. He's up against Craig Tucker, Matthew Borrowdale, Richard Jute, the South African, Richie Clark, Mason Brown, another American, Dylan Jute, Sam Slater, John Paragon, and Jamie Burke. Now, relative to the last race, Anthony, of course, we saw the Americans 1, 2, and 4. We've got the other American in here, and Mason Brown is he won yesterday, didn't he? So we have another American race winner, except this time he's going to be tackling Sean Briley. Yesterday, when he did win, he actually had to beat Johan Medart and Mackenzie Jones. So 2 very, very tough competitors. So he's obviously got the capability to take on the likes of Sean Briley, and we'll see if he can do it in this race. Richard Jute, of course, we know is very good round here in Formula Fast. He's won races here in the BRKC before, but it's always been on the regular layout. His less favoured alternate layout is the one he's tackling now, but never rule out the South African Richard Jute. Very, very strong competitor. Generally all-round tough guy, and you know, not to be messed with on any kart tracks, particularly here at Formula Fast, capable of winning all day long. So the others, you know, Craig Tucker, Matthew Borrowdale, Richie Clark, you know, he's good. Dylan Jute, so we've got a Jute Jr. as well up against Dad. That's not the first time that's happened this weekend, so Dylan Jute is the Jute Jr. in question here. Sam Slater, gosh, yes, Sam Slater, he's another one who could well win this thing. Sam Slater, we've heard a lot from him on the commentary so far this weekend. He's out in action this morning now. This is his first race of the day. Sam Slater, one of the Brits to really take the foreign races and foreign events to heart. He's always been strong. Anyway, Mason Brown's coming fastest. Borrowdale, Matthew Borrowdale's gone quickest. What about Sam Slater? Sam Slater's going to be coming through soon. There's another one post. Jamie Burke is into 4th. Richie Clark is up to 1st. Mason Brown is back up to 1st. So Mason Brown, that must have been his warm-up lap from before. So the times are coming in. Sean Briley, the checker, is out. So we got Mason Brown fastest. Richie Clark, Matthew Borrell, Sean Briley in 4th, Sam Slater down in 5th. But surely he's not completed his qualifying. We'll check. Oh no, he has. My goodness,
he has.
me.
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Absolutely outstanding. Yes, Mason Brown. We saw him win yesterday, so it's not unexpected. He's qualified on pole.
I suspect
Sean Briley 4th, Sam Slater. The shocks, the biggest shocks of all, Richie Clark and Matthew Borrell. Matthew Borrell, he was a national finalist in the BRKC, which obviously a multi-venue series. He made it through the national finals, and he has been 4th in the outdoor Club 73. Obviously Clinton Bell, everyone knows Clinton Bell very well. A very, very popular man in karting down in the southeast. But Matthew Borrell has not shown this sort of form, Anthony, not to stick himself in 3rd. And Richie Clark, what can we say about Richie Clark? Well, we don't know a lot about him, except he stuffed himself into 2nd there, so incredible.
Well, it's a good qualifying, but let's hope he's not on borrowed time when it comes to the race.
Indeed. Talking of time, whether borrowed or not, Sam Slater there is talking to Sean Briley, and that clearly, despite driving for different teams, they will be hatching a bit of a plot. I actually wouldn't rule out an early pit stop for one of these two guys. It worked for Sean Briley last year, an early pit stop. He came through from nowhere. It all depends on what Sean Briley thinks of Richie Clark and Matthew Borrell. Anyway, a great start by Mason Brown. He's sort of roared away there, opened up a 2-car lead already. We've seen an American 1-2. Will we get an American victory in this race? London Shopler will be watching with a keen eye on how their compatriot here, Mason Brown, does, and they'll be delighted with that kind of start from him. It is Richie Clark hanging on to 2nd from Borrell. They're already in a fight. Now, what's Sean Briley going to think of this, the reigning champion in 4th? It's side by side, Richie Clark up the front there. Is anyone going to come in the pits early? It's too early to make a stop. They've got to do at least a lap or so. So we'll see. As Mason Brown, my goodness me, he's just pulling away up at the front there. This is the biggest lead we've seen so far this morning at this stage, entering lap 2. Richie Clark is battling behind against Matthew Borrell. They were pretty much going at it down the back straight last time. We'll see if that happens this time. So there is Brown on the back straight. Here comes Clark and Borrell. So there's Brown. Oh yes, they're already battling away. To the inside goes Matthew Borrell. And there's Sean Briley, probably feeling like he's getting held up. Is he going to come in? No, he's not. Nor is Sam Slater.
2nd place, yeah, but 2nd place did. Richie Clark did pit early, so it was a bad start for Clark. It wasn't anything malicious from Mason Brown. It was just, he just blipped off the throttle and then back on at the perfect moment, and Clark was caught sleeping.
Oh, that's interesting. As an oval racer in the States, obviously I had to make restarts like that. And yeah, that's a good little strategy. On the gas, off the gas, and back on again when no one behind's ready. So yeah, a little bit of a stock car racing start there by Mason Brown. It worked for him though. Now, Sean Briley, I wonder if his and Sam Slater's strategies have been effective by the early pitting Richie Clark. I'm not really sure what Clark was actually would benefit from this, to be fair, because if Richie had stayed out, he's at least backing up those behind him if he's actually off the pace. So off their pace at least, which we're talking Sean Briley and Sam Slater, so it's no disservice to suggest that. But he would probably been better served costing them a bit of time rather than coming in the pits and trying to make the time up himself, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, again, its strategy will come into play all the way throughout this race. Like we're saying, it was an interesting qualifying. We saw drivers in the mid-pack who we didn't expect to see there. So, you know, this is really going to be an interesting one.
Absolutely. So while Mason Brown continues to just pull away gradually in the race, we're looking at Matthew Borrell, and Borrell's fastest. He's got the fastest lap. All eyes are on 2nd place, Matthew Borrell, with the camera is on Mason Brown, the American. But here into view comes Borrell. There he is. And he's got Sean Briley, the reigning champion, on him, and so is Sam Slater. So Matthew Borrell has enormous pressure there. He can do this. And in the pits.
Yeah, Dylan Norris in the pit lane for the UK. Good pit stop. He comes back out behind Richie Clark.
Yeah, so Dylan Norris there. Now, this is going to be interesting because we know Dylan Norris is a very solid midfield runner. He's sort of, how do we put it? He's kind of a classic 4th place guy. And so with Dylan Norris, we'll probably get a bit of an eye on what we can expect from Richie Clark. Richie Clark had qualified 2nd and was running 2nd before a pit stop. If he can pull away from Dylan Norris, then yeah, he's going to be looking good. If Norris starts to close in on him, then obviously Richie Clark may suffer in the overall results at the end. So really the benchmark of Norris will tell us a lot about the driver in 9th, Richie Clark, and that early pit stop. He made that early pit stop out of 2nd place. So here comes Mason Brown, and there on screen, that's Matthew Borrell. What an amazing performance by him. This is the highest position we've seen him run all weekend, and he's doing it against reigning champion Sean Briley and world-class British driver Sam Slater. So Matthew Borrell, he's from down there in the southeast, and he's looking very good in 2nd place. He's looking very believable. Sean Briley is not able to really make an attack on him. He's about, as we see on the screen there's a kart distance between Borrell to Briley, and then another kart distance to Sam Slater. Are we going to see any of those three coming in this time? No, we're not. So Briley and Slater are showing great faith in Matthew Borrell, because if they had any doubts of his ability to not cost them time and not allow them to continue to run at the front, they'd be straight in the pits and around him, or making a big lunge up the inside. And I think this says a lot about Matthew Borrell. He's really shown us something in this race.
He really is, yeah. Stellar performance so far, and again, another personal best, Sector 1 in that lap. So, constantly just finding time all the way throughout, holding off the two very talented drivers behind him as well. Last year's champion, of course, Sean Briley, and Sam Slater as well. So, he's got he's got a lot of food on his plate, basically, put it that way.
He certainly has, and he's going to have a lot of eating to do very quickly, because Sean Briley has closed the gap. The reigning champion, Sean Briley, has closed the gap there, and onto Matthew Borrell. Obviously the concertina effect worked there. He seemed to close in over the start line last time, as if he was about to launch an attack on the next lap on Matthew Borrell, but nothing's really come of that. There across the line, so you can see Sean Briley seems to close up in that final section, but Matthew Borrell finds something on this revised circuit just to keep a safe distance from Sean Briley. If he gives anything to Sean Briley at all, Sean Briley will be there. He will take it. He will fight for position, because he knows that if he can pass Borrell on the track, which is clearly what he'd like to do, he will have the pit stop in hand. He will not necessarily need to use that pit stop. He can save it for later should he need to get past somebody else. In this case, he would be thinking of Mason Brown. But I'm sure that Sean Briley is looking beyond Borrell as well. He will see that Brown is edging away slightly. That gap that opened up has now sort of just stayed there. Mason Brown, we can see in the white helmet as they go through, is not now pulling away. Matthew Borrell is now the first one into 32 seconds in this race. He's the fastest on the track at the moment. That's the 2nd place, and that sort of stands in there with the statement that Brown is not pulling away. If anything, he might be reeled in. So Sean Briley is probably seeing that Borrell is pulling him towards Mason Brown. So Sean Briley, with one of the best racing brains in the business, certainly in the UK, Sean Briley will be aware that it is the whole group there that's closing in on the leader, Mason Brown. Brown not able to pull away, so I'm sure Sean Briley won't want to affect that with a lunge. If he tries to make a pass on Borrell second, it could cost him time. Borrell does go defensive though. I'm not sure that Sean Briley's that interested in the pass at the moment, so Borrell might be better served by trying to stay out. Stay on the line.
Yeah, I think he should stay out, Borrell, and I think Briley, if he wants to do anything right now, he should pit.
That's interesting, yes. Briley may start to think that they'd lost 3/10 to Mason Brown, the race leader, the American. So if Sean Briley sees that Borrell's starting to get a bit too defensive, a bit too racy, as you rightly say, Anthony, that'll bring him straight in the pits. He won't want any faffing about. He's got a big picture of the race win rather than just randomly moving in front of the kart ahead. So will it be Briley in this time? No, it's not. It's normally Sam Slater. So they're continuing to have faith with Borrell. What's Borrell like in time? He's still the fastest out there. He's still the only one who's been able to get into 32 seconds. So if he can just keep a cool head, if he can trust that Sean Briley behind will not really be attempting anything, and that's something that all the top drivers here race against each other regularly, especially the international drivers. They know each other, they know each other's sort of style and stuff. They know who they can work with and who they can't. Matthew Borrell, of course, is still figuring out who's who. He's not someone we see regularly here, and he's putting in an amazing show. But is he just going to be racy with Sean Briley? If so, Briley will get bored and come straight into the pits with that one, as you suggested, Anthony.
Yeah, let's see if we can do it though. So far, we're not seeing much movement in the pit lane. Only 2 pit stops have been completed so far. Richie Clark and Dylan Norris, the only 2 to come in. Rest of the field still yet to make any moves on that one, and I think it's just a mind game right now. Who's going to dive in first? Because as soon as one person decides they're going to do it, and it's going to be Sam Slater. Sam Slater in the pit lane. He's made the call. He's thinking, I'm not going to have enough momentum here. They're double stacking the 21 also in the pit lane. So Jamie Burke also in. It's a good pit stop by Sam Slater. Comes out in front of Tucker, and Burke also good pit stop.
Yeah, Jamie Burke there following Sam Slater in. Of course, when Sam Slater took to the pits, Jamie Burke wouldn't have seen him and came in behind. So, but Burke's sufficiently far back enough that he wasn't going to get affected by Sam Slater in that pit stop. So another one.
Sean Briley in the pit lane. Yeah, it's the number 12 pit, and that was, I think, maybe 2 or 3 laps a little too late maybe for him, but he thought that was the right time to come out, and he comes out just in front of Richard Duke.
Yeah, almost perfect timing there by Sean Briley. He's ended up coming out right in front of Richard Jute, and Jute has yet to pit, but he's in between Briley and Sam Slater. I think Sean Briley saw Sam Slater come in and knew it was now. He had to come in. That pit stop was not so much, I think, to overtake Borrowdale or to leapfrog above Borrowdale, but to cover off Sam Slater. He knew Sam Slater to be very fast on his own. As it happens, Sam Slater is out behind the South African Richard Duke, who is very quick round here, but who is yet to make a pit stop. We're looking at them on screen. So there's Briley in the yellow helmet there, and there is Richard Duke, and there is Sam Slater in the green suit. So, and there's Richie Clark actually following them. So Richie Clark, of course, was first one in, jumped into the pits out of second place in about lap 3. But Matthew Borrowdale continues now on his own, 2.4 seconds behind. Oh, we're down the inside. Oh, textbook move. What a move by Sam Slater. He backed it into the hairpin at the end of the straight, the fastest part of the track here at Formula Fast.
And yeah, after that move, Richard Duke comes into the pit lane. He came in a little hot. He absolutely smacked the barrier as he came in, really slowed him down. And it's a penalty on gate 2 as well for Richard Duke.
Richard Duke gets the penalty, and unfortunately for him, he's down in 10th place now. He's going to be in 10th place even more when he comes back in and back out again. Matthew Borrowdale continues in. Matthew Borrowdale is a new personal best, a new fastest lap. The fastest one out there is still second place, Matthew Borrowdale. He's yet to come in the pits. When's he going to do it? Does he have a strategy, or is he just going to send it in at some point? We don't really know, because this is not his regular style of racing. Oh, in the pits, Richard Duke. He's taking his penalty straight away.
Yeah, not fast one around here is Richard Duke. Much calmer as he came in the pit lane this time around. I think he's just a bit annoyed by himself. It was a very sloppy pit stop on his first attempt. Much better for his penalty, and he's back out on track.
Yeah, and unfortunately he's lost more places. I think he's gone a lap down as well. So there'll be some serious accent, South African accent under that helmet. That's for sure right now. As Richard Duke is back out on the track and continue on his way. Yeah, a bit of a tough break there for Richard Duke. But meantime, yet to pit Mason Brown, yet to pit is Matthew Borrowdale, yet to pit is John Paragon, who has come up into 3rd place, and he was the one who just got ahead of Richard Duke there as well to put him a lap down. Sean Briley's out on his own, so is Sam Slater. Can they do what they intended to do, which was to try to leapfrog Matthew Borrowdale in the pits? The pair of them came in. Sam Slater went first, immediately followed by Sean Briley. He had to cover Slater there. Borrowdale was left to his own devices, but Borrowdale is still the fastest out there. Sean Briley's now into 32 seconds as well. Sean Briley's gone, and so is Sam Slater. So that has kind of worked out for them. They on their own, they can get the 32-second lap times. So Sean Briley and Sam Slater are on a mission. They can see each other, but they're not in contact with each other. There's Richard Duke on screen. Next one through will probably be Sean Briley. Yeah, there he is. And there's Sam Slater as well, following him. He's in sight, but not really in contact. Sam Slater probably the loser there, Anthony, because he was clearly hoping to leapfrog the 2 drivers in front of him. As it happens, he's further back from Sean Briley than he was when he went in.
Yeah, I mean, the pit stop itself wasn't that slow, so I don't know what caused it. May have just been a bad outlap, but yeah, again, like I say, sometimes it just doesn't work out for some.
No, and there's reigning champion Sean Briley on screen. He's currently listed as 4th. but obviously he has made a pit stop. Potentially, we'll have a look at the gap time when it shows up. Sean Brierley's fastest, new personal best and fastest lap in this race for Sean Brierley. He's 12 seconds behind the race leader. Now, that is strikingly close to be able to take the lead.
It is close, but I don't think it's close enough. He needs to get another second or so out of that lead from Mason Brown.
Yeah.
He's just got to, if he wants to beat him, he's going to have to do that. But Mason Brown at the moment, where is he on track? Because I can't see him anywhere. Is he on the back straight?
I'm looking around myself, actually.
Yeah, he's on the back straight.
Yeah, he's on the back straight now.
He's got no traffic in front of him. He's got clear air. The lap times he's doing, last lap times, they're solid 33s, 33.0, 33.0. No drama there whatsoever. He has not hit the 32-second mark yet. But as he crosses the line, again, it's another 33.003, a new personal best.
Yeah, Mason Brown there, he's circulating, he's doing his very best. He's leading the race. He's aiming to make yet another American win. He won yesterday, but his lead is under threat, it has to be said. His lead is potentially under threat from Sean Brierley, who's currently fourth. Now, Sean Brierley there's a 9-second gap between him and Matthew Borrowdale, so Sean Brierley will have done enough to leapfrog Borrowdale. Despite Borrowdale's best ever, Sean Brierley is now 32.8. He's the fastest person out there. Borrowdale was doing his absolute best, but it hasn't been enough to hold off the reigning champion, Sean Brierley, and current record holder for this race in terms of lap times. He will be between, I think, Brierley and Slater. So Borrowdale, he won't be losing 2 places, he will only be losing 1, but I think certainly Sean Brierley will be elevated to second in the conclusion of the pit stops. So, Mason Brown finally into 32 seconds, Anthony.
Action in the pit lane. Action in the pit lane. The number 19 of Matthew Borrowdale finally pits from second place. It's green on gate 1. Gate 2 looking good. Gets the green. Little slow off gate 2. Slater goes past. Sean Brierley goes past and comes out side by side with Clark.
And Richie Clark, his early pit stop is paying dividends. He was running second ahead of Borrowdale earlier on, but that early pit stop almost worked out for Clark. Borrowdale has lost position, so he's dropped behind Sean Brierley. He's dropped behind Sam Slater. So Brierley and Slater, the extra experience playing there. And so Sean Brierley is comfortably clear in a realistic second. John Paragon. It's John Paragon we've got listed in second place at the moment. He's yet to make a pit stop. Yet to make a pit stop was also race leader Mason Brown, who is currently fastest on the track, 32.8. Brown was like the last of the leaders. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it is your race leader, Mason Brown. The American comes into the pit lane very late on the brakes, nearly overshot the first gate, very slow off the mark as well. Goes away from gate 2. It is good, and it's enough to get out in front of Sean Brierley.
Yeah, he's kept his lead. Mason Brown, the American, has kept his lead. Sean Brierley was not able to close in on that. It has to be said, Mason Brown was the last one. Sean Brierley was quick, but Mason Brown, the last of the leaders to get the lap times into the 32 seconds, then really found some form and he's been rattling away those times in 32. He's currently the fastest one.
Paragon in the pit lane.
The race leader.
Paragon in the pit lane, and it's a good gate 1. Mason Brown now retakes the lead of the race. Brierley goes through, Sam Slater goes through, and Paragon's going to come out in about 5th, maybe 6th.
Yeah, he's alongside Richie Clark. He blocks him out and Paragon takes the position. So John Paragon, pitting out of the lead, manages to jump Richie Clark. So Richie Clark has brave early pit stop. It kind of worked in terms of speed, but he lost out to Borrowdale and John Paragon literally on the pit exit. He when he was coming up, when they were coming out, he just couldn't quite get the nose in front going into that right-hand hairpin. Of course, John Paragon had the inside there, and Richie Clark was bundled to the outside. So it is after those pit stops, everybody has been in, and the positions are as follows. The American Mason Brown leads the way from reigning champion Sean Brierley. Sam Slater is in 3rd. Matthew Borrowdale is 4th. John Paragon and Richie Clark are battling with Borrowdale. 4th, 5th and 6th. A very tight contest there. Dylan Norris is in 7th. Jamie Burke, he's down in 8th. Craig Tucker is in 9th. And Richard Jute, of course, as a result of that penalty pit stop, is in 10th place. And worse for him, he's actually gone a lap down. So it's not normally something we say about, oh, it's a full course yellow. Incident on track, possibly?
Yes, at the hairpin. It is the number, I don't know, because of the glare. It's the number 21 that had gone around. That was Jamie Burke.
Jamie Burke in 8th place. Yeah, he'd had a little spin there. It's very easy to lock up. He's right behind Craig Tucker there. They've obviously switched places, and so Burke is going to be working on Tucker for position there. There's a minute in it now for Mason Brown before the final board. So Mason Brown continues the lead. Reigning champion Sean Brierley is second, and Sam Slater third. But let's have a look. Yeah, there they are. There's Sam Slater going through. There's Borrowdale, and there is Paragon, and there's Richie Clark. So that battle really raging. Now, it says a lot about relative unknowns to us, such as Matthew Borrowdale, John Paragon, and Richie Clark, that they're staying with a driver of the calibre of Sam Slater. Very well known on the international circuit. He does a number of these national championships, Sam Slater, and Matthew Borrowdale, John Paragon, Richie Clark, they've all got him in their sights. And only just up the road from him is Sean Brierley, and only just a couple of seconds up the road there is the actual race leader, Mason Brown. So first to sixth, covered by less than 7 seconds. And that says an awful lot about relative unknown at this level drivers, Matthew Borrowdale, John Paragon, Richie Clark. They've really stepped up to the plate. There's the leader, the American Mason Brown. He's only got 1 lap to go now. He's started his last lap. He's going to make it 2 wins for the Americans in successive races. So the Americans really stepping the pace up now in international karting. We've not really seen much of them in the past. Obviously, there have been flashes of form before, but this is a real sort of onslaught now for these years. And so here's Mason Brown. He's coming through to win. It's going to be Mason Brown. This is his 2nd win of the tournament. A lot of points. There he is. He's the delighted winner. Sean Brierley comes through to 2nd. Sam Slater, is it going to be in 3rd? Yes, it is. And there's Borrowdale, Paragon, and Richie Clark. Amazing performances by those 3. Dylan Norris comes through, Craig Tucker, and then Jamie Burke and Richard Jute will round out the finishes there in 10th. There's Richard Jute, crossing the line, South African. He'll be a bit disappointed with this one. And the battling pair of Tucker and Jamie Burke are on the lead lap, and that is why they are sort of in the last places of the lap. Those on that lead lap itself. So here he comes, Mason Brown, his 2nd win of the tournament. A lot of points. Surely this is looking good for him to be in the semi-final, and from his point of view, potentially in the final itself. Anthony, it's down to you in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm sure the USA team will be happy with that one. The Stars and Stripes really showing us what they've got made of here today. Let's have a quick word. Mason Brown, Cameron's just behind you. Mason, congratulations. Another race win, 2 race wins for yourself, and a back-to-back win for the USA teams in the previous race and this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. We're showing great pace, really going for a good spot in the semifinals. Good 4th race. We could be looking at the finals.
Exactly, indeed. Team USA looking like they've got a favourite one in the team standings as well. So, you know, it's looking all good as well. Strategy in that one was pretty solid. You just had the pace. It was a constant stream of quick laps, so it just worked out for you in that one, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the car handled well. It didn't have the best motor on straights, but it handled really well, and that's all I needed.
Yeah, it's more corners than straights here anyway, so that works out quite nicely. Thank you very much for the hand warmers as well. They're tucked in inside me, and I'm nice and toasty.
I'm glad you are.
Thank you very much. Mason, get a photo there. That's perfect. I want to see if I can chat to Sam Slater on this one. Maybe Sean as well. He's so angry with himself. He's steaming. There you go. You're steaming mad. Boys, that was a tough race. It looked like... was there a bit of teamwork? Yeah, I know you're not in the same team, but there looked like there was teamwork going out there for you.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, I said to Sean from the start, I just didn't want to challenge him. Being 4th and 5th, I think we both knew we were a bit out of position. But yeah, I mean, to get 3rd from what I thought was going to be a 4th, I mean, I'll take it, but it's not what I wanted at all.
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, like Sam said, I felt massively out of position. I couldn't qualify in it. Same problem I had yesterday morning. I couldn't get any grip. The guys ahead had more bottom end than we did, but were making mistakes. We were sticking with them. Their pit stop strategy was questionable, so we managed to get the positions based on that. We just kind of drove every lap we could.
Reigning champ, do you think it's still possible to take it back this year?
Yeah, it's always possible. I mean, I think Ruben said this morning that the karts are so close. As long as you're around about there and you qualify well, you can win. I mean, I won it from having qualified in 4th for the final last year. And there was still other karts which could probably have done the job up front. So, yeah, no, definitely still win.
Definitely. So, any final words for you, Sam?
No, I mean, I was faster than him in the end. That's all I care about.
Perfect. Well done, guys. Brilliant stuff there. Well, more races to coming up. I think it's the final heat that we've got for Heat 3. I'm not too sure. There's so many races, I've lost count. But James, we'll head back up to you. Next group's going out now.
Wonderful. Yeah, an amazing race there, and some serious strategy going on as well, Anthony. Now we've got the next heat race underway. It's heat race 10, the final race we've got on the revised layout there, and we're going to be looking at the list of entries as they go out to start the qualifying. And in this race we've got Joseph McVie, we've got Matthew Stark, we've got Bilal Osman, we've got Dan Truman, Jonathan Wilson, Christopher Ball, Russell Endine, who we saw win yesterday, Cale Simmons, Owen Clark and Adam Sheargold out in action in this one. Now, we've just seen 2 wins for the Americans, and up here is the driver who was second in the earlier race. He finished behind your teammate Jeff Lund. Anton Schopler, what was your take on that? How's the feeling within the team? The Americans must be feeling strong at the moment.
Yeah, it's really great. We're looking really good in the team championship right now. We've had a 1-2-4. We just had Mason win. We've had really good results the past week, so we're really happy with where we are right now.
Yeah, so great job there, Anton. I mean, just those last 2 races alone must have been an enormous points haul for your team.
Yeah, it was good. I came in, I honestly wasn't that confident in my ability to do it, but my teammates have shown their pace, I've shown pace, and everyone else has shown pace. It's been really good racing so far. I'm really happy with it.
It's been an exceptional morning for you guys. No one that you haven't got anyone in this actual race here. We're getting the times coming in though. It's Jonathan Wilson fastest at the moment. The checker is out, and so Jonathan Wilson looks like he's going to be on the pole position. He was the NRG sprint champion last year, but really from our point of view, we haven't seen anything wrong. So quite surprised there. We've got Christopher Ball. He's come through to second. Probably the biggest surprise are in 3rd and 4th that they're not at the top, and that is Dan Truman, Russell Endine. Russell Endine we saw win yesterday. Dan Truman's been racing cars last year with Team Hard, but he's still having a bit of a weekend off and back in karts for this weekend. Dan Truman there, he's in 3rd. Adam Sheargold spent some time running 2nd place yesterday. Joseph McVie from down the southeast there, he's in 6th. Matthew Stark, we saw some good performance from him yesterday. Cale Simmons, Owen Clark and the Pakistani driver Bilal Osman, he's in 10th place there. Obviously, over to you, Anton, in this one. Yesterday, of course, we had Russell Endine winning. I think he's the only winner we've got in this race, the one who's won. A little bit of a surprise to see him down there in 4th place. Are the track conditions different this morning to how they were last night? Maybe temperature, things like that? Condensation, maybe?
Honestly, they're not too different from how they were at the end of the day. It warmed up pretty quickly. I think after the 2nd heat, it's about back to where it was yesterday. So it's looking good. The track's picking up, and I don't know if it'll get much faster, but I'm sure we'll see some faster times out there.
Yeah, the times have been coming down all morning. We saw a whole raft of 32-second lap times in that heat race, so it's clearly getting quicker. I mean, obviously you guys were all trading times in the race before that, and then we saw Mason Brown. He took some time. He was the last of the drivers to go from 33 seconds into 32, but when he did, by heck did he put those times in and went immediately fastest, and a whole bunch of quick laps, obviously what he needed to do to stay ahead of reigning champion Sean Brierley.
Yeah, he did really good there. Mason's always been good about keeping consistent laps when he got down, so that was really a strength.
So we've got the race start now. It's Jonathan Wilson who's taking the start. He's got Christopher Ball behind him. Oh, and Ball's been pushed. Ball pushed a little bit. You can see the understeer on Ball's kart by Truman. It's all fair game, though. Ball just needs to get on the gas a bit harder. But that's good news for Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson has got a little bit of a break out there. He's not a driver we've actually spoken much about this weekend because he's not really been running at the front. Maybe there's a shock here to be had, Anton. These are not people generally in this race, except maybe Truman and Ending, who are in the top half of the points here. So a great opportunity for those maybe slight down the order to pull themselves in contention and maybe, with luck, put a place in the semi-final.
Yeah, this seems to be a make or break race for a lot of people, so we're going to see probably a lot of risky moves in this race for people trying to gain those last little points that they need to make the semi-final.
And we've just seen one of those risky moves indeed, Anton, because we had Russell Endine in fourth, wanting to make a move on Dan Truman. He was side by side across the start line there. He's got a warning from the organisers. He tried to go around the outside through the first corner there, the hairpin, but of course it's a very tight corner there, Anton. Outside move there, whether you're trying to pass someone just coming out the pits or trying to pass someone from position like Russell Endine from fourth place there. It's not really something you could do. Oh, there's a move up the inside. Here's Truman on Christopher Bull. Truman to the outside of the corner, but he can't make it work, cuts back the inside. Now he's trying the other side, but it doesn't work there either. It's a very difficult part of the track there, Anton, is it?
Yeah, you have to have a lot of speed compared to the other person to make it around the outside, which we've seen a couple times, but it's not a move that you can make very lightly. There's a lot of risk associated with it.
Absolutely, and we've seen a number of people bounce off the wall. Now, in the middle of all of that, well, we've been talking about it. Anthony, going down to you, we've had a pit stop. It's Owen Clark. Owen Clark, who was a regional finalist in the BRKC last year, so he knows his way around an indoor kart race. Owen in the pits, another one.
Yeah, it's the number 20 in the pit lane, Joseph McVie, and again, it's another good pit stop. Yeah, like you said, Owen Clark, he came in not long ago. Also, another double stack here, the 21, also in the pit lane. That is Bilal Osman. He has done his pit stop. So far, so good. 3 pit stops, no penalties.
Yeah, and a little bit like yesterday, we saw the people who are visiting the pits are doing so from the back. And look at the lead that Jonathan Wilson's building up now. 3 seconds. Again, Jonathan Wilson, not a driver we've talked much about, but this is an incredible getaway. Anton, over to you. What's your opinion on this? Obviously, if you were in the lead, literally, I mean, it sounds obvious, but getting away with the lead now is crucial to his race, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the earlier you can get away with the lead, the better, because you want to be able to put traffic in between you and everyone else. So you want to open that pit gap, and you want them to back each other up. Anything they're doing that's not running fast laps is an advantage to you as the leader.
And I suppose that another thing that's going to help Jonathan, based on what you've said there, is the fact that the guys who've been in the pits so far in this race are those from the lower order. So what they've done is effectively, by coming into the pits, have moved themselves back towards the leaders. The leaders are going to lap them earlier than they otherwise would have done.
Yeah, that'll create a lot of tension between the leader and those who can catch them. And even in the mid-pack, if they end up catching them too, there will be a lot of battles that we'll see happen.
Absolutely, and so trying to check out there is Jonathan Wilson. And a move there, and he's made it work. Russell Endine has made it work on Dan Truman. So Russell Endine, race winner yesterday, has moved up into 3rd place. We've seen him in the past doing very well in the BRKC here. Something of a comeback, it has to be said, by Russell Endine, and he's showing great form. Anton, is Russell Endine one of the drivers you'd be more worried about, or have you got your eye on others right now?
I would say Russell's the main one I got my eye on right now, because after my race with him, he was a relative unknown to me, but after my race with him, I think he's a major threat to the title.
Yeah, Russell Endine, he has been a finalist before in the BRKC. It was a while ago. As I say, it's a little bit of a comeback, and he's showing great form. Dan Truman, though, is staying with him, and they brought Adam Sheargold with them. So it's a real tight one for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Then it's Cale Simmons a little bit further back. Joseph McVeigh, who, of course, has been in the pits. Cale Simmons is the last one to not pit. If you were in the middle of this, say you were in Russell Endine's position now, Anton, you've won a race yesterday. The guys in front of you have not shown any sort of race-winning form. Admittedly, Christopher Bull, is probably the more logical of the two that you'll be looking at. Would you be concerned? Would you come in the pits now, or would you just try and make up pace on the track?
Well, first I'd look to the two ahead of me and I'd mark them and see if I was gaining any ground on them or not. And if I wasn't, I would probably pit out to try and get rid of that group. But if I was, I'd probably stick where I was and just keep going. Yeah,
so you'd try and just make the time up on the track there. So yeah, that's quite an interesting view. You're listening to Anton Schoppler, one of the Team USA drivers. We saw 2 races ago he was 2nd place, so he has got obviously very recent experience of this track indeed. So Anton's idea would be he would be doing what Russell Endine looks like he's doing. Russell Endine is pulling away now from Dan Truman. He's closing the gap to Christopher Bull. Would your feelings at the moment, Anton, be that you catch Chris Bull and try and pass him for position, or is that where the pit stop would come into play for you?
It would come up to if I could still catch the leader. If the leader was just not a factor anymore, then I would catch him and pit and then try and jump him. Yeah. But if there was still an option to pass him and still make the leader before the pit window opened, then I would go for that.
Yeah, that does sound very logical, to be fair, mate. That's probably the best idea of the lot. We can see there on screen, that's Russell Endy. He's just about pulling away from Dan Truman, but the initial jump he made on Truman, it's kind of stopped. That gap seems to be maintained, and Truman is actually slightly further ahead from Sheargold than he was, so it's probably a bit of extra speed from Truman. Let's check the times. Yeah, indeed, because Dan Truman has got the fastest lap in this race, and that was his last lap. So Truman has really upped the speed there in 4th place. He's been passed by Russell Endy. Is that one in the pits? No, it's not. And so Dan Truman was the fastest there. The new fastest lap is now Russell Endy. So Russell Endy responds. Russell Endy's response is probably as much to do with trying to catch Christopher Bull than worried about Dan Truman there, Anton. But certainly Russell Endy, he's got 4 seconds to the leader. He does need to, we've got 30 minutes to go. You need to see that coming down. Sorry, carry on.
It looks like Joseph McVeigh and Cale Simmons are trying to go for some passes on each other, but it looks like Simmons was able to keep the lead ahead of McVeigh.
Yeah, they're really battling hard, it has to be said. And is that, we'll check the numbers down there, because I'm trying to work out who's that third one with them, because I don't think it's Stark. Just isn't in the suit I recognised from yesterday, but maybe it is. So yeah, 20, 12 and 16. Yeah, that's right. It is Stark there following me. All right. So they've been swapping positions there. Yes, and that shows up now on the live timing once it's updated over the finish line. So Jonathan Wilson, that gap has come down to 2 seconds now. So Chris Bull and visible on screen there. We can see as they cross the line, it was 2.2 seconds. And it's going to be down surely, because Christopher Bull's on an absolute mission here. He's just had a good lap. It's not the fastest, but let's just see when that change. It was 2.2 seconds the gap if they crossed the line on the previous lap. On this one, though, it's 1.7, so that's almost a quarter of the required time being taken out there, Anton. Now, Christopher Bull, he's closing in on the leader there. Could that be down to the back marker running in front of Jonathan Wilson, which was Belal? He's now got ahead, so Christopher Bull's got to get past Belal Osman. This is a good chance for Russell Endy, right?
Yeah, traffic's become a pretty major factor in these races, especially with the people in the back half of the field deciding to pit a lot earlier than they usually would. Yeah. So I think people are underestimating the amount of strategy that goes into that pit window.
Yeah, and a lot of what we saw yesterday, and it's happened in this race now, was the people near the tail pitting earlier before the leaders. So the leaders, by definition, are going to catch them earlier and put them a lap down earlier because they've done the extra pit stop. Right, so there's Russell Endy and Dan Truman. So Belal Osman, very sporting there, moves out of the way, lets the 3 a lap ahead of him through. So that's no problem then. Russell Endy is now within 4 seconds of the race leader, Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson, just amazing pace. We know very little of him. We haven't seen him before. He's kind of pretty much come from nowhere, and now he's leading this race. Christopher Bull, though, down to 1.5 seconds. So the time he's got, Anton, with over 11 minutes plus a lap, this is still on for Christopher Bull, and it looks like he might have Russell Endy coming with him.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's going to be a battle between those 3 for the win. We'll see how willing they are to get their elbows out and fight with each other. And maybe that'll bring some few others into the mix, but right now it's looking for a 3-way battle for the win. And
we may well see that rolled up sleeve situation sooner rather than later, because Christopher Bull continues to make inroads on Jonathan Wilson's lead. It's down to 1.4 now. Russell Endy is also closing in. So Jonathan Wilson is seeing his lead eroded. Obviously, this is the importance of that early lead. He got the jump on the other guys. They took a little bit longer to get into it than he did. Now that lead's coming down, but thank goodness from Jonathan Wilson's point of view, Anton, that he actually was able to make that kind of inroad earlier on. Going down into the pits, Anthony, we've not seen any of the leaders in. Do you see any of the top 4 coming in at all? I mean, you're waiting for them down there.
I am waiting for them. I'm watching them as well, and I mean, the strategy that's currently being at play right now is an interesting one, because the gaps aren't really there yet for a pit stop to happen, and the gaps that the drivers have got in between is that no one's really holding each other up. It's the pace that everyone's got. If I'm expecting anyone to come in anytime soon, I would say it would probably be the number 9 of Adam Sheargold.
Yeah, and that's interesting, Anthony. I'm just going to bring in Anton. Anton can't actually hear you, but Anton Schoppler, who we saw second in 2 races ago, Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane, he's alluding to the idea that this is very much a race of pace rather than a race of battles. So it's down to just who can set the lap times rather than who can actually fight. at this stage. So you were saying earlier on the gloves are going to be coming off, but Dan Truman's hands up. Anthony, Dan Truman's going to pit out of 4th.
Yes, he is indeed. So I was wrong with my prediction. So Truman into the pit lane, and gate 1 is good. No drama there. Goes into gate number 2. A little late on the brakes, on the throttle early, gets the green light. That is a solid pit stop.
So with 9 minutes to go, there's Dan Truman, one of the first of the front runners to jump into the pits. Anton, coming back to you on this one, the gap had opened up between Dan Truman and Russell Ending 3rd and 4th. Obviously Dan had made massive inroads. Oh, and it's nose to tail. Going to go back to the leaders here because it's nose to tail. So the 17, Jonathan Wilson, the pits, Christopher Ball.
Yeah, he's coming to the pit lane, so he thought it caught up, so he knows that he's got the opportunity now to try and get the jump on him because he didn't have the momentum to get past. It's a good stop for Ball, and he heads back out on track side by side.
Absolutely, and so Christopher Ball comes back out ahead of the kart that is now tucked in behind him, which I think may be Belal Osman a lap down. Christopher Ball there. Inspired pit stop that because he saw he'd suddenly caught up on Jonathan Wilson. They were both catching a back marker.
Wilson's in.
Wilson in. The race leader's in.
Let's see how he does compared to Ball. Ball's coming around the final section now. It is going to be very close. It's a green light on gate 1. Gate 2 also green light. It's going to be very close.
It's side by side into the first corner. Round the outside, tries Ball, but he's now trying the outside of the second corner. He can't make a way. He's going up the inside. There's going to be contact. There is contact. Ball lets, what's his name, Wilson, back, that's the name, back into the lead. It's nose to tail, though. Christopher Ball, quick thinking there, Anton, because with a bad pass there, it would mean bad news for him. But look what's happened. Dan Truman is right on the tail there of the 2 original leaders. It's 1, 2, 3 as quick as that. We can see on screen. There is Wilson, there is Ball, and there is Dan Truman. Dan Truman's early pit stop has paid massive dividends there, Anton. Inspired choice for him.
Yeah, I would usually say the more you are in front, the later you want to pit, but every once in a while there is a time when an early pit is advantageous, and I think this is one of those times.
That's right. Clearly Dan Truman had read the situation correct. He saw that he was the quickest. Christopher Ball has actually set the fastest lap, but I think on overall pace, Truman thought he had it to be able to pit and get around those that he was battling with. The only question now, Russell Ending, when will he pit and what will happen to the leaders? They are 1, 2, 3, Wilson and Ball and Truman. What's the situation when Russell Ending pits? But Russell Ending has now been caught by Adam Sheargold. Adam Sheargold is making a race of this. This is going to blow wide open. This could be 1 of 3. Down the back straight they come. Is Sheargold? Sheargold, has he taken the lead? No, he hasn't. Very similar suits. Hard to spot, but it's still Russell Ending. Is he coming in? No, he's not. Anton, this is open to any one of these top 5 now. There are the 2 actual leaders, but they've yet to pit. The ones who have pitted, Wilson, Ball, Truman, they're absolutely nose to tail. When these 2 guys pit, they're probably going to come out amongst them.
Yeah, I feel like Russell will probably be pretty unhappy with Adam if he tries to make a pass on him, because that's taking away any time that he's gained while running in open air. So
yeah, but it is for position. Yeah.
That is true. So maybe he's thinking maybe he can get past Russell and still come out ahead, but it's really anyone's game at this point.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that Adam Sheargold has his sights on one thing, and that is the race win. We've not seen him win yet. We've seen him run at the front, but we've not seen him win. And the Truman's moved up ahead. Wilson's been bundled right the way back. He's lost 2 places. Jonathan Wilson has dropped back to 5th place. Christopher Ball is now up to 3rd, Truman 4th, and Jonathan Wilson just really caught out by the experience there, I think, of the front runners. Jonathan Wilson running brilliantly up front, but it's a little bit new. He's not new to karting, but he's new to the BRKC, and they just kind of did him there, really, Anton.
Yeah, Christopher Ball, I think that if he starts to go defensive, then he'll allow Wilson to maybe have a chance to retake those spots.
That's what's happened. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened. And Ball has Wilson making a fight of it with Dan Truman. He's forced to tuck in behind, but he was making a fight of it. There's Ball across the line. Truman. Ball had a big attack, and there comes Dan Wilson on Truman. And gosh, this is kicking off. We are still waiting for Russell Ending to come in the pits. He's leaving it really late. Anthony said the later pit stop would be the better one, and that's exactly... Oh, into the pits, Adam Sheargold.
Yeah, Sheargold, that was perfect timing because the gap had gone up to 12 seconds. He's got, if he can nail this pit stop, he's going to come out in front of those 3 that are coming around the final section now. He gets it. He gets a big cheer, and he comes out well ahead of the 3 that we thought were going to be 1, 2, 3.
Fist in the air leaving the pit lane. Adam Sheargold has done what he needed to do. It was vital that he did not get embroiled in that scrap there. Now, Anton, looking at the situation here, we've got 4 karts actually battling position because Joseph McVee's come into play in that third place battle. Christopher Ball, Dan Truman, Jonathan Wilson.
And race leader's in. Race leader's in. Endine is in the pit lane, and it is a good first gate. It's crucial that he needs to get in front of Sheargold here. It's going to be very, very close. It's a good stop. It's going to be side by side.
Sheargold's got momentum. Round the outside he goes. Can he make it stick? No. Russell Endine had to get pretty heavy. It's legal, but it's about as tight as you can get. Russell Endine, he had to get a little bit robust there, Anton. Adam Sheargold down there took the lead for him, and therefore the race win.
Yeah, Russell is going to have to fight to keep that spot, though, because I think Adam is going to try and take it at some point. But if he does decide to go defensive, that gives the Christopher Ball the chance and everyone behind him the chance to catch up to them.
Absolutely right. And looking at the timing screen, Adam Sheargold is listed as first simply because he was slightly ahead. He was just to the outside. Now it's reset, of course. But Adam Sheargold actually crossed the line on the previous lap when Russell Endine was coming out of the pits in the lead. But, of course, he didn't have the inside line. And that's what we were talking about earlier, Anton. That hairpin is so unbelievably tight. It's a difficult one to be on the outside of, but Sheargold down there make it work.
Yeah, that was a really almost impressive pass, but they both tried to fit.
He's done it. Sheargold to the lead. Adam Sheargold's done it. A massive lunge down the end of the back straight, and Sheargold leads with just 3 minutes remaining. Russell Endine's been pushed back. The battle behind is closing in. Ball, Truman, Wilson, now Joseph McVee is closing, but there's no doubting it is Adam Sheargold in the lead. Incredible performance there by Adam Sheargold. He's got a whole ton of fans, and he was a finalist in the multi-venue BRKC, but we've not seen this from him. This is not the BRKC anymore. This is the British Rental Kart Championship, and Adam Sheargold has punched forward his contact, and big incident there with the back marker there. It looks like Cale Simmons, and Adam Sheargold, he's desperately hanging on. Adam Sheargold's got a contact warning, but he just needs to hold on for 2.5 minutes. Unbelievable. Now it's a battle for the lead. It's 5 cars fighting for the lead, is it? Anton, this is getting insane.
Oh, definitely. Adam is definitely going to feel the pressure from everyone behind him. And I'm thinking in the next 2 minutes he's going to have to go defensive for the rest of the laps because Russell's going to be looking at that win.
Absolutely, and Russell Endine's going to be on full attack mode. Adam Sheargold covering the inside, Endine to the outside, and Sheargold blocks him up, and Christopher Ball up the inside of Russell Endine. This is great news for Adam Sheargold. Dan Truman's come through on Christopher Ball in the confusion. Through comes Dan Truman, exactly what I'd expect from the vastly experienced British driver. And Adam Sheargold is still the leader. He's still in the lead, and he's got a second in the lead because of all the fighting behind him. If there's a fight behind you, that only helps you, doesn't it, Anton? It really is important.
Oh yeah, it's always great. It's always a great feeling when you're in the lead and you see second and third trying to fight over instead of catch you. But these are all extremely talented drivers, and I'm wondering if Russell will have the chance to catch up to Adam before the end.
Yeah, there's only a minute and a half remaining. There's a second in it, and Adam needs to just keep a cool head. He needs to stay cool in this. The win is there for the taking if he can take it. That's the only question. He needs to set the lap times. He needs to keep calm. He needs to not brush the walls. The walls in some of these areas, this track's going to be so easy for him. A little bit of error, the slide here, touch the wall there, and the others will be back on him. But Truman, it's going to be Dan Truman. Dan Truman working on Russell Endine. Dan Truman to the outside. Can he do it around the outside? No, he can't.
Red flag's come out.
Oh, the red flag is out. We've obviously got a kart stop somewhere. Just when we didn't need a red flag, we've got one. Anthony down in the pit lane there, just while we sort out what's going on with that red flag. We are seeing a battle for the ages here, aren't we?
You know, this is final worthy, what we're seeing right now. And I mean, it's been a strategy haven in this. You know, Dan Truman, it didn't look like this race was going to go his way in the early stages, but he's come through now and he's fighting for P2. You know, the same can be said for Adam Sheargold here. You know, it's been an absolute driver masterclass all the way throughout. And, you know, he's done it by actually overtaking on the lap, which is one of those really hard things to do out here. The pit stop worked out well in their favour. You know, the group behind were battling. But, you know, all in all, this has been one heck of a race.
Yeah, and we've got a car being switched out. There's a driver walking in, obviously going to be jumping into a spare. We'll get a bit of a fix on. We don't think it's one of the front runners. There is a battle behind as well. We've been focusing a lot on the front runners, but Owen Clark, Cale Simmons, and Bilal Osman are together on track, I think. Now, I'm assuming it's one of them.
James, it was Matthew Stark that came in. I've got him right next to me. Stark, what happened out there?
I thought the engine had cut out, but just the throttle had gone. The engine was still running, but there's just no throttle at all.
Right, okay, so a new kart coming your way then, I guess.
I hope so, yeah, I assume so.
There's not much left of the race. Do you reckon you could do much from where you are?
I think I'm sort of in the middle of nowhere on my own, so I think it's sort of positions where it is, but yeah, I'll give it a go.
It is what it is. All right, no problem. Cheers. James, back up to you.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Anthony. Poor old Matthew Stark, he's in 8th place, and I'll obviously be popping him into a different machine to finish this race. The battle, I mean, you know, what must they be thinking? Anton, got to ask you, if you were Adam Sheargold, Russell Ending, Dan Truman, the battle you've just been in has just been red flagged. You've got, what was it, about a minute and a half to go, plus a lap. It's about to kick off. We've already seen incidents. We've already seen a couple of little warnings for Adam Sheargold and Russell Ending. You know, that's from the officials. What's going on in their heads? How will they be feeling?
I think they're anticipating a battle coming up when this green flag comes out because they're all lined up, and I think one of them is going to go for a move right as it turns green because they're going to want to do that before they get up to speed.
And what would you be thinking here? Because obviously they take their cue from the lights flashing all the way around the track. They are just sitting there waiting for that to go green. Surely there's a possibility of winners and losers here just on reaction to an unknown green. You know, it could happen at any time. You know, they're away out on the far side of the circuit. We're looking there at Bilal Osman there on screen, the Pakistani driver. He's actually currently listed in 10th place, but they probably aren't aware of what it actually is. They can't really see across too well from where they are because they're all down the hairpin here as to what's going on. It must be really difficult for them to anticipate that green probably.
Yeah, it'll definitely be hard to look for, but once you know...
Sorry, Anton, can I cut in a second, mate? What they've done, they're so close to finish, instead of the restart and just the sheer melee that's going to cause, they have red flagged the race and they're bringing out the checker. They are calling the race, the result as it stands, and so this is the final result. Adam Sheargold has finally won in the BRKC. An amazing performance. Russell Ending is in 2nd place. Dan Truman is going to be 3rd. Christopher Ball is 4th. Joseph McVeigh is going to be 5th, Jonathan Wilson 6th, Owen Clark 7th, Stark 8th, Cale Simmons 9th, and Bilal Osman 10th. But we've been told that they are calling it now, so the result will then stand. Obviously, just going to wait for confirmation on that. I'm not sure the drivers themselves know. But certainly it's exciting now. I'm looking out the window at Adam Sheargold. He does have a slight lead if a restart was to have taken place, but I'm hearing from the organisers that they've called it, and that will be one of the most incredible victories in the BRKC. They're under yellow, they're coming back in the pits. Yeah, yes they are, they've called it, and Adam Sheargold has won from Russell Ending, Dan Truman, Chris Bull. An incredible performance by Sheargold, and that's an amazing result.
Yeah, Sheargold really deserved this one. He had a great drive, he had a great defense, he had a great offense. He was overall one of the best drivers out there, and I think that his 1st place is well deserved. A
spectacular performance indeed. You've been listening there to Anton Schupler, one of the top Americans. He's had a 2nd place. Can we see a win from you in the next race, your final race of the weekend in the heat races?
That's the hope. The hope is a win there, a win in the semi, and a win in the final, so we'll see what happens.
That would be the idea. Thank you very much for your time, Anton, and joining us here in the commentary. Anthony, it's down to you in the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, brilliant race in that one. Like we say, strategy masterclass from the entirety of the field. But your man here, let's have a quick chat. Adam Sheargold, congratulations. The camera's behind you, so let's not see the back of your head. Your 1st BRKC win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. That track was sketchy, especially coming down to the after the straight. There was some water on the inside, and I think Russell must have hit it, and he went wide. I've come into it, and the next lap I've done the same thing, but I just luckily enough I got away with it.
You did get away with it. You know, what a performance, though. You know, coming into this race, the strategy, the pit stops came into effect. Luckily, you managed to gain enough time against the 3 that were battling behind that we thought were going to be the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in that race. So, you know, just coming against it, you pitted at perfectly the right time there, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I thank my team for that. Yeah, no, but qualifying 5th didn't help at all. And I see the front 3 actually gapped us quite a lot. So I thought we didn't have a chance. And then I don't know why. I see them when I was coming around the straight. I could see them all bundling up, so they called me in, and it was perfect. They come out. Russell just pipped me as I come out though, but then I got him on the straight. So.
Well, it's a great result for you. Go and celebrate with the team and enjoy that one.
That one's for Neil Durrant. Cheers,
Nice one. Well, I'm sure Neil will appreciate that. I want to chat to this man here, Dan Truman. Dan, that was a tough race. I'll let you take your helmet off. It looked like at the start of that race it wasn't going your way, and then at the end it seemed to slightly fall into place a little bit.
Yeah, so the opening sort of stint was pretty poor on my side. A little bit of getting used to the car, a little bit trying to get back into the track again. Just lost a lot of ground, but towards the end, just before I pitted, I started to come back towards Russell. So I kind of got a little bit forced into an earlier stop, which I didn't really want to do, which unfortunately cost me later on, as the leading two gapped me by about 2 seconds. But it's a good battle. We've got quite tense towards the end. Just wish I had a couple more laps, really.
Yeah, that would have been nice, wasn't it? But still a fairly decent result, and you were okay with the points so far?
Not too bad. I mean, my pit stop error yesterday has cost me quite dear. But a lot of people are making mistakes this year, so it's still quite wide open. Third is a good result. It's a good haul of points, and see how we go in the last one now.
Definitely so. Well, enjoy a nice break, and yeah, we'll see you back out on track a little bit later on. And speaking of breaks, we're going to have one too as well. So the karts, as you can see, are just about to get a little bit of maintenance, a bit of TLC, so they're all looked after by the Formula Fast team. And yeah, we're going to have a bit of TLC as well, so do stick with us. James, any final words before we end off?
Yes, incredible race, an amazing win there for Adam Sheargold, and absolutely outstanding battling all the way through. It was open to about 5 different drivers. I'm sure each one feels they could have won it. And we've got a short break now till, what time are we going to be back on? I believe, was it 11 o'clock?
I think it's 11, yes.
Yeah, yes it is. The next heat race will be 11 o'clock. So if you're enjoying the racing on the live stream, be sure to go and grab a cup of tea, maybe have a little late breakfast if you haven't had any yet, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock for the start of round 4, where we're going to be back on the regular circuit. So a slight difference there. Thank you very much. See you all later.
Backstretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the pit entrance. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley comes in. Looks at the first gate, very fast in. Comes into gate number 2. and it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutsen's in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but it goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutsen's, and Ruben Boutsen's clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley sending one at the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutsen so far. Ruben Boutsen's the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Brierley. The checker flag is out. Sean Brierley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Brierley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutsen. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutsen's. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutsen's ninth. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutsen's down in ninth place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Brierley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutsen's in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but it goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutsen's, and Ruben Boutsen's clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley sending one at the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap though goes to Ruben Boutens so far. Ruben Boutens the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutens. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutens. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutens, 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutens down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the pit entrance. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Oh, there's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutens gone with him. Ruben Boutens all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutens in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutens, and Ruben Boutens clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Briley. Sean Briley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Briley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Briley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Briley's got it covered. Sean Briley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Briley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutens so far. Ruben Boutens the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. stretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh, Manley
comes in. Looks at the first gate, very fast in. Comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Always a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutons gone with him. Ruben Boutons all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutons in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutons, and Ruben Boutons clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Briley. Sean Briley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Briley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Briley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Briley's got it covered. Sean Briley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Briley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutons so far. Ruben Boutons the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley comes in. Looks at the first gate, very fast in. Comes into gate number 2. and it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutsen's in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutsen's, and Ruben Boutsen's clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to stick up with Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutsen so far. Ruben Boutsen's the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Brierley. The checker flag is out. Sean Brierley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Brierley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutsen. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutsen's. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutsen's ninth. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutsen's down in ninth place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Brierley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the pit entrance. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutsen's in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutsen's, and Ruben Boutsen's clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to stick up with Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap though goes to Ruben Boutons so far. Ruben Boutons the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the pit entrance. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Oh, there's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutons gone with him. Ruben Boutons all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutons in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutons, and Ruben Boutons clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Briley. Sean Briley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Briley in the pit. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Briley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Briley's got it covered. Sean Briley sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Briley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutons so far. Ruben Boutons the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. back stretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer.
Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley
Manley
comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Briley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutons gone with him. Ruben Boutons all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutons in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but he goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutons, and Ruben Boutons clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Briley. Sean Briley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Briley in the pits. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Briley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Briley's got it covered. Sean Briley's sending one up the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Briley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutons so far. Ruben Boutons the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Briley. The checker flag is out. Sean Briley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Briley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Stretch, it's Sean Briley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Briley? Fastest! Sean Briley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutons. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Briley, it is Ruben Boutons. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutons 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutons down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer.
Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Briley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley comes in, looks at the first gate, very fast in, comes into gate number 2. and it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutsen's in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but it goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutsen's, and Ruben Boutsen's clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pit. It's green light on the first gate. Comes in the second, lights on, green light goes.
So Lewis Manley wants to win the BRKC Grand Finals. He's going to have to pass Sean Brierley. He's going to look to the outside, Manley to the outside, but nothing doing. Brierley's got it covered. Sean Brierley's sending one at the inside. Philpott gives way. He realises the situation. There's no point trying to scupper Sean Brierley's race. Fastest lap, though, goes to Ruben Boutsen so far. Ruben Boutsen's the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley closed in, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Here comes Sean Brierley. The checker flag is out. Sean Brierley is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. It's Sean Brierley. He is the British Rental Kart Champion of 2022. Backstretch, it's Sean Brierley. He's full power across the line. What's going to be for Sean Brierley? Fastest! Sean Brierley has gone fastest. Just one corner now, that's it. And here comes Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's third fastest for Lewis Manley. And here is Ruben Boutsen. He is in the final, but where's he going to start it from? If anyone's capable of defeating Sean Brierley, it is Ruben Boutsen's. Here he is now. He's coming towards the end. He's getting the checker flag. Where's he going to be? Who's on pole? Boutsen's 9th. That is a shock.
No big mistakes, but I think a bit too cautious probably.
Lewis Manley is in third. Shock of the qualifying probably was Ruben Boutsen's down in 9th place, but we'll see what Ruben can offer. Here we go, and away they go. 30 minutes to go now. Sean Brierley, this is the race of his life. And get ready for some early stoppers, because there's some people with very good reason to want to get in that pit stop right now. So they're coming past the potentials. Is anyone going to send it in? Nobody yet. No one. Oh,
Manley comes in. Looks at the first gate, very fast in. Comes into gate number 2. And it's green there.
Sean Brierley has an even bigger lead. This is an outstanding lead for any race at this early stage, and this is the grand final. Owen's a battle behind, and somebody's gone through. It looks like Philpott, and somebody's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's gone with him. Ruben Boutsen's all over the back of Brad Philpott. Ruben Boutsen's in.
Red light's on. He pulls away early, but he gets the green light, but it goes out behind both Manley and Holler.
Down the inside goes Ruben Boutsen's, and Ruben Boutsen's clearly on a mission now. So Manley may have done enough to leapfrog Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley is trying to defend his lead without having any clue of who's defending it from, really.
And here he comes, the 21, our race leader, Sean Brierley in the pit.
And welcome back to Formula Fast in Milton Keynes for the final round of heats in the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. And so the points are really hotting up now. It's very tight at the top. Those wishing to make the semi-final. There are 100 drivers. There are 30 places in the semi-finals, and this is the last chance for any of them to make a difference to whether they're going through or not. So this is really the last chance saloon for a lot of people. Others are just really trying to cement their place in the semi-final. And there are those who are wanting to go out with a bit of a bang, having clearly not made the cut. So
in this final heat round. We're back to the original circuit. We're featuring the snail section here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. Very sort of famous layout. The layout they regularly use. Anyone turning up here to do some indoor karting will be on this layout. And we're going out to qualify now. We're going to look through the entry list here. It's Joseph McVie, Nicky Dolan, Hassan Ali, Richie Clark, Sam Shaw, Finley Brunton, Dominic Muir, Carolus Conchicas, Tyler Mays and Michael Rayner. And up here in the comment box there is Lewis Manley. We've seen Lewis Manley win this weekend as well. Lewis, who would be your call out of this race? They're going out to qualify as we speak.
I think Sam Shaw might have the best chance possible. He's got the kart 13, which has appeared to be a pretty good one. But of course it depends how the qualifying goes. He's third out to qualify, so normally the ones at the back might have the advantage because they're the ones behind and may have the grip. So the first ones out can be a bit unlucky to have the karts because, of course, it's a disadvantage because you're all on your own at the front. Like Tyler Mays, he's got to try and nail the lap and see where he ends up.
Absolutely right. It's Tyler Mays who was the first out to qualify, and he's going to be absolutely on a mission to set that time and put himself in pole position. Tyler Mays will clearly see this is a race he could win. Tyler will think he could win this. He's going to take the checkered flag. Will it be pole position for Tyler Mays, or will it be Sam Shaw or Nicky Dolan or one of the others? So Tyler Mays is going to be the first one through to set the time. Predictably fastest at the moment, but he's been beaten by Joseph McVeigh and Sam Shaw up into pole position. It's Sam Shaw leading the way as we speak. There are more to come through though. Here comes Rayner. What's Rayner's time? He's 5th place. And Conchicas up to 5th place. And they're still coming through. Richie Clark up to 2nd. And Dominic Muir to 2nd. That's a great showing by him. We've seen him, I think, in the semi-final last year, wasn't he? Or thereabouts. No, he was further back. But, yeah, Lewis Manley, Tyler Mays has been pushed off the top spot there as Sam Shaw takes the pole position from Dominic Muir, Richie Clark, Joseph McVeigh, Tyler Mays. Honestly, a surprise to see him down in 5th place.
It's probably not too bad for him, actually, because, of course, being first out is always a disadvantage, especially it's back onto the original layout. As I did predict, Sam Shaw's on pole, and great effort from Dominic Muir, because he has a bit of a struggle this week, especially on the alternate layout, so he's much higher up this time, so hopefully he can keep up with Sam Shaw, but rather he can or not, who knows.
Yeah, Dominic Muir will surely be seeing this as a good chance to score a lot of points. Richie Clark, we saw a starring role earlier on. He was 2nd. He made an early pit stop, came through the field. He's going to be starting in 3rd place there. We can see on the screen now, down the bottom there, in the 1st position, the 13, that is Sam Shaw. Dominic Muir behind him, Richie Clark in the blue, and then in the green behind, that's Joseph McVeigh. There's Tyler Mays. A bit of a surprise to see him that far down, to be honest. Nicky Dolan sits behind him. Carolus Conchicas with the orange there on his suit. He's going to be in 7th place, and they're bringing him around now. Sam Shaw is going to make the start. The start's going to be crucial here. Sam Shaw will see this as a good chance to maybe win, get a big load of points, and possibly elevate himself into semi-final. So he's got the start he wanted. He's able to get across the line. They're heading towards the Snell section. It's a flat-out first corner this time instead of a hairpin. Now they come into hairpin in the Snell. And turning in, it's always a difficult area of the track. There has been some condensation on the track earlier on, which the organisers have cleared during the break. Lewis Manley, that condensation was a talking point, but it has been cleared up by the organisers, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. Condensation is real dangerous because, of course, if you hit the patch, the wet patch, then it's just really going to, like, aquaplaning. So at least it's been sorted now, so hopefully it will ramp up even more as we get onto this round 4 heats. So yeah, hopefully it will continue to grip up, and then hopefully there's no more condensation.
Absolutely. The team at Formula Fast here had an actual machine, like a track drying machine out there, and which was interesting to see. But meantime, equally interesting to see is Sam Shaw. He leads down the back stretch. He's opening something of a gap now to Dominic Muir in 2nd, who's opening something of a gap down the inside. Contact, and Richie Clark loses to Joe McVeigh. In fact, he may well, no, Joe McVeigh's giving it back. He realises he would get the bad passport, so Joseph McVeigh gives the position back. Tyler Mays tried to take advantage of that, but couldn't make anything stick. Waving away a little bit, and Richie Clark continues in 3rd place. A gutsy move by Joseph McVeigh, but he got it a little bit sideways, ended up clattering into Richie Clark down the end of the backstretch, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. He tried to go for the move. I think he would have realised straight away that it wasn't the ideal move, so he gave it back straight away, so he'll have to try again later. So if he can continue to close up, then he'll obviously have another go. So let's see what he can do.
Yeah, some quick thinking there by Joseph Mavet in 4th place to give the place back. There is Rayner, who's actually down in 9th place. We've seen him battle through. He's up to 8th. Rayner there in the yellow helmet is up to 8th. Now the listing, that was at the expense of Finlay Brunton. So the Scotsman is being pushed down to 9th. Meantime, there's still Sam Shaw trying to extend that lead out. This is the biggest lead we've seen from him down the backstretch. They're coming around that corner that leads onto the backstretch there. Very fast piece of the racetrack. It is still Sam Shaw. He's trying to break clear. Dominic Muir, though, is trying to go with him. He can't go with him, but he's definitely clear of the battle with Richie Clark, Joseph McVeigh and Tyler Mays. A 3-way fight over 3rd. So there's Sam into the Snell section now. And there is the battle for 3rd with Richie Clark leading the way, Joseph McVeigh and then Tyler Mays. In the pits. So in the pits we've got the first visitor of the day. It's the 17, which is, that's Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali is pitted from 10th and remains in 10th. And an attempt to move down the inside there, but Richie Clark hangs on. He hangs on to that position. But so we've seen one in the pits already. That's Hassan Ali. And crossing the line there goes that massive 3rd place battle. Now, Tyler Mays will have felt he was out of position. I'm sure Tyler Mays would have been looking for a higher starting position, Lewis. He's got a lot of work. Do you think we might see a pit stop, or is he just going to hang in there and see what goes later on?
He will be in the clear air if he decides to pit now, so he's not dropped back a little bit from 3rd and 4th. So rather Jones is going to go for the move again down the straight, not this time. So rather one of them 3 will pit this lap. Who knows? They will be in the clear, but again, there could be in the trap. And Tyler Mays has just passed Joseph now for 4th place.
A really good move there by Tyler Mays. That was outstanding. And the inside of a position we don't normally see, one of the final corners here. It's a long right-hander. I wouldn't call it a hairpin. It's more of just a more than 180 degrees right-hand, long sweeping bend. And Tyler Mays got to the inside of Joseph McVeigh and made that stick. That puts him 4th place. Meantime, we've got Sam Shaw with the lead. But Dominic Muir, his 2nd place, he's falling behind Sam Shaw. And worst of all, from his point of view, they are starting to close in behind. Richie Clark has his sights on Dominic Muir, who's currently 2nd. So Dominic Muir needs to just keep that gap constant. In the pits again, the 2nd pit visitor, the 21 of Conchicas. So Carolus Conchicas comes out of the pits in 9th place. He's still ahead of Hassan Ali, but he's behind Finlay Brunton simply because there's only been 2 pit visitors so far in this race. So there goes the leader, Sam Shaw. He's going to put another lap in the lead. 3 seconds gap over Dominic Muir, who is seeing that lead he has over 3rd place Richie Clark eroded. They are closing in. This could end up being a 4-way fight. Oh, and in the pits again, it's Rayner. Michael Rayner in. Anthony, can you hear us down the pit lane? It seems we've lost contact with Anthony down the pit lane, but it was Michael Rayner who made the pit stop, and he's actually dropped behind Carolus Conchicas. He's dropped to 9th place. Lewis Manley, this battle's hotting up a bit. Richie Clark in 3rd has almost caught 2nd place Dominic Muir. It could be a 4-way fight for 2nd. What do you think?
It could well be, actually, yeah, because Dominic had a little bit of a scruffy couple of laps now. Sam Shaw's long gone, so he'll be loving this for sure. So, and Dominic's going to be under pressure from 3rd, 4th and 5th. As, of course, whoever pits first, rather they'll do it the next lap, I don't know, but it's all about strategy choices, and if it's the good one or a bad one. And of course, if they gain position, so rather Dominic have to go defensive down the straight, I don't know.
Yeah, you're listening to Lewis Manley there calling that. We've seen Lewis Manley win twice, so he will know the strategy. The strategy he would use may not be the strategy Dominic Muir is using, because Dominic Muir currently has now fallen into the clutches. This is now a 4-way fight for 2nd place. We've seen it on screen there going into the snail area. They come to the hairpin, there's a chance of an overtake here, but it's not happening. So Dominic Muir needs to make an excellent exit out of the hairpin. It's so important on this layout, Lewis, to make a good exit to the snail section because of the long winding corners that follow, and then the backstretch with the hairpin at the end.
Absolutely, it's so important because obviously if you want to get the maximum momentum as possible, so and then you can get, I think, yeah, the hand was up. I think Kart 19's coming in. Yeah, he is.
And that's Richie Clark. Anthony, can you hear us?
I can hear you. My microphone's back. There we go. We're working again. Yes, he's in the pit lane, 2 green lights, and he is away. Yeah, sorry I was so silent. I wasn't coming through.
That's okay, but the important information there was, in fact, a good stop by Richie Clark. As Richie Clark continues, he caught up with Dominic Muir, obviously felt he was going to be held up and therefore be under attack from behind. It was a 4-way fight for that position, so Richie Clark has pitted out. We saw an earlier pit for Richie Clark in the previous race, and that obviously gave him an advantage. You saw how he came through the field. I think he's planning the same strategy, Lewis. the whole idea of Richie, in his mind, pitting there is to come out ahead of Dominic Muir, right?
There's a move at the snail with Joseph and Tyler, but Tyler's still retained position as Richie Clark's pitted. A really good stop that was, so he's thinking of the undercut on 2nd, 3rd and 4th places, so it's certainly a possibility. So it was a really nice pit stop, so looks like they're going to have to respond, but they're obviously not at the moment, but rather they will on this lap. I don't know, will the hands go in the air? No, they just carry on.
That's right, nobody in. Maybe the next pit stopper would be Tyler Mays to get himself around Dominic Muir if he felt he couldn't do it on the track. But I think Tyler Mays will be looking for a later stop than this. They've still got 13 minutes really to go before the final lap board comes out, and that means Tyler Mays will probably try and do this on the track. Will it be at the end of the straight here? They're on the back stretch. Is Tyler Mays going to make a move? No, he's not. He's sitting in behind 2nd place Dominic Muir. He's maintaining position. He sees that Joseph McVeigh is not attacking. We could see down the back stretch Tyler Mays over his shoulder, but he's in the pits.
Yes, he is. Mays in the pit lane. Gate 1 is good. I thought that was going to go yellow for a brief moment there, but he was lucky. Very good exit. Same for gate number 2. He's going to come out just behind Richie Clark.
Yes, so for Tyler Mays, he's kind of where he started when you consider the gap he had to Richie Clark. In fact, he may be further back from Richie Clark than where he began. So there's Dominic Muir. There's Joseph McVeigh going down the backstretch, and a great shot down this backstretch there. You can see the karts, that's the fastest part of the track. They're heading for a hairpin. There's Richie Clark in the pits.
Yeah, number 16 in the pit lane now, Dominic Muir, and it's a good on gate 1. Good on gate 2. We've got the 10 in the pit lane as well. This is Finley Brunton. Good on gate 1 again, and going to gate 2. Gets a penalty on gate 2, so Finley Brunton will have to come back in.
Yeah, Scotsman Finley Brunton. He's been a winner in car racing in the Citroen C1 Championship up in Scotland. It's not working out for him in karts down here at Milton Keynes, though. Another pit stop violation. Anthony, when will this end? Anthony down in the pit lane. It was a violation there for Finley Brunton, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yet another bungled pit stop. So hopefully we will be seeing an end to that, but it just keeps continuing. We've seen an exceptional amount of bad pit stops, but Tyler Mays, when he came in, he barely appeared to stop at all in the first one, yeah?
Yeah, it seemed a bit off, but... Oh, my back. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can? Okay, cool. I just can't hear myself. So, yeah, no, it's... I thought it wasn't coming through. Yeah, no, he has had a couple of ups and downs, but it's just one of those things that, you know, they do happen. Whether or not it was... well, it looked okay, but I think he just got on the gas a little bit too soon. But that has been the main problem that we've seen throughout this entire weekend, is just penalties have been coming in thick and fast, so even experienced and non-experienced.
Absolutely. This international level, you just have to push every little bit of it. Pushing hard on track, pushing hard in the pit stop. Lewis Manley, these pit stops, bad pit stops, people going too early, tripping the amber light. It's been a feature of the BRKC so far this year. Is it difficult to make a competitive pit stop? Is the ante that high at the moment?
It certainly is. There were so many yellows yesterday, and there's been another one just now. You've got to get it spot on. So when you come into the pits and stop on your first box, second box, you've got to get it spot on. So in testing, it doesn't really matter because, of course, it's no pressure. Of course, when it's Saturday and Sunday, that's when it is so serious. So yeah, it's so easy to do.
So basically, it's all very good in practice, but when the heat's on in the races, it's a different matter at that point, Lewis.
Exactly, because as I was saying, because that's when the pressure mounts, and that's when the Saturday Sunday gets serious, because that's when the points count. So of course, so that's why you got to nail it on the Saturday and Sunday. If you get the yellows, of course, that's going to put you on the back foot, and you're just going to be seething inside.
Absolutely, and Anthony Jordan there in the pit lane. Half of your commentary this weekend, Anthony's been talking about yellow lights.
Well, yeah, quite literally it has been. You know, I mean, I like the colour yellow. It's a nice colour, but I prefer green.
And so do the organisers, and that's why the penalty's been thrown right, left and centre. It's almost as if we've had every single race that involved a penalty for somebody, sometimes at the front, sometimes at the back, and when the penalty goes out for a bad pit stop to someone like double world champion Ruben Boutens, then heck, anybody could do it, Lewis.
Absolutely, because Dennis Holler last year did 3 of them altogether, and 2 of them in the very first heat of his, so it's so easy to do. Even the best in the world can make mistakes, so that's why anything can happen at this level.
Absolutely, the pressure cooker of international racing, and that's what we're looking at right here. There's Tyler Mays on screen. Consistently one of the the British hopes for a semi-final place year in, year out. He in the pits, Anthony.
Yes, it is the penalty for Finlay Brunton. He has served that now. Green lights, he's back out.
Yeah, so back onto the track goes Finlay Brunton, the Scotsman, back into the action. And so going back to Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays is really fighting for position in the semi-final. He does need these points. 5th place, Lewis. Tyler Mays will be looking for more points than that out of this final heat race. This is his final chance to really secure a semi-final position, and he needs more from this race.
Indeed, he did the undercut on Richie Clark earlier. He just, not Richie Clark, rather, Dominic Muir, I should say. He just got out of him when Dominic exited the pit lane, and Tyler was around the outside and just got enough to get ahead of him. He needs to finish a little bit higher up, so rather he make the semis, I don't know.
Yeah, and there's just over a second between Tyler Mays on screen there and Richie Clark just going out of view ahead of him. And really Tyler Mays was looking to leapfrog Richie Clark. He has made his pit stop as Tyler Mays, but so has Richie Clark. So Tyler Mays going to have to catch him on the track. The question marks all sit ahead. Nicky Dolan, Tyler Mays would easily pass. The big question mark is Joseph McVeigh. If Joseph McVeigh pitted now, he'd come out right alongside. Oh, and in.
Yeah, in the pit lane. Nicky Dolan in the pit lane now. Good stop on gate number 1. Gate number 2 comes up to it, and it is green light. He heads back out on circuit.
And Tyler Mays comfortably ahead of Nicky Dolan there. So Tyler Mays now moves up to 4th place. Nicky Dolan was the pit stopper there. Joseph McVeigh is the question mark, though, because if Joseph McVeigh came into the pits right now, he would come out pretty much alongside Tyler Mays. Now, it has to be said, on the alternate layout, immediately after the pits, the first corner was a hairpin right. Getting alongside someone going into that hairpin, you're disadvantaged if you're already on the track. But now with the snail section, Lewis, it's possible to hang in there around the outside, completely around the outside, and assume the positions ahead. So if Tyler Mays can at least be alongside Joseph McVeigh when he comes out the pits, he will take the position. However, Joseph McVeigh's in a battle of his own, to try and get up the order, maybe even in the semis. So Joseph McVeigh is going to be keen for that not to happen.
No, not at all. It's just over 11 seconds at the moment. Depends on what the gap is when Tyler crosses the line. It's around about 11 seconds. It's going to be really close between Joseph and Tyler, and Richie Clark too. I think Richie's just got second at the moment. It's almost 10 seconds. It could literally be neck and neck when Joseph comes out the pit lane.
Absolutely, and there's Joseph McVeigh on screen now, going down the backstretch. A great shot there. Joseph McVeigh turning into the corner at the bottom, the hairpin. There he is. Is he going to come in this time? Is he coming in? No, he's not. He's continuing on around. He's in second place on track at the moment. He's 10 seconds behind the race leader, Sam Shaw. So there, Joseph McVeigh is looking at a 10-second gap now. He was in the battle with Richie Clark, with Tyler Mays, and with Dominic Muir. So this is very, very important for his own position in the championship, that he needs to do some fast laps now. It's crucial that Joseph McVeigh is banging in those lap times, Lewis Manley.
Sam Shaw in the pit lane. It's good on gate 1. Gate 1 is good. Coming into gate 2 now. McVeigh is coming round. They're going to come out side by side, and McVeigh's just going to take it.
Yeah, he's just nipped out in front. Now, that's very interesting because it's about a 10-second gap between them. Joseph McVeigh's was listed with a half-second lead, which is probably about right looking at it. Although, he's crossing the line at high speed, having continued on the track. But there's Joseph McVeigh. He's the current race leader. Round he goes onto the backstretch. Joseph McVeigh down the backstretch in the lead. But there is Sam Shaw chasing him in second. Sam Shaw's made a stop. We're waiting for Joseph McVeigh's pit stop. He's the only one yet to come in. Is it this time? No, it's not. And so Joseph McVeigh continues another lap in the lead. He's got nearly 5 minutes to go before the last lap board. He can't pit on the last lap, so Joseph McVeigh will be thinking about pit stop soon. Where will he come out, Lewis? What do we think? Is he going to be ahead of Tyler Mays or behind?
It could be ahead of Tyler at the moment. If he can really make a good pit stop, he could even get out of Richie Clark yet. So he's got plenty of time yet. He's still got a couple of minutes till he has to pit. He's got number 17 coming into traffic. He's going to pit this lap. No, he's got out of the way nicely, so Joe can carry on for the moment. He's in the clear, so if he can continue to pull these lap times and make a good pit stop, he can overcut Richie Clark and Tyler Mays and get up to second place.
Absolutely. So Joseph McVeigh continues to lead. When he comes out of the pits, at a push, he might jump Richie Clark. He needs these fast laps now, and Sam Shaw is the fastest one on the track. He's going to assume the lead once McVeigh comes in. Will it be this lap for Joseph McVeigh? Is he going to come in this time, or is he going to stay out? He's still got 4 minutes. He doesn't have to come in yet. He's not coming in yet. Sam Shaw is trying to close in on him. He's a second behind. Obviously, McVeigh will lose that lead position when he pits. But the real question with McVeigh is he going to rejoin the track second, third, or even worse from his point of view, in fourth. Dominic Muir's clearly dropped off away from the back of Tyler Mays. So really when McVeigh comes out, it's going to be a three-way fight for second. Richie Clark, Joseph McVeigh and Tyler Mays, not necessarily in that order. Lewis Manley, if you were Joseph McVeigh, would you be coming in now or would you leave it as late as you could?
I don't know if he's going to be coming in this lap. No, he still carries on. He's got 3 minutes just over left. I think he could do another 2 or 3 laps maybe, and then he'll get the last chance.
I'll just cut in there a second, Lewis. What I would point out is that Joseph McVeigh is actually gaining time relative to Richie Clark and Tyler Mays. So the longer he stays out, that gap is just eking up. So at this moment, it could well be that a good pit stop would see Joseph McVeigh coming out in second place, right in front of Richie Clark. Yes, he's going to have to defend it, but at least it's defendable, and he's not going to be dropping behind the two who are battling now, which is Richie Clark and Tyler Mays. That is Joseph McVeigh's danger area.
Absolutely, he's nearly 11 seconds ahead, so it looks like he could get second place. Even if he could do around about a 10.5 stop or just under, he's got second place now. Sam Shaw didn't take risks in the pit, so he no need to fight Joseph, so he'll be in the pit shortly.
Absolutely, Sam Shaw and Joseph McVeigh, they might be running nose to tail on the track, but they are not in contention for the win. Joseph McVeigh is yet to pit. Joseph McVeigh's key thing, though, is to maintain second place if he can, and on paper he should be able to do it now. There he is he coming in? No, he's not, he's still staying out. Sam Shaw, faster than ever, he's the fastest one on the track, 30.6 seconds. What about Tyler Mays and Richie Clark? They're in a battle now. They are losing ground to Joseph McVeigh. There they are on screen. So Richie Clark and Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays in fourth. He really needs the points from this Tyler Mays, but then so does Richie Clark and Joseph McVeigh. But at the moment, they are going to be third and fourth when the leader, Joseph McVeigh, does come into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just under 2 minutes to go. Is it going to be this lap? Yep, his hands up, so he's in this lap.
Yep,
with you, Anthony.
Yeah, let's watch him as he comes in then. Gate number 1 is good. I can see Richie Clark coming around the hairpin now. It is going to be very close on exit. It's good for McVeigh on the second gate. He's going to come out clean ahead.
Yes, he does, and more importantly, he's able to get ahead of a backmarker who moves out of the way. That's Hassan Ali. Ali is very sportsmanlike and lets all of that group through. But Richie Clark is now in contact with Joseph McVeigh, so Joseph McVeigh is going to have to lay down those lap times. Now, it's about a 3-car length, but McVeigh did enough on those other laps. What we were watching earlier on was Joseph McVeigh being able to set quick laps so that he could come out just in front. Lewis Manley, he did it to perfection.
Yeah, absolutely. A great strategy choice, pitting right at the end. He's overcutted Richie Clark and Tyler Mays because he was behind them two at the beginning, and now he's ahead of them on track, so he's got second place now. He's pulling away, so he's a long way clear from Richie Clark and Tyler Mays, and them having a battle for third, so that's going to go to the end.
Absolutely, and so Joseph McVeigh, not only has he got out ahead of the battle of Richie Clark and Tyler Mays, he's actually pulling away. He's still continuing to lay down. You can see it going down the backstretch. Tyler Mays trying to pass Clark down the inside. Can he make it work? No, he can't is the answer, but yeah, that picture there gave you a good idea, not only of the pass attempted by Tyler Mays at the end, but the fact that Joseph McVeigh is pulling away. Tyler Mays now will realise this. He realises he's involved. He needs better than that for the semi-finals. We are certain of that, as Richie Clark is in between him and a possible semi-final place. With 13 seconds to go, we're probably looking at 2 laps remaining. Anthony, you've had everybody in the pits now, right?
Yes, that is confirmed. We've had everyone plus a penalty in the pit lane, so yeah, everyone accounted for.
So it's a straight race to the end now, and Joseph McVeigh has pulled away in second place. Richie Clark and Tyler Mays have no hope of catching him now. They're on the penultimate lap. We're looking for Sam Shaw. He's out there somewhere. There's the battle for third, and Sam Shaw is clearly in the lead. He's got 10.5 seconds. Here he is. He's about to start the final lap. There's Tyler Mays and Richie Clark around the back of the circuit. They're very fast. Corner out onto the backstretch. This is the quickest part of the track. There's Richie going to the inside to defend from Tyler Mays. So you can see a clear view there of the defensive line. There's Tyler Mays. Obviously he was defended against and couldn't make anything work. So Richie Clark continues out in that position. It's the final lap now, and Sam Shaw is going to come through and take the win any second. Where is he?
Tyler Mays has just passed Richie Clark for P3, so I don't know about the move. It looked not bad for me, as Sam Shaw's just going to cross the line to win the race pretty comfortably, as Tyler Mays is now up to third.
Sam Shaw is taking the lead, and there on screen, Tyler Mays has done it. He's passed Richie Clark. So Tyler Mays has taken third place. Will that be enough points? We will find out soon. They're going to cross the line. So Joseph McVeigh second, Tyler Mays third, and Richie Clark to fourth. And Carolus Conchicas will come in the fifth place. There he is. Dominic Muir has taken 6th, Nicky Dolan up to 7th, Michael Rayner 8th, and Finley Brunton and Hassan Ali round out the back of the field there. So an epic race there. Anthony, you've obviously Tyler Mays, he was able to come through to 3rd. Massive battle with Richie Clark there, but a good, comfortable win for Sam Shaw, and Joseph McVeigh surely will be delighted with that 2nd place.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I've got lots to talk to on this one. I'll have to see what I can squeeze in. You know what? We'll jump with McVeigh first because, you know, I think he earned that one. I think he earned that one, and I think he deserves a word. Joseph, just very quickly, if you want to put that down, I don't know if it's quite heavy, we'll avoid that. Well, all right, let's get you weighed first. Let's get you weighed first. Go on. Get yourself weighed first. Make sure he's legal. Exactly, yeah, we'll get him weighed first. While we do that, Tyler Mays has just been weighed. Tyler, if we could have a quick word. That was a pretty close race you were having, Richie. You managed to get the overtake just on the last couple of laps.
I did. Bad qualifying, had to try and come back through the pack. Yeah, Richie did a really quick pit stop, had about a 2-second gap on me, and had to try and reel it in. And
you take that off.
McVeigh was really quick.
Yes, he was. Yeah, we're about to have a word with him. Here he is here. Yeah, well, you're in weight now, aren't you, as well? So that's all good. So you're not going to get disqualified for that. But yeah, what a result that is for you.
I mean, I've done what I could out there. I mean, I don't know if I wasn't the fastest out there. I just done the pit stop in it. What happens, happened.
You timed it well. It was a good pit stop as well. So, you know, you managed to get out quite cleanly in front of Richie Clark as well. So, yeah, timed that one to perfection. So, a nice chunk of points that you can take away from that.
Yeah, I am really happy with that. I think I might just scrape into the semi-final, but I'm happy with that because it's my first time here as well, so I'll take it.
Solid result for you, mate. Well done. I'll let you celebrate with everyone. You might get some photos there with Mr. Lee Marshall, who's come down. He's actually doing some work for the first time ever. Oh, he gave me a bacon sandwich earlier. No, don't see what. We won't see that. Let's have a chat, though, with our race winner, Sam Shaw. Surely not again. We're talking to you. Well done.
Yeah, it was a good heat. I'm quite surprised, to be honest. There's some quick drivers in that. Did well to create a gap again and just get the pit stop done with.
I mean, yeah, great result. I mean, how long did you win that? Yeah, 11 seconds you won by. So, yeah, that's not, you know, that's a big gap. That's not a close finish.
No, but I could always screw up a pit stop and I needed the gap to do it. If I failed a pit stop, I could have come in again and done it again. So, it's sorted.
Yeah, plenty of time. No dramas whatsoever. Nice chunk of points again. Semi-finals coming up and finals. Do you reckon you could potentially take away with this one?
Maybe. Obviously, everyone that gets into the semi-finals knows the track very well. We'll see how it goes, and maybe we'll get a final. We don't know.
Well, let's have a look then. We'll wish you the best of luck for that one, but congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Next group is heading out. James, back up to you.
Fantastic there, Antti. Yeah, what a result. Shaw really pleased with that. And Joseph McVeigh quite laid back about an epic second place. He really drove to perfection on that one. Maybe it's a classic case, Anthony, that we can see more than they when out on the track. So they're out to qualify now, and we've got a bit of a lineup in this one. This is going to be quite a tough race. We've got Matt Barsh, Tristan Lloydell, Matthew Borrell, Nadia Balnego, Christopher Ball, Johan Medart, Anton Schoppler, Ben Churchill, Adam Wyckoff, and Bram Gelton. So some real heavy hitters there. Former driver Greg Smith, you're going to be with us here, and Greg, the lineup here is epic. You've got to really be looking at Matt Barsh, Bram Gelton possibly for the win, maybe Anton Schoppler. What about Johan Medart?
Yes, I'll certainly throw Johan Medart into the mix. I'll probably throw Nadia Belnegger in there as well, being the only girl out there. So it would be very nice to see the ladies really move up through the field. So, but yeah, it's going to be a fun race. Let's hope.
Well, Nadia Balnegger's been a podium sitter in the World Championships, in the Ladies World Championship. Her sister, who has been the one to beat her, is actually still back in the Netherlands. So unfortunately, Selena Balnegger is not in this contest, but her sister Nadia is. We'll see what she can do, as you say. One to keep an eye on, though, is Christopher Ball, simply because he is He is on the cusp. He is the 30th place. It's the top 30 that go through to the final, to the semi-finals, sorry, and he is right on that 30th position. Now, let's have a look at the qualifying results. Predictably, Barsh, Gelton up at the top in that order. Anton Schoppler, he was up commentating earlier on, and some great insights there from the American Anton Schoppler. He's in 3rd place. We've seen him finish 2nd earlier on, so, well, 3rd is what we'd expect from him, and he may well challenge for the win. Johan Medart, always capable of challenging for the win. The amazing Matthew Borradaile has really come through this morning. Anthony, we didn't really speak much about Matthew Borradaile yesterday, but he's come on form today for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's a name that was definitely spoken about yesterday, but not in probably the way that he'd probably like. So, yeah, this is a nice surprise for us all.
Absolutely. Adam Wyckoff, the American, is in 6th. Nadia Balnega, 7th. Christopher Ball is 8th. Ben Churchill, 9th. Tristan Lloydell, another American, is in 10th. Now, key one to look at in this is Christopher Ball. He's right on the cusp. The top 30 at the end of this round of heats will make it through to the semi-finals, and then it's the right to continue scoring. Christopher Ball, though, he is the one in 30th place. He is on the bubble. He needs to move forward. In the 21 there, he's starting this race in 8th place. Meantime, starting from the pole, it's Matt Barsh. If anyone's going to make a good start, it's Matt Barsh. He'd probably take Gelton with him. Bram Gelton, the Danish driver, Netherlands driver, and so Bram Gelton there from Holland. Now Matt Barsh into the Snell section has the lead from Gelton. Schoppler is in there as well, and so is Johan Medart. It's nose to tail, maintaining position out to the Snell section, onto the fast back straight. Look at the pictures here. There's Matt Barsh in the yellow helmet there, and we can see going round this fast corner, down the back straight. This is quite a quick part of the track, but there are overtaking opportunities to the end there, Greg.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to overtake on this circuit, but not impossible at all. You just have to really time it to perfection and then go for it.
And some of the best of timing anything to perfection are those at the front here. International flavour in this race with the Polish driver, Matt Barsh. He does a lot of these international championships. He'll be in action in Poland later on near Easter, and obviously in the World Champs as well. So will Bram Gelton, and certainly will be Anton Schoppler. The Americans really making international moves now. Very recent thing for them. The idea of this, the rental karting with this format, taking to it very well though, with a 1, 2 and 4th place for the Americans earlier on. But it's Matt Barsh 2 laps in, Bram Gelton, Anton Schoppler and Johan Medart. The 4 likely winners out of this race are occupying the top position. Where's Christopher Ball, who needs to make up positions to take a place in the semi-final? He's way down in 8th. Greg, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, Christopher Ball. He's actually almost a second behind Nadia Balnega, so he really needs to pull out all the stops now and really start closing up now.
So you're hearing there from...
Yellow's out on track. There's a hand up. Sorry, James. One of the karts has stopped.
Ah, where is that? Oh, the one's in the pits.
We have, Nadia Balnega's coming to the pit lane. I think she's been told to stop before doing anything. I don't know if that's going to class as her pit stop. But yeah, there is a kart that's stopped out on track. I can't quite see the number.
It's,
I think it could be Adam Wyckoff.
Yeah, I think it might be. You could be right there. I'm struggling to see the number of it.
It's the number 9.
Yeah, the number 9. That is Adam Wyckoff, the American. And he's obviously going to be switching out to another car. Luckily, the guys at Formula Fast have karts ready to go, hopefully nice and warm. Obviously, there's the mental aspect of assuming that it's going to have cold tyres. But we saw earlier on with Bradley Shepherd, he quickly got the thing up to speed. And Nadia Balnega, there's the question mark, because at the time of the flags, she had just dived into the pit lane, and of course, she's down there with you, Anthony. She's kind of caught between the first stop and the second stop.
Yeah, I'm just going to squeeze in as Adam Wyckoff there. He's going to be getting himself a new car out of the hat. Let's pop into Nadia.
Yeah.
Nadia, just very quickly, what's happening then?
Adam, his car just completely shut down, and I was close to him and bumped into him. So
I know what's happening out there. What's happening with you, though?
I saw the yellow, and I decided to come inside.
You're kind of stuck in. You're stuck in the pit lane, though. You're stuck in the pit lane.
Yeah, I am, but everyone is standing still right now, so.
So have they said that you can class this as your stop, or do you have to come in again?
No. This is my stop, but I have to stop at the second line again.
Right, okay.
That's fine by me. That's fine by me.
Okay, cool. So you just got to stop there and then go back out, and then you're all good.
That's it.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's worked out quite well then for you.
I saw the yellow light. I decided to come in. Yeah.
Okay. You just wanted to have a chat with me, didn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Of course.
It seemed like a perfect timing, yeah, to have a quick chat.
Completely understandable. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Last race.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah, it is. It's good, isn't it? How are you doing on the points?
On the points, I'm currently in around the 40 position. Okay. So that's a little improvement on last year, but of course I need to sit this one out.
Well, let's see if you can win this one and get into the semi-finals.
I'm not focusing on winning, but
Well, I reckon you can.
a good position will be nice.
Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll let you get on. We'll let you concentrate. Get back in the zone. There we go. Well, it's nice when drivers want to have a chit chat, isn't it? Yeah. Well, James. Yeah.
Anthony, I was about to suggest you two got a room, but you know what? The down on the track though. Now this is going to be very interesting because obviously Nadia Balnega came in under yellow. Obviously, you know when you think of the sort of racing that goes on around the world, that's the kind of tactics you expect from the Americans, wouldn't you? Pitting under yellow, like a stock car race or IndyCar. But certainly Nadia Balnega. This is going to be very interesting from our point of view because she's, if you think about it, Anthony and Greg, she has stopped while everyone else has stopped.
Yeah, she certainly has. Nadia's got all of the opportunity in the world now to really start pushing in more laps in now. So she's got to really start pushing to the very end, and hopefully she might get in even the top 3, top 5. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and the new kart being given to who did we think it was? It was Tristan Lloydell, wasn't it?
I think it was Adam Wyckoff.
Adam Wyckoff, that's right. Adam Wyckoff, the American Wyckoff. He's listed as being in 6th place. They're going to obviously put him back in position where he was relatively on the track. In the pit lane properly is Nadia Balnega. Interestingly, she's between the 2 stops. As we know from the stops, you come into the pits, you stop at the top end, you move down the bottom end, and then you head out. So yeah, so we're just checking the rules, and it says drivers in the pit lane may complete their pit stops and wait on the pit exit until the lights turn green. So Nadia Balnega, inspired stop, and it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. She has a number of times been on the podium in the Ladies World Championship, in the in the various World Championships, but each time it's been sister beating her, apparently, Greg.
Yeah, Selena was here a few years ago. I do remember very well Selena. I thought she was going to make the final and she could potentially have won the BRKC title. So, but it all went a little pear-shaped when Sean Briley, I think, won the title last year. So I don't know if she was the only girl in that final or not.
Well, it obviously didn't go pear-shaped from Sean Briley's point of view, but yeah. So we've got Nadia down there in pit lane. Now let's have a look up near the sharp end. We've got Matt Barsh in 1st place from Bram Gelton, Johan Medart, and Anton Schoppler. So Anton Schoppler appears to have lost a place. Out of view there. We're going to have a little look across the track, and yes indeed it does look like Johan Medart has jumped Anton Schoppler. We're looking over towards the Snell section. On the screen there, that is sort of towards the upper right part of the screen, sort of out in the distance. There they are, they're on screen. So there's the race leader in the yellow and orange helmet, and there's Bram Gelton with the pink and blue helmet. Behind that's what we're talking about. Johan Medart in the blue suit, and in the black suit it's Anton Schoppler. So Schoppler has definitely lost the place just before that went to the red flag.
Yeah, it just goes to prove how rapid these Blue Star lads are. You've got Ruben Boutins, you've got Johan Medart, and many others, and they are the favourites to get into the finals. So if Johan can really produce some really quick laps now on Bram Gelton and Matt Barsh, he can really put them under big pressure.
And that'll be exactly what he's planning. Now, from his point of view, Anton Schoppler, he did the World Championship last year. He is relatively new on the international scene. Johan Medart races so often with Bram Gelton and Matt Barsh. He will know them more. Equally, he knows what he's up against. Beating Matt Barsh, who has a 100% win rate at the moment. He won his 1st race, he won his 2nd race, he won his 3rd race, and he's out to win his 4th. Matt Barsh is one of the 2 leaders. It is It is Matt Barsh, as I say, one of the two leaders with Vika Schlitz, who have a full point score going into this final round of heats. They are clearly booked into that semi-final, and at this rate, quite possibly the final. As we get closer to the semi-finals themselves, just want to point out to those people watching at home, obviously BRKC runs the sort of more international format, and what that means is all the drivers are scoring in the 4 heat races. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The semi-finals are the right to continue scoring for only the top 30. Everybody else is out of the event, so 70 people will be out of the event at the conclusion of these heat races. Now, of those 30 who are staying in, that means they continue with the point score they've got, but like every other heat race, 10 for a win, down to 1 for 10th, they will continue scoring. So it may well be that it's not the top 3 of each semi-final race that go through to the final, because it's about what the points are. So if somebody comes in 5th, but overall on balance after the 4 heats and that semi-final, they've got more points, even though they're in 5th, than the person who's 2nd, it's that person that goes through to the final. It's all about those points. So Greg, obviously from a British point of view, it's a slightly different way of scoring it, but this is what happens internationally. This is, of course, an international event.
It is an international event. It's still probably the biggest event I've ever taken part in my 10-year career. So, and it's so hard to really even match one of these guys at the moment. So I remember very well my first-hand experience being up against Ruben Boutens. He put 2 laps on me. And yeah, I followed him into the pit lane, and just gave him a sign of respect, saying, "Yeah, well done." But yeah, I just had no answer to him. But it was a fantastic first-hand experience getting to race against somebody that quick like him.
Yeah, and as we can see, the top 4 is very much the, you know, from a British point of view, foreign drivers. Matthew Borrowdale is the leading Brit at the moment, and he's sandwiched between 2 Americans, Anton Schopler and Adam Wyckoff, who has the kart change. 7th is Nadia Balnega. 8th is Chris Bull, and 9th is Ben Churchill. Tristan Lloydell is in 10th. Now, the interesting thing there is those final 3, they've all been, they've yet to pit. They will move up a position over Nadia Balnega. She's in the pits, they're not. But the one I want to draw attention to most of all is Christopher Bull. Yes, he's going to, as soon as he crosses the line, of which he's about, you know, a metre from as we speak when they go green, he is in 8th place. He'll be up in 7th, but he needs a lot more points than that. He's fighting to get into that semi-final. He was 37th overall last year, and Christopher Bull down there, he does need better than the 7th. He's going to be sitting in 8th probably when the pit stops cycle round. He's got his work cut out. He's at the lead of that little group. But the question is, Adam Wyckoff is just in front of him, and Adam Wyckoff has the new kart. So if Christopher Bull can take advantage of maybe, you know, Adam Wyckoff trying to play himself in a little bit, and certainly a psychological advantage there, that will be to his great favour. I mean, we saw Christopher Bull running at the front a variety of times this weekend, so, you know, he is capable of doing it. But, Greg, you know, really we want to see a top 5 from him in order to keep his 30th place or better to get a spot in the semi-final. It's not easy, is it?
No, it really is not easy. It's all over to Christopher Bull now, one of the BSR lads. So he's got to really start pushing in all the laps to get the top 3 finish. So it's all on him.
Yes, and against this sort of opposition, it's always going to be a bit of an ask. But he could do it. We'll see what he's got. He's got plenty of time remaining. It's still fairly early stages in this race, so it's there to be done, albeit a relatively hard task. So we're just waiting for the organisers to get squared up on things, and then we will get back under green here. Trying to look at the scores, just seeing, because I know he's on the cusp. Obviously, Matt Barsh, we know he's going through. We assume Bram Gelton's going to be throwing Johan Madar. Anton Schopler's another one who I believe is up there, but we'll be checking on his points again as the event continues. But yeah, really, from a UK point of view, we're looking for Christopher Bull to get in that semi. It looks like they're getting going again.
I think they're just
moving.
Forming up again now, James.
Well, I don't really know. Oh yeah, they're moving them around. They've obviously seen where people stopped, and some will have stopped earlier than others, and that's why that group has moved forward. So let's have a look here. Yeah, we're looking at Anton Schopler is actually 16th on points. Barsh and company are definitely up there and getting through. So Yes, Christopher Ball currently actually is 33rd. Obviously, we've had an earlier heat race or two, so 33rd is Christopher Ball. And there are actually even a couple of race winners, such as Mateusz Matus, who are outside the semi-final, Greg. So, you know, you can win a race, but that's not guaranteed as a ticket into the in the final as we look at Ben Churchill.
You need to have that one-way lottery ticket to really make it into the final. So it's all on you now to really start producing all those laps, and if you want to beat them, you have to really go for it.
Absolutely. We're looking at Tristan Lloydell. Now, Tristan Lloydell is at the back of that battle involving Christopher Ball. It's Ball, Churchill, Lloydell. So there's Churchill. He's actually in the middle of that group with Lloydell, the American, behind him. And sorry, Greg.
Nadia Bellinger on the timing screen saying that she's one lap down in the pit lane, so I don't think...
Yeah, that will change when she crosses the line,
right,
I think.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine.
So yeah, it's a bit of confusion with the timing there, because what's happened is that they have crossed the line. If you remember, say Adam Wyckoff is listed as first, which he's not. His car parked up earlier on, and they had to bring it in the pits, but he's had to move across the line in order to get back on the track.
Yeah,
so Nadia Balnega moves to the end of the pit lane. They count that as a done pit stop, which is actually good news because there's no risks on the green light.
No risks on the green light for Nadia Balnega, so she's got all the clear track in front of her, so she can relax a little bit, get the tyres warmed up, and then start going for it. So, and hopefully she'll start picking off drivers as they go into the pit lane. So it's all over to her now, and it's all on the ladies cheering her on. So let's see what she can produce. And as we begin to get underway now, so Matt Barsh, I think, is still leading away from Bram Gelton.
Yeah, so there's Barsh, there's Gelton, and there is Johan Medart. Johan Medart we saw just before the red flag there. He actually passed Anton Schoppler, the American. So Schoppler is in control. Brad Gelton's down the inside though. Was that Gelton or was that Chris Bull? I think it was Chris Bull. Chris Bull making the moves he needs to make. Chris Bull needed to make that move on Adam Wyckoff straight away. He did. Ben Churchill's trying to do the same, but it's not worked out for him. And all this time, Adam Wyckoff's getting more used to that replacement kart. Ben Churchill's going to try and get past, but Christopher Bull has moved up ahead of Adam Wyckoff. Bull up into 6th place. Obviously, he's yet to make a stop. There's only one pit stop being made, but Christopher Bull is making moves. Next on his hit list is going to be Matthew Borrowdale. Borrowdale a couple of seconds up the road. Can he close the gap is the question. There's Borrowdale, the 12. Now we're looking at Churchill and the American Lloydell as they come around. So we can see up ahead, that is Wyckoff. Wyckoff's pulling away.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Nadia Bellinger in 10th, now beginning to close up on Tristan Lloydell. So she is beginning to produce a bit of laps as...
but it's no longer Lloydell she's chasing because Ben Churchill has been passed. Tristan Lloydell has moved ahead of Ben Churchill on that lap there in the snail section. They're going to come down the track here. Here we go. They're turning in. There is Lloydell, there's Churchill, there's Nadia Balnega. And that is 8th, 9th and 10th on the track. There's Ben Churchill right there in the middle of that battle, but it's still Matt Barsh up at the front.
Bram
sorry, action in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg, action in the pits. Go for it, Anthony.
Yeah, Matthew Borrowdale has come into the pit lane. He's not coming for a pit stop. He's out of the kart. I think he's retiring.
Well,
I'm not too
that
sure.
would be a real shame because he was right up there. He was the highest placed Brit. He was in 5th place. So it's even get the lowdown on what's going on there. Go and grab him.
Well, he's left his helmet and he's got... Did he need the toilet? He needed the toilet.
Oh, give over.
It's a loo break.
Get out. It's only a 20-minute race, for heaven's sake.
He couldn't hold it. Hey, if you got to go, you got to go.
We've all done 2-hour stints at Nürburgring and places like this. I mean, what's all that about?
Why didn't he just go in his race suit?
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's the BRKC. He's in the top half. What's
I think it depends on what he needed.
Now, so,
okay, fair play. Well, we don't know his exact situation and requirements, so there we have it. Meantime, certainly not needing any kind of break whatsoever is Matt Barsh. He's got the break he needed, and that's the break to the front. He's leading the race, and this is the 4th time he's led. The other 3 times have been wins. There's Barsh. There is Bram Gelton. They seem to be opening up a bit of a lead now, as Bram Gelton is the only one able to stay with Barsh as they come around.
Yeah, Gelton is still right up behind Matt Barsh now, but he doesn't need to rush it too much. He's got plenty of time on the clock, so maybe if he will follow Barsh and try and make Barsh pit first, then Gelton can stay out a little bit longer and then produce more quicker laps, and then he might emerge in the lead if he gets his pit stop done and dusted.
Yeah, the amazing thing is that Johan Medart's actually fallen back quite suddenly. Clearly something must have happened as Johan Medart, well, no, the lap times don't suggest anything, a little bit slower perhaps. As they continue, it is a definite breakaway now. Matt Barsh-Gelton, Medart's not coming in, Anton Schoppler's not coming in. They're staying out there, but look at these two pulling away. Matt Barsh is not the fastest though. Bram Gelton is the quickest out on the racetrack. His last lap was the best lap so far in this race. That's Bram Gelton there in the blue and pink helmet down the backstretch. Looking go. He's going to move to the inside. No, he's not. He's content to sit there. Greg, he's playing a waiting game.
Yeah, he's going to be playing the waiting game. Again, still a lot of time on the clock, so Gelton has all the time in the world to just follow Barsh, try and make him pit first, and then he can stay out a little bit longer, go quicker, and then... Oh, actually, wait a minute.
And he's through, he's through. There's Bram Gelton. Takes Matt Barsh. This is the first time Matt Barsh has been headed all weekend. Now, Bram Gelton, that was a bit of a robust move. Will the organisers take umbrage with that? I doubt they will, but he had to do something, and that's what he did. So, Matt Barsh is chasing. Matt Barsh will be keen to return the favour. Barsh will have the... He's going to make it through in terms of points, but he's going to want 4 out of 4 in heat races for, you know, personal pride reasons. But Bram Gelton wants those points as well. Now, Bram Gelton is another one who's going to be a clear favourite to make it through the final. And part of that is going to be winning this race. So, Johan Medart and Anton Schoppler. Now, it was Anthony, you won't have been able to see it down in the pit lane, but it was a pretty robust move that Gelton pulled on Barsh. He's now pulling away. Do you think we'll see an early stop for Barsh? And back in the race, going for Borrell. Tell us about it, Anthony.
Yeah, so he's gone back out now. It was just a lube break, and I've been told as well that that's not going to count as a pit stop either. He's got to come in and do his pit stop as well.
Jeepers. Well, he had the red flag to do whatever he needed to do.
Well, exactly, but, that was the problem.
I mean? Well, we've never seen this before in the BRKC, and we've never seen this before at that level. But Matthew Borrell resumes. Anthony, just to give you the insight there, he is in fact 7 laps down.
Well, I'd have probably just stayed on the loo.
Yeah, he might as well. He might as well, really, mightn't he? But Bram Gelton is not 7 laps down. He's 14 laps now. And he has got a clear advantage over Matt Barsh. Bram Gelton, the sheer speed that he's throwing down, 30.6 on the timer, is quicker than Barsh, but Barsh is only a 10th.
Action in the pit lane, sorry, James. Yeah. 13 is in, Tristan Lodell is in for the USA, and it's a good stop, gate 1 and gate 2. He heads back out on circuit.
And the 5 pit stoppers we've had, Adam Wyckoff is heading the way in 6th. Nadia Balnega has moved up to 7th at the expense of Lloydell, Churchill, and of course the 7 lap down Matthew Borrell.
Yeah, Nadia Balnega is on the move now, so she's in the top 7. So next on her list is the American Adam Wyckoff. So again, she's got a clear advantage here. She's done her stop, so she has the track all to herself now, and she's got clear track in front of her.
And she's got 3.5 seconds to make up there. So the 3.5 seconds between Nadia Balnega in 7th and Adam Wyckoff up in 6th. But beyond that, Christopher Ball, we were keeping an eye on him. He started 8th. He needed a lot of points. This is exactly what he needs. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to challenge Anton Schoppler, Johan Medart, Matt Barsh and Bram Gelton. So it could be said this is the best he could have hoped for anyway. So what seemed like a bit of a struggle initially is probably turning out to be a representative result. We've still got that Lloydell-Churchill battle going on, and they've been at it. They swapped positions earlier on. They could easily swap back there, Greg.
Well, I mean, they're all on their own, aren't they? So it's every man for himself out there. So, I mean, Tristan's just not going to let by Ben Churchill and say, oh, here you go. But no, Ben's going to defend that position for all that he's got.
Absolutely, we're looking at the camera there. That was Christopher Ball. He's the one who is on the cusp. Oh, and down the backstretch, it's Lloydell and Churchill. Churchill tried to make a move there, but Lloydell had him covered. Yeah, going back to Ball, he's the one who is on the cut. He's 30th out of the 33rd now at the drivers. The other people scoring have pushed him down a little bit. He's got to get as many points as he can. And I think 5th is the best he can hope for, and that will be a good haul of points there. There's Matt Barsh on screen. Now, what's Barsh going to do? Is he going to just close in gradually on Gelton and then punch past him, or is he going to try and do it in the pits? We've seen a lot of people fluff the pits this weekend, including some top liners. Not Matt Barsh, though. Anthony down in the pit lane. We've not seen Matt Barsh fluff a pit stop at all, have we?
No, as far as I'm concerned. He's had a pretty perfect weekend. I'll touch some wood because, you know, he's currently out there. But, you know, yeah, he's had a solid performance. No dramas at all for him.
Yes, and obviously he's got his own strategy of what he's going to do. Gelton has just set the new fastest lap of this race. Greg, what would be your sort of expectation between the two front runners there of Gelton and Barsh? Because Gelton is clearly pulling away.
Well, at the moment, yes, he is. Gelton is absolutely smashing in those lap times, but again, Barsh is only just under a second, so it's roles reversed now. So I think Matt Barsh is probably going to go longer and let Bram Gelton pit first, and then see what he can produce after he's made his pit stop. So, and then hopefully Matt will get back in front of Gelton.
Bram Gelton and Matt Barsh, two of the finest drivers in the international scene these days. They both know the strategic game very well indeed. They'll be looking across the track to figure out where will they come out when they make the pit stop. What they don't want to do is come out in the middle of, say, this battle, which is Tristan Lloydell and Ben Churchill. Yes, they may be running fast.
Pit stop. It is Matt Barsh. He's come in, so yeah, he dived in at the last second. I was about to come in and say that this is probably a good time for Matt Barsh to do his pit stop. Schoppler's in as well. His pit stop is good because if you could see out on track, they were catching those back markers of Churchill and Lloydell. So he thought maybe he's going to get caught up by that one is Gelton. So he thought if I pit now, he gets caught up by them. I come out clear of them and I can gain some time. As you can see, he's got past one and he did lose a bit of time behind them.
Yeah, so Bram Gelton ended up in the middle of that scrap, and he's passed one, as you say, Anthony. The thing is Matt Barsh clear with the scene. Oh, and in the pits.
Yeah, Johan Modart is in the pit lane, and he is good. Absolutely fine pit stop.
Yeah, he's seen the same thing, and he comes out ahead of another driver who's thinking twice about passing him because he knows it's not. Or is it? No, it's Anton Schoppler. Schoppler had a good old look there at Schoppler to the inside. Schoppler's making the move.
Gelton in the pit lane. Gelton in the pit lane. This is crucial now. We're going to see where he's going to come out, and it's a good pit stop, and he's going to come out well ahead, even more ahead than the day when he went in.
Another pit visitor.
Yeah, 21 in the pit lane as well. Christopher Ball, he is in. It's a good stop, as well as the 15 who got slightly held up there. It's a good exit for both of them. So Christopher Ball goes out. He's absolutely fine, as well as the who was that who came in? I think it was Adam Wackoff.
Yeah, it was Adam Wickoff. Of course, he's the one who changed karts. Now, Christopher Bull has dropped to 6th place. Nadia Belnega is in 5th place. So just after that little flurry of pit stops, let's have a look at the positions. Not everyone's pitted now. Everyone has been in. And Bram Gelton is the one in the lead, 24 laps in. Matt Barsh is second. Schoppler, during that flurry of pit stops, made a great move coming out the snail on Johan Medart. It took him all the way down the hairpin to really pull it off, but it worked. And he's pushed Johan Medart down to 4th place. Up through the field has come Nadia Balnega from, what was it, 7th place start, Greg?
Well, yeah.
And Christopher Bull has been pushed down to 6th place. He is currently about 4 seconds behind Nadia, so it's going to be a big ask to close that in, although he has 3.5 minutes to do it. Adam Wickoff is 7th. Tristan Lloydell and Ben Churchill had their battle split up when Bram Gelton started putting them a lap down. And of course, Matt Borrell is 7 laps down for reasons which we are all too aware. So Bram Gelton, with a nearly 2-second lead over, would you believe it, Matt Barsh, suddenly is a serious threat for winning this thing overall. Greg, things have changed a little bit in that round of pit stops.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster for Johan Medart. He's been very quiet. He was looking good in 3rd, but after his pit stop, Anton Schoppler just saw the opportunity and then went up the inside of him. And now Nadia Belnega, all the way from the back, is now closing in on Johan Medart for 5th place. So it could be a 3-way fight for 4th.
Yes, and closing into Johan Medart also means closing in on Anton Schoppler, because they're absolutely no sell, Schoppler-Medart. So it's going to be a Schoppler-Medart-Balnega battle there, and it's going to be for 3rd place. Now, we're looking at that on screen. So there is Schoppler in the black helmet, there is Medart behind in the blue suit, and there is Nadia Balnega, the one back from that. So she's a few car lengths behind. It's not yet in contention, but it could happen. A lot will depend on how tight the battle is up front. We've seen Greg round here. You start fighting really aggressively with people, it's a real ticket to a loss of time.
Yes, it is. I mean, the more you fight, the more time you lose out. As we see Medart again trying to find a way past Anton Schoppler, the American. So, I mean, Medart will have to really produce something out the bag. He's got 1 minute and 49 seconds to do it, so it's all on him now.
Yeah, and Johan Medart, these are all very high point scorers. So these are people who are clearly looking to be in the comfortably in the semi-finals. Towards the top half, there's Bram Gelton on screen. Another driver who is... sorry, no, that's not Bram Gelton, that's Christopher Bull. Christopher Bull is somebody who was on the cusp of the semi-finals. So if anyone needs points out there, it's him. And right behind him now, that looked like Matthew Borrowdale, and the next one through was Wyckoff by the looks of it. So Borrowdale is between Bull and Wyckoff. Bull seems to be actually pulling away a little bit from Adam Wyckoff. He needs points. The question is, can he get on to the back of Nadia Balnega? If he can, that is also involving getting close to Medard Schopler. So if things went wrong anywhere, it could well be to his advantage. We're going to have a little look here on the screen. So there's Barsh going out of view. So down the back stretch, who's going to be next? It's Schopler and Medard, then it's Nadia Balnega. Now we're looking for Christopher Bull. Yeah, it is a bit of a gap, but that's Bull coming through next. So it's not impossible. I mean, if he can, he's got 45 seconds, but that's a big ask for Bull to get in contention with not only Nadia Balnega, but even think about Schopler or Medard, right, Greg?
Yeah, I think so.
36 seconds to go.
Hasn't Bram Gelton done his pit stop yet? Because
yeah, he has.
Right, okay, so yeah, I think Bram Gelton will win this heat with Matt Barsh in second. I'm not sure if Anton Schopler's maybe stopped yet. On
screen down the backstretch, there's Johan Medard. He has passed Anton Schopler. Out of view, Anton Schopler has been passed. There's Johan Medard, the Dutch driver, has moved ahead of Anton Schopler, and Nadia Balnega is, she wasn't really able to close in on that, so it mustn't have been too heavy a pass. It must have been very clean indeed. And Christopher Bull obviously will not benefit from that. Oh, Johan Medard's Belgian, sorry. He's not a Dutchman, he is Belgian, and he's a member of that Blue Star team, which is obviously full of Dutch and Belgians. So, yeah, he's very much a Belgian man. He is now in third place, and this will help his points no end. He's looking not only for semi-final points, but beyond that to the final. And on the last lap, there is Bram Gelton. We're looking at Bram Gelton through the snail area there. He's been followed by Matt Barsh, but it's just 2 seconds. Bram Gelton down the backstretch. He has got this in the bag. What a performance there, Greg.
Yeah, Bram Gelton really did pull out all the stops in the bag. Matt Barsh to set a personal best with a 30.4, but it's still not enough to catch up to Bram Gelton.
And here's Bram Gelton. He takes the win. It's Bram Gelton from Matt Barsh and Johan Medard. Anton Schopler is going to cement fourth, is he? We'll see when they come across the line. It's Johan Medard. Medard's under massive pressure. It's Johan Medard, followed by Schopler, then a little gap to Nadia Balnega, and a bigger gap to Christopher Bull. Adam Wyckoff, surely he's going to come through in 7th. Yes, there he is. He's crossing the line now. And what about Lloydell and Churchill? They've been battling away, and it's going to be to the benefit of the American, Tristan Lloydell, with Ben Churchill, the final finisher. Matt Borrowdale is obviously completed it. So, Greg, an excellent race there. A proper strategy battle, that one.
Yeah, I think probably the best strategy is probably Nadia Balnega. She timed that beautifully when the red flag came out, so she had all the track in the world. And look at her now, right in the top 5. So that's really put her into contention for the semi-final.
A literal case of stop when everyone else has stopped, that wasn't it? Absolutely inspired.
Yes.
Right place, right time, but took advantage of it, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, just that one-way lottery ticket, and that's all that counts. It's very easy to go wrong here, almost impossible to overtake, but not impossible at all.
A brilliant win by Bram Gelton. Anthony, down the pits, and you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bram Gelton there, absolutely fabulous race. Just over in this back corner here. Let's see if we can grab a word, Bram. I'll let you take your helmet off first, you know. Let the people see your lovely sweaty hair and face and all of that after dealing with this man here, Matt Barsh. Obviously, Matt Barsh, who had maximum points all day yesterday, not winning his first race so far this weekend. Bram, that was a pretty good race for yourself. Are you happy with that one?
Yeah, pretty surprised. I managed to beat Barge as he won all his races. So I think I could have put it on pole, but to do it in a race is also nice.
Yeah. Solid one on that one. Good points for yourself. Like you say, you looking comfortable in the points so far? How is it going?
Well, got a penalty in my second race, so I dropped from 2nd to 5th. I was 15 coming into this race, so this will be good points for the overall standings.
Nice. Well, congratulations on the race win on that one. We'll see you a bit later on. I do want to have a quick chat, though, with the man who disappeared, Matthew Borrowdale, purely because, you know, because I'm nosy. I don't know where he is. He has disappeared. appear. No, that's not him. I think he's already gone. He's left. He knew I was going to come and interview with him, and he didn't want to do anything with me. So there we go. That's absolutely fine. Well, there you go. It just shows that was a tough race. You know, not much out of Bram there. You know, cool, calm, collected. Didn't want to give too much away, but you know, it's saying that points-wise, you know, penalties can have a huge effect on drivers, and that is completely understandable. So, you know, we'll just have to see what he can do a little bit later on. It is close with the points. Next race is coming up soon, though. Not all the drivers are seated, though. We've still got, there's a bit of confusion. We've got a number of drivers seated. As there we go. There's Matt Bosch just getting himself
Anthony,
ready.
if I can cut in.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think the reason there will be 9 starters here because Johnny Elliott is listed for being in this race. He is a non-starter. Rib injury from yesterday. Just the sheer physical nature of the karts on this level. Johnny will be watching this one on the live stream, I believe. Unfortunately, he's not watching from being seated in the kart.
That is a shame, yeah, but we've still got a number of empty karts here, not just 1 or 2. So I think we might be missing 2 drivers from this one.
Yeah, let me have a look. Oh, yes, the other one missing actually is also, for a similar thing, Mackenzie Jones. He is a non-starter as well. So there will be actually 8 drivers in this race. So you should have 2 empty karts. And, yeah, Mackenzie Jones and Johnny Elliott will be non-starting.
Right, there we go. So this will be... well, this will be not a quiet race because there's some names there. You've got Daniel Truman, you've got Sam Slater. 2 of the names as one of the Formula Fast Marshals gets run over at about a speed of 0.1 mile an hour. So don't know how that happens. But yeah, this is going to be a decent race. Obviously, Mason Brown as well, who's starting at the front of the grid or starting at the front of the pit lane. We don't know where he's going to be starting in the race because qualifying's coming up.
Yeah, Mason Brown, the American there, we've seen him win. He will be the first out to qualify. And so Mason Brown, in fact, he had 2 wins already. He's got a huge number of points, is Mason Brown. So Mason Brown, certainly one of the favoured going into this race. We've also got Sam Slater. Let's run through the entries, though, on this, the 3rd heat race of the final round of heat races here at Formula Fast for the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Aidan Dancer, Ben Pickard, Dan Truman, Mason Brown, Caden Welsh, Mateus Matus, Sam Slater and Steve Gray. The non-starters will be Mackenzie Jones and will be Johnny Elliott, non-starting in this. One of the fan favourites, certainly out of it. And so starting his qualifying lap is Mason Brown. Mason Brown running through to the Snell section there, the American in pursuit of glory on this one. He's got 2 wins in the bag. That's an awful lot of points. Booked himself surely into the semi-final and possibly even the final itself. Talking the semi-finals, I want to look a bit further down the order. Mateus Matus, he's in the unenviable position of having won a race but still not having enough points to make the semi-final. He is going to absolutely be out for victory in this one. Anthony, there's a lot to look for in this. There's going to be some winners and losers. We've got Sam Slater in there as well. Some people are going to find themselves out of the event here when they didn't expect to be.
Yeah, definitely so. This is going to be an interesting one. Like you say, there's not many... well, like you say, there's only actually 8 people racing in this one. So, yeah, if you come to the back, there's still a benefit of not being... like bottom of the points in this one, so
yeah, worst is you're going to get 8th place points, aren't you?
Oh, are you? Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah.
I probably should have read the regulations.
That's all right. Remember, it's maths. So
yeah, oh yeah, no, don't even get me started on maths. So yeah, okay, yeah, no, that makes complete sense then. So this will be interesting.
10 minus 2 makes 8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, at my Borstal it was. Anyway, so let's have a look at the qualifying results. We have Matus, so the very one I was talking about. He's a race winner, but not enough points to get in the semi-final. He has done what he has to do, and that's stick the thing on pole. He now needs to convert this to victory. However, trying to deny him that is going to be Mason Brown. The American has already won twice this weekend. Sam Slater, one of the top Brits abroad, is there in the 21, and the number 20 there, that's Dan Truman. We've seen some racy action from him earlier on. Caden Welsh, Steve Gray is in 6th place. Ben Pickard and Aidan Dancer in the orange there round him out, but it's all about Matus's start. Is it going to be clean? Is everyone going to go with him? He's being cagey. Yeah, he turns it in and hits the gas. It's a green light. We're going on this one. Mateus Matus now. Is Brown going to go straight in the attack? He's going to send it straight up the inside, the middle of the snail. He's thinking about it, but it's not happening. And he's actually covering Sam Slater more than anything else, I think, behind him. So they continue to go in. No change of position yet. They go way around the back part of the circuit there. Round the fast left-hander onto the backstretch. Here they are. This is the fastest part of the track. Down is into the hairpin there. It's Matus with Brown and Sam Slater behind. Dan Truman And as they complete the opening lap, it is Matheus Matus doing everything he needs to do to book a spot into the semi-finals. He has to win. It's as simple as that. He has to win. He's won already, so he can do it, but he needs the winner's points here. Mason Brown wants the winner's points, so does Sam Slater, and Dan Truman, he's probably another one who has to win. Anthony, it's really Matus looking good, but he's got a lot on his plate, hasn't he?
He has indeed. This is going to be a challenge for all of these drivers, like we say. And it was, you know, in terms of a race start, Matus did a good start there, but, you know, Mason Brown and both Sam Slater both saw it coming, and they latched straight onto the back of him. So not the advantage that Matheus Matus wanted, as he is, well, he's leading, but not comfortably at the moment.
Absolutely, you're looking at some of the best in the world out there. The Polish driver Matus, the American driver Mason Brown, British driver Sam Slater. So as you say, Matus made a great start, but a great start is the minimum you need just to be in contention with everyone else. So Matus did what he had to do. Now it's opened out a little bit. There are gaps between the karts. They're running, I would say, in a very high speed formation. The gaps with like a kart length between each one are too big to make a lunge, the sort of gaps they've got. However, they are all technically in contention. We look down the backstretch there, we can see it's literally one after another. There's Matus, the leader, with Mason Brown absolutely on him. If anything, there's a slight breakaway to Dan Truman, who's fourth, and a slight breakaway from him back to fifth, which of course is Caden Welch. Steve Gray is still there in the pits.
Yeah, Steve Gray's in the pit lane. Yeah, as you said his name, he dived in. It was a bit sloppy entrance. He hit the barrier, but it was 2 green lights and he's back out on track.
Absolutely. Well, if anyone's good with lights, I think it'd be Steve Gray. Unbelievably, he is a tram driver in Blackpool. Although, you know, anyone who knows him personally or is on his Facebook feed, well, he always seems to be on holiday somewhere. Anthony, I'm always quite jealous, you know.
Yeah, I'm quite jealous too.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to end up travelling this year as much as you. The only difference is that you're going to be working at racetracks where he's going to be sunning on the beach.
yeah, I'd rather be at the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, he may well be on the beach later in the year, but right now he's at Formula Fast and he's in 8th place. That's Steve Gray. So far, he's...
dive, lunge!
Oh, yes, and a big move by Mason Brown and Sam Slater. Sam Slater's getting turned round, is he? Matus has lost big time. Truman up the inside as well. A huge loss of place there for Matheus Matus. It started at the hairpin, it carried on through the next few corners, and basically Mason Brown's huge lunge on Matus pushed him out wide, trying to cut back. There was contact with Sam Slater. Matus had the wall and Slater either side, got Slater sideways. Dan Truman took advantage of that because both had slowed down and went round the outside of Matus. So Dan Truman and Sam Slater, the lucky benefit. Oh, and another move. It is Dan Truman against somebody. It's against everybody, but looks this. Yeah, it's just a massive battle. Out is the 12, Ben Picard.
Yeah, Ben Picard's in the pit lane. It was Caden Welch that he was actually battling with, and I think that was a penalty actually that we've just had there for Ben Picard on the first gate. So I think he's going to have to come back in.
Yeah, he's waving his arm, leaving the pit lane there. He knows the score. Anthony, what can I say? Another race, another penalty. It's happening every race.
It really is, isn't it? So it's just one of those things. You would have thought after a night's sleep they would have learned it.
Is it Caden Welch?
Yeah, Welch is coming in. So Welch is in the pit lane. Gate 1, red light, yellow lights. He gets a penalty as well. So it's been a disaster for 2 drivers in this.
Yeah, this race is open to just about anyone who can do a clean pit stop by the looks of it. So far, of the 3 pit stoppers, 2 of them have picked up penalties, and that's Ben Picard, Caden Welch. This is great news, though, for Steve Gray. Steve Gray in 6th place anyway. I think as far as he's concerned, he just wants to see those penalties keep them coming, because Steve Gray, the big beneficiary there, he's 6th place on the track, and Caden Welch and Ben Picard surely will be unable to challenge him after they repeat their pit stops, which is a requirement for the organisers. So let's have a look up at the top. We've got Mason Brown leading with 9 laps into the books now. Sam Slater is in 2nd, and Matheus Matus has come back up to 3rd, having passed Dan Truman. He was in the lead originally, got bundled right the way back to 4th by drivers, including Dan Truman. So Matus has come back ahead of Truman into 3rd place. How far behind Slater is he? Well, we're not sure. We're looking at Mason Brown there on screen. Through that snail section there, the American driver, he's won twice already. Is he going to make it 3? That's the big question. Mason Brown's got a huge amount of points. He's looking really good there. out in the lead, and it's a massive lead over Sam Slater. There's Brown at the bottom of the picture, there's Slater in the green, and there is Mateusz Matus. So Matus mounting some kind of fight back now. He's trying to close in on Sam Slater. Question is, of course, Anthony, when will you be seeing him in the pits?
Well, that is a great question. I mean, right now, his position currently on track. He's in the Snell section at the moment. There's your race leader. There's second place. So, I mean, in terms of lap times, he's just constantly losing time. He's not got any battling in front of him. He's just losing time, really. So, maybe the sooner rather than the later.
Well, it's. I think he's going to obviously see how it's working out on the track. There's probably no reason to pit at the moment. He's got clear space in front, and he can see Slater. So he's actually got a visual on what's happening with that gap. Obviously, if he pits, he's going to be trying to drive fast and close in on Slater to pass him when Slater comes in the pits. But he won't have that visual on how it's all going. So he's got a great visual now down the backstretch. Let's have a look on the screen. There he is. There's Sam Slater, and there is Mateusz Matus, the Polish driver who was leading, got bundled out of the way. So Mateusz Matus, with his fight back, is he closing on the Slater? That's the question. You know what? To the eye, it looks like he is, but the lap timer might suggest otherwise. Slater, Matus. We're looking for Dan Truman. There's Dan Truman on screen, and that is Caden Welsh, I think, coming through there. And behind him, of course, is Ben Pickard. There's Ben Pickard. They were the ones who both had penalties on there. So there's Caden Welsh, and there's Ben Pickard, both having to come in again to make a penalty pit stop. So Anthony, you've seen him once. You're going to see him again before the checkered flag.
Well, there we go. We will. We've got to see a couple of them before the checkered flag, because both of them haven't come in for their penalties yet. So this is interesting.
Absolutely. The only one with a clear run to the finish now is Steve Gray.
Yes.
So everybody north of 6th place Steve Gray has to make a pit stop, including the man on screen there. That's the race leader. It's Mason Brown, the American. And look at him go. He's got a 2.6 second lead over Slater, 4.1 over Matus in third, which means Slater's just a second and a half ahead of Matus. Matus really is the one on the mission. He's 2 spaces further back. I think he figured on winning this thing, and unfortunately he's got punched out the way, and it's actually, I don't think we've seen anyone lose that many places in one go here this weekend.
No, that was I think he got discombobulated after the overtake, and then the whole field just came through. It's kind of like cadet racing in the Honda Cadet class, 4-stroke racing. You get 36 of them in a long train, and if you get kicked out of the train at a hairpin, you could lose about 12 positions just in one corner in that class. So.
Yeah, going back to the original part of what you were saying there, Anthony, obviously Mateusz Matus got something. Clearly you attended English, if not maths at school, correct? Discon something.
Discombobulated.
Yeah. It does sound very painful. Is it as painful as it sounds?
No, it's just, discombobulated,
Yeah.
Just,
well, to be fair, having seen the incident on screen, the instance itself looked painful, so if discombobulated or whatever it is a painful thing, then Mateusz Matus got it both on track and verbally from you.
Yes.
So he is resuming in, he did resume in 4th, got back up to 3rd. For what it's worth, though, the gap is opening up between him and Sam Slater. Mateusz Matus was clearly aiming to bring that down. Slater is the second fastest on the track, but literally by 1/100th of a second. So Slater, I think, has sped up there, and that's the difference. So there's Mason Brown on screen. Here comes Sam Slater. There he is. And there is Mateusz Matus, the Polish driver that we were talking about. So, and there's Dan Truman, in fact, and it's pretty even between them. In fact, there's Aidan Dancer. Aidan Dancer not really been left for dead. Aidan Dancer is yet to come in. He's the last person who's not made any kind of pit stop at all, although we do know that 2 of them have to come in again, so it's kind of a bit complicated in that sense. But Aidan Dancer kind of hanging on in there. He's just about fallen back far enough that if Mason Brown, the leader, came into the pits, Aidan Dancer would still be behind him. But certainly he's got 3 seconds to Dan Truman, and that's pretty handy going with now we're halfway through the race after 10 minutes. So, Mason Brown, the leader, there he is, and here comes Sam Slater, and there is Mateusz Matus. The gap looking quite even between them, and it is 2.9 seconds from 1st to 2nd, and almost 2 seconds from 2nd to 3rd. As they enter the Snell section, a complicated part of the track. It really builds and builds in terms of tightness going into a hairpin, and then opens and opens coming out. it's crucial to have the speed going in, but equally it's crucial to have the speed coming out because of this straight that Mason Brown is on now.
And action in the pit lane, sorry, the number 12, Ben Pickard, is back in for his penalty stop, and it is good this time around. He's back out.
Now, he's going to come out just in front of Sam Slater. Sam Slater, always been waved through. Ben Pickard, sportsman that he is, waves Sam Slater, the second place driver, through to. He's going to go a lap down Ben Pickard, but obviously that's what happens when you do a penalty pit stop. That's always the risk. And Sam Slater was able to get ahead of Ben. Ben, great awareness there. He's got Mateusz Matus. So there they go. There's Sam Slater. In the blue is Ben Pickard, and there is Mateusz Matus. So Ben Pickard holding some pretty good speed of his own as he sits between the karts out on the lap ahead of him, which is Slater and Matus. Now, it's still Mason Brown with the fastest lap, but on that last lap, it was the third place driver, Matus, who was quickest overall, albeit not a new personal best. So some great going there. Mason Brown, there's Sam Slater, there's Mason Brown in shot with the white helmet there. There's Sam Slater, there's Ben Pickard, and there is Mateusz Matus. Now Matus is closing in on Pickard, the lapped driver. Now Pickard's going to start getting some ideas. Pickard looking over his shoulder. He's going to wave him through in the snail, is he? That's where he waved Slater through. Yes, he does. So down the inside, Mateusz Matus, Ben Pickard gives way, Matus through, and Matus is going to resume his chase of Sam Slater. The only kart in front of him is Slater. Matus can clearly see what he's chasing. There is the leader, Mason Brown. Now, we've seen some spectacular results from the Americans, some amazing racing earlier on. Jeff Lund, Anton Schuppler are 1-2 with Aidan Kennedy up there with them. But the most successful so far has been this man, Mason Brown. He has had 2 wins already. He's looking for his third. He's doing everything he needs to do to book a place in the final itself, let alone the semi-finals. Yes, they're fighting for semi-final positions now, trying to be in the top 30. But I think Mason Brown is already looking beyond that. He's looking at the final. He's just racking up those points. Going into the semi-finals means that if you go in with an awful lot of points, such as Mason Brown's potential 3 wins, when it gets to the semi-final, you can have a bit of a mare. You can afford things to go wrong. You can have some very difficult drives around you and still make it through because it's on points getting into the final. The semi-finals, the right to continue scoring. So Mason Brown doing everything right. 25 laps in, 7 minutes to go. Sam Slater second. I'd say, Anthony, it's looking pretty fixed now. I know we got a lot of pit stops to come. We've still got a penalty and 5 legit stops to make. With less than 7 minutes to go, that's quite a lot, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Like you say, the disappointing fact in this one is, of course, that it is only 8 drivers that are involved in this race. So, yeah, I think you come out with a good thing there. I think the race is pretty much signed, sealed and done, despite the fact that we have got many pit stops left to go out. But, you know, again, anything can happen. This is motor racing, folks. At home, anything could happen.
Absolutely. We've seen a great view there at the end of the back straight here at Formula Fast. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, what you're looking at are the best drivers in the world competing here. So, you know, among the best in the world, there are 1 or 2 who aren't here in the BRKC, but you're generally looking at the world's finest at the moment. And you can see from their actions in the karts, there's no excessive sliding, it's all the perfect amount of drift. The braking's perfect, the power's coming on perfect. They're millimetres from the barriers, using all the road without actually touching. In a rental kart, you're going to lose an awful lot of time. I mean, potentially, Anthony, you could make a great Olympic sport out of this, couldn't you?
Oh, definitely so. I mean, there's no doubt about it. To be honest, I don't know why motorsport in general isn't part of the Olympics. It really should be.
Yeah, and, well, just out of a speculative thing with 5 minutes to go, the way of the world and the current way of thinking in the world, what would that be most likely to be? Formula E, perhaps?
You could go along those lines, but I mean, karting in its own right isn't that bad. I mean, you know, they're only small things, tiny engines. Also, you got electric karts as well. Number 10 in the pit lane, Aidan Dancer. He's pitting, first of our late pitters all the way throughout. Green light on the first one, green light on the second, and he's all good.
So Aidan Dancer, he's come into the pits. He's actually lost a couple of positions, unfortunately, from him, but fortunately for Caden Welsh, who's moving up to 6th, and especially Steve Gray, who's moved up to 5th place. Now, Steve Gray is in 5th there. He's probably going to stay there because he's 12 seconds behind Dan Truman. But certainly Steve Gray will be chuffed with those extra points in 5th place. The team, the Unthinkables, they are obviously been scoring well, particularly with Gary Jones. And certainly Steve will be throwing a lot of points into that team bag. Yes, into the pits again. There's another one in.
Yeah, it is the number 17 that is coming into the pit lane. That is your race leader, Mason Brown. So Mason Brown now in the pit lane. He loses his lead, but he has 2 green lights and he's back out on track.
Yes, he is. He's come out literally on track ahead of Dan Truman. Dan Truman obviously not in contention with him. Truman has yet to make a pit stop. Mason Brown's been in. But maybe Truman can use a little bit of the extra speed to pull himself forward. He's trying to close in on Mateusz Matus. He's actually some way back, but a good follow of Mason Brown would certainly help his cause with just over 3.5 minutes to go. Yeah, going back to this idea of what motorsport will be in the Olympics, karting, of course, and particularly indoor karting, one of the great strengths of it is relatively, it's the most affordable thing you can do. Obviously most profitable when you're talking about these sort of international events. If you think BRKC, it's just over, what is it, £200 to enter, and it's £1,000 first prize.
Yeah.
There are a heck of a lot more people, and it's a lot more open field for somebody. I mean, if you think you buy a football kit, in the pits.
Yeah, this is Matus in the pit lane, so green light on the first, green light on the second. He's back out on track. No dramas there whatsoever. Yeah, no, of course, indoor karting is a good one, but you have to remember that the FIA do host their own kind of international games, the motorsport games. They recently held that at Paul Ricard in France, and they have drifting, GT racing, Formula racing, karting as well. So, and even esports.
Absolutely, and it's great that you've mentioned it, but the very fact you have to remind people of that says it all, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
In the pits, though.
Yeah, number 20 in the pit lane now, and Daniel Truman gets 2 green lights, and he's on his way.
Yeah, that was a great stop there by Daniel Truman. Matus's pit stop earlier on was very, very good. Obviously, that throws down the gauntlet to Sam Slater. Sam Slater currently leading. He's in this time. This is going to be a crucial stop for him.
This is indeed. So Sam Slater in, looking at the lights. It is red. It goes to green. Good stop on the first gate. Gate number 2, red and now green. He's back out, and he comes out well ahead of Matus.
Yeah, that was important for Sam Slater. He's, although Matus isn't really in contention, he sat those couple of seconds behind him for most of this race now. Slater is aware of the calibre of the driver of Mateusz Matus, and therefore it was important that nothing went wrong in the pits at all. I mean, heaven help him if he'd had a penalty, but even the slow stop could have been a factor. Because if Matus had sort of got within striking distance, obviously head's going to go down, bit between the teeth, and then you've got problems all of a sudden. Anthony, that was pretty important for Sam Slater to just keep the kind of gap that Matus that might put him off trying something.
Yeah, no, exactly that. The gaps there. He's got a nice battle buffer, as I like to call it. And, yeah, he's pretty comfortable. And I think what we're seeing now, signed, sealed and done, it's just get the karts to the end.
And that is a brilliant phrase there, Anthony. Battle buffer. Yes, so, yes, so as you said, Anthony, Sam Slater has a very good battle buffer as he crosses the line there as Mateusz Matus, the Polish driver. We know Matus is very quick. Even though Matus isn't going to win this thing, he was running in the lead before he got bundled out of that. Even though he's not going to win it, 3rd place is a big load of points. It's 10 points, 9 points, 8 points. So he's only 2 points off the maximum he could have scored. Yes, every point counts, I get that. But this is a good points haul because Matus, even though he won earlier on, was not in. He hadn't scored enough to put himself into the semi-final. I'm going to check those points there, Anthony. We'll see how it's shaping up with these people.
Did you just call me Andy again?
No, it was Anthony, but I said it very quickly. So Matus, he's currently 37th. So and Dan Truman's in 35th. Johnny Elliott's out of it, but would have been in this race, and he would have been pushed out at 32nd. Yeah, so there's a lot going on in this, and it's going to be important how this shapes out. But maybe Matus has done enough, we'll see, but it'll be marginal.
Very, very interesting in terms of the points, because only the top 30 go through to the semis, don't they? So, Absolutely. And for some of these drivers, this is their last race of the of the event.
And very much not the last race of the event for this man on screen now. It is Mason Brown from the USA. He's got a lot of followers over there in America. There'll be a lot of people tuned into this to check out how well he does. The Americans have been doing so well this tournament, really breaking out into the international scene now. And there is Mason Brown. He's racing through. It's the last lap for him. Surely this one's in the bag for him now. That will make it 3 wins. Not only does that book him into the semi-final, unless everything goes completely wrong, it will be a final entry there for Mason Brown. He will make it through to the final, we can only assume. However, we don't want to assume anything. It's the British Rental Kart Championship and things can go wrong in a flash. So here he is. It's Mason Brown completing the final corner. He's going to cross the line. The checker is out. We can see there he is. Mason Brown wins. It's going to be Sam Slater in second. Picard crossed the line, but there's Slater in second. Matthäus third, and Dan Truman, is he going to make fourth? We're waiting quite a while for Dan Truman to come around. He's through the final corner. He's going to make it. It's going to be Dan Truman in fourth, and there's Steve Gray in fifth, right behind him. Steve Gray clawed right up behind Dan Truman, but couldn't quite convert fifth to fourth. Just wasn't close enough. Soon enough. Caden Welsh, Aidan Dancer, and Ben Picard then 6th, 7th and 8th, but there's no denying the winner. A clear victory there for Mason Brown, and he's going to be with you in a second.
Yes, indeed. He's pulled into the pit lane now, pretty quick as well. I'm sure there's a pit lane speed limit here at Formula Fast, not too sure, but you know, we'll brush past that. Let's go over to it. We spoke to him so much over this event, and yeah, Mason Brown, once again, we're speaking to you. Congratulations, another victory on that one.
I mean, it's going really well. I can't be happier, really. It's astonishing.
It is brilliant. I mean, you're looking to be one of the favourites going into the finals in this one. What would it mean to take home the British Rental Kart Championship title back to the US?
I mean, it would mean the world. I mean, it shows how strong the competition is in the US, especially from the North Carolina region. I mean, we do this every week with each other, and we practice these things. We had a whole practice beforehand, and we've all put in the work for this.
Yeah, and the work seems to be paying off, of course. Semi-finals and finals, though, that's where it really starts to get challenging. It's going to be a different kettle of fish in that one. Do you feel like you're going to be ready for it?
I think so. I mean, it's going to be a lot of competition. You know, just driving with all of the top 30, it's going to be a whole another ball game.
Yeah. We'll wish you the best of luck for it, but again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Mason Brown. We'll let him get weighed up now because, of course, it's important to make sure that, one, he may have won that race. We've got to make sure he's legal for that one as well. Let's quickly chat to Sam in that one. Sam, that was a tough race out there for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with that, to be honest. I think when I pulled the kart number 21 out the bag, I kind of knew I was going to have some hard work to do. Then, unfortunately, I saw Mason get 17, and sometimes it's hard not to let it get to your head before the race starts. So, kept my head down, qualified third. I think I did an absolutely perfect lap, and it still wasn't enough. Luckily, I managed to slip in when he made the move for the leaders and pulled a 2-second gap on Matthäus, but yeah, I'm not happy with that. I needed the win, I think.
Well, still, you're okay in the points, so, you know, we'll be getting through to the semi-finals. So, you know, head held high, lots to go still.
Absolutely. I just got to win the semis now.
Yeah, that's what we need. Perfect. Cheers, Sam. We'll let you crack on. Next race is going on, and I've got to say, count the Blue Star drivers. 1, 2, 3, 4 Blue Star drivers in this next one.
Absolutely right, Andy. This is potentially today's heat of death. The first race yesterday was the heat of death for yesterday, but this is no doubt about it. Frankly, you wouldn't want to be down there in that, would you? I mean, that's just completely nasty. But yeah, we're going to go through the lineup in a second. Just interesting there on Sam Slater, though. He's obviously very disappointed with it, but he might want to check the points, because I've got a sneaking suspicion he's currently third in points. So, you know, it's not looking too bad for Slater. So I think he's just feeling that he's doing a bit worse than he actually is. He's talking to what looks like, is it Ruben Boutons he's talking to down in the pit lane there? So obviously Ruben getting some sort of intel on conditions, etc. out there. Let's run through the runners in this one. We've got double world champion and 6 times former British Rental Kart champion Ruben Boutons, arguably the benchmark internationally at the moment. He's also in the mix with Lewis Manley, who we've seen win twice, and Formula Fast expert, twice second overall in the championship here. Thomas Hagelstein. Thomas Hagelstein, the Belgian, who we haven't seen here in the UK before, but gosh, we've seen him now. He's been racing at the sharp end all weekend long. Reese Westwood, we've seen action from him at the front and at the back of the grid and everywhere in between. Russell Ending, we've seen him win and also finish highly. He's another one who's aiming to be in the semi-final with ease. Vika Schletz, who's the points leader earlier on at the end of the third round. Tom Seabrook, we've seen a lot from him. Owen Clark, again, we've seen him in action. Luke Evans, mentioned him a lot. And then Eliana de Vos, another in the final of these Blue Star drivers. Now, just going through what we're talking about with the Blue Star drivers, for those who may have just tuned in. There are a lot of teams operating in sort of international rental karting. Here at the BRKC, there is a team award, but we focus really, it's an individual event, but the teams are a factor. And of the foreign teams, Blue Star Racing send a team. They have like almost a bunch of drivers that they can call on. It's always the same crew, but maybe certain ones to certain events, certain ones to other events, and so on down the line. And it's a really tough team. They ask you to join them rather than the other way around. So this is a real team of top liners. Now, ordinarily we would see maybe one or two of them, but it looks like we got to about 3 or 4. Certainly Ruben Boutens is a member, Thomas Hagelstein, Vika Schletz and Eliana de Vos are all Blue Star team drivers, and you'll see them in the same suits. They have the same suit. Now, let's have a look at the results of the qualifying. Ruben Boutens is on pole position from Russell Ending comes through. So Vika Schletz takes the lot. Vika Schletz, there's one more qualifier to come through. It's Lewis Manley. What's he going to do? He's gone 4th. So Vika Schletz, again, a Blue Star driver from Ruben Boutens, arguably the Blue Star team captain if there was one, but it's more of an even deal than that. Vika Schletz, the points leader after the first round, will be leading the way off the start. Ruben Boutens, the double world champion, is going to sit behind him. Double world indoor champion Ruben Boutens there is making his way behind Vika Schletz, his teammate and compatriot. They're both Dutch drivers. It's a Belgian team actually, Blue Star, but they are both Dutch drivers. There's Russell Ending in the grey suit with the white helmet. There's Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, twice second in the BRKC overall. Eliana de Vos, another Blue Star driver behind him. And number 10, of course, is Luke Evans, another Brit. And then we've got Tom Seabrook. Thomas Hagelstein, surprisingly far back in the 20. You can see Blue Star driver, blue suit, right at the back there, one up from Owen Clark, who's bringing up the rear there. Owen Clark, now when you consider Owen Clark's bringing up the rear, but in the British Indoor Championship, he was a regional finalist. So this is a driver who's seriously quick in an indoor track, but such is the level of competition that he finds himself starting 10th. Now, Vika Schletz takes the start. It's a great getaway. It's given us green. They're looking good into the first part of the lap, the Snell section. Ruben Boutens, he knows the strategy. So does Russell Ending. So I'm not expecting any moves soon. It's Vika Schletz leading the way. Vika Schletz leading the way on points after the previous round of heats, and he's looking to take this one now. Schletz, we're going to have a little look at him because he has actually won all 3 of the races he's been in so far. He's looking to make it 4 out of 4. We were saying the same of Matt Barsh earlier on, the Polish driver. Matt Barsh had won his 3 heats going into the final round, and unfortunately for him, he got bundled down to second place by Bram Gelton. So Vika Schletz leads the way into the second lap now. Anthony, obviously from your vantage point down in the pits, it's been a very clean start and a very smooth opening couple of laps.
Yeah, count the O's and smooth in that one.
I think I had a few extra there, so yeah.
No, very, very calm and collected for the entire grid. You know, we were saying that this was going to be one heck of a race out that one, and you probably wouldn't want to be a driver involved in it, but so far it's been pretty calm.
Absolutely. Now, the Blue Star drivers we were talking about, they are, not only did they do this kind of event, they are quite well known for doing long distance endurance racing. So, 24-hour specialists, things like this, of indoor tracks, of which there are quite a lot of such events out in mainland Europe. So they are very good strategically and for the long haul. You've got a pit visit. It's Manley, I think.
It is Lewis Manley. He's gone for the early pit stop. He gets the green light on gate 1, comes into gate 2 now, and it is green light. So early pit stop. Do you reckon that was the right call?
Well, do you know what? I think he's basing that purely on what happened yesterday. If you remember, Manley was in a similar situation, except starting even further out. He was starting, 6th or 7th yesterday? He made the early pit stop. He had the speed to get through. The only difference is who he was up against. So yesterday he was up against he wasn't up against a whole bunch of Blue Star drivers. That's what I would throw out there without disrespecting anybody, because obviously the standard is high. We're looking at Lewis Manley. Now, he is a Formula Fast specialist. He wins here regularly. He's track champion before, and he certainly knows his way around here over many years. Every time the BRKC has been here, that's since 2014 and onwards, Lewis Manley has been in the event, and he has been a race winner and a factor in the overall contention in the final. So Lewis Manley, he celebrated 20 wins of British Rental Kart Championship yesterday in round 1. I don't think he's won since, so he's looking to make 21 today, but 21 wins, that is. That early pit stop there, we're looking at Lewis Manley in the red suit. Now, Lewis Manley, he played the early pit stop card yesterday. He's done it again today. I'm not sure how far he's going to get up that field, though, because if you look at it, everybody's going fast. We'll see what happens later on, though.
Yes, I'm sure we will see what happens later on, because it's a long way to go left in this race. Of course, only 9 drivers in this one. We don't have Reece Westwood, which is a shame. Yeah, like you say, fastest lap's just come in, though. Ruben Boutins with that fastest lap, 30.270. So he's really pushing that kart to its limits in these early stages. Manley, though, on that last lap, he has gained 0.7 of a second and did a 30.7. So, you know, pace-wise, he is there, but I think he just needs to up it just that little bit more.
Yeah, currently fastest on the track is the double world champion, Ruben Boutins, who currently runs second, and he's behind teammate Vika Schlets. So Ruben Boutins is playing a bit of a watching brief here, I think. Vika Schlets, he'll be content for Vika Schlets to lead, and I mean, really at this stage, these guys are looking purely at points. Now, Vika Schlets has won all of his races, so he's comfortably into the semi-final. And Emmanuel, when you're winning all your races, unless you have a complete mare in the semi-final, because the semi-final being that right to continue scoring, and then the overall points, top 10, is what then goes through from that to the final. Vika Schlets has practically at this stage booked his final place, let alone the semi-final place. Ruben Boutins, remember that earlier penalty, he got pushed down to 5th place in the first race of the weekend, a pit stop penalty which he did not take, and so Ruben Boutins is the one sort of could be argued of who's on the back foot points-wise, not only of the top 2, but also of the Blue Star team.
Oh,
so,
black flag has gone out. Yeah, what was that?
So
what was that for?
I'm not really sure, but he was in the battle. He was in the battle with Thomas Haggleston. So,
he's in the pit lane. He's in the pit lane, and he got a penalty on the first gate as well.
Penalty on penalty. Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Tom Seabrook. That's kind of guaranteed his 9th place finish, and probably is what's just pushed him right out of the event.
Yeah, because if that was a penalty or not his pit stop, he's going to have to come in and serve his penalty again and serve a pit stop again.
Yeah, very unlucky break there for Tom Seabrook, of course. He's been very good. Southern Race Karting Championship. He's another one of those Southern boys. He was second in the championship, and of course he was did well in Italy with the Champions Cup. So poor old Tom Seabrook finds himself in 9th place. He's got to serve a penalty on his black flag penalty, so you're probably going to see him twice more, Anthony, assuming we can all count that high.
Yeah, I've only got so many fingers, so we'll see what happens. I might have to get my shoes off and can't count my toes. But
meanwhile, can I just draw your attention?
Yes.
Lewis Manley is just 13 seconds away from the race leader, Vika Schlets, and he has been in. So that means that Vika Schlets, if he was to pit, would just be, 2 seconds, 3 seconds maybe, ahead of Lewis Manley, which means Manley's strategy is paying off. It's paying off. It's not as if Manley's the fastest out on the track. That's Ruben Boutins. But Manley is certainly making the strategy work, shall we say.
He is.
According to what we're seeing here.
He is.
There he is on screen.
Yeah, he's catching Owen Clark, though, at quite a rate, and that's going to be for position. So Owen Clark doesn't need to let him pass. That he can fight that one. So this could go a bit P-tong now for Lewis Manley.
Yeah, what would help Lewis Manley is if Owen Clark decided he was going to come in the pits just to the point of being caught. When you consider Lewis Manley is, he's made a pit stop. Thomas Haggleston, the very, very highly rated Belgian driver, is actually in sight. He's in his sight. So if we look at Lewis Manley on screen there's Lewis Manley going out of picture. And we might be able to see Hagelstein just up ahead, particularly as they come around this corner here, and definitely down the back straight. We're staying with Lewis Manley there. This is the fast corner on the back straight. Look way ahead, look for the blue suit. Yeah, there's Hagelstein up ahead. So the highly rated Belgian driver is actually in sight of Lewis Manley, certainly from a point of view of looking down the back stretch.
Exactly that. Now I'm just looking at the gaps between the race leaders and Manley, and it has raised a little bit now. It's 14 seconds, so a little bit more breathing space then for your top two, which I'm watching now, and they're still nose to tail, but because they are teammates, they're probably just going to push each other. They're not going to battle.
Yeah, I wonder if anything's been said and Beacon Schlitz will actually relinquish the lead. Oh, and Manley's through on Owen Clark. So Lewis Manley has taken Owen Clark. He's moved up to 7th place. Manley, of course, has made a pit stop. He's really the only legitimate pit visitor because the earlier visitor, Tom Seabrook, was in on a penalty. So from a strategy point of view, the only pit stopper has been Lewis Manley. So every place he gains is going to be for position. It's not like he's got to try and jump in the pits or anything crazy like that. Now, what I'm wondering is, and we will never know the honest answer to this either by watching or by getting any deep intel, is whether or not there's going to be any Blue Star team orders. Vika Schlitz is comfortably into the final. Ruben Boutens is probably there or thereabouts, but that 5th place awarded yesterday is a loss of points when you're talking, big loss of points when you're talking about trying to make the final itself. So will the Blue Star team play a bit of a team, the team card, if you like, in trying to get Ruben Boutens into the final, so they fill the final places for sure, rather than make Ruben Boutens fight through purely on his own? That's a question I think is we'll never know the answer to, but is an important one.
Well, but I mean, we can certainly try and answer it, because I mean, think about it. Vika Schlitz yesterday, clean race day, won everything that he needed to. He's currently winning now. So he's looking pretty comfortable. So, does he want to relinquish a perfect weekend to allow his teammate to gain some extra points, or does he, like you say, relinquish that?
Yeah, we're looking at them on screen now. So the people at home, the drivers we're talking about are those two. The golden helmet there is Vika Schlitz. He's very much of the young guard. Now, much of the older guard. Was once one of the youthful challengers, Ruben Boutens, but he is now the establishment. He's the 2nd place of those two, both in the same team, the Belgian Blue Star team. And the question is Vika Schlitz with enough points probably to make the final as we stand right now, where Ruben Boutens is going to be a lot more marginal. That team card, is it going to be played? Are they going to swap positions? It's only going to make 1 point difference, but will young give way to old? I mean, the youthful Vika Schlitz, and he is very youthful. When you've been talked to him, he's full of youthful fire. He's taken it in his stride, isn't he, Anthony?
Yeah, he really is. He's a great character out on circuit, great character in the paddock as well. So, a real people person, I would say, is Vika Schlitz. So, he's got a bright future ahead of him. He's quick on track, and he's got a great personality as well.
Absolutely, and he's with the right team. He's got the right backing around him. Now, we're going to just consider one place further back. Russell Ending is running ahead of the next Blue Star driver. It's all Blue Star all the way here, isn't it? So we've got Blue Star first, second. There's Russell Ending on view, and there's the next Blue Star driver, Eliana de Vos. Again, one of the younger generation there, Eliana de Vos. As Russell Ending, he's on camera now. He's actually got the leaders in his sights. He's not falling away like you might expect. Russell Ending has really got the speed. There is Russell Ending, and clearly one of the British hopes for certainly a place in the semi-finals, but maybe even the final itself. Just trying to find out where Russell Ending might be in the points. Adam Sheargold, out matter of interest, is running 19th at the moment. Ruben Boutens is only 18th in the points with 26, as opposed to Vika Schlitz, who was on 30, so 4 points difference between those. Where is... I can't actually see. I can't even see Russell Ending in the top 39. He's probably there, and it's just me missing it in the heat of the moment. But Russell Ending, we're looking at on screen there. He's 3rd place, and of course, on the basis that at this stage, every point will count. 3rd place is great. It's 8 points, but if he can catch you ahead, then look, they're the two leaders, and there's Russell Ending, and there is Eliana de Vos. Now we're looking for Luke Evans. Here comes Luke Evans. Yes, there he is. That's Luke Evans, former Welsh champion, going through. He's quite clear of Thomas Hagelstein there. And then there's Lewis Manley. So Manley closing in on Hagelstein. Manley is 15 seconds behind the leaders, but in the event of a pit stop, he would certainly be 4th and maybe challenging for 3rd, Anthony. So Russell Ending's stop is going to have to be good.
definitely will have to be a good stop. I mean, he's done a fabulous job, and we've got someone in the pit lane actually as we speak. So Tom Seabrook is back in to serve his, well, I'm guessing second penalty. That's now good. He's got to come back in to serve his actual pit stop.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do in the pit. He's going to be very experienced on the pit stops by the end of this, is Tom Seabrook. Unfortunately, he does continue around the track in 9th place. But to be honest, with a non-starter in Reece Westbrook, that means that Tom is 1 place further up than he might have been had he had this kind of calamity with a full field. And so he's there in 9th. Owen Clark ahead of him in 8th. Lewis Manley currently listed in 7th. But remember, with Lewis Manley, nobody in front of him has been in the pits yet. So let's have a look. On screen, we're looking at Vika Schletz leading Ruben Boutens, nose to tail as they have been. There's Russell Ending, and then, of course, it is Eliana de Vos, and following that is Luke Evans, former Welsh champion. Now here, Vika Schletz leads the way. Golden helmet of Vika Schletz. Ruben Boutens behind him. Any pit stops? No. What about Russell Ending? Here comes Russell Ending. There's Russell Ending. I don't think he's in either. Still, everyone's staying out. There's only just under 7 minutes to go, Anthony. It could be a late race flurry and dash to the pits. Oh, into the pits now. Thomas Hagelstein out of her 6th place.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane. So the number 20 is in, and it's a good stop on gate 1. Going into gate 2, very late on the brakes, cut halfway over the white line and gets a green light, and he's back out.
And guess who benefits from that? Of course, it is Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley trying to get into the final once more at Formula Fast in the British Rental Kart Championship. Lewis Manley, interestingly, does not really travel far for his karting. So many drivers in this will travel abroad. The Brits will go to foreign events. The foreign guys are coming here, but not Lewis Manley. He stays put in here in the UK, focusing on this track in the Track Championship here at Formula Fast. Always competitive, though, at the British Rental Kart Championship. And he has moved up to 6th place as we look at Vika Schletz continuing the lead. Ruben Boutens just shadows him as he has all race long. Who's going to be first to pit out of these two and why? Vika Schletz is currently quickest on the track, though. So Vika Schletz, the fastest lap in this race, is that man there. The Dutchman, Vika Schletz, into the pits.
Yeah, Luke Evans into the pit lane. Oh, penalty on gate 2 for Evans. He's going to have to come back in.
Yeah, an unnecessary penalty really there, Anthony, it has to be said. Poor old Luke Evans, former Welsh champion, and he's just pushing it. He had a bit of a clear space, I would say. No need to get things to quite that level, but unfortunately he's tripped the lights and that's it. He's going to have to come back in. There's only 5 minutes remaining. Now, you add his pit stop into all the other pit stops that have yet to take place. That's at least 5 genuine ones.
Oh, he's coming straight in. Sorry,
yeah,
James. Yeah,
that's all right.
Straight into the pit lane. Let's see how he does. Gate 1. Yeah, that's good. Let's see if he's learnt his lesson on gate 2. Stops a little early, gets going, and yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, Luke Evans out, back in the race, and he's just in front of Russell Ending now. He's exited the pits. Ending goes down the inside. Of course, Luke Evans now a lap down on the leaders. He's had to make 2 stops. Of course, we're looking at 5 legitimate stops now, still to come. What about Tom Seabrook? We think he's coming in once more, right?
Yes, I believe he has got to come in once more.
Okay, so
I've just seen a hand go up as well, so we have got a kart coming in. It is the number 17 that's coming in, and that
Ruben
is
Boutens.
Yeah, oh no, this is bad timing for Ruben Boutens. If it all goes P-Tong here, he's going to get caught up. It's all good for Owen Clark and Ruben Boutens. It's all good, so nice clean stop.
Yeah, Ruben Boutens kind of got away with that one a little bit, but it was as marginal as you could ever get away with, really. That must have looked really close, actually, in the pits there, Anthony.
It was, yeah. You couldn't fit my clipboard in between the two of them.
And Vika Schletz, we're looking out on track now. He has been released from his team leader, Ruben Boutens. So Vika Schletz, there is Thomas Hagelstein, yet another Blue Star driver. Vika Schletz has been released.
And a hand up, up there. We've got a driver in. It is the 15. And yeah, Eliana de Vos is in, and it's 2 green lights. He's back out, crucially in front of Manley.
Yeah, now that is what he needed. The thing is, though, he's only just in front of Lewis Manley. Manley's got momentum. He's going to challenge in the snail, and Eliana de Vos has to go to the centre to defend against that, but Lewis Manley's all over the back of Eliana de Vos. Now, this is the first time that Lewis Manley's caught someone that gives him an actual picture where he is it going to be Manley down the backstretch? Look at this. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, Endon in the pit lane as well, and he gets 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
And incredible action out on the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Lewis Manley almost made it work on Eliana de Vos. De Vos to the inside, Manley to the outside and cut back across. And the battle still goes on in the snail area. It is Eliana de Vos defending against Lewis Manley. Blue versus red there, as De Vos in the blue, Manley in the red. You can see De Vos nowhere near a racing line. It's all about defend, defend, defend. Now as we come down the back straight, expect De Vos to be to the inside. There he is, there's Manley to the outside. As they arrive at the corner side by side, De Vos has the line, De Vos has the inside there at the hairpin itself, and making their way through and out onto another lap. Manley is really working De Vos hard. De Vos is hanging on as best he can, but Lewis Manley really aggressive there, and in the pits comes the leader.
Yeah, Vika Schlitz in the pit lane now. Gate 1 gets the green light. It's all good. Into gate 2. Very early on the brakes, but gets the green light crucially and comes out well ahead of Ruben Boutins.
Yes, he does, and that's the biggest gap he's had. An outstanding pit stop there by Vika Schlitz. He read the situation perfectly. They're coming up towards, I think, is it Luke Evans, perhaps? Luke Evans is going to be going a lap down, I think. But,
I think it's Owen Clark.
Owen Clark, is it? Okay. Meantime, we've got Lewis Manley. What's his situation with De Vos? You can see it in the, there they are on screen. Lewis Manley is still trying to get past Eliana De Vos now. What's going to happen on the backstretch?
No, sorry, it was Owen Clark's. They've passed already. Sorry, you were right. It was Luke Evans.
Luke Evans then, and De Vos having to be careful at the end of the straight there. Manley right on his bump. We can see on screen De Vos the inside there, trying to block Manley off, giving Manley nowhere to go. Yes, it's slower, but it means he stays ahead. That's the key thing with De Vos. And you can see De Vos nowhere near a real racing line. It's all about defence here. As Manley trying on the side there, he's side by side, but De Vos cuts him off. De Vos to the inside, all the way through the snail. De Vos and Manley on the inside. Manley's going to make, no, he can't. It looked like Manley on the inside. What's going to happen at the end of the straight here? They're side by side down the back stretch. Manley on the brakes, round the outside. Can he cut back? No. It's tooth and nail here with 1 minute to go. De Vos defensive all the way through. De Vos is not making mistakes. The only reason he's not on the racing line is to block Manley off. De Vos is driving the perfect race. Tell you what though, Anthony, from up here and on the screen, you can see the one thing. Oh, Manley on this inside there. Oh, Manley almost through. Manley to the outside, they're side by side, out to the snail, on screen there. Eliana De Vos and Manley up the inside. Is it Manley? No, not quite. As De Vos onto the backstretch, De Vos stays to the left, and that is the defensive line. Manley's trying the outside. Can he cut back? No, he can't. Just too much speed to be able to cut back there, and obviously De Vos blocking the inside. De Vos with 25 seconds to go. Oh, Manley's taking the outside line there, trying the outside move in the snail. Incredible battle. We're seeing this live on television here as Manley again cuts back to the inside. De Vos blocking him off at every opportunity. Eliana De Vos doing everything he can. Very young driver De Vos, but he's up against one of the best, Lewis Manley. De Vos, yet another of the Blue Star drivers. Manley to the outside, De Vos on the inside. De Vos shuts him off. This is the biggest gap De Vos has had, and that's only a kart length. So Lewis Manley, is he going to regroup? Surely they're about to start the last lap as they cross the line once more. 2 laps to go. They're on the penultimate lap. So race leader Vika Schlitz is on the penultimate lap. He's not going to give way to Ruben Boutins. Boutins is in second. They've got ahead of Luke Evans. But crossing the line, starting the last lap now. Vika Schlitz. What about Lewis Manley? There's De Vos. There's Manley. Manley's dropped back. Manley's dropped back. It's about 2 car lengths. De Vos assumes the normal line, as you can see there, as opposed to left, because he knows he's got that clear space. The clear space is only a cart or 2 lengths, but it's all De Vos needs. He knows Manley can't really challenge him there. The standard is too good for everyone. Nobody could challenge from that distance at this level. Meantime, though, completing it. There they are on the screen. The leaders. It's Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz is going to win for Ruben Boutins. There's the start line. Here comes Vika Schlitz. And where is Schlitz? The screen has stopped. Yeah, that's it. Vika Schlitz has won.
Yeah,
off
he
camera
did, yeah.
there. Schlitz has won from Ruben Boutins. Russell Ending still. What about Manley? Manley's fallen back from De Vos. De Vos has secured his 4th place. Lewis Manley in 5th. Thomas Hagelstein 6th. Luke Evans 7th. Owen Clark, and then Tom Seabrook round them out in the final finishes there. But what a race. Interestingly, Anthony, no team orders amongst the Blue Star team.
Yep.
And of course, Lewis Manley probably feeling like he's lost a lot of points on that one. But a great third for Russell Ending.
Yeah, definitely. Ending had a fabulous race in that one. I'm sure he'll be happy with a P3, especially with the amount of Blue Star drivers that were out in that race. So we'll definitely have a chat with him. We'll have a chat with Vika Schlitz as well. So let's start with ending, because he's right here in front of me, which is very handy parking. Thank you for that one. Also, let's have a quick chat. Well, that was probably a pretty decent race for yourself, I have to say. Despite the fact that there were 4 Blue Star drivers out there, you still come away with a P3.
Yeah, I said coming into this race, a P6 would be a great result, given the calibre of driver in there, I think.
I qualified well, which certainly helped my case. Obviously, we came clear after a few laps. I wasn't going to keep up with Vika and Ruben ahead. I was aware of the early pitting Lewis behind, just keeping an eye on the laps, but I also knew he was in a cold kart, so had a little bit of sort of half eye on the scoreboard, half eye on maintaining clear air, but just managed to put some good laps in and came out with a decent result.
It's a solid result, so you can be happy with that one. How, in terms of the points, are you looking?
Pretty tidy, actually. First 2 second places and a third now, so fingers crossed for a good semi-final, might make the final.
We'll wish you all the best, mate. Have fun with that one. Let's chat to Vika Schlitz. And over here, once again, a perfect weekend. He has won everything he's been part of. And as you can see, his teammate there giving him a nice bit of support. Vika, congratulations again. A clean sweep once again. All 4 of your heats, all race wins. We were concerned in that one that maybe team orders may come in, you know, because you've got a teammate, Ruben Boutons, right behind you, who needed the extra points. But was it spoke about at all?
Yeah, it's an individual championship, so you go for your own. We know we are a team and we go for the team championship, but yeah, we don't help each other. That's not fair, you know.
So it was all just you're every man for themselves really out there. But you know, a solid weekend so far. You are looking to be one of the favourites going into the final. What would it mean if you could win the BRKC?
Yeah, it is a big pleasure if that was. But I don't know. We will see. The semi-finals has to come and the final. So we see, maybe in the semi-final I will be 5th, and it's, you don't know, you never know, so not too early.
Long way to go. Well done though, mate. Congratulations, and enjoy a little rest there. Well, brilliant stuff then from those drivers, and like we say, that was quite a tense race, despite the fact that there was a lot of quick drivers in that one. Next race is coming up, some more talent about to head out. James, we'll head back up to you. If he unmutes his microphone. There he is.
Vika Schlitz has cemented his place at the top of the table there. 4 wins out of 4. Absolutely stunning performance. And when you're 4 wins out of 4, include defeating your team leader, Ruben Boutons, that is saying something. So Vika Schlitz really establishing himself as certainly one of the best drivers in the world of indoor karting at the moment. So Vika Schlitz there, outstanding performance. So we're going to move on from that heat race. That was their final chance to score there. Obviously the points are getting pretty tasty now. We're going to be recapping the positions during the next race. Now, who's coming up in this one? Well, we got a bit of a tough one in some ways, because British champion, reigning BRKC champion Sean Briley is out in this one. He's up against Philip Randall, Matthew Clark, Damien Smith, Melanie Motz, Ryan Curtin, Sebastian Miller, John Paragon, Jennifer Tompkins and Sam Cox. So, Sean Briley, obvious favourite going in by the fact that he is the reigning BRKC champion, but we've seen wins by Ryan Curtin and Sebastian Miller's run at the front, Melanie Motz has run at the front, and so he's going to have to answer to all of these people. Matthew Clark has put in some great runs this weekend. So yeah, there's a lot to be. Sebastian Miller's run at the front. So Sean Briley's not going to have it all his own way. On paper, only an idiot would bet against him, but because he is the reigning champion. But well, there's a few people who might say something about this. So qualifying is yet to begin, and this will be the 5th heat race of 10 in the final round of heats here, heat 4. It's the British Rental Kart Championship. There'll be a variety of people already aware they're not going any further. Now, the Blue Star Racing team currently the point standings of teams ahead of one of the Bradley Shepherd Racing teams. So very close there on points, but Blue Star lead it from BSR as we sit at the moment. However, there are some more BSR drivers to come, so more points for them to score. Now, what's going to happen in this? Prediction from me, Anthony, will be a win for Sean Briley, but he's not going to have it easy.
No, definitely not. There are some good names out here, so yeah, it's going to be a tricky one on this one. But yeah, I think Sean Briley is probably. What? No, because you got Mr. Curtin out in this one. You know, he's a winner. You know, I don't know.
And there's Sebastian Miller. Is that Sebastian Miller in the 17? That's one of the BSR drivers, so they're looking to score some points. Behind him is Jennifer Tompkins, and then behind that, is that John Paragon? I think it might be. Sean Brierley, of course, is in the 18, much further back, so he's going to be out qualifying last, or among the last. He's in the yellow and black helmet, and he's third from the back. Right behind him, of course, is Ryan Curtin, one of the Americans, and Ryan Curtin is also one of the Americans who's won. So the two of the final three going out to qualify are people who won races already this weekend. So that battle for pole position could be a bit of a tough one, you know, as the session goes on, because they will be the final ones to set times. At the very back, though, we've got who's that one? Is that Randall at the back? I'm not sure in the 12. Well, we'll soon find out. Anyway, so we're waiting for them to send them out to qualify. This is a very important heat race for a number of the drivers out there. Obviously, the likes of Sean Brierley and Ryan Curtin have scored a lot of points. They're pretty much fixed into the final there. Yeah, just going up on the top three of the point situation. 138 to Blue Star, 125 to BSR, but close behind them are Team USA. The Americans have had an amazing morning, and they're going to be scoring points possibly with Ryan Curtin there. So we'll see what happens out there on the track. Now, they're coming around, they're on their warm-up lap. The likely contenders for pole position, the two most likely, are the ones who are near the back. I think it might be Melanie Motz who's running at the tail there. We saw her run third place yesterday in a bit of a battle with Ivan Shana. So Ivan Shana, who won a couple of races, being challenged by Melanie Motz. I think that's her at the back, very back there in the yellow. So we'll find out as they cross the line, as John Paragon has completed his warm-up lap. He's on his qualifier, topping the list there, but that's just the warm-up lap, of course. Everyone's on their qualifier now as they come down the backstretch. It's the leaders there down the backstretch. The first ones to qualify. It looks like Damien Smith in the 21 is going to be the first one to post a time, followed by Matt Clark. So Smith goes quickest, yes. Does Clark beat him? Yes, Clark's on top. Clark's on top. Paragon's up to second. Sebastian Miller on top. Jennifer Tompkins to third. Philip Randall to fifth. We're looking for Brierley. There he is in second. Ryan Curtin to third, and Melanie Motz to seventh. It's still Miller. Miller takes top spot, one of the BSR drivers. Sebastian Miller will start from the pole position, and the driver there, Sebastian Miller, he really will be pleased with that one. Yes, he's got a lot of work to. You're looking there at Matthew Clark. Matt Clark there, and he's actually quite a spectacular driver. He sort of runs under the radar a little bit, it has to be said. But he is capable of springing a surprise, no doubt about it. He's going to be starting fourth and in the number 10 kart. So as they all assume positions there, we know it's Sebastian Miller who's going to be starting up front. But who's he starting ahead of? Very much the dangerous Sean Brierley and the dangerous Ryan Curtin and the dangerous Matthew Clark are the top four. Now, Jennifer Tompkins has come through to fifth place. That's her best result, I think, of the weekend in the qualifying. And then we've got John Paragon, Melanie Motz, and Philip Randall, Damien Smith, and Sam Cox in the orange at the back there. So the organisers happy now, and there's Sebastian Miller. He's going to lead the way. Sean Brierley's having a word with Ryan Curtin. Maybe they're thinking of fixing some kind of deal. Remember, they are not in the same team as Sebastian Miller up ahead. The M4M Timber Products team is what Sean Brierley's in, and Ryan Curtin, of course, is with one of the American teams. So there's, you know, there's no loyalty to the pole sitter there. So the start is giving us good. They're quite well spaced, but it's a clean start as Sebastian Miller leads through the Snell section there. He's got the job done going in, and he's got the job done coming out. He can stay ahead of Sean Brierley, and Ryan Curtin trying to stay with Sean Brierley too, as they just build up speed around this corner and down the back straight. This is the fastest part of the track. As they come down to the hairpin, it's Sebastian Miller who turns in first. Sean Brierley, Ryan Curtin, and Matthew Clark. Matt Clark really doing well there in fourth. This is a good chance of points for him. He gets better every year, does Matt Clark. He's crossing the line in fourth place there. Very clean start, Anthony. Sebastian Miller looking very good. Maybe a little bit of a surprise getting pole position. Top five certainly, but pole position, that was a good shot by him, and he's leading the way.
Yeah, he didn't pop up on our radar, did he? I mean, you know, we did see him yesterday. He had a race win yesterday, didn't he, did Sebastian Miller?
I'm going to double check. I know he's been up at the front all weekend. Maybe he did. If he did, I haven't got it down. But we'll certainly keep an eye on him. He's certainly been a front runner.
Oh, I've got a pit stop already. Number 8 is in. This is an early stop for John Paragon, yeah, and he gets a good stop, and he is all good.
Yeah, and I think from his point of view, he's got that out of the way. Now, obviously, he was pitting from sort of mid-pack, really, John Paragon, and so we'll see if he can actually make any inroads into the upper half of the score sheet as a result of that early stop. He is completely clear on his own. There's no one in front, no one behind. He is literally half a lap down, so he's got all the space he needs to do something. Now, Sebastian Miller, quite incredibly, is pulling away a gap from Sean Bradley. Yes, the concertina effect shows up, but as we see him going out of the snail there on the screen, through the fast corner, down the backstretch, he's actually built up quite a lead for this early stage. The Bradley Shepherd Racing driver there turns in the lead several kart lengths ahead of Sean Bradley, the reigning champion, who in turn is several kart lengths ahead of Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin is actually starting to get pressured by Matt Clark, and so the American is under increasing pressure from Matt Clark. So there's Miller, there's Bradley, there is Curtin, and there is Matt Clark. And there's Jennifer Tompkins, followed by Melanie Motts and Philip Randall, Damien Smith, and that's Sam Cox. And then there'll be a huge gap before we get John Paragon, the only driver yet to pit. So there's Matt Clark. What a good showing from him. He's really making the American work in front. He's staying with him, staying with the lead drivers here. There's Sebastian Miller in the lead, and that's a nice little lead when you consider it is Sean Bradley in second. Sebastian Miller, Sebastian Miller's been impressive all weekend, but this is probably his most impressive showing yet.
Yeah, definitely. I will 100% agree with that one. Fastest laps, pulling away, opening up a gap, you know, and there's some quick drivers in this one. So Sebastian Miller, I think, ladies and gentlemen, keep a close eye on him.
Absolutely right, and keeping a close eye on him from second place is Sean Bradley that we're looking at there. Sean Bradley, of course, the reigning champion, an incredible final last year where Sean Bradley actually ended up winning the thing. And so a great job by him, the crowning achievement in his karting career. British Rental Kart Championship. We will see him in action in things like the World Championship, I'm sure, later on this year. But he will be looking to make it to a second win in the British Rental Kart Championship, and it'll be a consecutive win for him if he can do it. To do it, though, he's going to have to tackle people like Sebastian Miller. So I'm sure Sean Bradley knows he's got plenty of points, but that extra one's never going to hurt. From his point of view, Miller crossed the line with another, you know, lap in the lead, 7 laps in, 16 minutes to go, a long time to go, but Sebastian Miller looking very convincing indeed. Still only one pit stopper, Anthony. I can't see any reason why anyone won't want to come in yet. Matt Clark, what's his situation? No, he's dropped back a bit from Ryan Curtin, so maybe even Matt Clark wouldn't even think about it. So, but this battle is brewing up a bit. It is, who is it? Damien Smith chasing down, looks like Philip Randall. So Philip Randall and Sam Cox is on the back of that lot. So that is the race there for 7th place. That's where the action is. Crossing the line, there they go on screen as Philip Randall just ticks off another lap. There he is, and there's Damien Smith following him. Sam Cox is trying to join the fight. He's a few karts back, but he's trying to join the fight. He's working from 9th place. If he can leapfrog these two, that'll be 7th. He's well on his way towards the front if he can do that. So there is Philip Randall, there's Damien Smith, and there is Sam Cox. Further back, you can just about see Melanie Motts, but she's a bit too far ahead of them to think about moving up that far up the order at the moment. But Philip Randall, he's holding on to that spot. So there's Melanie Motts in the yellow helmet, and there here comes Randall. There's Randall, Smith, and Cox. So, and then a massive gap for John Paragon. He's the only one in now, away from Sean Bradley. What's that mean? It's the wrong side of the track to suggest a pit stop, but well, Sean Bradley seems to be waving his hand at something.
Yeah, not too sure. I mean, you know, right now I don't think a pit stop is what he needs. I think he just needs to see how the race progresses. And I think that's really the same for the entire field, because there's not actually been any overtakes yet. The only reason why we've got drivers pushing up is because we've had one pit stop of John Paragon. So, you know, at the moment, this has just been a race of pace at the moment, like we saw earlier on.
Absolutely. Looking on screen there, Jennifer Tompkins is in 5th place. Now she's coming under increasing pressure from the Netherlands, the Dutch girl Melanie Motts. Now Melanie Motts had an epic scrap yesterday over 2nd place with Ivan Shana. There's Melanie Motts in the yellow helmet, so she could well be giving Jennifer Tompkins some trouble. I'm sure Jennifer's pretty chuffed with that 5th place. She will start to feel Melanie Motts breathing down her neck fairly soon, because Motts is creeping into contention. Going to have a little look at the lap times. Yeah, Motts is ever slightly faster, and in fact you can see on screen there it's down to about 2 car lengths as they go out of view on the screen. They're about to cross the line as Tompkins, there's Jennifer Tompkins, she's coming through. There's Melanie Motts closing in all the time. Can Jennifer hold her off, because she is coming in fast now. It's 1 kart length. Jennifer Tompkins is going to have a lot of work on her plate as Melanie Motts closes in. Now, of course, the big question is, will Melanie Motts use a pit stop to get past Jennifer Tompkins? Should Jennifer give her some trouble? She still has that available. Should she feel she's faster but getting disadvantaged? Jennifer Tompkins is not going to give way too easy. She's not about to just step aside. That's a fact. Pretty beastie racer.
Oh, definitely so. But I think Jennifer Tompkins might be struggling just a little bit with her hands. She went past me on the start-finish line here, and her hand came off the steering wheel. She gave it a bit of a shake. I'm not sure if that's just because it's cold, because obviously the air temperature in here still very cold. The wind chill on your fingertips will be immense, or it could just be, you know, gripping the steering wheel a little bit too tight.
Yeah, we've seen actually a couple of people pull out of the event due to rib injuries. I remember Chris Ball telling me this morning, he was saying how his arms were aching, and this is not down to actual, you know, collision injury type stuff. This is just wear and tear driving the karts at this level. So Melanie Motts then is right in the back of Jennifer Tompkins. She's closed right up on the British girl there as Tompkins comes down into the final hairpin. There's Motts following her. And you have to say Motts is looking pretty racy here. The question mark is she going to go for a massive lunge, or is she going to pit stop away around Jennifer? I don't think the pit stop idea would be that good at the moment, because Jennifer's not that much slower. Motts closed in pretty rapid, but it's on us even at the moment. I think we're going to see the lunge coming soon. Meantime, behind, they can't afford to fight too much, because Philip Randall, Damien Smith and Sam Cox aren't that far behind them themselves. So down the back stretch there, we're looking at the back of Motts there. And there's the battle behind. That's the Randall, Smith and Cox battle. Back to the pits, we're expecting someone in. So there's Phil Randall. As are we going to get any pit stoppers this time? No, absolutely nobody in at all. Now there are 11 and a bit minutes to go. Well, about 11 and a half almost. And we've only had 1 person in the pits. Anthony, it's going to get a bit busy in the second half of this race, mate.
It is indeed, but like we were saying, again, the fact we've not seen any overtakes, this is going to be a battle of the pit stops as well. So who is going to have the better pit stop to gain those crucial seconds? Because you can gain 1 or 2 seconds in this. I've seen 9-second pit stops. I've seen 11-second pit stops. You know, it's very, very critical.
Absolutely. That's why there's been a lot of violations and a lot of yellow lights, because people have to cut it so fine, because just the standard is cutting it very fine. So, you know, unless you're cutting it fine, you're off the pace in terms of pit stops. Now, the top 4 are quite evenly spread out, so the battles are behind. It's a battle of 5th place with Jennifer Tompkins, Melanie Motts, and a battle for 7th place of Philip Randall, Damien Smith and Sam Cox. Now, possibly joining that is John Paragon, because he's actually closed in by the looks of things to within 3 seconds of Sam Cox at the back. So Paragon has been, although he's last place, he's been on an absolute blinder. He's the only one who's been in the pits. His lap times are very good actually when you look at it. He's pretty much trading times with the leading 3 is John Paragon, and with the best will in the world. That's not something we've said yet this weekend about John Paragon, but he may be in 10th place, but he's on a mission, and he's within about 2 seconds now of the back of that 7th place battle. So as that 7th place battle comes through, we'll see there they are crossing the line on screen. 1, 2, 3, and a little bit further back is John Paragon. So there's John Paragon going through. So here's the 7th place battle. That's Randall, and then Cox at the back, and there's Paragon in the blue behind them. So he is making inroads to that. He could well make it a 4-way scrap pretty soon. So down the backstretch, there is Sam Cox on the back of that 7th place battle. Just not quite in view though is John Paragon, but I have to say he's really closing in. It's about 2.5 seconds at the moment, so he really is hauling it. Now 20 laps in for the leader at the moment, Sebastian Miller. There's Sam Cox. He's running 9th. So there's that 7th place battle. There's John Paragon. John Paragon. Now he's the only one who's been in the pits, so he will automatically leapfrog this 3, and he actually would be in line
to come out fifth. If Tompkins...
Melanie Motz is coming in. Yeah. Melanie Motz is coming in. Sorry, James. And into the pit lane from fifth place. Comes in, or sixth place, I should say. Gets the green light on the first stop. Comes into gate number 2. And it is green light. Where's it going to come out? It's going to come out right at the back. The 13 comes in as well. Sam Cox is in. It was green light on the first one. And comes into gate number 2. Green light on the second one. Comes in at the back of the grid.
Wonderful job there, Anthony. So it's 2 clean stops. Gosh, we're looking good. Now, the key thing there is it's all about John Paragon, because John Paragon, it's working for him. In the pit stops, he's overcome Cox and Motz.
Yeah, and now we've got Tompkins in the pit lane. So green light on the first, comes into gate 2. Green light comes back out, and crucially comes out in front of Melanie Motz.
Yeah, so Jennifer Tompkins has come out ahead of Melanie Motz. That battle will resume. Motz has got momentum, but Jennifer Tompkins has got position. But look at this, John Paragon. He's leapfrogging everybody. He made the early pit stop. There he is on screen, John Paragon, as he comes round. He was 10th. He's worked his way up to 7th now. He's overcome Tompkins. He's overcome Motz. He's overcome Cox. Who's in the pits?
It's 4th place who came in the pit lane, and back out goes Matthew Clark.
Yeah, Clark. Can Paragon get him too? No, he can't. But he's on the back of him. He's on the back. It's a battle. There's John Paragon chasing down Matt Clark. Matt Clark desperately trying to hang on position. There's John Paragon. What a show by him. This is the drive of the race, it could be argued. I mean, Sebastian Miller doing great up front, but look at this from John Paragon. He made the early pit stop. He rolled the dice, and so far he's drawn 6s all the way, because Matt Clark was battling for what, 4th place? He was 4th place driver earlier, and in the pits.
Damien Smith in the pit lane, green light on gate number 1, comes in towards gate 2 now, a little early on the brakes, but hesitant on the pull away, but gets the green light.
And crucially, he's come out ahead of the one he was battling with, Damien Smith, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Now, let's just go back to this, because guess who's inherited another place? It is, of course, John Paragon, but so too is Matt Clark. Matt Clark in the red and black, and there's John Paragon in the blue. Now, Paragon's going to have to pass Clark on the track here, so hopefully for him it won't go wrong. Philip Randall is in 4th place, but I don't believe Randall's been in. He's the lowest place of those yet to pit, which means all the top 4 haven't been in the pits with you yet, Anthony.
Yeah, confirmed. So, yeah, Sebastian Miller, Sean Brierley, Ryan Curtin, and Philip Randall.
Yeah, and it's still looking close to the track, but just going back to the lead group there, Sebastian Miller has pulled out. It is 2 seconds back to Sean Brierley. Sebastian Miller looking really good out there up front, as Brierley continues in 2nd. Ryan Curtin, the American 3rd. Philip Randall is in 4th. None of them have stopped. Of the stoppers, John Paragon's gone ahead. John Paragon's done it. He's up to 5th place. He's passed Matthew Clark. Matthew Clark has been pushed back to 6th. There's Paragon. There's Clark. Clark in the red suit. And he's lost a place to John Paragon. John Paragon on an absolute mission here. As Paragon down the backstretch, he's already pulling out a bit of a gap. Who's up ahead? It's Philip Randall. Now, John Paragon, really, he shouldn't be able to do this, but clearly he's pretty difficult to reason with, because he's doing it. And John Paragon is throwing himself right up into contention. There he is in the number 8 there. He's chasing Phil Randall, which is the one in blue ahead of him. So let's just, and there's Tompkins and Motz, so they are behind Paragon and Clark. Now, there is Paragon. The blue one you just glimpsed ahead there, that was Phil Randall. So down the bottom there's Philip Randall turning in now, Paragon, Clark, and there we saw the back of Motz and Tompkins. So, well, this is very close indeed. So there's Philip Randall, there's John Paragon, there's Matthew Clark in the red. Crossing the line once more. We've only got 5 minutes, and still 4 people coming in the pits, Anthony. They're not coming anytime soon. Briley, no. Curtin, no. How about Phil Randall? Is he going to come in? I doubt it, but when he does, guess who's going to benefit? There's Paragon. He's right in the tail of Randall. Now, Paragon needs Randall to come in right in front of him. He doesn't really want to fight, I'm sure. If he can yeah, he's Randall's hand goes up. It's going to be Randall in.
Yeah, he's going to come in. That was probably a good call for him. You know, he wasn't going to gain anything from waiting any longer from that one. It's a good first gate. Comes into gate number 2. Red light comes on. Gets the green. He's back out on track and comes out right next to your current race leader.
Yeah, which of course is Sebastian Miller with 30 laps in. Sebastian Miller continues to lead, but there we are looking at John Paragon. He and Matt Clark have both leapfrogged Philip Randall, and so for Matt has Jennifer Tompkins and Melanie Motz. So poor old Phil Randall, he has lost 4 places in that pit stop. No fault of his own, it's the reality of the situation, because he hadn't made a pit stop, they all had. So Philip Randall has been bundled down the order. There is that slightly demoralising
And Ryan Curtin's in. Ryan Curtin's in from third place. Here's how it goes. So into gate 1, red light comes on, gets the green. It's a good fall. Gate 1, gate number 2, red light, green light. I sound like Squid Games. Here we go. Out he goes. Perfect stop.
It was indeed, and it probably feels like the Squid Games from Curtin's point of view, because he's running in third. He has won. He's looking for points. He's pretty certain on being in the semi-final, but he's trying to guarantee a place in the final. Is Ryan Curtin, and you know, we can see some serious action here. Gonna just,
and here's Sean Briley. Sean Briley in the pit lane from second place, and it was a green light on gate 1. Comes to gate 2, and it is green light again. He's back out, crucially in front of Curtin.
Indeed, that will be all Sean Briley wanted from that. I'm certain that he has given up hope of chasing down Miller, but Ryan Curtin's getting racy. Ryan Curtin is pushing on the back of Sean Briley. He's really making him work for it. Briley may have come out ahead of Ryan Curtin, but it's not over yet, because there's the American there. He's following Briley down. Briley defensive on the left, and Curtin tries the outside. Can he cut back across? No, he can't. There's Ryan Curtin in the white and blue and silver and whatnot. And there's Sean Briley in the yellow helmet, yellow and black. Sean Briley, the reigning BRKC champion, being hounded by Ryan Curtin there. Ryan Curtin, very racy. He knows there's 3 minutes left to go plus a lap. And battles have now really started to cement out here. Sebastian Miller's the only one safe. He's in the lead. Briley and Curtin are battling behind. Paragon and Clark are battling behind that. Tompkins and Mott's behind that. And Randall, Cox and Smith are all in contest further back. So there is the highest place battle with Sean Briley and Ryan Curtin on screen. There they are. Can Sean Briley hold on? He is the reigning champion, but Ryan Curtin's having something to say about that. And into the snail section there, it looked like Ryan Curtin was going to have some...
Race leader's coming in, James. Race leader is in. Sebastian Miller, here he comes for his hopefully only stop. He gets the green light on gate 1. Gate 2 comes up, and it is all good. He's back out on track, well ahead of second and third.
Yes, he is. Sebastian Miller has practically sealed the deal there with 2 minutes to go. Sean Briley, the best he can hope for on screen now is second place. Ryan Curtin third, is trying to get second for himself, and they're still battling away. Sebastian Miller comfortably ahead of this though. That's great news for the BSR driver, the Bradley Shepherd Racing driver, but Sean Briley driving for the M4M Timber Products team is facing down. Yeah, he's having to fight a serious rearguard action against Ryan Curtin of the American team. So there goes Sean Briley. He's got a minute and a half and a lap to absorb this pressure from the American Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin has won this weekend, but so has Sean Briley. So let's see what happens here. There's it's certainly not decided this, that's for sure. Now Sebastian Miller has got the fastest lap in the bag, but it's not that much faster than these two. It's within a couple of hundredths. And waving a bit is Ryan Curtin. Was that to the guys up on the top of the balcony, or was that some kind of gesture to Sean Briley? Who knows? Sean Briley, a little bit of an Eliana de Vos style defensive line through that final corner there. There's Briley, visor up. There's Ryan Curtin, visor down. Into the snail section, the fabled snail section. That's the slow part of the snail. Now they're building up speed out the snail through these fast corners. The corners get faster and faster, and then into the fastest corner of the three. Here they are. This is the exit of the snail onto the backstretch. There they go. And again, defensive move from Sean Briley, who then moves back to the normal line to get a faster run through the hairpin. Sean Briley there in the yellow. Ryan Curtin behind. Crossing the line. 30 seconds to go, so surely only a couple of laps. You've all the question of where Sebastian Miller is whether we've got 2 or 3 laps remaining. So in the snail there, Ryan Curtin really all over the back of Sean Briley. There's Ryan Curtin there. They're coming out. This is the faster corner, and then onto the full speed corner, onto the backstretch. There it is. And Sean Briley showing the signs that he's not that worried about an attempt from Ryan Curtin at that point. If he was worried, he'd be on the left in the picture. If he's not worried, he's on the right, which is the normal racing line. So they're still unable to sort of crack the nut that is Sean Briley in front of him. Is Ryan Curtin. Close up of Briley there on screen. Such incredible pictures here from Scruffy Bear Pictures as Sean Briley comes around with Ryan Curtin. Now, has the sting gone out of Ryan's challenge? Well, not according to Sean Briley. That move to the left shows he's concerned about an attack. Move to the left, of course, would cut that off. into the final lap now. We've got Sebastian Miller on the final lap. We've got Sean Briley and Ryan Curtin now on the fast lap. This is going to be decided on this very lap now. They're in the Snell section. There's the tight part of the Snell, and it only gets faster. There's the first corner, which is quicker, the second corner of the Snell, which is even faster, and the third corner, which is flat out around the back there, down the back stretch. Briley definitely cutting off Ryan Curtin there. And the checkered place going out. Sebastian Miller's won, but what's going to be the second place result? Here comes Sean Briley. It's Sean Briley. He takes second place, and Ryan Curtin third. John Paragon, is he going to come through fourth? Yes, he is. John Paragon, incredible fourth place from last. So well done in there indeed to John Paragon. Matthew Clark has come through in fifth. Jennifer Tompkins, is she going to maintain that place? Yes, she has. She's managed to stay ahead of the Dutch girl, Melanie Mott. Philip Randall's come through in 8th, Sam Cox 9th, and Damien Smith 10th. What a win, though, for Sebastian Miller, the BSR driver. Sebastian Miller has really unplugged it all there. He's managed to get that win. That is a great result, particularly for his aim of getting into the semi-final. Anthony, there's going to be winners and losers. I think Miller will be delighted, and I'm not sure Sean Briley's going to be as pleased to have to be back in second place. But what about John Paragon? All those moves through that race there.
Yeah, no, John Paragon, you've got to think the probably man of the race on that one. And I'm going to have a chat with him, actually, because it was a stellar performance. John, come on over. You qualified P6 in that one. You pitted early, and it seemed to work for you. 2 positions gained, and you finished P4.
I'll take it. Yeah, that's all right. I was hoping to gain 1 place, so I wasn't happy with the quali. But I was hoping to gain 1 place from that, and I got 2. So I don't know how. I was kind of hoping there was going to be some battling up ahead, and hopefully with some clean air, I would escape all that. So that was my original plan. Normally, I advocate for pitting as late as possible, but I decided to pit on lap 2, just in hopes that there's some carnage and I can skip all that. It worked. I'll take 2 extra places. A 4th is pretty much what I was aiming for on this week, and I think I've had 2 5ths, a 6th and a 4th now, so I'll take it. It's all right for my first year. Next year maybe some 3rd sounds nice.
Well, it was a solid performance, so congratulations on that one. Enjoy the P4 and enjoy a nice well race.
Okay, thank you.
Lovely there. Let's chat to Sebastian Miller then, our race winner in that one. And once again, great performance from Sebastian. So let's have a quick chat. That was a pretty solid performance from yourself. You happy with the race win on that one?
Yeah, I was ecstatic with that. I pulled a good kart in the kart draw, and I was setting fastest laps throughout the race and qualified on pole, so I did exactly what I needed to do, and I'm looking forward to the semi-finals.
Semi-finals coming up thick and fast, so looking forward to it. Anyone that out there is particularly worrying you?
I've seen that Vika Schlitz has won all of his heats, so I think he's a contender for the win overall, but I'll be looking forward to a nice rest before the semi-finals and then getting out there and giving it my best.
Well, we'll let you have that rest now. Congratulations, well done. Enjoy that one. Let's jump in over here while we've got the time. We've got these two having a nice little conversation. I don't think the conversation was too pleasant while you were out on track, though. Any words being said?
Oh, we were just out for a Sunday drive.
Oh, excellent. Good. It looked like a fun drive.
Well, did you see me wave at him?
No.
No? Well, I did. Yeah.
Did you wave back? Oh, we missed that. James, we didn't miss that. He needs to concentrate more, yeah. Well said. Main thing, did you enjoy the race, though?
Because it was late in the race, so I didn't miss it, but you did, but not to worry. It was on the backstretch, so you couldn't have seen it.
Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. Still, good result, though, for yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for more coming into this. I've got 3 seconds and a third now. It hasn't quite gone my way yet, so I'm hoping in the semi-final I can turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. My goal was to beat him, but it all happens in qualifying, right? Like, I kind of got held up all race, but had I gone, I know where I made the error. Had I not made the error, this could have been a very different race, but that's how it goes.
But he did make the error, so.
Not perfect.
Well, you boys enjoy that fight up in the cafe. We'll take a quick break now. James, any final words?
Well, basically, Anthony, we've seen an amazing first half now to that final round of heat races. There are some people who are right on the button of being in and out of the race. Interestingly, Sebastian Miller there with his win. He's currently lying 10th in the points, which of course would be the ideal position in order to get through to the final. Obviously there are still some races to come and people who can possibly jump him in those point standings, but Sebastian Miller with that win has clearly, he's practically cemented his place in the semi-finals. So hopefully he can keep up there in points. There are people on the bubble though. Ryan Curtin you were talking to there, he's in 13th and so on. But looking at Richie Clark is currently in the 30th place. You need to be in the top 30 to get through. Aidan Kennedy, Nadia Balnega, John Paragon are those in front of him. Brad Philpott is 26th in standing. Christopher Ball currently is 25th. Remember we were talking about him earlier. He was 37th last year. Teams, Blue Star Racing lead BSR, which is Bradley Shepherd Racing. Team USA VLK are third, and then the other Bradley Shepherd Racing team is in fourth. And so that's it's really looking good for BSR, although I'm sure they'd want the top spot away from Blue Star Racing. Now we're going to be moving to Heat 6 fairly soon, but it looks like we've got a bit of a break, so we're going to have a little bit of a break till about 2 o'clock. And we've got a little break now of about quarter to an hour, 20 minutes. So if you've been enjoying the action on the live stream, time to go and make a cup of tea and or coffee if you're outside the UK, and join us at about 2 o'clock when we will be getting the second half of the heat races underway. Some big names in that next race. We'll go through that when we get to it. Thank you very much. Catch you in 20 minutes.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BRKC 2023. It's the second half of round 4. It's heat 6, and the drivers are making their way out onto the circuit. James Ord was just caught short in the toilets, I think. Hopefully the correct toilets, but he's back in the commentary box now. James, I'll hand over to you.
Absolutely, Anthony. No, it was a question of intake, not outtake. So I was caught short in the eating area, the cafe area, rather than the bathroom. So there we are. But thanks for covering, Anthony. Back to the cold for you, obviously. And so down you go. And we're in the qualifying then for round 4, heat 6. Now we've got some serious contenders in this one. Leading the way, of course, is Brad Philpott. He's currently fastest, and that's obviously of the warm-up lap, if you like. Adam Shergold is in this one. We've seen a result by him earlier on. My goodness, didn't we just? So let's see what the times are. Shergold's going to be the first qualifier. He's top. What about Dante Dillon? He's now fastest. Beyond Dante Dillon, what about Masengo? He's pulled in behind that. Aidan Kennedy's gone quickest, the American. And what is up after here? Let's have a look. Zach Venn, Brad Philpott's into third. And Matthew Stark is into 7th. So Matt Stark into 7th place there. So it's going to be Aidan Kennedy, the American, leading the way at the beginning of this race. Dante Dillon will be second. Brad Philpott will be third. Now, having a look roughly where people are, yeah, these are all people who need to score some big points. Aidan Kennedy, I think, is probably comfortably, and Brad Philpott will be comfortably in the semi-final. But looking ahead towards that final, how that's going to shape out. Nikolai Marsengo is in 4th. Zach Venn is 5th. Adam Shergold, earlier race winner, is 6th. Matt Stark is 7th. George Braund, Dane Christensen and Zach Hingley, they round out the qualifiers there. We're looking at Matt Stark there. He's going to be starting from the 7th position as they form up down the backstretch and turning in. Lewis Manley, this is going to be a tough one, but the top 3 need points.
They do need points, as Kennedy's got the pole position, so that's a good start, of course. Kart 16, the one I had, which was unlucky for me, of course, so pole position right now. He definitely needs points in this, like Dante Dillon and Brad Philpott, to, of course, make the semi-finals, and to get enough in the semis to make the final.
Indeed, Dante Dillon there we can see in red. So up front there, that is Aidan Kennedy, the American, followed by Dante Dillon. There's Brad Philpott and Nikolai Masengo. There's Zach Venn in 5th place, Adam Shergold 6th, and so on. So Aidan Kennedy, he leads the way. He's qualified on pole. This is his chance to get a ton of points. So away they go, they're crossing the line. It's a good start. Nice and clear, but already a little bit of a breakaway from the front 4. Can Zach Venn close in on them into the Snell? Yes, he does. Onto the back of Nikolai Masengo as they come around and exiting the Snell. The Snail gets slower going in and faster coming out, and they're on the fastest bit of the Snell now. Onto that backstretch. Down the backstretch they go. It is Aidan Kennedy with a good enough lead that he doesn't have to defend anything. A bumping warning for the 17, which is Adam Shergold. We saw him in action earlier on, and he's definitely straight in the action here now. Aidan Kennedy crossing the line, complete that opening lap. Dante Dillon's going with him, and it looks like a bit of a gap opening up between Dillon and Brad Philpott in 3rd. Brad Philpott closing in under the compression effect under braking. So Aidan Kennedy, Dante Dillon, Brad Philpott on screen there. They come through the fast corners onto the backstretch. Down that backstretch to go, building speed all the time. This is the fastest part of the racetrack backstretch. Down the bottom end into that hairpin. Now, still no moves to position, Lewis. Everyone in this race really is going to be playing the strategy game, I think.
Yeah, indeed. There's no pit just yet, so too early. Unless you're going to be in the midfield, you may think of doing it. Of course, it depends if you get the undercut sorted, like a couple of drivers have done in this round, so it depends if it works in this one.
Yeah, and the lap times are surprisingly close. Obviously, people like Zach Hingley building up experience down the back there. He's going much faster than he was earlier on, and he's almost on pace with the midfield, and that's where he needs to stick himself if he's back next year. So Aidan Kennedy crossing the line. Aidan Kennedy trying to open up the gap to Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon appears to be falling back in the clutches of Brad Philpott in 3rd place. Nikolai Masengo will be following him, and Zach Venn in 5th place, and the rest. So they're looking on screen. This is the fast part of the track. This is round the exit of the Snell, the last corner of the Snell, and onto the backstretch. Now, Lewis Manley, Aidan Kennedy's doing everything he can to open up a gap here. Dante Dillon probably more worried about Brad Philpott behind than he is about Kennedy in front.
Yeah, indeed, Kennedy's pulling away a little bit, so that will settle him down a little bit, as Dante Dillon and Brad Philpott are pretty close together. no point overtaking the snails. He's not close enough just yet. But it depends how he gets the momentum through the snails. It doesn't look like he's got enough to challenge Dante down the straight.
Absolutely, it's not going to be an easy one for him, as Aidan Kennedy gets turned in, and Dante Dillon is going to try to close that gap. I'm sure it's less than a second at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that one opening up. Brad Philpott will be going with Dante Dillon if Dante Dillon can close that gap. Dillon actually has slightly closed in on the leader Aidan Kennedy, but not really to any great effect. He's certainly not in position to make any stab. It's going to be late pit stops all the way on this one, Lewis, yeah?
It could well be, and you have to do it obviously with the last chance pit board. They could do it in halfway through the race or towards the end, or 5 minutes-ish to go. Are they going to pit? I don't think they'll pit this lap just yet. No, they just carry on. Kennedy's pulling away a little bit more, so up to a second now the gap. So now Philpott's target is Dante Dillon at the moment. If he can pass him, depends if he can close on Aidan Kennedy ahead.
Yeah, and of course the whole idea of an early pit stop here is if a driver feels that they're out of position and being held up. You had that in the last race, Lewis, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Exactly, you've got to get the strategy spot on. So as Dante Dillon, Brad Philpott and Malsengo are close together, and the 5th and 6th, that Ben and Sheargold are not too far behind, so it's like as long as they can keep up with them. And towards the later on in the race, Sheargold's pretty close at the now, but no, can't overtake at the moment. But if they can get a good pit stop compared to the others, and the undercut could potentially work.
Yeah, and we're almost Anthony down in the pit lane there, Anthony Jordan. Just going to bring you in on this. We're almost a quarter of the way into this race and no pit stops, and Adam Sheargold just taken Zach Venn for position. Anthony, yeah, the pit stops, nobody into you yet. I was about to say I bet the first one's going to be Adam Sheargold, but I doubt it now that he's passed Zach Venn.
Yeah, no, this is an interesting one. Yeah, no one in early doors, which is, we've seen that it's been a common trendsetter throughout the entire weekend. So yeah, everyone happy with maybe their current position that they're in, the pace that they're going at. So yeah, like Lewis said earlier, you would only see people who would go for the early pit stop if they feel like they're being held up, and so far I don't think anyone feels like they're being held up.
No, it's pretty even Stevens out there. The only change for position that I can recall I've seen in this race has been the move by Adam Sheargold on Zach Venn. That was for 5th place. Sheargold is trying to catch that lead group now, which is Kennedy, Dillon, Philpott and Marsengo. There's a little bit of a gap. If he does bridge that gap, though, he's going to bring Zach Venn with him. Lewis Manley, Adam Sheargold catching onto the back of Nikolai Marsengo. He's going to be straight into the attack from what we've seen so far this weekend.
He could well be. It was a very good move on Zach Venn. Very risky to do that, but he did it very cleanly, so he's up to P5. His target now is to closing on the 4th, 3rd and 2nd places. He's pulled away a little bit from Zach Venn, and we hope to close the gap. If he can be close enough, or whoever pits, he'd rather stay out or could do the undercut or overcut, but depends what strategy choice he does.
So wonderful footage here. There's Nikolai Marsengo. He's chasing the leaders down. So there we see Aidan Kennedy in the black suit just going out picture now, and then Dante Dillon. That gives an idea of the gaps, and I think Sheargold is closing in, and he is in fact bringing Zach Venn with him. We'll see on the camera when they come out of this snail section. They're in the snail section there. There's that gap. It's hardly anything now really, with Sheargold closing in on the lead group. As they come around, exiting the snail section there. So the lead's gone through. There's Dillon, and there is Philpott. Now we'll look at the gaps down here. There's Marsengo, and there is Sheargold, and there is Zach Venn. So it's really closing up now. The battle won't be for the lead, though, because in the midst of talking about it, Aidan Kennedy's cleared off in the distance. Why is he cleared off? Getting the fastest lap of the race would be something to do with it.
Indeed, he's got the fastest lap in the minute, 30.208, so he's almost 1.5 seconds clear now, so he could take it a little bit easier in the pits if he wanted to. Don't need to take too much risks, but of course you've got to make sure it's both green, then he can keep his lead and try and hold it to the end.
Absolutely right. So at the moment, Aidan Kennedy is doing what he needs to do, and that is get clear of this battling group. What Aidan Kennedy needs to do most of all is not have to come out the pits with any risk of losing that lead. If he was to make a pit stop and come out, say, alongside Dante Dillon, for example, chances are he's going to get freight trained, not just by Dillon, but Philpott and Marsengo as well, and that would be something he'd be looking to avoid. If anything right now, surely his target is to try and get so far ahead that he never loses the lead anyway, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, Dante, Bradley and Marsengo, a little bit of a similar gap between them guys. Philpott maybe a little bit closer to Dante than Marsengo is on Philpott. So it depends how long it will be till Philpott will have a go. You want to do it very quickly and get as much points as he can.
Yes, obviously any battling between Dante Dillon and Brad Philpott that cost them time would be good news for Adam Sheargold and Zach Venn, because obviously Marsengo is with them, so you know he's already there. But there's only a small gap, just about half a second between Adam Sheargold. Now, if we look on the screen, there are the three going through, and there's Adam Sheargold, and there is Zach Venn through that final hairpin. So there's Brad Philpott, and there's Marsengo. Now there's Sheargold, so we can see it really isn't very much of a gap at all, Lewis. Adam Sheargold, since passing Zach Venn, is definitely closing in on that group. Yeah, just 1.2 behind Marsengo now, so rather it can come down to a second or under a second, then the pressure could mount a little bit, but whoever does the right pit stop, or a bit not the best pit stop, then of course the undercut or overcut can work, of course, so that's what we'd be aiming at the moment. And Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane, still no pit visitors, and no one's had, to be fair, nobody's had reason to come in, have they?
No, not really. I think if we're going to see anyone come into the pit lane first, I reckon it's going to be Zach Hingley, because he's got the main pack attacking him now, and if that starts to come into his... he doesn't want to have to get out of the way of everyone. If we just pit, he'll let them all by.
Yeah, and this will be a way of Zach Hingley actually keeping speed, because if he gets loads of blue flags, moves out of the way, and then makes a pit stop, that's costing him more time than if he just makes the pit stops and they all come past him then.
There it is. As I say it, he's in the pit lane, and gate number 1, it is all good. Green light comes to gate number 2. All good. He gets a green light, and he comes out just in front of the number 10.
Yeah, and the number of 10, of course, is George Braund. George Braund has yet to make a pit stop, so that really, you know, there's not a lot going there in terms of position. But yeah, Zach Hingley, inspired driving there. How much? I'm sure he knew what he was doing and deliberately pulled out of the way. But it certainly worked out very well, both him and the leaders. It's not just about whether the leaders lose time trying to lap him. It's all a question of maximising his total race distance and time as well. Liz, it would be pointless for Zach Hingley to cost himself time by picking up a load of blue flags and a pit stop.
Exactly, just let George through at the long right-hander, so he didn't hold him up, so that's fair play to him.
Another one in, Lewis, I'll just cut in.
Yeah, it is the number 20, so it is Dane Christensen who has come into the pit lane. It was a good gate 1. Gate number 2, also good. He comes back out somewhat in the mid-pack.
Yes, he does, and so Dane Christensen resumes in 9th place. Another one in the pits now. They're coming thick and fast.
Yeah, it's the 15 in the pit lane. This is
Stark.
Stark. Yeah, Stark, it was good gate 1. Gate 2, also good. He is back out.
Yeah, that was a pretty good-looking stop. How about that, Anthony? 3 stops and no penalties. That's a good start.
Yeah, it is a good start to this one. So drivers seem to be learning their lessons.
Yeah, and it's the drivers in the back of the field who are making the clean stops, but we'll see what happens in the front. There's been a lot of big names suffering in the pit lane this weekend, Lewis Manley.
Yeah, indeed, there's been no suffers in this one at the moment. It's been all big fine, so that's the key thing. So there's not been as much yellows than yesterday, but rather there be more left later on, who knows. But of course,
inhaled that.
You've got less pressure, of course, because this is the last chance to score points to make the semi-finals.
I knew that.
That's right, there are people who really need these points. Also, there's a team element as well. Blue Star still lead from Bradley Shepherd Racing and then Team USA. Team USA, of course, have a driver in this field, and it's Aidan Kendi. And guess what? He's leading the way. He's got 21 laps in. There's less than 10 minutes to go. In fact, there's only just about 9 minutes plus a lap to go, which is going to be around 30 seconds, just over. So if we look at the number of pit stops, we've still got seven pit stops need to be made. The lead group now, if let's say Aidan Kennedy came in, he would come out behind Zach Venn, but comfortably ahead of George Braun, so you know he would be in the clear. But everybody else would then be pitting and fighting people who then pitted after them coming out to the pits. A bit easier to fight people coming out the pits on this version of the track, but it was a very difficult proposition earlier, Lewis, with the tight hairpin as the first corner.
Yeah, indeed. With the alternate layout, if you're on the inside, you've got the advantage of such a tight right hairpin. And again, on the normal layout, you've got the inside for the right-handers. Rather, you can be side by side or just ahead. But that's the difference between just being ahead. You can stay ahead or being side by side, and you're going to be on the outside for the right-handers and the snail section. So that's why getting ahead is so important.
Yeah, and despite the relative even positioning of the karts, it is actually quite a close race. First to 6th is purely 5.6. There's Brad Philpott, series organiser, series instigator, and arguably the inventor of rental kart racing here in the UK. So, not only has he made a championship, it could be argued that he's created a sport. As he's chasing down Dante Dillon. There's Brad Philpott that we're talking about, and Dante Dillon is he's a very formidable competitor. Dante Dillon. He won the BRKC, the multi-venue British Indoor Kart Championship this year in the lightweight division. Obviously, he's now weighted up to the full 90 kilos. Everybody running 90 kilos here in the BRKC, so there are no divisions. If you want to be the British champion, you need to be the champion here at the British Rental Kart Championship. No case of prizes for everybody in this one, Lewis. You've got to hit the front and you've got to be good, haven't you? It's an international entry.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to get as much luck as you can, like Vika Sleds is getting, especially being on 40 points out of 40, which is a very good achievement. Of course, with the kart choices and draw you get. Of course,
a slow kart down the backstretch. Yeah, there's a kart going very slowly. Who is that? Is he waving them through? Is he just letting...
yeah, that's Zach Hingley. He's letting the field through.
Yeah, good try. And someone's in the pits.
Yeah, we do. We've got the 21 of Nikolai Marsengo, who's in the pit lane. Good on gate 1. Comes into gate 2. Screeching on those brakes. Lovely noise in my ear. Gets the green light. He's all fine.
And that's Nikolai Marsengo. He is, of course, the reigning Swedish and reigning Danish champion. Similar events to this, but obviously in Sweden and Denmark respectively, and so that was Nikolai Marsengo. We've seen him win earlier on. I think 4th is the best he can hope for in this one, maybe even 5th the way Adam Shergold's going. As we look down, we're comfortably ahead of half distance. We've got still 5 people left to pit, and there are 6 minutes remaining, so a bit of a flurry there, Anthony, but it's the front runners who are waiting to see come in. Zach Venn, of course, is the tail of those who have yet to pit, but obviously Aidan Kennedy, the race leader, etc., they've all got to come in.
Yeah, exactly. We have got Aidan Kennedy, though, coming in, though, from the lead. The number 16 driver from the USA gets a green light on gate 1, goes into gate 2, and it is green lights all the way. He's back out on track.
Yeah, great stop there by Aidan Kennedy, and I don't believe he's won at all this weekend, so he's going to be looking to add a full 10-point score to his tally, with a shot at being in the final, in the semi-final, and obviously final. I'm sure he would love to. That means Dante Dillon now assumes the lead from Brad Philpott. Less than a second between them, just over half a second there. So crossing the line, Dante Dillon is the new race leader. There he is. There's Brad Philpott in the green, Dante Dillon in the red and white head. Adam Sheargold, who we saw win an incredible race earlier on, he's running 3rd. He's about 3 seconds, 2.5, 3 seconds behind Brad Philpott, who we're looking at now. Onto the back straight. Here comes Adam Sheargold. There he is. Very popular win earlier on. Lewis, it was incredible to see. I mean, Adam Sheargold did great, and he won that fair and square, but a lot of people were surprised to even see him in contention.
Indeed, it was a very popular win. It was such a shame the way he won it, it was not the way he would want it, obviously with no checkered flag coming out when the Reds were out, so of course they all came in with that's when the condensation happened on the track, so that's when of course the race was stopped and they came into the pit lane. And so what's going on?
Yeah, Adam Sheargold won there. I think there was a breakdown involved in that one, Lewis. There was a car stop somewhere, I believe, but either way, the situation with Adam Sheargold, for those who obviously in the pits with you, Anthony.
Yes, indeed, the number 17 now in the pit lanes of Adam Sheargold. It's a green light on the first gate. Gate number 2 gets the green. He's back out, comes out in front of Marsengo.
Yes, and that's what he wanted to do. He has leapfrogged the reigning Danish and Swedish champion, Nikolai Marsengo. Now, Marsengo's got some momentum, but it's not enough to carry him up to the back of the cart of Adam Sheargold. So pit stop strategy is working perfect for Adam Sheargold. Yeah, going back to Adam's win earlier on, the checker flag didn't come out, but there was a problem which they red flagged it for. But the red flag, it came on so late in the race, there were only like 2 laps to go or something like that. So they called it, and Adam Sheargold was the winner. But it was a fair and square win. If they'd restarted, he still would have won. And there's Adam Sheargold, who is on the track on screen now. So he has leapfrogged another one in the pits.
Philpott's in. It's Brad Philpott who's in the pit lane now from 2nd place. Good stop on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2, keeps it rolling, gets the green light, comes back out on track.
Yeah, a very, very solid stop there by Brad Philpott. Obviously, you know, we've seen him in action. He knows he's been making pit stops at international level in karting for more than 10 years. And so we can expect that level of quality from him.
Dante Dillon's in.
Race leader.
Race leader in the pit lane, and it is Dante Dillon. Gets the green light on the first one. Good stop. Brad Philpott is on his way, but he's not going to be close enough, I don't think, as Dante Dillon, with a great pit stop, retakes the lead.
No.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
He's
lost it to Zach Venn, sorry, but gets second place. No, gets third place back.
If I can square it all up there, Anthony, what's happened is Zach Venn continues, but Aidan Kennedy, while you were busy with Dante Dillon in the pit lane, Aidan Kennedy came sweeping through.
Yep.
He took the position. It's not first place, as you rightly point out. Zach Venn is the leader. Will he be in this time? Yes, he is. Here's Zach Venn to you, Anthony.
Okay, cool. Let's see how he can do. So, as you can see, Kennedy goes past. Green lights there on the first gate. Gate number 2. Good pit stop there. Leaves the pit lane behind Marsengo.
Yeah, Zach Venn, he come out just behind Marsengo. So, considering Zach Venn and Adam Sheargold were running fairly closely out on the track there, Adam Sheargold managed to leapfrog Nikolai Marsengo on the pit stop. Unfortunately for him, Zach Venn didn't, which is obviously good news for Nikolai Marsengo. Now, by my calculation, that's everybody's been in the pit. So, Aidan Kennedy reassumes the lead, the American driver, on an absolute mission. He's got a 3-second lead from Dante Dillon, who's got about a half-second lead from Brad Philpott. Now, there on screen is Aidan Kennedy. He's over from the USA. He's from North Carolina, and he is one of the American drivers who are branching out into the international karting now. Expect them to be at the World Championship. Expect them to be at other national championships, and we're hoping they're back here next year. They've put on a great show so far. Aidan Kennedy, of course, put on a particularly good show in this race, heading the likes of Dante Dillon and Brad Philpott, who are renowned in the rental kart scene, at least as among the best in the country. So in the UK. And you know, if they went abroad, they'd be front runners elsewhere too. So there's Aidan Kennedy, the American driver from North Carolina. He's just got 50 seconds before that last lap board comes out. The battle is behind Dante Dillon and Brad Philpott, but to be fair, there's half a second in it and only a few laps remaining. The question is, can Brad Philpott bridge the gap? He hasn't been able to. That's been pretty much the gap throughout. It has to be said, Lewis Manley. It's going to be a bit difficult for Brad to actually jump that and pass Dante Dillon, especially now the pit stop's complete.
Yeah, indeed, he's just dropped back a little bit from Dante Dillon, and I don't think he's going to get P2 unless if Dante makes the tiniest of mistakes, and if Bradley can get the best momentum he can, then he could try and do it, but I don't think so. With obviously 15 seconds to go, so I think it's going to be 2 laps left now.
Absolutely. So we've been talking there about second place Dante Dillon, third place Brad Philpott. There's Aidan Kennedy, who is the race leader. Quite a gap, as you can see. They're not even in view, the second and third. But yeah, probably position sorted now. Brad Philpott would need an error from Dante Dillon to really close in and give him some, you know, momentum-style pass. So there's Aidan Kennedy at the end of the straight. Here comes Dante Dillon. Yeah, and there's the gap to Brad Philpott. So here's Aidan Kennedy entering the start line area. To Kennedy through. There's Dante Dillon in the red and white, and there's Brad Philpott. So Dante Dillon would have to have the sort of mistake that we don't ever see from Dante Dillon, Liz. It's pretty much set what it is on this, the last lap.
Yep, last lap indeed. Aidan Kennedy's got a 3.2 lead, and Dante nearly a second ahead of Philpott. So yep, that's second sorted really. So there's no point Philpott chasing Dante or going for the move, so he's nowhere near him.
And here's Aidan Kennedy coming through the final area of the racetrack. He's going to he's putting in his first race win of the weekend, and hopefully from his point of view that secures him in the semi-final. Here's Dante Dillon into second place. He'll be pleased with that. Brad Philpott into third. Adam Sheargold, another great performance to fourth. Nikolai Marsengo into fifth place. Zach Venn into sixth. Where's Matt Stark? He's going to be seventh. George Braun will be 8th, and Dane Christensen 9th, with Zach Hingley bring them up in 10th place. So as the final finishers cross the line, and that concludes that particular race. There's one more to come through. It looks like the 8th of Zach Hingley. Here he is in 10th place, crossing the line. But there's no doubt in the winner. The American Aidan Kennedy, 41 laps he's completed, has pulled off the win in the final heat race, and we'll be double checking. We believe that will secure his position in the semi-finals. And Anthony, it's over to you in the pit lane.
Thank you. If you could whisper in my ear if that does secure his position, I will let him know.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the table and I'll let you know when I know.
So, yeah, we'll head over and see Aidan Kennedy. Obviously, a fabulous race. We'll probably let him get weighed first, because if it does result in, potentially making it into the semi, or as he would say it, semi-finals, he wants to make sure he is over the weight category, and he is. Yeah, he's perfectly fine. Let's chat to him. Aidan, don't run away from me. Mr. Kennedy, let's have a quick chat. Congratulations on that one. Is that your first race win for this weekend?
Yes, it is.
There we go. Sorry, I totally just headbutted the mic there. Professional as always. Well, congratulations. We are working on the maths at the moment, but we are thinking that secures your spot into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that might put me in the top 15. Pretty sure, after the round 4 heats are done. So yeah, super pumped.
That would be amazing. So obviously Team USA have been pretty strong here this weekend. What's been the cause of that?
Well, we were extremely motivated, and we're just here to take names, dude.
Win races. There was a saying that I was going to say, but yeah, no, I completely forgot it. I know what I went. But a solid run for you, and I'm sure you can be happy with that.
Yes, very happy, very happy.
Excellent. Well done to Aidan Kennedy there. I made a right mess of that one, didn't I? Never mind. Oh, dear me. Here's Trevor here. You right? Now, it is Zach Hingley?
Yeah. Hi.
Well, Zach, this is your first year in BRKC?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Well, how are you finding it, firstly?
Honestly, brilliant experience, really. I mean, I've improved a lot over the weekend. I mean, yeah, really happy.
Yeah, it is tricky out there, so we're getting in the way of Dante Dillon's wheelchair. It's quite literally a wheelchair. He needs it. He is a baby still. But anyway, so obviously it's very tough out there. Obviously, you're doing a sterling job, of course. It's quite tricky. It's quite physical. People think indoor karting, it's quite an easy thing to do. But because it's so tight and twisty, wears you out, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I was just doing my best to keep out the way. I mean, I'm honestly trying to improve, but I don't want to get in the way of anyone else racing. So just hope I did as good as I could. It is really hard out there.
It is a very tough sport, but I've got to say, you've done a fantastic job over this weekend, so you can be very proud of yourself.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully you stick around to watch the rest of the racing. More races coming up. This should be a good one. We've got some big names. James, back up to you.
Absolutely, and you were asking about Aidan Kennedy and his possibility of getting into the semi-final. Well, yes, he's more than secured his place in the semi-final, and in fact, he's knocking on the door of the final itself already at this stage. We know, yes, there's more points to be scored in the other heat races. Yes, there's more points to be scored in the semi-final, but he's currently 11th in the standings.
Wow.
So, really strong performance. We're going to move to the next race now, and we've got Mason Brown up here with us this time, and so Mason Brown, the camera's just there, Mason, yeah. So Mason, you're one of the visiting American drivers, and we've seen an amazing performance from you. 2 wins and 3rd in the standings so far going towards the semi-final. You've got to be feeling confident.
Yeah, it's going really well. Just gonna keep on going, get a good spot here in the semi-final, get a hopefully good kart, hopefully good luck in the qualifying, and just got to keep it clean.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of the visiting American teams, it's been a very strong showing all weekend. We've just seen a win there by Aidan Kennedy. You guys got to be feeling good, and you're definitely looking good, certainly from up here.
Yeah, we've been working really hard. It's we put a lot of prep into this, so to see it all paying off, it's a lot of happy thoughts going over there in the American camp.
Oh yeah, it's been looking very good indeed, and it's been impressive to watch. Of course, yeah, we've had some Americans in the past, you know, in the world level and things like that. But over here in the BRKC, it's kind of good to see you guys branching out a little bit into the international scene. Talking of which, we've now got the next heat race going on, and we'll have a look and see who's in this one. Well, we've got Kieran Eve, we've got Ryan Smith, we've got Craig Tucker, we've got Kuba Pucholski, we've got Richard Duke, Gabriel Kinter, Mortaza Hassan, Joe Peters, Ryan Taylor, and Ramon Pinero in this one. Now, obviously, Mason, a lot of these names are new to you because you've not been in the BRKC before. I would be really thinking likely winners here would be Ramon Pinero, possibly Richard Duke, Ryan Smith maybe. Now, Ryan Smith does need some points, but he's capable of doing it.
I don't know. I would keep my eyes on Kuba Pucholski. He's been running really well all weekend long. I think he's won all of his heat races, if not 2 of them.
Absolutely right. I was kind of throwing that one there for you to bring in, so well spotted on that one, because he is the Polish champion as well last year. So Kuba Pucholski, we've seen him in that bright yellow suit there, but it looks like Ramon Pinero's fastest from Kieran Eve. and then Kuba Pucholski, Gabriel Kinter, the Portuguese driver, Ryan Smith. It will feel he's a little bit down in 5th place, because I think going in he was looking at this one could be one where he can take points, get himself into semi-finals. He spent so many years. I mean, you can imagine how horrible it is, Mason, when the cut-off for the semi-finals is 30th and you're 31st or 32nd. Ryan Smith has been both of those. The Scotsman there, Ryan Smith. Ryan Taylor's behind him. Richard Duke, the South African, normally an expert round here at Formula Fast. He's down in 7th place. Craig Tucker, Joe Peters, round about 8th and 9th. We've got somebody missing from this. We're going to try and figure out who that is. I think it's Mortaza Hassan. Yes, that's right.
You are correct.
Yeah, Hassan, the Iraqi driver. He was injured. Believe it's ribs from yesterday. More wear than tear than an accident. Because it's, to be fair, Mason, this sort of karting, it's hard for people to realise, but when people are racing at this level, it becomes very physical just to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the crucial part is just using all your weight to get around these corners faster. You know, it is rough on the ribs. I know I've got a couple bruises. A lot of other Americans got a few bruises on their ribs.
That's it, and there's not been a single fight yet either, and yet the people are covered in bruises, so yeah. But the interesting thing here, of course, is going to be Ramon Pinheiro, because he needs these points. If Ramon Pinheiro can win this race, then I think he will put himself comfortably into the semi-finals. However, as you rightly point out, Kuba Pucholski's been doing a lot of winning this weekend, and 3rd place is not what he had in mind. But what about Kieran Eve? Kieran Eve up into 2nd place off the start, but Pucholski's going to go on the tack straight away, I'm sure. Kuba Pucholski, the Polish champion, is going to be working on Kieran Eve. No, he can't do anything into the snail. And as they come out, still Pinheiro from Eve and Pucholski. They're trying to pull away from 4th place Gabriel Kinter as they come down the back straight there. Fastest part of the track down the back straight. Defensive already from Ramon Pinheiro as we look on screen. Everyone going down the back stretch there. And as they complete the opening lap, it's going to be Ramon Pinheiro, the Spaniard, and he's comfortably in that lead, or as comfortably as he can, from Kieran Eve and Kuba Pucholski. Now,
Kuba Pucholski up the inside in the hairpin.
Yeah, that's right. On his contact game, Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve's got the position back. What about Ryan Smith? He's the beneficiary there. He's on the inside of Pucholski, and Pucholski's to the outside through the fast corner. Can Smith make it up the inside? There's more side-by-side action behind with Taylor. Down the inside goes Ryan Smith, up to 3rd place, 5th, and Pucholski just forced out more and more. Pucholski's got position back, but it's still too wide. And another lunge up the inside, the 19 of Craig Tucker. In the pits, though, Kuba Pucholski, and these with you.
Yes, he is indeed. It was a good stop on gate 1, I believe. It's a good stop on gate 2. I will confirm that, though, because I didn't catch the light. That was good, wasn't it?
It was excellent, and 2 under investigation, well, warning of contact, 20, the 19, the 21. We've got up here Mason Brown, who we've seen win a couple of times already this weekend. Mason, one of the strongest contenders of a very strong American team. There was more pushing and shoving in that race, and we've seen all weekend right there, Mason.
Yeah, that was a very good move made by Pucholski, but he just couldn't keep it on the exit. It was a very smart decision to pit out once it didn't work. And the real loser in all that was Gabriel Quinta. He lost the spot out of all that to Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, he did. And another one, well, one gaining actually was Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, shot up to 3rd place. We're looking there at the more the Taylor field. That's Peters. He's in 7th place, and there's Craig Tucker in 8th. Now, there's 9 people in this. Kuba Pucholski is listed in 9th, but that is not going to be the case at the end. Pucholski obviously realised he's in a bit of a fight. Everyone's getting racy. And the strategy there, Mason, was to pit right out of all that trouble. There's Pucholski on screen. He's last, but that won't be the result at the end.
No, I expect him. He's going to get back up to 3rd, maybe 2nd. Depends on Kieran's speed. But right now, if you're Ramon Pinheiro, you're just going ahead. You're clear. Kieran Eve, you're same thing. You just want to keep trying to chase down Pinheiro. If I was Ryan Smith, I would be maybe looking at a cover, check the gap. It's very close right there.
Yes, it is, and importantly from Ryan Smith, he's got some fairly fierce drivers behind him in Taylor, Kinter and Richard Duke. So falling back into that lot is not really an option for him, is it? He'll definitely lose places and possibly more than one. So Ramon Pinheiro, 5 laps in now. There's been 1 in the pits, that's it. And that is Kuba Pucholski. Obviously Pucholski maybe felt he qualified out of position there. He's been used to qualifying right on the front, and it was just getting too racy around him. Mason, that literally, from a strategic point of view, was the only option he had, straight in the pits and away from everyone who's going to cause him some hassle.
If I could just come in, James, sorry.
Sorry, hang on, we just got Anthony cutting in, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, on Kuba Pucholski, yeah, like you say, yeah, early pit stop, it was fantastic to do, and yes, he may have not qualified in the right spot, but he's the fastest driver on circuit right now. He's just purpled it once again. So, you know, this strategy that he's gone for that early pit stop has worked out beautifully.
Absolutely, Mason, Anthony down there was just pointing out how Kuba Pucholski has pitted correctly, but he's really fast. He's in fastest lap after fastest lap. He has just been beaten by Kieran Eve, would you believe? Kieran Eve has set the new fastest
No, he's
lap,
taken it back. He's taken it back.
He's taken it straight back. So Pucholski means business. Of course, it really is Kieran Eve that Pucholski's in a fight with.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran Eve, he's just got to keep going to Ramon. You know, maybe catch Ramon, then pit. If you're Ramon Pinero, you're in a really tough spot because you got two guys now catching you from the complete opposite sides of the track.
Action in the pit lane as well. The 15 of Gabriel Quinta is in the pits, and it's a green light on gate 1, going to gate 2. Green light comes out and gets passed by Pucholski.
Yeah, so Pucholski moves up a position already. He's moved from 9 to 8. There's 16. That is Kieran Eve. This is the best performance we've seen from Kieran Eve so far this weekend. He's saving it till last. He's very much a driver from the southeast there. Club 73 champion this year. You know, everybody knows Clinton Bell down there and running the events. And Kieran Eve is one of his champions. So, and of course, in various, you know, travelling rental kart championships, Kieran Eve's been a front runner. So here he is, pulled himself up across the weekend. This is the best performance we've seen, Mason. Kieran Eve is looking like the real deal at the moment.
Yeah, he's moving real quick. He's going to catch Ramon here in just a few laps if he keeps this pace up. And Ramon Pinero, he's just got to pick his poison. Who's he got to cover, Pucholski or Eve? It's going to be a really tough call. And
he probably doesn't even have the choice of picking him. He's got to cover them both. Kieran Eve, though, he's sort of... he's got two things going on at the same time. He's trying to catch Ramon, but he's also trying to make sure that Pucholski, who's now out of the picture, so to speak, from his point of view, does not leapfrog him when he himself comes into the pit. That's always a real danger, Mason, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the gap's only 10.1, so he's got a little bit of leeway right now, but he's got to keep checking his gap, and he's going to have to choose to cover Kuba really quick here.
Yeah, Kuba Pucholski continues setting these fast times. He's the fastest on the track still. He has the fastest lap of this race so far. Yeah, Mason.
I mean, they're so close at the pit gap right there. You know, the best spot I've seen to, you know, see the other driver that's already pit. They are right on the line. He was just ahead if he has a good stop, but he's really got to be on it.
Yeah, so basically, if Kieran Eve came in now, it's going to be a side-by-side fight leaving the pits with Kuba Pucholski.
Yeah, it's going to be side by side. Maybe Kieran Eve will clear him, but he's going to have to take a defensive line over into the snail section. Yeah, and defending in the snail, well, we've seen a fair bit of contact. Having said that, with the normal layout as opposed to the alternate layout, which we've been using this morning, at least the first corner allows a little bit of room for the driver who's got momentum. You can hang it around the outside, where we've seen most people not able to hang around the outside on the alternate layout, which involves a tight hairpin as turn 1. Yeah, that hairpin was really tough to try and get around the outside. It just didn't work because you could just squeeze the driver out, make him lift. You never really got a chance when you're on the outside. Absolutely, such a tight corner. Not only was it tight for people to try and turn across, but it was also meant that the outside line was an awful lot longer a route than the inside by comparison. So, but with the regular layout, the snail section here in its normal form, forming fast, it is a very fast turn 1, flat out. And of course, as you enter the snail section, you're entering it with the corners getting tighter, and then of course they get more open as you exit the snail section on the back straight. So it really does promote. And this area we're looking at now, in that hairpin there, is the place for passing in the snail section. There's Kuba Pucholski out of interest in that yellow suit. He's continuing to set fastest times. He's still the fastest on the track. Kuba Pucholski, we're looking at him on screen. Yeah, I just want to point out, Ramon Pinero has set sail. He has gone 0.2 faster than Kieran Eve that last lap. Now Kieran Eve gains half a tenth back, but he's not moving at the pace that Kuba Pucholski is moving at. He needs to cover him if he wants to stay in second. Yes, and late pit stops across the board again, going down to Anthony in the pit lane. 12 minutes to go, and there are still 8 pit stops to be made.
I know, I've only had 2 pit stops. I'm quite lonely down here.
Well, they'll all be coming thick and fast. You won't be lonely when the second half of this race, when they all pile in, mate. But not piling in yet is Ramon Pinheiro. He continues on. He's driving, and it is a formidable best when we're talking Ramon Pinheiro. He's trying to build up a lead. He's really can't pull away from Kieran Eve, but it's probably enough to cover any attack from either Eve or the already pitted and coming up through the field, Kuba Pucholski.
I think Pucholski's already cleared Kieran Eve. It's too late. Pucholski is now clear in second place once everyone has filed in for pits. And Kieran Eve, he's got to get going here.
Yeah, so as you were saying, Andy, the Ramon Pinheiro setting some very fast laps. He's got to, because Kieran Pucholski is seriously quick. He's still fast. And a new personal best by Kieran Pucholski, a new fastest lap for this race. Pucholski's on an absolute mission. He's down the order in 8th. He's the one in the yellow suit you can still see in the background. There he is, Kuba Pucholski, the current Polish champion, Pucholski. He's on an absolute mission here, the fastest in the race. He's coming up to Craig Tucker.
Oh, we got action in the pit lane as the number 12 comes in. Ryan Smith pits now. He gets a green light on gate 1. Gate number 2 gets that green light once again. He's back out on track.
Yeah, that's a great stop there, and most importantly, no penalties. Mason, if I can bring you in on that one, we're looking at a situation we've seen. I mean, this is your first time here in the British Rental Kart Championship, but we have never seen this many penalties. I think in the entire life of the BRKC, over all the years of the BRKC, there's probably been more penalties now in this event so far than there has been over all the other years put together. It's been incredible. Is it difficult down there? I mean, I know everyone's trying to cut the light as fine as possible, but talk us through it. Is it tough?
It is very tough. I mean, it is so much risk involved trying to time the light that for me, it's almost been easier just to wait my extra quarter second and then take it safely, which has worked so far. But those guys that are really going for that, people that are in Kieran Eve's position, he's really going to have to push it. I could easily see a penalty coming from him in this stop. He's probably most likely to get one.
Yeah, what's been interesting for us there, Mason, watching on screen.
Sorry, James.
Yeah.
Action in. Tucker is in the pit lane. So Craig Tucker, which was perfect timing for Kuba Pucholski. He's now been broken free. He didn't lose any time behind it, and it's 2 green lights for Tucker. He's back out on track.
Yeah, and Craig Tucker's lost out quite a lot there. He's been pushed back to 9th place at the expense of Gabriel Kinter, and ahead of him, Ryan Smith. And guess what? This man on screen, Kuba Pucholski, the reigning Polish champion, who's now up into 6th place. His mission to get to the front is well and truly on. He's still the fastest on the track, and he's only 11.3 down. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, Joe Peters, it was a penalty on gate 1. Unfortunately, it was green on 2, but yeah, he's going to have to come back in.
Yeah, so again, bringing on this, Mason, a penalty has been picked up there by Joe Peters. I think at this sort of international level, the standard is so high. The fact is that because everybody's so good, cutting the lights as close as you can is simply the norm. It's like if you want to gain an advantage, you've got to really cut it, not just slightly cut it, and even slightly cutting it is risking a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, in these semifinals, it's going to be really tough. I think we'll see a few more penalties in the semis, especially when everyone's going to be really fast, pushing each other around. I did notice while Peters came out of pit road, Quinta got the inside into the snail section, and he got clear. It saved him quite a bit of time there.
Yes, of course, that momentum that Quinta would have had, he just sent it through, and it certainly saved him the hassle of actually making a pass further round. Now, just to recap on this, with 8 minutes. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's the number 8 again. He's redoing his pit stop. Joe Peters, green on gate 1. This time, green on gate 2. He's back out. He's fine.
Yeah, Joe Peters there being caught now by the race leader, Ramon Pinheiro. 23 laps in. Peters serving his penalty immediately. 2 stops is always going to push you down. So Pinheiro, Eve, Taylor, Jute and Pucholski are the top 5. 6th is Ryan Smith, Kinter 7th, Tucker 8th, and Joe Peters there in 9th. Obviously, he's had to make 2 pit stops. Mason, if you are getting penalties, if you are making 2 stops, it's pretty much a done deal, isn't it? Unless you are Ryan Curtin. So I think your teammate Ryan Curtin somehow ended up with a penalty pit stop and came through to 5th. Oh, sorry, it's the 3rd, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he got 3rd. In that race specifically, the top 3 just all worked together. They pulled away. From 4th on back, they just kept on fighting. And when Ryan had to serve that penalty, he was clear. I think just clear, if I remember correctly. But Yeah, I mean, there was just enough time that he was able to do it. I haven't seen anyone else do it so far.
Yeah, Ruben Boutons was given they've got an arm up. It's Pinero, the race leader in.
Yeah, race leader in, and Pinero in the pit lane. It is a good stop on gate 1, gets the green light, comes to gate 2, a little early on the brakes, but early on the throttle as well, gets the green light. He's back out just in front of Puchalski.
Puchalski's got the momentum. Pinero builds at speed, but Puchalski's got the momentum. Is it going to be the inside? It's going to be the outside. No, he can't make his stick on Pinero, but Puchalski is right on the tail of the Spaniard there. Yes, they dropped down the order because they made a pit stop, but this is probably the real fight for the lead in real terms, and Kuba Puchalski has made that pit stop work. And defensive by Ramon Pinero. Well, if he's going to be getting defensive now, he's got 6 minutes plus a lap. That's an awful long time to be driving offline, Mason. I bet you don't envy Ramon Pinero this.
No, I mean, that was a perfect call for Ramon. Cuba was just gaining tenths a lap. Now, if you're Kieran Eve, you've got 6 minutes or maybe 4 minutes until pits are closed.
He's coming in this lap.
We believe he's coming in this lap, Mason. We just heard from Anthony down there. Is it going to be this lap?
No, he's not.
It's not.
His team called him in and he waved his hand at them and he still didn't come in. He needs to come in now. He's running out of time.
Yes, and also waving is Kuba Puchalski. He's waving at Ramon Pinero. Obviously not happy there, so Kuba Puchalski's pit strategy almost took him to the front. Ramon had to come in to cover that and did so. Obviously it's down to Kieran Eve. He's been waved in, as you say, Anthony. Will it be this lap?
Well, I'm arguing with the team right now. They say he's going to be fine. He needs to come in later. I'll be like, no, he's running out of time. He needs to come in now.
And he's not coming in this lap. He's passing you now, so there's Kieran Eve continuing on. He's got 29 laps. He is the race leader, yet to stop. Richard Jutes is up to second place now. He's yet to stop as well, but there's the battle, what will be the battle for the lead at the end of the race. Pinero looking over his shoulder. Mason, Pinero's doing an awful lot more looking at Kuba than he is thinking about what he's doing himself. Is that too much thinking about the driver behind? I mean, it's Kuba Puchalski we're dealing with it.
I mean,
waving.
Ramon is in a really tough spot because if he leaves it open, Kuba will pass him, but Kuba's just pointing forward. He wants to go forward. He knows Kieran Eve is fast. Kieran Eve just needs to run until the pits close. He's got the cleanest track he can get right now. If Ramon keeps defending, look, Ramon now looks back. He wants to point forward. Now they're going to start working together. Now Kieran Eve is really going to have to, pick and choose. Does he stay out, or is these two going to work together? It's so much going on right now.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot with this. Now, viewers at home, with the indoor karting, particularly at this level, there's a lot of communication between the drivers. Look at this. See how Ramon is not defending now. Kuba Puchalski with that forward signal that Ramon picked up and waved back to him. Now that Ramon Pinero knows that Kuba Puchalski is not looking to challenge him yet, and they're just trying to pull away. We can see Ramon getting defensive, particularly to the middle and the inside down the backstretch. We are not seeing that anymore because Ramon Pinero knows he's kind of done a little bit of a deal there with Kuba Puchalski. That's the name of the game at this level of indoor karting. Doing a deal with Kuba Puchalski. So we're looking at Ramon. Is he going to go defensive? See, this is exactly what we've been talking about. Ramon is not going defensive. He made that signal with Puchalski. It's Puchalski that initiated it, to be fair, Mason. So it was Puchalski's idea not to fight. So as you say, they're more worried now about Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve must be taking a great deal of heart. Well, if he knew when he watches back on the live stream, Kieran Eve will take a great deal of heart that these two were that worried about him that they actually made a deal not to fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the gap right now, Kieran Eve has 9.7 seconds to Ramon. That's nearly clear enough that he could probably pit right now. He's got to be in the next 2 laps, otherwise the pits are going to be closed. But right now, Puchalski's the smartest one in the race. He knew Kieran Eve is coming. Now Ramon realized, but it might be too late.
Fastest on the track, though, is Kieran Eve, incredibly. Kieran Eve, the best showing we've seen all weekend from him. He's in the lead at the moment. He's yet to pit. We don't know when it's going to be. He's got 3 minutes to do it. As here comes Kieran Eve. It's not this time either. Now he's catching a back marker. Who is it? We think it could be Joe Peters, maybe.
It is Joe Peters.
Yeah, Joe Peters. Now, Joe Peters, he's very good. He's very aware.
I've got Richard Jute in the pit lane now. So Jute's in. Now he was one of our drivers who needed to pit stop, and he has got a green light on gate 1, green on gate 2. He's going out. He just misses out on the trio that have just gone past.
Yeah, he's been done by all 3 of them. That's Ryan Taylor, Ryan Smith and Gabriel Quinter. So Ryan Smith is up to 5th place. And
Neve's in.
Oh, yes.
Neve's in. Race leader's in. Let's see what's going to happen. Was the gap big enough? It's a green light on 1. It was a very slow one on 1. comes into 2, gets a green light on 2. It's going to be close.
Very close, he's come out in the lead. Yes, he has, but he's been done round the outside. Can he slot in between them? No, Pachulski's battling round the outside. Will Pachulski move the inside? Kieran Eve, what a move. What can we say? Mason, now, here's the thing. He had 1 minute 55. We were trying to call him in early. Anthony was calling, saying he needed to come in early. If, having not committed to that, if he'd come in a little bit later, might it have served him better?
I don't know. I mean, I can't see the board from here, but he might have got the pits closing sign and had to choose that lap. I think one more, he would have been fine. He may just not have the option. But now game over. Ramon can defend. He's going to be on the inside all the way around the track.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's won it. Now it's just a matter of what can Pachulski do to maximize his result for second.
Indeed, with 1 minute 26 on the timer before the last lap board, we've got Ramon Pinero leading, Kieran Eve second, Kuba Pachulski third. Obviously, the deal now between Ramon and Pachulski is right out the window because Kieran Eve is between them, so that's an immediate deal breaker there. Kieran Eve has no deal with anybody except his own deal, which is trying to win this race. Now, Kuba Pachulski is likely to try some kind of move before the end. He's a pretty racy guy, but this is Kieran Eve's big shot. We've not seen him running at the front like this all weekend. This is now or never. I bet, I mean, we'll check the points, but I'm not sure where Kieran Eve is even in terms of making the final, semi-final. But is that down the inside for Eve? He had a good look at Ramon Pinero there. Nothing going, but that's kind of sort of shown his hand. I think it's not over yet for Kieran Eve. He has not settled for second one bit, Mason.
No, I mean, if Ramon defends, Kieran is going to want to set to the outside to get a good run all the way through here. Maybe look at the move for the hairpin. But the second he moves over in the hairpin over here, Kuba's just going to go right in and take second from him.
Absolutely, it's an attack and defend. Now look at Ramon Pinero. He's on the normal racing line. Kieran Eve to the inside. Oh, just too far back to make the move stick, but Kieran Eve was definitely running down the inside there. Central line on the track. Ramon Pinero to the outside. So Kieran Eve definitely had something in mind there. Obviously at this stage with Kuba Pachulski behind him, Kieran Eve's attacking move is also his defensive move down there, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran Eve, he's got to go in deep into the corner just to try to stay with Ramon on that narrow line. And here we go, now Ramon fully to the inside. Kieran Eve has to follow, and now Pachulski's in a tough spot because now they're both defending. There's no getting past.
Absolutely, and Ramon Pinero clearly understands what's going on here. They're about to start the last lap. This last lap is started now. It's Pinero, the Spaniard, ahead of Kieran Eve, UK, and Kuba Pachulski from Poland, and it's looking good at the moment from Pinero, but it's certainly not a done deal. What's going to happen on this last lap? It's really all about the late braking of Kieran Eve. Can he send something down the inside? Can he get close enough, Mason? How close do you need to be?
You need to be right on the bumper if you want to make a clean move to get all the way up there. I mean, you can be maybe half a car back, but it's going to be rough, but Ramon has done what he had to do, and he's going to hold on to the win.
Pinero takes it. Pinero takes it. A massive pressure from Kieran Eve and Kuba Pachulski. Kieran Eve, amazing performance to come into second place. Kuba Pachulski, fantastic third, but really amazing performances throughout there. We got Ryan Taylor in fourth, Ryan Smith in fifth. That might not be enough. We'll have to check Ryan's point score. Gabriel Kinter is in sixth, Richard Duke seventh, Craig Tucker eighth, and of course ninth was Joe Peters. We had a driver, Murtaza Hassan, the Iraqi driver, not starting due to injury yesterday. It has to be said though, Mason, for me, the driver of the race there was Kieran Eve, simply because we've not seen this from him before. We know Pinero can win. We know that Pachulski can win, so he'll probably be disappointed with third. But Kieran Eve running like that into second place, driver of the race.
I absolutely agree. He played the strategy perfectly. It just fell a little too short on time. Otherwise, he would have had him.
And we're going over to Anthony in the pit lane. See what you get for us, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I still feel like they would have benefited a little bit more if they pitted a little bit earlier, but, you know, that's my only personal opinion, not the team's, of course. It is their decision, of course. But Owen Neve, who's just going to come in, he's going to get weighed up, of course, with Pachulski, who's just come off. Pachulski good. And Owen Neve comes in, and he is all good as well. Kieran, let's have a quick chat. That was a tough race. Great performance from yourself as well. The team giving you lots of support from the sidelines and the strategy as well. Do you think it played off?
Yeah, just about, yeah. Definitely a tough one. I was sort of expecting to come out behind their battle, not right in the middle of it, but once I knew I was in it, I sort of had to sit there and work on what I had.
Your main battle with Pereira all the way through that one, and do you feel like maybe if you'd pitted maybe 1 or 2 laps after he had, you could have come out in the lead on that one?
Nah, no chance. The gap was too big, so I had to stay out and try and jump him, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately, and he came out right in front of me.
One of those things, but like I say, a cracking performance for yourself, a good chunk of points as well. Obviously, that's the last race before that. How are you in the points as well?
Yeah, I needed a top 2, top 3 finish. I was trying to just get into the semi-finals, but I don't think I have enough. But yeah, it's a good way to end the championship at least. Yeah.
Well, a solid performance for yourself. Congratulations on P2.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's see if we can grab a word with Roman Pereira. Yeah, we can go over there. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Bring the cameraman up. You'll be our first interview, actually, over here today, because I've just been chasing people. Roman, a brilliant result for yourself. You had a win yesterday, another win today, so congratulations on that one. I know points was a big one for you. Did you get enough that you needed to get into the semi-finals?
Yeah, semi-finals for sure. I obviously target the final. I have Martin, you know, our proud sponsor, and for MTV Products, you know, which we are really thankful for the support he gives, not just only us, but also the championship. Regarding the championship itself, I aim for the final, and I'm on the route for 42 points if I win the semi-final, which I did last year, and it's going to be tight. It will depend on the card draw. Again, it's a bit of a shame on the pitch of the Daimiso. That was been a very strong position now, but I can't change it. So all thing I can do is try and win semi-final and see how that goes.
I wish you the best of luck, mate. Congratulations on that, another race win.
Thank you.
Well, Roman Pereira there, fabulous results, and again, straight close racing. It's so fantastic to see the strategy come into play. It's not just indoor racing, it's, like you say, I've said it several times, it's chess at 40 miles an hour.
Absolutely, and it's seriously close racing now. The standard has been very high, the strategy standard. What we saw in that race was a mixture of speed and strategy. The key thing there was that the strategy was right because the racing was fast. As we could see, Kuba Pachilski was very rapid. He was third. Ramon Pinero, a known quick driver, he was first. But Kieran Eve came from nowhere due to a mixture of excellent strategy and good speed. It could be argued that Kieran Eve really will be the driver of the race there because he's not used to this sort of format, and he's having to think the strategy on his feet. He's not got tons of experience. Kuba Pachilski, they race like this all the time in Europe. Ramon Pinero, he's another international guy. He's been racing like this for years. But for the likes of Kieran Eve, this kind of strategy against this kind of competition has been the tough part. But yeah, we've seen some sterling performances, and that was a good example. We're going to be moving forward now to the next race. They're all loaded up in the carts, or getting loaded up in the carts. There's a couple missing. I'm just going to check through there who we got. We got Owen Jameson in this. We got Darren Stables, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, multi-Hungarian champion, Barry Lakes, Belal Osman from Pakistan, Thomas Russell, Jonathan Wilson, who we saw leading earlier on but getting pushed down the order by the end, Dylan Jute, Dylan Norris is getting entered now, James Boss, another of the Americans, and the impressive Harrison Kirkham. So it's going to be another tough one, but with this one, you'd take the likely winner as being Ivan Shana, but Shana he was tested yesterday. Melanie Motson particularly tested him big time, although Shana has had a couple of wins to his credit already. So yes, we'll be looking at him. Can Jonathan Wilson, of course, replicate the pole position earlier on? Another British driver who's not used to this format, and we'll see what he has to show for us. Anthony, they're all lined up down there. Does it look like everybody's on board?
Yeah, we have got a full grid in this one. 10 drivers making their way out on circuit.
Wonderful. So they're heading out to qualify now. And as you can see on the live stream at home, I've got a great view there with my my big window here. And also the live stream, it's the same pictures you're looking at. And so the drivers are now making their way round on the warm-up lap as that's everybody out and on the warm-up lap. So as they come around, we'll get a picture of who's looking good. Certainly, it looks like Peters. Looks like Peters in the 21. No, sorry, Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson, I'm thinking of. He was on the. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Problem already. Somebody's had some trouble. Somebody's kind of caught in the wall at the far end of the track. That's in the fast corner that leads to the back straight.
Well, green flags came out and now they've gone yellow again. So I'm not sure what that means for qualifying.
Probably just a rerun.
Okay.
Drag him in the pits probably and see him all again. So Ivan Shana is going to have to do a complete other lap. So is Harrison Kirkham. And that would have actually been the end of their qualifying lap, so they will probably be a little bit disappointed themselves. Everyone else, I mean, some of the karts had hardly started, so no big deal there. Now, it may well be a different order going out this time because of, I think, some confusion out there, and also I think a couple of the karts have done an extra lap. I'm thinking more of Ivan Shana there and Harrison Kirkham. So they'll be back in the lineup, and we will see what happens this time around for the qualifying. So just getting the remaining karts back in so that they can then send everybody out under full course yellow conditions. About to get the qualifying resumed. There's going to be another warm-up lap, and then the qualifying begins. So obviously they've got to get that warm-up lap in first. So just waiting for him to be sent out. Now, yeah, Jonathan Wilson, of course, earlier on we saw him set pole position, quite unexpected actually, it has to be said. Jonathan Wilson set the pole position, was leading for most of the race. He got bundled down the order. I think he ended up something like about 5th place, but Jonathan Wilson there, we'll keep an eye on him. Darren Stables there, Dylan Norris. Ivan Shana is probably most people's bet for the win here, the Hungarian champion, but as I say, yesterday he was quite surprised to be holding off a driver pretty much most of the race. He was one of the clear favourites to win. I think it was Vika Schlett and Ivan Shana. They were theoretically going to be battling over the win, and that's not quite how it worked out. It was Shana dropped back a little bit and into the clutches, I think, Melanie Motts. So let's see what happens here. As they come around, they're going to start their qualifying lap now. That's the 8. Who of course is Thomas Russell. Thomas Russell is on his qualifying lap now, so is James Bosch. They're continuing, Belal Osman is on his qualifier, and there's a kart going very slowly in the mid-pack there, just trying to create space. This looks like some people have been sort of pushing and shoving a little bit, so Ivan Shana and Harrison Kirkham are going to be the 2 last onto their qualifying lap, and potentially one of these 2 will be fighting for the pole position. Now the check is out. Is Thomas Russell first? Yes, he's quickest. James Bosch behind him in 2nd place. Belal Osman is going to go into 3rd place. What about Owen Jameson? Is he going to move up? No, he's not. He's 4th. No, yes, Barry Lakes has gone to 3rd. Barry Lakes is up to 3rd. Jonathan Wilson's provisionally pole. Darren Stables to 5th, but Jonathan Wilson, is he going to make it in the pole position? Here comes Ivan Shana as Dylan Norris in 4th. Shana fastest, and Harrison Kirkham in 2nd. So the final 2, really as per expected, they've moved up into 1st and 2nd place. That's Ivan Shana and Harrison Kirkham, with Jonathan Wilson there in 3rd place. Now, even though he may not be in pole position like he was last time, it's an amazing performance there by Jonathan Wilson. So we're going to see, there he is, Jonathan Wilson, we see on the back there. He'll be pretty pleased to move into that 3rd place as they bring up the front there. There is Ivan Shana in the blue. He's not one of the Blue Star team, though he's looking very much like their colours. Behind him is Harrison Kirkham, and then it looks like behind Wilson, yeah, it is Thomas Russell. He was the first qualifier, you see, so he got pushed down to 4th, but that's pretty high for him. He'll be happy with that one. So we'll be just waiting to get them underway and see how that one actually works out once the cars start going. So right, as they come around now, it's going to be down to Ivan Shana to set the pace. He's done a good job so far. There's no reason to expect any sort of restart required, but a lot depends on those at the back. So Shana gets him going, and there's Harrison Kirkham following him, and of course Jonathan Wilson behind that. So into the Snell section for the first time, it's Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, followed by Harrison Kirkham, and there's a pass already. No, not quite. Yeah, it was Thomas Russell who made a lunge up the inside. It worked and then didn't, and he's lost a place as a result. So he was trying to pass Jonathan Wilson, but it didn't work. Now he's been pushed back to 5th place from 4th, so let's have a look as they come across the line what the positions actually are. Shana still leads. It's still Kirkham in 2nd. It's still Wilson in 3rd, but 4th now is James Bosch, the American, and he has passed Thomas Russell. Dylan Norris continues in 5th, but Stables, Osman, they all move up, and Baron Lakes. Owen Jameson has fallen to the back. There's a bumping warning to Dylan Norris, one of the local drivers. Yeah, Dylan Norris under question there, probably more due to accidental contact than anything else, but obviously it's there all the same. Here we are, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, leads the way across the line to begin lap 3, sorry, to complete lap 2, begin lap 3, and Harrison Kirkham's going with him. They're making up a little bit of a gap now to Jonathan Wilson. Jonathan Wilson down there in 3rd place. 4th place is James Bosch. 5th is Thomas Russell. Can Thomas Russell undo that damage from that opening lap and regain his 4th place? So, down the backstretch. Yeah, it's opening up a bit for that 1st and 2nd. It's Ivan Shana, Harrison Kirkham, as we look, and there's the tail enders going through, or the mid-pack going through the final hairpin there at the end of the straight. So there's Shana, there's Kirkham, there's the gap then to Jonathan Wilson, James Bosch, Thomas Russell. Another gap to Dylan Norris, Darren Stables and the rest. There's Lakes, there's Bilal Osman, and there's Owen Jameson bringing them up at the rear in the number 10. So this is the tight part of the Snell section. It gets slower going into this hairpin, it gets faster coming out in the Snell, and then onto that back stretch, the fastest part of the racetrack. There they are going down the back stretch, turning into the hairpin at the end. Quite a long straight, this, the entire length of the building here at Formula Fast, and it is a big building. So across the line there, Ivan Shana leads the way in the blue. He's followed by Harrison Kirkham, more than followed, he's shadowed, there they are. Harrison Kirkham very close. Harrison Kirkham seeing this as his big chance. Harrison Kirkham hasn't won this weekend. Could it be this race now? So, Anthony, it's been a good start. It's been a good opening few laps. Shana as expected, but what about Harrison Kirkham in 2nd?
I think, you know, it's been quite interesting what we've seen so far. I mean, so far the fields are spread out. There's no one's really attacked at the moment. So again, pit stop wise, we've not seen the early ones or anything like that. But so far, it's been okay. It's been okay.
Yeah. Cagey is probably the word, because we've got Kirkham shadowing Shana. He's really close behind. There he is, Harrison Kirkham on screen. Harrison Kirkham has, he's there. He's one of the Club 73 drivers from there in the southeast there. He's also been a champion in Club 100 now. In both cases, that's outdoor karting, and it won't involve a pit stop either. So Harrison Kirkham has had to adapt not only to running at the top level of indoor karting, not only in the country but also the world, one of which he's shadowing now, but also adapting to the strategy and thinking process required in the pits. It's not just about just sending it in there. Doing it wrong will definitely hurt your race. Anything except perfection in the pits and perfection in the thinking about the pits in terms of strategy will result in you going down the order at this level. So the two leaders crossing the line, Shana, Kirkham, and a gap. Wilson and James Bosch, the American, is closing in on Jonathan Wilson. A sterling effort by Wilson. We saw him lead most of the, or at least halfway of the previous race, and then it kind of fell apart for him. Hopefully he can hang on in there a bit longer this time and maybe even take it to the end. Can he hang on to that 3rd place is the question over Jonathan Wilson. We've got someone moving out of the way. It's Owen Jameson. Owen Jameson getting out of the way. He's gone a lap down by the looks of it. A lap down to the leaders and a lap down to 3rd and 4th as well. He has made a pit stop though, so that does put him with that slight disadvantage. You will have to obey the blue flags, not for position. So there's Shana, there's Harrison Kirkham. Jonathan Wilson has the full attention of James Bosch on a big slide there. That looked like Owen Jameson as they come out of the Snell and onto the backstretch. The blue flags for Jameson again. There's one kart after another comes past him under the blues. So Ivan Shana completing yet another lap. That's 8 laps in. That's going to be 9 laps down. So Shana leads, Kirkham 2nd, 3rd is Wilson, 4th is Bosch. Then there's a massive gap. Thomas Russell falling back a bit, but he's ahead of Dylan Norris. And there's Wilson, and there is James Bosch. So exiting the Snail area, they're going to come around the fast left-hander onto the backstretch. Now, will Bosch be making a move on Wilson? He's having a look down the inside. He thinks the better of it and tucks back in line. James Bosch there from the USA. He's trying to work on a bit of a British find this weekend. He's not been known to us yet, but certainly James Wilson now has put his picture on the map, that's for sure. He's led a race earlier on for at least half of it, and he's now running 3rd in this. There's Harrison Kirkham. Harrison Kirkham, very distinctive helmet there, the orange and black. He's shadowing the experienced Hungarian multiple champion there from Hungary. Ivan Shana is moving out more to international racing this year. You can see him in action in the World Championship, in a lot of other regional, national championships throughout Europe this year. So branching out from his Hungarian roots there.
Action in the pit lane.
Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, we've got Dylan Norris in the pit lane in the number 12. He's had a good pit stop, and he is back out. And he actually, as he left the pit lane, he did hold himself like thinking, whew, I actually nailed it. The number 20 came in as well. Barry Lakes, he had 2 green lights. He's all good.
Yeah, Barry Lakes there resumes in 9th place, and Dylan Norris, I think we have seen him having to come in again. He's had some penalties this weekend, yeah. So we think Norris will be relieved at that clean stop.
More action in the number 8, Thomas Russell in the pit lane. A green light on gate number 1 and a green light on gate 2. He comes back out as well.
Yeah, Thomas Russell pitching out to 5th place there, mid-start in 4th and was running 5th. Now, hopefully, for his point of view, he'll be able to get back in the action as we cycle through the pit stops. He's come out right in front of Dylan Norris there by the looks of it.
2nd place is in the pit lane, and so the 19 pits. So Kirkham looking good here, team being supportive, and he's back out on track. Team think that was a good pit stop.
Yeah, Harrison Kirkham thinks it is as well. He's waved his thanks now. We normally, using the Sam Slater method of 10.5 seconds in the pits, Harrison Kirkham is 10.6 seconds behind Ivan Shana. Will he have done enough in the pits? That's the question. As Kirkham continues, there he is on screen down the backstretch. You can see there's no one in front and no one behind. So Kirkham is now free.
Sorry, Ivan Shana just came into the pit lane for his pit stop, and he just got a penalty on gate 1.
Oh my goodness, Ivan Shana has got a penalty, the race leader, the Hungarian champion. He's had some wins this weekend, a couple of wins and a 2nd place, but it's not going to happen in this race because he has received a penalty. There he is, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, looking to be the British champion as well, but this could hurt his whole tournament. It really is important not to get penalties. He's going to have to come and do it again. Who's going to benefit from that? It is, of course, the flying Harrison Kirkham. Harrison Kirkham, whose pit stop was good, is going to benefit from that. This could yet be Harrison Kirkham's race. Jonathan Wilson leads. Jonathan Wilson could end up being 2nd as a result of Ivan Shana's penalty. The big question, of course, Anthony, is where will Shana come out in this? He could be down in 4th. He could be down in 5th when all the results are stacked up at the end, because he is going to make the extra pit stop. There is Ivan Shana, the Hungarian. Those listening on the live stream will have heard Ivan Shana talking in the commentary booth yesterday. He was with us up in the booth. He's down on the track there today, but he's going to be in the pit lane as well with you, Anthony, anytime soon. Question is, will he take his penalty early or late? He's got 11.5 minutes to do it.
You would think he would probably go later in for it, so he can try and gain as much time than the rest of the field. If he takes it now, he'll fall behind them, and then he's got to battle his way through.
Absolutely. Ivan Shana has a clear track in front of him. He has one option available to him, and that is speed. All he needs is speed, 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 because he's going to try and bridge a bigger gap to those behind. So when he takes his penalty pit stop, he is actually further up the order than he might otherwise be. It's not game over yet for Shana in terms of getting into the semi-finals, but this will have really hurt things. He's got a lot of points from the other races, but this could be what costs him a place for the final, even if it's not for the semi-final. Got a big picture think at this level, and Shana has to make up as many places he can on speed while he's not held up by anyone. He's not fighting with anyone, as we think Harrison Kirkham has probably got this one in the bag now, which would be an amazing thing if he does. But Jonathan Wilson continues to lead on the track. Ivan Shana, we need to see at least 10-second gap. Now, that means plus 17 appearing on any of those. At the moment, to be honest, Anthony, we would expect Shana to be somewhere like about 7th place if he were to pit now. Yeah, that's hurt his semi-final chances a bit, but definitely his final chances have been hurt right here in this heat race.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, and again, it just shows that even the best can get it wrong. Ivan Shana has been winning races this weekend. We've seen that. So, it's just a case 1 millimetre too much on the movement, and you get done for it.
Absolutely, at this level you cannot afford any kind of mistake, even the slightest mistake like that. Not making any mistakes though. There's Harrison Kirkham, he's looking really good down the backstretch. He can see Ivan Shana. He may or may not know that Shana has a penalty, so maybe Kirkham is actually racing to catch Shana if he can. Jonathan Wilson, would you believe, is currently fastest. So Jonathan Wilson showing the form we saw earlier on into the pits.
Yep, he's into the pit lane now, and for the 16, it is a good stop on gate number 1. Gets the green light, and Aaron Stables gets the green light on gate number 2. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Darren Stables just got done at the end there by Barry Lake as he came out. It almost seems to be one of those pit stops where he was quite high up the order there, Darren Stables, and it almost feels like a bit of an excessive punishment that he finds himself in ninth. However, there still are a couple more pit stops to make, including a penalty pit stop for the Hungarian champion, Zsána. As they continue round, we're 9 minutes remaining, 9 minutes and then a lap to go. So Jonathan Wilson continues in the lead. Someone in the pits.
Yes, indeed. It is the number 21 of, I believe, that's Jonathan Wilson, who's in the pit lane now. So the driver who was in the lead of this race. It's a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He heads back out on track behind Kirkham.
Yes, but what about Bosch? James Bosch is alongside him into the Snell section. Bosch is fighting for position. These guys were fighting before the pit stop. Bosch tries the outside. He tried the inside, then looked against the outside, but it looks like Jonathan Wilson has done enough. He just about made it out the pits in time. Oh, in the pits is someone else.
Yeah, it's Bilal Usman who's in the pit lane, the driver from Pakistan, and it's a good stop on gate 1. Comes to gate 2, green light there. You know what? He's had a clean sweep of pit stops this entire weekend. Absolutely perfect performance.
That's absolutely right. Bilal Usman, he's been successful. He's pretty quick around the track at Karachi. He's kind of struggled against some of the competition this weekend, but he's learning a lot, and it has to be said he's making a better job of the pit stops, including the likes that we're looking at on screen now, Ivan Zsána, because Zsána is going to have to come back into the pits and do it all again. Interestingly, he is closing in on Bilal Osman. Maybe Zsána will make that penalty pit stop sooner rather than later, rather than battle his way past Osman and possibly in front Darren Stables. We'll see what Zsána's going to do.
Well, technically, James, Osman will see a blue flag, so he won't actually have to battle there. So if he does get past in a good spot, he might not lose much time. So he may stay out a little bit longer.
Yeah, in fact, it's kind of weird because maybe, he would still come out ahead of Osman, Zsána, and Zsána's going down the inside. Osman moves wide, lets him through, yes he does, and so Zsána continues without any sort of hold-up whatsoever. There he is, Ivan Zsána now. Let's have a look at the situation here. He's showing in the lead. He still would come out in about 6th place, Anthony, and that is a massive loss of points. It almost seems like he would be further down the order than we've seen some other people. I mean, the best result after a penalty we've seen this weekend has been Ryan Curtin, who came through to 3rd place. Of course, Ruben Boutens, who ended up, by default in 5th. But still, Ivan Zsána's lost a lot of points with this. We're just going to have to keep an eye on that leaderboard and points.
Yeah, such a shame for him. The team were watching his pit stop in the pit lane as well, and you heard the scream of disappointment from them. And it's one of those things. It does happen, and unfortunately, it's happened to him in a crucial moment.
Yes, and I'm sure you've learnt some bad Hungarian words in the middle of all of that.
I've learnt lots in this pit lane.
Yes, there's a variety of languages you now speak, none of which cleanly. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely. I only know how to swear in Italian as well.
Excellent. Well, there'll probably be plenty of swearing going on in Hungarian, or maybe he's even going Hungarian, English and Italian with Ivan Zsána under his helmet there. Now, Harrison Kirkham has closed in on the race leader. He's the fastest on the track. He's the quickest in this race. The fastest lap in this race goes to the 2nd place Harrison Kirkham, and it is a temporary 2nd place. He's going to assume the lead when Ivan Zsána takes the penalty. The big question is does Harrison Kirkham know this? Now, Harrison Kirkham has a lot of supporters here and quite a healthy team. The question, of course, I would throw down is how on earth do communicate to that driver, in this case Harrison Kirkham, that the one in front has a penalty and will be coming in again to make a penalty pit stop. I don't know about you, Anthony, but I don't know how you're going to sign language that.
We'll work it out.
Well, hopefully working it out for himself is Harrison Kirkham. He will have seen some boards maybe that would have been shown to Ivan Zsána from the organisers, but whether he's actually been close enough, because he has closed in on Zsána, he's still the fastest. Harrison Kirkham is the fastest on the track as we speak, and he is going to assume that 1st place. We're just waiting for Zsána to come in. There's just under 5 minutes to go. Everybody has been in except for the penalty stop of Ivan Zsána, who's at the end of the backstretch now. So he's going to come into our view on screen. Here comes Zsána. There he is on your picture. Where's Harrison Kirkham? There's Harrison Kirkham going around the corner there. So quick succession. Only 1.7 seconds between them on the track. But we know with the penalty pit stop, that's a whole lot more. More like 13, maybe 14 seconds. And still Ivan Zsána has not done enough. He's he's doing what he has to do. He's running fast. He maybe could get up to 5th place, possibly more. We'll see what happens there. It's all about when he comes out of the pits, and when he comes out of the pits, gosh, he's going to be in fighting mood.
I was just discussing that, whether or not he comes in. If he comes in like at the last possible moment and he gets another penalty on his penalty, he has to come in again, but he won't have enough time, meaning that he'll get put to the back of the grid, I'm pretty sure, at the end of the race. So that means then, if he does that, he's going to take it steady, meaning he's going to lose a little bit more time to make sure he doesn't mess it up.
Yeah, absolutely right there. But the reality is, if he gets a penalty on his penalty, he'll be putting himself to the back regardless of whether he does it or the organisers do it, because there'll be no coming back from that. 3 pit stops in a race when everyone else makes one. That's effectively giving a lap away, and that's going to put him dead. Well, it might not actually put him dead. That's a move. It's Norris on. Is that Thomas Russell? Yes, it is. So, but Russell gets it back. Thomas Russell has the inside for the snail. Dylan Norris made a big old lunge there down the hairpin, but they were alongside each other across the start-finish line, and Thomas Russell has regained that 5th place. It's listed on your screens, people, and we're looking at that battle now. So in the white suit, predominantly white with the black helmet, that is Thomas Russell. He is actually in front of Dylan Norris, despite what it says on the timing sheet there on the left of the screen, because they have yet to cross the line. We'll see that adjusted as they cross the line now, and it shows Russell has in fact regained the 5th place, which we can see on screen. So that is Dylan Norris in the blue suit there with the white helmet following behind. He's going to have another shot now at Thomas Russell. He's close enough to do something. They're exiting the snail section. They're building up speed. This is a flat
Ivan Shana in the pit lane.
For the penalty.
Yeah, this is the penalty stop. He gets a green light on gate 1, so that's no drama there. Comes into gate 2. Green light on gate 2. He comes out of the pit lane now. Where does he come out of?
Well, he's come out into clear air, but I think he's down in 5th place. The big question is, who's in front of him? And I think he's probably in 5th place. We will double check. He's listed as 4th. Yeah, that might be it.
I think he's 4th. That was a quick stop.
You are right. That was a very quick stop. And by heck. Yeah, in other races, he could have lost a lot more places than that. If we look back over the history, shall we say, of penalties this weekend, the best comeback from a penalty has been 3rd, and that was Ryan Curtin. The 2nd place best comeback has been Ivan Shana to 4th, and the 3rd place has been Ruben Boutens from the first race yesterday morning. So Ivan Shana, when it comes to damage limitation, he is well, he's proven to be among the best, but it's still damage limitation. And there we are seeing Thomas Russell. Thomas Russell, can he see Jana? No. So Jana has a very healthy lead ahead of 5th place. So I'm looking out the window here. I'm seeing Jana with something like, yeah, they can't even see it. He's got, probably 200 metre, 100 metre at least lead over Thomas Russell and Dylan Norris, which means 4th is secure for Ivan Jana. Can he close in on Jonathan Wilson? That is the question. Now, Wilson and James Bosch are battling over 2nd place now. Harrison Kirkham has gone through to the lead, as we know, with 1 minute to go. James Bosch and Jonathan Wilson are fighting. Will that allow Jana to close in on them? And if he does, will he risk it all on some massive lunges for 2nd place points, or will he stick to 4th? We'll find out. Meantime, though, the incredible Harrison Kirkham leads the way. There he is on screen. It's Harrison Kirkham with 46 seconds before he gets the last lap board. He's closing in on somebody further. I think that might be Darren Stables. But Harrison Kirkham there looking good. He's looking very good indeed. And it is, in fact, Darren Stables who is looking to put a lap down. Will he bother? There are 30 seconds to go, and he has a massive lead. 5.3 seconds in an indoor kart race is what you would count as a massive lead. It's certainly something that's secure, that's for sure. Now, Harrison Kirkham we're looking at here. He's been very fast. He's the fastest in this race. He didn't take pole position, but he is fast, and he put himself in the position to lead and probably win this. He's got 8 seconds. He may well have to do an extra lap. Is he going to cross the line? He needs it to be 0, but it's not. It's 2. So this is the penultimate lap now. Harrison Kirkham, if he had been 2 seconds slower, he would only have 1 lap to do. As it happens, he's got 2. The question of when he crossed the line, and the timing went to 0. So at the end of this lap, it will begin the final lap. So there he is, down the backstretch, Harrison Kirkham. That is Darren Stables behind him, obviously a lap down. But there are no challenges, as we can see, not for miles behind Harrison Kirkham. Now here's the battle. It's James Bosch, Jonathan Wilson, and they'll be closed in on by Ivan Shana. Ivan Shana is closing in. Will it be enough? I think it could be too little too late. There is Harrison Kirkham. We're going to be following him round. He's in the snail. He's building up his speed. What's happening behind? But there's Harrison Kirkham, definitely on his way to victory here. It's going to be an incredible win there for the Southeast-based driver. Harrison Kirkham, we have not seen a win from him. We've seen him race very competitively, but not to win level. There's James Bosch, there's Jonathan Wilson, and there is Ivan Shana. Shana closing in, he's closing in. Harrison Kirkham has won, but what about Bosch? Bosch is going to hold on from Wilson, and Shana picks up 4th place in spite of a penalty, but what a win by Harrison Kirkham. What an incredible win there. Thomas Russell 5th, Dylan Norris 6th, Barry Lake 6th, Darren Stable 7th. Bilal Osman has finished 1 position up from the back. We've seen him mostly at the back, but now he's in 9th instead of 10th. So great job there by the Pakistani driver to conclude his championship this year. He will not be in the semi-final. Owen Jameson brings up the rear there. But what about this? It's Harrison Kirkham down the pit lane. That's going to be a very popular win. Harrison Kirkham coming to a stop, and a good result by the American James Bosch. Jonathan Wilson into 3rd place, and Ivan Jana dropping to 4th. Anthony, it's down to you in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to chat to a couple of drivers in this one. Most importantly, of course, Kirkham on that one. He seems very happy with the result. But I also want to chat to Bilal Osman, because, you know, he's had a fantastic weekend so far. You know, he's not been one of the quickest drivers. He's not made it to the semi-finals. But, you know, it's his first time here representing. And you know what? He's ended this race. And what is he doing right now? He's looking at the results. He wants to see how he's done, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So, you know, we're right at the back of the grid here. But I want to have a quick chat with him, because I think he's done an absolutely fantastic job. Very sporting driver. Bilal, let's have a quick chat. Well, congratulations. This is your first British Rental Kart Championship you've just competed in. I've got to say, you've not been at the front, but like I say, you've been an absolutely fantastic driver. You've nailed every single pit stop you've done this weekend, so better than some of the professionals that we've got here.
Cheers, cheers, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is my first time in any indoor kart, to be honest. I've ripped outdoor in the past, and honestly, it's first time in a proper like motorsport event, let's say. So a lot of learning. We'll debrief, kind of take it as it goes, and yes, I mean, it's been absolutely amazing. The quality of driver here is unbelievable. Yeah, I just hope to be back next year and hopefully be fighting for a bit more up the front.
Oh, it's been fantastic to have you here. And are you going to stick around for the semi-finals and the finals?
Yeah, I'll be watching for sure.
Excellent. So it's a great show. So stick around, enjoy yourself, and well done this weekend. Right, let's go chat to Harrison Kirkham in that one. He's just congratulating his team now. He's on the weighing scale. Don't break the weighing scale, because we need that one. Harrison, come around, let's have a chat. What a result that was. Looked like a bit of hard work. What went through your mind when you saw that Ivan got that penalty?
Oh my God, honestly, I didn't think I could keep with his pace. I mean, his consistency is just unreal. I mean, I was quite quick, but on occasions, and seeing that pop out, I thought for him it's a gift, yeah. It's quite lucky with that, so.
Very lucky indeed. Like I say, you got to the end of that one. Good results. You had the pace all the way throughout. Fantastic amount of points. How do you feel going? Is that enough for the semi-finals?
No clue. I've had a couple rough rounds, but hopefully it's enough. Fingers crossed.
Well, the team are happy with you. They've been supportive all the way throughout it. There you go. Right next to you. But yeah, look at that. Crazy bunch. Who wants to be involved with them? But yes, best team in the world.
Yeah, can't ask for anything more.
Excellent stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Cheers, thank you.
Well, good stuff there. Only a few more races to go then. James, the next group's getting themselves ready. And then, of course, we will have the all-important semi-finals and finals.
Yes, so, well, we're really getting into the meat of this now. We've got, just 2 races remaining for the heat races of British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Obviously, after such an epic performance there, Harrison Kirkham really breaking his duck as a competitor at BRKC level. We've seen a good show there. He was, all right, you could say Ivan Shana got a penalty, but Harrison Kirkham made him fight to that level. If Harrison Kirkham hadn't been so competitive, Shana would not have got the penalty and definitely would have not had to come back in the pits. Harrison Kirkham, an amazing win there.
Can I move now?
Fantastic to see. So in the next race, let's have a little look at this. We've got Jamie Henderson, Northern driver, Robin Kassam, Ardita Dubey from India, Josh Nye, Kevin Van Luck, the Belgian, Benjamin Gallagher, Gary Jones from the Northwest there, he's one of the unthinkable drivers, and Cale Simmons, Jeff Lund, the American, and the spectacular Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford turning 16 yesterday, and today trading times, trading positions with some of the best in the world in a battle with Ruben Boot, as we saw earlier on. Charlie Ratford looking definitely to book himself into the semi-final, maybe even the final if he can make it work. Now, we've seen a raft of sterling performances this year, and we're just going to see more. It's going to keep getting tougher, keep getting better. As we move towards the semi-final now, I just want to reiterate how it works. Everyone's been scoring points through the heat races. There have been 4 rounds of heat races, 100 drivers in it. The top 30 will go through. What will make the judgment there is the getting those points. You've got to be top 30 in points. Once you've got into that semi-final, all you're doing is continuing to score. So you keep your points from the heat races and add to those 10, 9 and so on down to 1 for 10 as the heat races have been. And then the top 10 from that go through to the final. So it may well be that just because someone's won a semi-final race, they may not be in the final itself. Somebody from 1 or 2 places behind may have scored more points. So it does get very, very cagey indeed going into the semi-finals and the semi-finals themselves. Now, they're out to qualify. We can see them on the track. Everyone's out on their warm-up lap. And we'll see who's going to be. Looks like Kevin Van Lock is leading the way around. He's going to be the first one to set a time. He's starting his lap now. Kevin Van Lock and Charlie Ratford. We're going to keep an eye on Charlie Ratford. This could be a good chance for him to score a lot of points. If he can score points against the likes of Ruben Boutens and Johan Medart, then he can definitely score against anyone in this race as he comes round on his flying lap. They're almost all there. Gary Jones is crossing the line, and it looks like Josh Nye. Josh Nye completes the qualifier's starting lap, now completing a lap. Here comes Kevin Van Lock. Kevin Van Lock will go fastest, of course. So Van Lock, what about Ratford? Has Ratford got an answer to that? Yes, he does. Charlie Ratford fastest. What about Robin Kassam? Robin Kassam has pushed Kevin Lock back, but still Charlie Ratford on top. Charlie Ratford hangs in there. Gallagher into 4th. Cale Simmons into 5th. Jeff Lund is up to 4th. Jamie Henderson into 5th. Gary Jones takes 5th. Josh Nye straight up into 2nd place. The final qualifier there is up into 2nd place. So just to recap on that, Charlie Ratford will lead the way going into this heat number 9 of round 4, the second to last qualifying heat of the tournament. Charlie Ratford leads from Josh Nye. Robin Kassam, Kevin Van Lock was 4th. Jeff Lund is going to start in the 5th place. Gary Jones is up there in 6th. Jamie Henderson 7th. Ben Gallagher 8th. Cale Simmons 9th, and Ardita Dubey, the Indian, will be taking the 10th place starting spot on that one. So we'll be getting ready for them to be lined up, and the 9th race of the 4th round of heats, the penultimate heat race of the tournament, will get underway. So we'll see what's in store with this one, with Charlie Ratford leading the way. Can he convert this to a race victory? Anthony, just going down the pits there, this is exactly what Charlie Ratford needed, isn't it? A pole position start.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this will be very good for him. You know, it's been he's had a challenging weekend, but he's had wins. You know, his 16th birthday yesterday. He's an adult now. He's a grown up. He still can't do much though. But you know, very, very quick, very talented, great personality, and yeah, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, Charlie Ratford, very popular driver, unknown before this weekend from an international point of view, but his name is well and truly stamped on things here. So Charlie Ratford, he leads the way. It's Ratford leading from Josh Nye. Robin Kassam follows in 3rd place. Kevin Van Lock, Jeff Lund, the American. Jeff Lund, we saw win earlier on. He's going to want to get forward of that position. He's going to want to get in contact with Charlie Ratford as soon as possible. He knows the danger he faces in terms of points from the likes of Charlie Ratford and those ahead. To be honest, Anthony, I'm not expecting really early pit stops, but if there was, my first choice would actually be Jeff Lund.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout there. If we do see that he gets caught up behind, then yeah, definitely, I think you'll see an early pit stop.
Yeah, there is a fraction of a gap opening up behind Lund. It's not really a gap in real terms, just a gap in terms of safety, because Gary Jones back there in 6th place is not in a position to actually make any kind of lunge or move on Jeff Lund for position. So Jeff Lund just checking over his shoulder to see that very gap that we've been talking about. And Charlie Ratford, he leads for lap 2. He's going to bring him across the line, still in the lead. and he's desperately trying to pull away from Josh Nye with Robin Kassam in tow. Everyone's following. Charlie Ratford tries though he might. There's a fraction of a gap opening, but it really isn't much. Everyone is still really in this race. It's just a long train of karts coming around there. Jeff Lund, who I think is going to be the first pit visitor if there are early pit visitors, he's still there in 5th, but he's not really making inroads on Kevin Van Lock, the Belgian ahead of him. Anthony, are you expecting anyone in early, or do you think it'll be lonely first half for you?
I'm thinking it's going to be a lonely first half for me, which is good news for me because I do need to pop to the loo. Sorry if that was too much information. But yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, well, obviously a man's got to do what a man's got to do, but meantime, what a man has to do is lead a kart race, which is Charlie Ratford, and he's actually opening up a gap now. Charlie Ratford has opened up the biggest gap we've seen in this race to the second place, Josh Nye. Robin Kassam is in 3rd. We can see that gap on screen. There's Charlie Ratford disappearing out of view with about a 5-kart lead there. He's crossing the line with a big lead. It was 0.9 of a second last time. What's it going to be? It's going to be a lot bigger gap this time. We'll just see as the timer resets. It's got the time for lap time on there for Josh and I. We want the gap time. It's going to change any second. There it is. It's 1 second. So Charlie Ratford is gradually increasing that lead. He's pulling out bit by bit on these drivers. Now, once again, we're looking at the gap right the way down. If he pitted now, of course, he would come back into 9th place. So Charlie Ratford is going to continue out there setting the times. The further ahead he can get, the further up the field he will exit the pit lane in. Jeff Lund already is staying in 5th place. Now, I'm still quite surprised. I think Jeff Lund, we've seen him win. I'm sure he must feel he's maybe not been held up, but just not able with the karts in front of him to pull ahead. He's going to keep that pit stop in hand, though, by the sounds of things. He definitely isn't in the position to challenge Kevin Van Lock in front of him. But let's have a look. Charlie Ratford, a great performance. Oh, in the pits, it is Robin Kassam. So the early pit visitor is from 3rd place, Robin Kassam. He makes the first stop. It looks good. Looking on the screen, he makes a second stop. The lights from red. It's green now. It's a great stop there by Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam rejoins, and he is in 9th place. He is ahead of the Indian, Ardis Duby. So Robin Kassam, from his point of view, now as his march forward starts, he feels he's been held up by Josh Nye. As Robin Kassam is in 9th, and hopefully, from his point of view, will be jumping karts ahead as they come in the pits. Are we going to get more pit stops? Not on this lap. Now, Charlie Ratford has a gap to Josh Nye. Josh Nye, because of the pit stop of Robin Kassam, has a gap to Kevin Van Lock, so it looks a bit more spread out in the front. One of those gaps did have Robin Kassam in it, and when they pit stop and come back out, then Robin Kassam will be filling that gap. Exactly where that gap will be, Robin Kassam will be hoping further up the field than what he left. So Charlie Ratford, 7 laps in, he's going to make it 8 in the book as he crosses the line now. Charlie Ratford continues to pull away in the lead as Josh Nye. There's Josh Nye on screen. He's doing a great job of trying to hang on to the flying Ratford. Kevin Van Lock, the Belgian, is behind. Josh Nye has a bit of a gap there. And there's Jeff Lund, the American, chasing down the Belgian. But Gary Jones is right up there with Jeff Lund. So Gary Jones, one of the unthinkables, is in the red suit there. So turning in Ratford, then it's Nye, then it's Van Lock, then Lund, then Jones in the red suit. And Jamie Henderson is now with Gary Jones. So Jamie Henderson could be a factor in this race. Gallagher, Kyle Simmons, Robin Kassam has yet to catch up. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's Josh Nye who's in the pits, and it was a green light on both. He's back out.
Yeah, good stop there, good stop there. Importantly, from his point of view, he has come out ahead, by the looks of it, of Robin Kassam. I'll double check on that one because Josh Nye pitted out 2nd, Robin Kassam pitted out 3rd, and obviously Josh Nye did not want to be passed in the pits effectively by the flying Robin Kassam. Now, let's have a think. So an even bigger gap then, because 2nd and 3rd are pitted. That is the new 2nd place, Kevin Van Lock, and there's Jeff Lund. Jeff Lund is now fighting with Kevin Van Lock. Now, from a strategy point of view, if Jeff Lund felt he could be faster than those in front, they have pitted out of the way in front of him. So he has some of the clear space he might have been looking for. There's only Kevin Van Lock ahead of him now. Yes, Charlie Ratford's up there first, but Jeff Lund has probably already ruled that out. Such is the gap that Ratford has been able to pull away. So Lund is looking for points out of this. Kevin Van Lock, if he can get ahead of him, that will show Jeff Lund that he is in a better position to move ahead to 2nd place. Anthony, you're back down there in the pit lane. Obviously, we've had 2 pit visitors. and they are running 8th and 9th respectively. 14 minutes in, still a lot of people leaving it late today as opposed to pitting early yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if that's because people are being a little bit more confident with their pit stops and not getting those penalties, but like we saw in the last race, of course, it can still happen. So maybe it's that, or maybe it's just fallen down to the strategy, really. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it could well be. I mean, when you consider that a lot of people are maybe not new to karting, they're racing, they've got the speed, but they haven't got the experience, and a lot of people have been getting that experience more and more together, and that has... in the pits, the 13.
Yes, indeed. Now the 13 is Aditya Dubey from India. Again, another driver who's first year in the British Rental Karting Championship. Not been a strong performer on track, but his pit stops, again, second to none, been pretty perfect, and has waited at the exit there to allow the faster driver to go through. So again, very race aware as well.
Yeah, very good that as he steams away. And where has he come out? Well, we'll double check that. But Charlie Ratford continues to lead with 13 minutes, 13 laps in, 13 minutes remaining as Charlie Ratford continues in the lead. It's a bigger lead though, nearly 3 seconds. Yes, it's 3 seconds now over Kevin Van Lock. Now Kevin Van Lock, definite rearguard action. Here he is in the blue. There's Jeff Lund in the black and Gary Jones in the red, and behind that is Jamie Henderson. It's a four-way fight for second. Who is going to crack first? Who's going to be in the pits first? I'm still betting on Jeff Lund. I think he may feel that he's part of a battle he doesn't want to be part of, but Gary Jones is in position to take advantage of anything Lund might do on track, but attempt-wise, and definitely in the pits. But Kevin Van Lock hanging on in there to second place. Question is, will he be leapfrogged? If he is leapfrogged, he'll get leapfrogged by Robin Kassam and Josh Nye. Interestingly, Anthony, Robin Kassam has moved ahead of Josh Nye. Robin Kassam was the first pit stopper, and so his strategy has worked slightly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like you say, the early pit stop usually does work, you know, as long as other people pit at a reasonable time. If you pit early and then no one pits, unless you're keeping up with the pace, yeah, you'll be fine. Gary Jones in the pit lane now in the number 10. It's a green light on pit stop 1 and a green light on pit stop 2. He's going to come out in a little bit of a tussle.
Yeah, and that's the first of that group to come out, but Gary Jones has pitted out of one battle and found himself in the middle of another. Guess what tussle that is? It's the Josh Nye Robin Kassam tussle, but Josh Nye pitted out second, Gary Jones pitted way further back, and Gary Jones has come out ahead of Josh Nye, so a net gain there in the pit stops by Gary Jones. Now the question is, what's going to happen with the rest of that battle? Will the others find themselves filling that gap, so we'll have an almighty race at the end? All this, of course, great news for the flying Charlie Ratford. Okay, so Ratford 17 laps in, Kevin Van Lock 3.7 behind, Jeff Lund, Jamie Henderson. That battle has gone down to 3 of them now with the various pit stops. Ratford, is he coming in? No, he's not. Charlie Ratford going for the long first stint, so he's going long first stint and short to second one. They're coming close, we're on halfway point almost. There is Kevin Van Lock, there is Jeff Lund. Great shots around the snail section there, into the tight part of the snail. Now it's opening up, they're on full throttle. They're going to be on full throttle for half the circuit now. Absolutely flat out they go through this very rapid left-hander onto the backstretch, full speed down the backstretch. That is Kevin Van Lock in the blue and Jeff Lund, the American. Then Jamie Henderson behind that. He's the third of those, so Kevin Van Lock and Jeff Lund. Kevin Van Lock, a driver from Belgium, relatively unknown to us before today, but he's doing a great job, a sterling job in second place now. Jeff Lund, the American, is working on him, though, keeping him honest. Jamie Henderson, very much a British favourite here.
Hand up as well. We've got a car in the pit lane. It's Kyle Simmons who pits. It was a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2, and comes out the pit lane.
Yeah, Simmons there, Kyle Simmons, he rejoins in 9th. So the Robin Kassam, Gary Jones, Josh Nye group has moved further forward. Kyle Simmons is not part of that group. He's going to be 10 seconds behind. So, Ratford, 20 laps in. Kevin Van Lock, is he going to pit this time around? He's in the snail. He's fighting a rearguard action against the American, Jeff Lund. There's Jeff Lund on screen in the black suit, white helmet. And Kevin Van Lock getting turned in at the end. But if you notice from that, those who've been watching the live stream, quite a bit today, you'll have noticed how it's down this backstretch. When people are getting defensive, they run to the left-hand side, the inside.
We have Jamie Henderson
Yeah.
in the pit lane as well. It was a green light on gate 1, comes to gate 2. Penalty on gate 2. I'm not sure why he got the penalty. He was unsure as well. He was stationary when it went yellow. But I'll ask about that one. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a penalty.
Well, you know what? I wonder if he was that close to the line that it just tripped over.
He rolled back. That's what it was. He was just on the line, and then he rolled back, and it gave him it.
Oh, reversing in the pit lane. Oh,
Yeah.
dear, oh, dear. As, well, Jamie Henderson, that's... it's a marginal one, but it's the rule. You know, the rule's the rule. And obviously, Jamie Henderson, got him back in.
Yeah, he's come straight back in now. He stopped way too early for the first gate, so the red light didn't even come on when he went stationary. Comes to gate 2, gets the red light, gets a green light. He's back out on circuit.
Now, Jamie Henderson, an awful lot of shrugging the shoulders and raised palms and all this kind of thing. Was that, do you think, a genuine why did I get the penalty, or do you think that was sort of a little bit of sportsmanship of seeing if it can be maybe rescinded?
Well, no, I'm not sure, because from my angle I didn't see him roll back, but where I'm sitting right now, because I'm being lazy, is I'm right in front of him, so I didn't see him roll back. But the guys from Formula Fast are beside the line, and they saw him roll back right off the line.
Yeah, and of course, against Henderson, you know, not in Henderson's favour, basically, it would have to be said that this is an automated system. So
Yeah.
the yellow light is going to come on as a result of something rather than somebody's guesswork.
And more action in the pit lane now as Ben Gallagher comes in the pit lane. It was a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He's back out. Nice stop.
Yeah, that's a good stop there. Going back to Jamie Henderson, it's really rough luck though. He will feel that, you know, he'll feel a bit hard done by on that one. But, you know, racing's racing, unfortunately, for Jamie. And we'll see him next year, I hope. So, meantime, not pitting yet, but seriously out in the lead, is the flying Charlie Ratford. He has built up a 5-second lead over the Belgian Kevin Van Lock. Jeff Lund continues there in second. And Robin Kazam, one of the first pit stoppers. Oh, and look at Gary Jones straight up the inside there of Arda Tadubi. Great pictures there. We saw Gary Jones in the red suit there. He was steaming up the inside in the snail section, really putting on the laps. And look at this speed there from Gary Jones. He has got Robin Kazam in front of him. Now, Kazam was the early pit visit. He was the first one. He rolled the dice, and it has worked out so far for him. The biggest question is, though, can he leapfrog Jeff Lund? Can he leapfrog Kevin Van Lock? And at the moment, on paper, with the gaps we're looking at, I think he can. Anthony, he's got a 9-second gap between him and second place Kevin Van Lock. We're talking about Robin Kazam. He could come second here, yeah?
Yeah, I reckon he could. Yeah, it's a good stop, relatively. So, yeah, I think he's timed that pretty much to perfection.
Yeah, and we're looking at Gary Jones there. Robin Kazam that we're talking about. When Kevin Van Lock and Jeff Lund come into the pits, when they come out, I think they're going to fill that gap just in front of the red-suited Gary Jones here. So when they do come out of the pits, they're going to have to be seriously on the throttle just to get some momentum so they don't get done by Gary Jones into the snail section, because to be fair, over the years we've seen some gutsy moves by Gary Jones. If anyone's going to try and hang it round the outside in the snail, it's Gary Jones. But meantime, that gap there between Gary Jones and the black-suited Robin Kazam ahead of him is the gap I think they're going to fill.
Yeah, probably the right call on that one. And yeah, obviously you've got a lot more timing screens up there. I'm babysitting between two screens that are kind of showing me the same thing. Yeah, no, I think definitely you've probably hit the nail on the head there. It will depend on where he falls out the pit lane.
Yeah, and of course everything, you know, it's a classic example of thinking isn't knowing. And at the moment we're at the thinking stage, and when they get to the pit stop stage, that's when we'll be in the knowing point. So we'll see what happens. Of course, they've got time, they've got 5 minutes, and obviously the gaps can go up or go down in that time. So, you know, what we're thinking now may, even if it was correct, may not be right later on. There goes Gary Jones. We've got a long look there at Gary Jones in the snail section. As you can see, the speed he's coming out of that snail bit there, the precision has to be there. Can't be too tight, can't be too wide, got to be spot on. And it's Robin Kazam in front of him in the black suit. And there is Gary Jones. That gap, I think, is coming down between those two, which means it's a tighter gap for Kevin Van Lock and Jeff Lund to fill when they exit the pits. What does that mean? That means side-by-side action out the pits. And equally, what does that mean? A Gary Jones move around the outside into the snail.
Oh, we'd love to see that, wouldn't we?
Absolutely, it's going to make great
Right,
TV.
action in the pit lane. It's your race leader, Charlie Rafford. It's in the pit lane. It's a green light on gate 1. Comes into gate 2. Gets the green. He's back out, and he seems very confident with himself.
Yeah, it looked like a good stop there. I mean, that was a pretty special stop, yeah. But anyway, the Kevin Van Lock has now assumed the lead. Jeff Lund is second. We're looking at Charlie Rafford on screen. There's the British driver. He pitted out of the lead. He has resumed in third. And looking at the gap, 4.2 seconds. He is easily going to get the lead back when Van Lock, the Belgian, and when Jeff Lund.
Jeff Lund's in. Jeff Lund is in the pit lane. Goes to gate 1. Good stop on gate 1. Goes to gate 2. Stops a little early on gate 2. Kind of slow, but gets a good getaway. Comes out behind Gary Jones.
Indeed. Well, that's interesting because I was thinking they were going to fill the gap there, but as it turns out, Jeff Lund's finished behind. On that basis, if Kevin Van Lock pits anytime soon, he's probably going to be behind Gary Jones as well, which means Robin Kassam will have gone right up to second place and Gary Jones up to third.
And here's Kevin Van Lock. Van Lock in the pit lane. Goes to gate 1, green light on gate 1, pulls up into gate 2, nice stop on gate 2, gets the green, pulls away, good stop, but again comes out behind Gary Jones, but in front of Jeff Lund.
Maybe not, maybe not. Lund round the outside. Lund round the outside in the snail. Can he make it work into the hairpin? No, he can't. In fact, Jeff Lund's lost the position as a result because Josh Nye has come steaming through there. So Jeff Lund, looking up to make the position on the outside in the snail, has actually ended up losing a position to Josh Nye. Obviously on the timing screen, those of you watching back home, you're still seeing Jeff Lund as 5th and still seeing Josh Nye as 6th. I think they're going to switch when they cross the line in the moment. So let's recap on the positions. All the pit stops have now been made. With that pit stop there, Charlie Rafford is leading the way. We're looking at him on screen. Robin Kassam is assumed second place. Gary Jones up to third. Kevin Van Lock 4th. Josh Nye 5th. Jeff Lund 6th. Ben Gallagher 7th. Jamie Henderson 8th, and he had to make a extra pit stop, of course. Cale Simmons 9th. Arda Tadubi is in 10th place. So there's Charlie Rafford, and what a tournament it's been for him. British Rental Kart Championship, totally unknown going in. Charlie Rafford, I mean, obviously he's got his own results, and you know he has been with the BRKC, the multi-venue indoor kart championship. He has twice been junior champion with them. Brentwood, you know, he's southeast based, so Brentwood Super League champion down there, and Butmore Park junior champion. An awful lot of junior work, but now he's 16. He's out the juniors and into the seniors, and he's showing he can hang it in there with the best of them. It's going to be very interesting seeing him up against Ruben Boutons and such in the semi-finals and final. I'm sure he's going to make that final, but we'll see. It's not quite certain yet. So with 1.5 minutes to go, Charlie Rafford 36 laps leads Robin Kassam, Gary Jones 3rd, Kevin Van Lock 4th, Josh Nye in 5th with Jeff Lund, the American 6th, Ben Gallagher 7th, Jamie Henderson 8th, Cale Simmons 9th, Arda Tadubi. I think those positions are pretty much set, you know, Anthony, but if there's ever going to be a move, it might be Gary Jones, but I think he's too far back.
Yeah, maybe, but I think he's a little too far back on that one. I think we're signed, sealed and done with the positions that we've got. You know, it's been a pretty decent race. There's been ups and downs, but yeah, I think it's been pretty good.
Absolutely, Charlie Rafford, absolutely sterling performance there. To lead the way, take the win. He qualified on pole. Robin Kassam, though, Robin Kassam and Gary Jones, to be fair, I'll put them both in. They've really been the men on the move. They've both improved their positions. Kevin Van Lock in 4th, I think, has lost one. Josh Nye, if you remember, he was running 2nd early on. He's probably a bigger net loser. Jeff Lund has lost a place as well. So, you know, these are pretty major names to be pushing down the order. So, great job there by Gary Jones and Robin Kassam to move ahead of such opposition. There's Gary chasing Robin Kassam. He's been this sort of distance, Anthony, the whole race, so I don't think we're going to see any improvement in position from Gary Jones. There are 2 seconds on the counter, so there are 2 laps now to go. They're on the penultimate lap. There's Charlie Rafford. That's in the centre of the snail section, so Rafford now is going to be on the throttle all the way out of the 3 corners of the remaining 3 corners, X in the snail, and all the way down the backstretch. Rafford 39 laps in. It's going to be about, what, a 41 lap race, something like that. And Rafford coming around. He's going to start his 40th and final lap now. There he is across the line on screen. The last lap board goes out, and it's Kassam and Gary Jones. Yeah, I think Gary Jones is certain in 3rd place there. Robin Kassam has managed to hold him off. pretty much the whole race, it has to be said. But there is the leader and likely winner, Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford, the 16-year-old from down south Brentwood area. He's made an amazing show of himself, put his name right on the map in the international karting scene. How much more international racing he'll be doing this year is the question, but certainly he's deserved every plaudit he's got this weekend. He wins, Charlie Ratford there. Robin Kassam has come through to second, Gary Jones in third, Kevin Van Lock's going to make it just. There's a battle. Jeff Lund and Josh Nye were side by side over the line, and it's gone the way of Josh Nye. So Jeff Lund, a last corner lunge, didn't quite work off. Jamie Henderson is in 7th place though. Ben Gallagher is 8th. Cale Simmons is 9th, and Harder to Doobie completes the listing there in 10th. So
I'm not going to lie, James. I think Jeff Lund may get a track limits warning on that one for the first time ever at this circuit, because he kind of went underneath the tyre wall around the final corner.
Yeah, you'd have to say, you know, an indoor kart track from a motor racing point of view is a bit like a street circuit. How on earth do you get a track limits warning in an indoor kart track? But it seems like Jeff Lund's found out how.
Well, yeah, quite impressive. I've got some drivers to talk to, Jay. You know what? We've spoken to Charlie Radford so many times, but it's been well deserved every time. Charlie, firstly, get yourself weighed, make sure you're all good. No one stick any weights in him. Hold your thing. Is he good? Is he good? Oh, it fell out. Oh, he's under with that falling out. Oh, off and on again. Off and on. Oh, he's dropping more. Where is all these weights coming from? Oh, you've got to make sure he's good. Oh, by the... I tell you what, if he went to the toilet before this race, he'd be underweight. Anyway, Charlie, congratulations on that one. Another race victory. That's enough to get you into the semi-finals?
Yeah, I think that's enough. Should be enough. 32 points. I think I've done it. Yeah.
Perfect stuff. It would be great to see you out there, to see what you can do out in the semi-finals. Of course, a very different kettle of fish. Everyone's quick. Everyone wants to take the win on that one, and there's a lot more points up for grabs to potentially get into those finals. Do you reckon you could get into the finals?
If I win, I think so. But I need big points. So hopefully I can win, but I know it'll be difficult with the drivers I'm going to have in my group, but I just got to try my best.
Well, we'll wish you all the best. I'm sure there's a lot of people at home wishing all the best, and of course here at the circuit as well. Best of luck, mate. Right, so let's see if we can chat to one or two more drivers. I just want to see who I want to talk to. I think the drivers who I wanted to talk to have all kind of disappeared at the moment. Oh, well, okay, fine. Yeah, okay, cool. That might have to be it, James. Yeah, great stuff then from that group. The last heat then, before we go into the semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Anthony. We've had some great racing going on there, and we have one race in the heat races. This, of course, is the final chance for these people to make it through to the semi-finals. We'll be tossing up the points at the end. We've already got an idea of some of the people going through. Obviously, Vika Schletz, Ruben Bouters, we know they're going through. People like that. Lewis Manley almost certainly be going through. But in this race, we have Bradley Shepherd, we've got Phil Pryor, Dalton Duke, Dennis Holler, Slavik Piscors, Matt West, Aldous Kavaliuskas, Marco Grady, Carl Stevens and Jamie Burke. So really from this, who I'm looking for the victory, it's got to really be pointing at Dennis Holler, the German. He's been a star of the scene for quite some time, still excels. He's actually, shall we say, advancing years. He's younger than me, but he's certainly older than a lot of the competition. He's in his 40s. And Dennis Holler, he does win the, you know, he's regular in the Kart World Championship of winning the Masters class, which is up for over 40s, hence the mention there. He was actually overall French champion. He's German, but he was racing the French Championships last year. He won it overall. So Dennis Holler is probably the favourite to win going in, but what we've seen so far in the British Rental Kart Championship is the unexpected result. We've seen some names we had never mentioned before coming right to the fore. They're out to qualify now. We'll see where this ends up for these guys here, as they're all on that qualifier now, as it's the warm-up lap, sorry, the warm-up lap, the qualifying laps are yet to begin, and the 16 kart there, that's looking like, yes, Phil Pryor. Phil Pryor's going to be the first one to do. There's Slavik Piscors to set a time. And Dennis Holler now is going through. He's on his qualifying lap. He is probably everyone's on-paper favourite to take the pole position. But as we've seen, it's not necessarily a done deal until all those laps come in. So they're out there setting this lap. This is a really important lap not to get anything wrong. No touching the walls, anything. You will go right to the back. The least little touch on the wall, the bigger skid, anything like that, you're going to go down the order. The lap times are in. It's Pryor fastest. Slavik Piskors goes quicker. Dennis Holler predictably fastest. Dalton Norris, second place. It's still Dennis Holler. Karts are coming through, and it's still Dennis Holler. Aldous Cavalusa and Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd is up to second. And Matt West into seventh. Jamie Burke into third. So Dennis Holler from Bradley Shepherd and Jamie Burke as that's going to be your lineup. Now, Dennis Holler, on paper the favourite, but Bradley Shepherd, we've seen him being very racy. He's probably one of the best drivers in the UK at the moment. There'll be a few people trying to argue that. One of those people who won't argue it is Bradley Shepherd. He's a known deal. He is the real deal. He can win indoor, outdoor. It doesn't matter what format he's in. It doesn't matter what formula he's in. Bradley Shepherd is always a threat. So we're looking down as the lineup being formed. Now, there is Dennis Holler, the German, up at the front, and there's Bradley Shepherd behind. So Bradley Shepherd in the orange. That's the one there. Jamie Burke is in third place. The 19, of course, is Dalton Norris. Now, that's a good qualifying position for him. We've seen him around that area generally, but maybe moving up the order. Carl Stevens must have qualified fifth in just about every race he's been in this weekend. There was a time just a couple of years when he'd be more like qualifying 9th or 10th, but now it's fifth all weekend long for Carl Stevens. Slavik Piskor sixth, and Phil Pryor seventh, Matt West eighth, Aldous Cavaliuskas ninth, Mark O'Grady 10th. They're coming round for the start. Dennis Holler is going to try and perform the perfect start. It needs to be fast enough to stay ahead, but slow enough to keep everyone bunched. Holler on the gas. He's made the perfect start. Dennis Holler leads the way into the snail section. Bradley Shepherd has a couple of karts length between him and Holler, but he's closed it back in under rake of the hairpin. Bradley Shepherd in the orange in second place. Dennis Holler continues to lead out of the snail section there into the fast corner here. Down the backstretch they go. Bradley Shepherd in a firm second place there. They all file through nose to tail pretty much down the backstretch. It is Dennis Holler with the lead. There goes Holler, there goes Shepherd through to complete the opening lap. It is the German, it's Dennis Holler in the final heat race of the tournament for 2023. Leads the way into the snail. The tight bit of the snail there, Dennis Holler, he comes out, so does Bradley Shepherd. There's absolutely no contact whatsoever. Karts filing through, everyone matching each other for speed. But speed up at the front is what counts, and that's Dennis Holler with Bradley Shepherd. Both of them trying to extend a slight lead out over Jamie Burke. Or was a change of position, maybe. That was Matt West with Phil Pryor. And Matt West the outside. Pryor, I think, ducks the inside and keeps the position. I'll double check exactly on that, who that is. I think it's the 8 kart. No, it's Aldous Cavaliuskas. Aldous Cavaliuskas has passed Matt West for position. West has been pushed down to 9 by Aldous Cavaliuskas, Lithuanian ethnicity, but does work here in the UK. So, Dennis Holler leads the way from Bradley Shepherd, Jamie Burke. There's Dennis Holler turning in. There's Bradley Shepherd now. They've extended their lead out to Jamie Burke. Dalton Norris is now working on Jamie Burke, possibly looking at taking third place of him as they complete another lap. As no pit visitors for you, Anthony, but Dennis Holler and Bradley Shepherd are certainly trying to make a bit of a break in this one.
Yeah, that's completely understandable that they would do such a thing. You know, if they can get a good, decent gap in this time, then they don't have to worry about their pit stop strategy. It's a pure race against themselves. That's better than having to race the entire field.
Absolutely right. And if they can, they will pull out the gap big enough over Jamie Burke to be able to come in the pits and go out without any trouble.
We have got an early pit stop, though. The number 19 from third place, Dalton Jute, has come in, or Dalton Norris, I should say. He pits, and it's a good stop. He's gone for the early stop. Hopefully that works out for him.
Yeah, that early stop didn't really work yesterday because people were probably not using the pit stops to full effect and good advantage yesterday. But today, certainly the early stop has been quite fruitful. So we'll see what Dalton Norris can do with that. He's generally not been one of the early stoppers, but in this race he's come in just about as early as he can. We'll see if that improves the position for him. But there's Dennis Holler. There is Bradley Shepherd. Now there's a big gap now to Jamie Burke. It's 3.5 seconds, and there's a huge train behind Jamie Burke. He's under enormous pressure from Carl Stevens, who's up to 4th, Slavik Piskors up to 5th, and Phil Pryor in 6th. So Dennis Holler turning in at the end of the straight there. There's Bradley Shepherd, keeping Holler honest. The gap has stayed constant between the two and extended back to 3rd place, which is Jamie Burke. So they're crossing the line, 1-2, and then the third is 3.5 seconds, now up to 4 seconds. The two up at the front are creating quite a gap, but such is their speed. Dennis Holler, the fastest lap of the race so far, but such is their speed that they're pulling out literally half a second on the pursuers. Third place, Jamie Burke and back. So 6 laps in, 16.5 minutes still to go, so a long way yet. Dennis Holler leads, Bradley Shepherd second, another lap in. And it was 4 seconds gap last time. What's it going to be this time? Well, yes, 4.5. Dennis Holler, Bradley Shepherd pulling out an enormous gap over third place and everyone else in the field. It's still Jamie Burke hanging on as best he can in third, but he's losing half a second a lap, and everyone else behind is losing even more. So 2 people in the pits so far. Sorry, I think I was talking there while Carl Stevens came in. A good stop, Anthony.
Yeah, it was a good stop. Yeah, 2 green lights, no real time lost, and yeah, he's back out on circuit, no drama. Another car in the pit lane now. It's the number 15. I think this is Burke that's come in. It is Jamie Burke who has pitted. He got a green light on the first gate, green light on the second. Team being very supportive, and he's back out on track.
And crucially, from his point of view, he comes out ahead of Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens obviously would have taken that early pit stop, looking to leapfrog those in front. He was 4th. Third place, Jamie Burke came in and went out. And third place, Jamie Burke came in and has exited the pits ahead of Carl Stevens, which will have been his plan there. So Jamie Burke, Carl Stevens are the only, well, they're 2 of the 3 pit visitors. Dalton Norris as well. The 3 pit visitors are at the back of the field at the moment, as you would expect. So, my goodness me, Dennis Holler and Bradley Shepherd, as a result of those pit stops by Burke and Stevens particularly, now have an even bigger lead to third place. It's an incredible 6.8 seconds to third place Slavik Piskors. If they were to pit now, they would still have upwards of a 4 seconds gap before Jamie Burke and Carl Stevens came along. So incredible performance. There's Slavik Piskors. Slavik Piskors all action. He's going to get some amazing onboard videos. He'll probably show that on YouTube, so keep an eye out for Slavik Piskors on YouTube as he rounds the Snell section. He's coming out of it. He's on the backstretch now, down the backstretch, the fastest part, and he's got Phil Pryor behind him. Phil Pryor is working on Slavik Piskors. Slavik Piskors does have a very sort of action-packed style. He really lays it on. He was originally, for many years, a speedway rider back in Poland. Came to England and switched from speedway took up karting, and he's been here in the BRKC for many years now. He's pretty much a feature, very much won the establishment. Turn up to a BRKC event and you're going to find Slavik Piskors somewhere. So and in this case that somewhere is third place. But look at Phil Pryor. Phil Pryor working hard on the back of Slavik Piskors. Can he take the position? That's the question. We're not sure. Slavik Piskors is pretty keen to make out that he won't, but Phil Pryor, is he going to have a look down the inside of the Snell? No, he can't make it work there. Piskors has got that covered as they come around exiting the Snell, and Piskors has pulled out probably the biggest gap we've seen, but can Pryor close in down the backstretch there? It's going to be full speed down the backstretch with Phil Pryor closing in on Slavik Piskors at the end there, but not enough to overtake. Anthony, still not many people coming in. There's some early pit stops, yes, but what's going on down there?
We have the 16 has just come in, actually. So Phil Pryor, as you were talking about him, just pitted. There was a green on pit stop 1, a green on pit stop 2, and he's back out now. We also had Mark O'Grady pit just before him as well.
Right, so Marco O'Grady is now resumed at last place, 10th, so everyone's bumped up a position there. So of the pit stoppers, 6th place is Dalton Norris, 7th is Jamie Burke, Carl Stevens 8th, Phil Pryor 9th, Mark O'Grady 10th. That's pretty much what the order was. Just going to be keeping my eyes open, just make sure I don't miss any of those pit stoppers, and handing over to you, Anthony, because Aldous Kavaliuskas is in 4th place now, Matt West is in 5th, Dalton Norris in 6th. Obviously Dalton Norris is a pit stopper. Will he leapfrog people? Yes, he will. Dalton Norris at the moment on paper is in a position to assume 3rd place once all this is cycled through. We'll see if that's a reality, because he's 5 seconds behind Slavik Piskors, so he'll easily cover that, and Slavik Piskors currently of course is in 3rd place. No question that he's not in a position to attack Holler or Shepherd, but 3rd place is there for Dalton Norris. Now Dalton Norris is possibly in or out of the running of the semi-finals. I'll keep an eye out for those points as they cycle through on the big screen here. Yeah, let's have a look then. So we're looking for Norris. He's certainly not in the top 19. Dalton Norris is the man in question. So they're showing Rico Schletz, where is Norris? No, he's. I don't think he's in a position to make the semi-finals at all at the moment. So and that would be unlucky for Dalton Norris. Or if he is, it's a squeeze. Certainly he's doing the best he can in order to achieve that. Third place points will be a heck of a lot. It'll be 8 points, and it really will throw him up beyond what the timing screen's showing. So Dennis Holler in the lead. Bradley Shepherd second. Still Slavek Piskor's third. Now if the leaders came in now, they would come out just about where Slavek Piskors is. There he is on screen, and that's where the leaders would be, and that means that with a pit stop in hand, they are comfortably going to come out first and second. Anthony, it has to be said here, Dennis Holler and Bradley Shepherd making short work of the opposition on this one.
Yeah, they really are. I think they're just well, they're doing what they do best, isn't it? They go quick and yeah, they win races. So
yeah, what they do best is drive racing karts, and,
yeah.
And that's what they're doing here, driving racing karts as we speak. Now Holler has extended the bigger lead that he's had so far over second place Bradley Shepherd. I think that's probably, I wouldn't like to say broken Shepherd, but shall we say sealed the deal on what the actual result's going to be. I know Bradley Shepherd will be aware that he has got a ruck of points in second place there, so anything silly chasing Dennis Holler, and I'm thinking particularly the pit stop, risking an amber light in the pits, it's just not worth it for Bradley. He's going to be wise to hang on to that second place.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, it falls down. I don't want to keep reminding him because he's probably in the bar area and we can hear this. But you know, we saw Ivan get that penalty as well from the race lead, and it is doable. So these guys still have to be careful. Yeah, they may have a huge lead, but they're still they can come a cropper still.
Yeah, the great thing is in this position is that.
Oh, we got action in the pit lane. Sorry, the 17 in the pit lane. This is Matthew West. Green light on gate 1. Comes to gate number 2. Wait for it. Green light, and he's back out on circuit to a nice clear piece of track.
Yeah, and at this point, Anthony, I'm just going to clarify what happened with Jamie Henderson in the earlier race. Heard from the organisers that what it was that actually Jamie Henderson, when he stopped, he was barely in the box where the beams pick up that the kart has come to a stop. You know, in the stop box. Oh,
so Aldas in the pit lane now. The number 8 driver from Lithuania. Good gate 1, gate 2, also green. He's now probably his best race he's had so far this weekend.
Yeah, he was certainly running in the top half there, and he's come out just ahead of Matt West. So it's going to be a bit of a fight on. He's down in 8th place. Matt West is going to try and make it 9th. So Aldas Kavaliuskas, he's come out of the pits, but he's got an awful lot of work on his hands. He's got Matt West trying to pass him coming out the Snell section. Yeah, just going. Oh well, we'll have a look at Matt West down the backstretch. What's he going to be into the hairpin? No. West there in the red suit is forced to stay behind. So just clarifying the Jamie Henderson penalty earlier on. What apparently happened was Jamie Henderson came in the pits. He stopped in the box area where the beam's going to pick him up. He was only just in. So when he rolled a fraction back, he actually came out of the beam, and that's when it picked up and went yellow. So that's what happened with Jamie Henderson. I thought he'd gone a bit deep, but obviously it was the other way around. He'd actually pitted quite short, and when it rolled that fraction back, it was just enough to trip it. Such fine margins we're dealing with here, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely. So I thought that was the case when I was down here, because the guy said, yeah, he was just in the area, and yeah, when they saw him roll back, he just completely rolled out of it. So yeah, a shame. That's such a shame.
Yeah, that's basically what it is, and it kind of shows how marginal things are when the competition's this tight. So, not really marginal for Dennis Holler and Bradley Shepherd. They're just rolling out those laps. 7 minutes 40. We're looking now there at Matt West. He's chasing down Aldas Kavaliuskas down at the back of the field. Dennis Holler actually is closing in on these two. And that's going to be very interesting because obviously Matt West is thinking more about Aldas. Now, when Aldas has Dennis Holler on him, he's going to be thinking perhaps that is Matt West. So this might not be the easiest of passes for Dennis Holler. He's got so much time in hand. He's 1.7 seconds ahead of Bradley Shepherd, and then in turn, you know, Slavek Piskors is you know, a good 14 seconds behind. So there's all this in time. But there's Dennis Holler. We can see the back of him. Here is Aldas Kavaliuskas, the Lithuanian, and there is Matt West in the orange. And there's Dennis Holler. Here comes Bradley Shepherd, and that's the gap you can see first.
Dennis Holler in the pit lane. Sorry, the number 10. Driver from Germany gets a green light on gate 1, comes to gate 2, firmly in the box, and he gets one out. Now I'll say it's good. An orange light did come on, but the green came on before the orange.
Phew. So, yes, maybe a little bit of residualness on the beam there, so tripping yellow, but it was green, as you say. So Dennis Holler has actually returned to the track in second place. Now he's 9.1 seconds behind Bradley Shepherd, so really Bradley Shepherd cannot be expected to come into the pits and resume the lead. There's Matt West we're looking at on screen. There's Aldous Kavaliauskas in the snail section there on screen. There's Matt West. It is Bradley Shepherd in the lead of the race, so Slavik Piskor's in.
It is indeed in the pit lane, yet the number 21 in, and it's a good stop on gate 1, comes towards gate 2, and it is green light, and he makes his way back out on circuit.
Yes, he does. Now, where is he cycled out there? He's just lost the position to Phil Pryor. Phil Pryor had momentum, and he managed to do him coming out the pit, so Phil Pryor and Slavik Piskor's just switched positions there. Slavik Piskor's has now dropped down to 7th place. Phil Pryor's gone up to 6th. Jamie Burke is up there in 5th. Up in 4th is Carl Stevens. Dalton Norris has come through to 3rd. Now that's what we were looking for. Dalton Norris, a very early pit stopper. He certainly didn't start 3rd, and he's made his way back up to the 3rd position. Carl Stevens has gained a space as well. Jamie Burke has been pushed down to 5th place, and that's really the difference there. So Dalton Norris, Carl Stevens getting 2 of their best results of the weekend there. As we look at Matt West chasing down Aldous Kavaliauskas. A lot of these drivers now in this race, this is their final outing for the tournament. A lot of these fellas, including Aldous Kavaliauskas and Matt West, are racing for the last time. They will not be making the semi-final. They will not be making the final either. And they continue around just doing what they can now. Now there's Bradley Shepherd. Now he's about to close in on them. He's going to come in the pits. We saw Dennis Holler, rather than try and pass West and Kavaliauskas and put them a lap down, he came straight in the pits. Are we going to see the same thing from Bradley Shepherd? It wouldn't be a bad idea, would it?
Well, I think he needs to pit now because Dennis Holler is slowly reeling him in. Yeah, he's taking small chunks out of him. If he doesn't pit now, he's going to lose enough time. He's got 9.5 seconds. It's enough to potentially come out side by side, if not maybe just ahead. But he needs to pit right now. He's got traffic. Hand is up. Let's see what's going to happen. Race leader Bradley Shepherd into the pit lane, and he goes into gate 1. Red light comes on. It's a good spot. It comes in towards gate 2. Dennis Holler's going round into the final corner. It's going to be very close. It's a green light. Dennis Holler's just going to have it, though, by the skin of his teeth.
Just about hanging in there, Dennis Holler. Now, Dennis Holler, of course, he had a lot of momentum coming out that hairpin, and by heck he needed it. There he is. There's the German Holler, as Bradley Shepherd just flashing through on the camera there. So there's Dennis Holler, the German. He's coming through the fast corner onto the backstretch. Now, behind him, we will see Shepherd coming to view. Surely there's Shepherd in the orange. So that is the gap in real terms. So there's Dennis Holler. There's Bradley Shepherd as they come through to complete this lap. And yeah, sliding through there. That's look like Dalton Norris as Dennis Holler continues in the lead with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Surely it's Holler's race now. Bradley Shepherd, this is a very creditable second place, though. It's going to be very good for the championship for him. Where is he? I'm trying to have a look on the screen there to see what the positions are and whether or not we're going to see Bradley Shepherd in the semi-finals. Well, he's you know what, I think he's made it. The screen's flipped over, so I haven't actually seen the top positions, but I actually think we're going to see Bradley Shepherd in the semi-finals here, Anthony. It wouldn't be a surprise, would it, the performances he's put in so far this weekend?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been absolutely fantastic. Yes, he's had it up and downs all the way through today, but he's been a consistent name at the sharp end of the spectrum, and yeah, it'd be a shame not to see him in the semi-finals.
Yes, it would. He's had a 3rd place in his opening race. He was out of the top 3 in the 2nd round. In the 3rd round, he had a 2nd place, and if he gets to 2nd place now, that is an awful lot of points. That's almost the most points you're going to get without actually winning. So he certainly has got more points than some of the people who have won races. Interestingly, some people have been pushed down surprisingly. Dennis Holler is only in 25th place. So I am honestly surprised to see that. Harrison Kirkham's down the bottom there. Daniel Truman's the one on the bubble in 30th in terms of making it through. You've got to be top 30 on points to get a semi-final spot in this. So Dennis Holler, deceptively, is down in 25th place, although of course no points yet awarded for this, so I'm sure he'll go up the order there. Right then, 2 minutes to go. Dennis Holler leading from Bradley Shepherd and the incredible Dalton Norris. He has leapfrogged his way up through an intelligent pit stop strategy to come through to 3rd place. Carl Stevens, the same can be said for him. He's kind of followed Norris for moves, and that's worked out because both of them were very early pit stoppers. That helped them leapfrog Jamie Berg and stay ahead of Phil Pryor and Slavik Piskorz. Aldous Kavaliuskas remains ahead of Matt West. We've seen a race-long battle between those two. Marco Grady brings him up in 10th. He's the only one to go a lap down. As we look at Dennis Holler on screen there, that is the magnificent German driver. He really makes it look easy. So smooth, so cool, so collected. And even in interviews, Anthony, he just seems like he's had a bit of an easy ride.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. It's, you know, I mean, definitely so. I mean, he's a cool, calm, collected driver, no doubt about it. He's had good races again, and you know, he's a very quick driver. We always see him with the sharp end, and I just, yeah, he's gonna make it, and I reckon he's gonna do quite well. He seems like he's quite, I don't know, I don't want to say shy because that's the wrong word, but he seems very conservative about what he's going to do in the semi-finals. He doesn't feel fully confident that he's going to do well.
Yeah, I think you're right there. He's kind of downplaying his chances a little bit. He may downplay them when he's talking to you, but his driving on the track seems to upplay them. I'm certainly expecting him to appear in the final. There's little doubt in my mind that he's going to be a finalist. So if he's sort of downplaying his semi-final chances, when I certainly think he'll be in the final, well, one of us is wrong.
Well, yeah, exactly. We'll see who it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking isn't knowing, is it? As Dennis Holler completes 39 laps, so it's going to be at least a 40-lap race. There is Dennis Holler. He's going to complete this lap and then the final one. So he's on his penultimate lap now. He's really on his, it can be described as his imperious way. Anthony, Dennis Holler is. He's making it look easy. He's been very smooth, very correct, really proper, almost robotic in his driving, and a relentless pursuit of this victory, which he is going to take. He's got one more lap. He's starting the final lap now. There's Dennis Holler on screen, the number 10, the German. See how easy he makes it look, almost an effortless drive there. And as I say, his imperious way to victory in this race. There's Dennis Holler coming round for the final time on this long sweeper down to the backstretch, and he comes down, and Bradley Shepherd is not even in view. There's Bradley Shepherd, so that's the kind of lead that Holler has built up. That's what 3 seconds looks like on track. Here comes Dennis Holler. He's going to take the win, and Dennis Holler wins it. Bradley Shepherd, though, through to second place. That's a good result for Bradley Shepherd. Dalton Norris into third. That's a spectacular third. Where's Carl Stevens? Carl Stevens yet to appear. There's Carl Stevens. He's coming through quite some way back, but he's in fourth place. There's Carl Stevens. That's his best result by my reckoning. And through goes Jamie Berg, Phil Pryor, Slavik Piskorz, Marco Grady has finished already in 10th. And so Pryor, Piskorz, it's Kavaliuskas and West. Is it? Is it? Because they were fighting out. Yes, they are. It's side by side after they crossed the line. But certainly it looks like Kavaliuskas got the nod on that 8th place. Quite a finish there for those two. They've been battling all race long. But there's no denying the winner. It is Dennis Holler. Anthony, it's down to you in the pit lane for whatever interview you can find. Bradley Shepherd's going to be delighted, but Dennis Holler, he's going to be his usual calm and collected self, I'm sure.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we'll have a quick chat with quite a few drivers. Obviously, the top two will have to get weighed up, of course, to make sure they are all legal in the points. Dennis Holler is going to go in first. He gets checked, and he is all good by the looks of it. Dennis, yeah, 1 second. Yeah. We'll let you get ready. Shepherd is getting himself sorted in as well. And as you can hear, all the heats are done. Nice race there, brothers. That was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. You know, I think for the team's sake, Dennis had to win, but I couldn't match his pace anyway. So yeah, happy with second place, and hopefully just scrape into the semi-finals.
We have worked out the points. I think, yeah, you are in the semi-finals there, so it's a good one for you. So, yeah, it will be great to see you out there. You've got more races to go. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing, you know. I entered this event last minute, and I'm here to cause some chaos, so that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Nice, well done. Dennis Holler, again, a nice victory there. We were talking in that race how in your interviews you like to play yourself down a little bit, thinking, oh, yeah, we'll do our best in all of this. But, you know, you've been pretty quick out there, man. I think you've got this in the bag.
Yeah, it was like a good race for me, to be honest, with a small shocking point during the pits, because I've seen a yellow light on the second gate, so I wasn't sure to pit once again. But the crew showed me, no, keep going, Dennis. So, yeah. I have no idea what happened in the pits, but it seems to be, it was correct. Yeah, and during the race, I felt quite comfortable with the kart. It was not so easy to drive, to be honest, the number 10. But yeah, looking forward to the semis and to the final. As we see, it's really close on the points. So yeah, we will see.
It'll be a fantastic semi-finals and finals. We'll look forward to seeing you out there, hopefully. Dennis Holler, again, another fantastic victory. I just want to chat to one more driver. Alice, don't disappear from me. We've not really spoken to you all day. You're obviously a new driver in the BRKC. You've jumped in. It was kind of a last-second attempt at it. Firstly, how have you found it?
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, I was kind of parachuted in about 2 weeks ago when a space opened up, so it's all been a bit last minute. Only really 2 practice sessions on Friday and then straight into my first heat, but yeah, it's a massive learning curve, but it's amazing to know where you rank amongst the best drivers, in the world. So yeah, it's been an amazing experience.
No, brilliant stuff. And I mean, like you say, out there, it's quite physical. It looks easy. People say indoor karting, that's just kids play, but it really is a workout, isn't it?
It absolutely, every single time anyone gets out of the car, they're usually drenched. So it's an absolute workout, especially because the corners are just relentless. They're, corner after corner after corner. So it's just an amazing challenge as well.
Yeah, not much rest time, but main thing, you've enjoyed yourself. Do we expect? Yes, it was a last-second thing, but are you coming back next year?
Oh, definitely. I'd absolutely love to. Yeah, you got after all the experience I've had, with this round, I'd love to come in next time a bit more prepared, a bit more practice, and do even better. So for sure.
Well, brilliant stuff. We'll see you next year, hopefully. Then, Alice, you enjoy. Stick around for the semi-finals and finals because it is a show. Well. That's it. Heats are done. Blimey. When did we start? 8 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I feel like I didn't even go home last night back to Silverstone. It felt like we've spent way more than 24 hours in this pit lane. But James, I'm very much looking forward to the semi-finals and the finals. Of course, we've got the Super Pole as well. That's definitely one to watch. Probably the most exciting part of the weekend itself. But any highlights from the heats that you can remember?
Well, to be honest with you, it's pretty much all of the heats, isn't it? The whole thing's been a highlight so far. Every year the championship just keeps getting better, and there's something to talk about in each race. Certainly, Dennis Holler there, very interesting interview because what did he describe it as? Not a good race for him, and not a good race for him means he beat somebody like Bradley Shepherd by more than a second. So when that's not a good race, you're feeling good. I think he's definitely on for a position in the final. He is actually, I believe, second in the points race. Vika Schlitz leads the way with a clean sheet, and Dennis Holler has got 1 point less than that. So really, he's booked his place into the final already. It would take just about the most monumental muck-up if he was to fall out of the points necessary to get in the final.
Yeah.
What's happening now is, of course, we've got those semi-finals to come, the right to continue scoring, and then in those top 10 will go through to the final, and that is it. Now, we've got a special event going on the start line as we speak. All the Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers are down there on the start line. There is a special tribute. There's going to be a minute silence here at Formula Fast. Bradley Shepherd, obviously very well known in the UK karting scene, and arguably even more well known was his granddad, Rodney Shepherd, who unfortunately passed away recently, and a very popular man indeed. There's going to be that minute silence here at Formula Fast, and as soon as everyone's in position, then that minute silence will begin. There's one more person to join in that. I think that's Jamie Henderson there. So it looks like we've got all the BSR drivers. So that minute silence is going to begin now, and this is in memory of the wonderful Rodney Shepherd. Everybody in British karting, as anyone knows who we're talking about here. 1 minute from now. So 1 minute silence there in memory of Rodney Shepherd. Everyone will know that's Bradley Shepherd's granddad, and so a very fitting tribute there. Very popular man in British karting, known to all, and he will be very impressed, I'm sure, by the performances this weekend of the 3 Bradley Shepherd racing teams, and probably indeed of his grandson Bradley Shepherd himself, who managed to wing an entry at the last minute, so that's impressive in its own right, and then running to such race. I mean, an epic performance there to second place behind the German Dennis Höller. So, in fact, Dennis Höller, indeed himself, a Bradley Shepherd racing team driver this weekend, I believe. So, great performances there in memory of Rodney Shepherd by all the team BSR teams. So wonderful to see that, and a great honour and tribute to Rodney down there, who passed away very recently. Okay, so we're going to have a little break now before we're resuming the racing with the semi-finals. The track is going to stay the same. The layout that we've got will be the one being used. The top 30 on points go through. We'll have confirmation of exactly who they are. It has obviously been up and been down, and in terms of points, but we now have some sort of confirmation of where they are, and I will let you know when we're expecting those to go out. We are going to be having a little break. Expect it to be around 5 o'clock when we start the semi-finals, and until then, thank you very much. That's the conclusion of the heat races. All those watching across the world on the live stream, from me, James Auld, the commentator for the BRKC, and the pit lane commentator, Anthony Jordan, down there, and everyone else here at Formula Fast, thank you for watching these races. We've got 4 more to come, the 3 semi-finals and the grand final qualifying, where everyone's going to be qualifying the same kart, and then the grand final itself. Remember, they're shooting for £1,000 cash as the first prize in that grand final. So we'll see you later on. Expect it to be around 5 o'clock when we rejoin. It's 5:30. So yes, just to recap on that, the semi-finals will begin. The qualifying for the first semi-final race will begin at 5:30 p.m. So if you're enjoying the action out there on the live stream, please rejoin us at 5:30 p.m. for the first of 3 semi-finals. The top 30 are going through there, aiming for to whittle that down to 10 for the final itself. So 5:30 they will recommence. Please join us in an hour. Thank you very much.